My adoptive mother unexpectedly bequeathed the SS-level Archangel I summoned to my younger brother. Xiao Changge traversed into another realm, conjuring an SS-level Archangel, only to have his adoptive mother compel him to relinquish the Archangel to his sibling. It turns out I am merely a tool nurtured by the Xiao family. Even the Archangel has betrayed me.
The divine synthesis system has been activated, discovering a critically ill little fox. I exploit a glitch in the treatment to synthesize a nine-tailed celestial fox.
When Xiao Changge ascends to dominion over the world, commanding the tide of beasts, the people realize he has transcended myth. Xiao family, it is too late for regrets. Chapter 1. Quickly sign the contract. The summoning of a companion spirit is random, and each individual has but one opportunity. Do not be disheartened, even if a low-level companion spirit is summoned. The path of a summoner is replete with wonders. Hawaiian City's third high school. The impending graduates of the senior class eagerly anticipate the day of summoning their companion spirits, hoping to summon the most formidable entities. Xiao Changge, it's your turn. A boy amidst the crowd feels a surge of anxiety, for he is a time traveler in this world, acutely aware of the significance of this moment. This is a realm brimming with the extraordinary, with monstrous beasts invading and spiritual energies running rampant. Only by summoning companion spirits can one confront peril and ensure survival. Do not be deceived by the homeroom teacher's comforting words. Should one truly summon a lowly companion spirit, their prospects would be forever stunted. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Changge ascended the platform, enveloped by an extraordinary sensation. A resounding hum erupted, and blinding crimson light burst forth, enveloping the entire training ground. Heavens! It is indeed SS level. Who would have thought that this year's graduates would unveil an SS-level companion spirit? The crowd erupted in fervor, their astonishment palpable. Even the teachers widened their eyes, gazing incredulously at the figure atop the platform. As the light gradually subsided, a chilling figure materialized before Xiao Changge. It was a humanoid companion spirit exuding an aura of sanctity, radiating cold spiritual energy, with a detached gaze sweeping the surroundings as if appraising its environment. Her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as snow, as if she had stepped forth from a painting, with cascading golden locks adorning her immaculate back, appearing both divine and untouchable. It is indeed a wisdom type, the Archangel. There are many types of companion spirits, and unique entities are not uncommon. However, the wisdom type is universally acknowledged as possessing the most promising future. This is due to its ability to autonomously adjust its connection with the summoner, seek suitable materials to enhance its power, and most importantly, synergize with the summoner to unleash optimal combat prowess. All eyes were transfixed on the companion spirit before Xiao Changge. A teacher stepped forward, brimming with elation, declaring, SS-level wisdom type, the Archangel. It is a high-level companion spirit. Just as everyone was enraptured by the Archangel's allure, a voice of disdain rang out. TCH, a D-level goblin. A youth revealed a look of contempt, having summoned merely a D-level goblin. Xiao Changge was taken aback. This youth was none other than his own brother, Xiao Chen. Observing Xiao Changge summon an SS-level companion spirit, while he himself had only achieved D-level, Xiao Chen raised his hand slightly and effortlessly shattered the contract. The goblin's form dissipated into the ether. This scene evoked a wave of regret among the onlookers. Even a D-level goblin, if not contracted, could still be sold for a sum, a missed opportunity indeed. Such extravagance. Xiao Changge, hurry and sign the contract, the teacher urged from the side. Very well. Is that your companion spirit? Are you truly signing the contract? Just as Xiao Changge was about to finalize the agreement, a boisterous male voice interrupted his actions. The speaker was none other than Xiao Chen, who ambled towards Xiao Changge with his hands tucked into his pockets, causing the crowd to part like the Red Sea to make way for him. Having feigned amiability with this insufferable brother for so many years, I shall no longer pretend today. The facade is over. What do you intend to do? Xiao Changge furrowed his brows, coldly inquiring of Xiao Chen. He is the biological son of his adoptive parents, and also his nominal younger brother. While his adoptive parents treated him well, this younger brother was unbearably arrogant, compelling him to avoid confrontation for the sake of familial harmony, and thus they had coexisted in relative peace. What do you think I'm doing? Naturally, I intend to seize your companion spirit. Xiao Chen scoffed disdainfully. Even if this bastard's parents possessed extraordinary talents, what of it? They still bore a sickly child, perpetually preoccupied and absent, thus forfeiting the right to inherit the conglomerate. Even if this bastard inherited remarkable abilities, he would still be obediently harvested like wheat. No sooner had their words left their lips than a fierce wind surged from a distance. Whoosh! A massive eagle soared through the air, descending heavily upon a high platform. Boom! A beautiful woman, clad in a professional suit and exuding an air of keen competence, leapt down from the great eagle. Though in her 40s, she appeared scarcely 30, radiating an aura of aloofness that discouraged any approach. Upon her arrival, the students erupted in a flurry of excitement, while the teacher's expressions shifted dramatically. That great eagle was undeniably an S-class companion spirit, the celestial phoenix eagle. This woman was none other than the head of the Hawaiian dragon, the decision-maker of the Xiao family conglomerate. Lin Yuru, mother. Xiao Changge was about to greet her, but before he could utter a word, he was interrupted. Changge, give your companion spirit to your brother. Upon hearing this, the entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence. As for Xiao Changge, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This is my companion's spirit, he could not help but exclaim loudly. You are the elder brother. You must yield to your younger sibling. Ichen is destined to inherit the conglomerate. By relinquishing your companion's spirit, the future of our Xiao family will be bright. Hearing his mother Lin Yuru's words, Xiao Changge's fists clenched tightly. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had witnessed how much the family favored his younger brother after his birth. Yet Lin Yuru provided him with a sheltering home following the tragic demise of his parents, and he harbored a measure of gratitude and respect for this matriarch of the Xiao family. Now, to summon an SS-class companion spirit, and for his mother to demand he relinquish it to his brother? This is utterly inconceivable. I have no such mother, nor do I possess such a worthless brother. On what grounds? The expression on Xiao Changge's face gradually turned icy.
Listen to me. You cannot retain this SS-class companion spirit. Can you even afford to nurture it? If you follow me, you shall have unfettered access to resources.
Xiao Yichen smirked, looking down upon Xiao Changge as he sauntered to his side and patted him on the shoulder, brimming with smugness. Xiao Changge clenched his fists tightly, realizing that from the moment he was adopted, this day had been their intention all along, merely being raised for a few years to have a meal, and if he awakened a superior companion spirit, they would seize it. If he awakened a mediocre one, they would kick him aside. What a clever scheme. His existence was merely to provide sustenance for their biological son. He had once fantasized about how he would repay the Xiao family upon awakening a formidable companion spirit. How naive of him. I refuse. Changge, accept your fate. Without the conglomerate providing resources, you cannot possibly nurture a great angel. It seemed Lin Yuru had anticipated Xiao Changge's response, as she coldly laughed without a trace of emotion. Moreover, the Xiao family has bestowed upon you the grace of nurturing. Should you be willing to relinquish your accompanying spirit, I shall offer you 20 million. 20 million? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, for this sum was indeed staggering. Even though most students here hail from affluent backgrounds, such a fortune would allow them to live in grandeur for a lifetime. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow. Indeed, he was in dire need of funds, yet to secure an SS-level accompanying spirit with merely 20 million, especially one of the intelligent variety, it was a mere fantasy. The spirit summoned by a summoner for the first time is the optimal match and possesses the greatest potential for growth. Is wealth truly impressive? Is it not merely an attempt to covet my celestial angel? Despicable. Just as Xiao Changge regarded this with disdain, a deep voice resonated. I am willing to change masters. The celestial angel, who had been hovering, astonishingly chose this pivotal moment to speak. She seemed to have discerned the reality of her situation. Her summoner was merely a scion of a prestigious family, incapable of propelling her to greater heights. Yet, by becoming the accompanying spirit of a wealthy heir, she would be nurtured by opulence, unlocking boundless possibilities. In an instant, her gaze toward Xiao Changge brimmed with contempt and disdain. The onlookers were left speechless. Xiao Changge nearly choked in disbelief, staring incredulously at the accompanying spirit he had summoned. The celestial angel wore an expression rife with scorn, completely disregarding Xiao Changge as she approached Xiao Yichen. This scene rendered the men silent and brought tears to the women. Xiao Yichen emitted a peculiar chuckle. Ha ha! A wise bird chooses the tree it perches upon. Xiao Changge, you have nothing left. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Generally, the bond between a summoner and their accompanying spirit is nearly indestructible. Most spirits adhere to their instincts, resulting in a natural affinity between the summoner and the summoned. Yet, the celestial angel, as an intelligent entity, suppressed her instincts and made a superior choice. Such an act of betrayal against a summoner is a rare occurrence, seldom witnessed in a century. All eyes turned to Xiao Changge, eagerly consuming the spectacle. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Having endured the prejudice of his family, he had harbored high hopes for today's summoning ceremony, only to find himself in such a disgraceful predicament. In this world, lacking strength renders one inferior to a mere dog. To be forsaken by all is nothing short of the ultimate betrayal. I refuse to accept this. Ding, ding. The system detected the summoner's intense emotions, activating the divine synthesis system. Would you like to bind? Chapter 2, the godly synthesis system. Binding. Xiao Changge acted without hesitation. System, you have finally arrived. Ding ding. Godly synthesis system, binding successful. This system can synthesize companion spirits and also enable their evolution. As long as the requirements are met, SSS grade is merely the starting point. SSS grade is merely the beginning? Xiao Changge felt an overwhelming sense of joy that nearly caused him to faint. D, C, B, AS, SS, SSS. 7 tiers of aptitude, ascending from low to high. The qualifications from D to A are further subdivided into 9 categories. Summoning an A-grade companion spirit is no small feat. While an S-grade is reserved for extraordinary geniuses, the existence of SS grade has only been recorded, whereas SSS grade is considered theoretical. Now, with SSS grade as merely a starting point, what could possibly exist beyond that? System, you are my deity. The synthesis of companion spirits is astonishing. He only knew that companion spirits could gradually grow stronger, yet now, synthesizing them directly means soaring to great heights in a single leap. Archangel, you are merely SS grade, with ample wisdom but insufficient patience. Abandon those who forsake me. You are unworthy of my presence. Without you, I can still become a legend. At this moment, Lin Yuru observed the Archangel with satisfaction, her demeanor exuding confidence. Changge, given the circumstances, if the Archangel is unwilling to follow you, why force the issue? It would be prudent to agree sooner rather than later. The Xiao family can still serve as your support. Support? Is a shield ever positioned behind? Hearing this, Xiao Changge chuckled softly. He glanced at the woman before him and then at the scheming Xiao Chen. Since you covet my companion spirit so dearly, as long as I do not relinquish the contract, you shall never obtain it. Xiao Changge spoke nonchalantly. In other words, according to the covenant, if I do not consent to the transfer of the companion spirit, you shall not succeed. There exists a common agreement in this world. One cannot forcibly seize a companion spirit that does not belong to them. I recall you have a sickly younger sister. Don't you? Upon witnessing Xiao Changge's demeanor, Xiao Chen chuckled in anger, snorting disdainfully. I had planned to wait a few months to see what companion spirit that frail girl could summon. However, given her poor health, she likely won't be able to summon anything of high caliber. In any case, Xiao Changge has already summoned the Archangel. The longer the night, the more dreams. I cannot allow this S-grade companion spirit to slip away. Try to touch my sister, and you shall see. Xiao Changge retorted fiercely, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. What are your terms? Lin Yuru remained remarkably calm. 30 million. Moreover, I wish to select a companion spirit from the group. Otherwise, I will shatter the contract and cause the Archangel to dissipate. Xiao Changge's words left everyone dumbfounded. This was an SS-grade humanoid intelligent species, a miraculous existence. How could he dare to shatter the contract? Lin Yuru was taken aback by Xiao Changge's audacious terms. The Archangel's disdain lingered on her face as anxiety swelled within her. She feared that the new master would deem the conditions excessive and reject her, yet she was more terrified that Xiao Changge, in a fit of passion, would destroy the contract. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuru surveyed the surrounding crowd before glancing back at Xiao Changge. Though 30 million was a fortune for an ordinary person, it was negligible in her eyes. Acquiring an SS-grade intelligent species was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. As for selecting a companion spirit from the group, the best ones had long been claimed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to snatching the Archangel. Even the lesser ones had been reserved, leaving only the unwanted remnants. How naive. Very well. Lin Yuru conceded without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Changge received a notification on his phone indicating the funds had been transferred. He relinquished the contract. Watching helplessly as the Archangel and Xiao Chen established their own bond. Master. The Archangel lowered her proud neck slightly, calling out softly. SS grade, an intelligent species. Hee. Let us return home. With the contract finalized, Xiao Chen could not suppress his laughter, his satisfaction evident as he looked down upon Xiao Changge with disdain. You cur. Why are you not so arrogant now? You are but a dog raised by the Xiao family, now devoid of any worth. Do not return to the Xiao family again. You filthy mutt. Xiao Chen embraced the Archangel, delight shining in his eyes. A cur should behave like a cur. Live out your life as a worthless being and abandon any dreams of contracting other companion spirits. Truly a wretched creature. Haha, mother, let us depart. His presence disgusts me. Lin Yuru waved her hand grandly, boarding the great eagle with Xiao Chen and the Archangel, leaving behind a crowd in stunned silence. The Archangel, truly a wise species. If I were in her position, I too would choose the heir of the Xiao family. What a pity. A genius capable of summoning an SS-grade companion spirit has thus fallen from grace. Wow. The way that Archangel looked at him was utterly disdainful. I wish she would step on my face. Such an exhilarating scene. This trip was not in vain. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Xiao Changge stepped out of the venue. The world is indeed harsh. Everything is dictated by strength. One day, I will make you regret it. Xiao Changge exhaled a breath of frustration. The next step is to sign a new companion spirit, and then face the college entrance examination. In this world, the college entrance examination requires companion spirits for battle. It is the most crucial moment in a summoner's life. It is also a stage that can alter one's destiny. Under the Xiao family group, A colossal shopping mall bursting with modern flair awaited. As soon as Xiao Changge appeared, staff members rushed forward to greet him. "Young master, we have been expecting you." Their eagerness was palpable, though the disdain in their eyes was hard to conceal. "Do not call me young master. Take me to select a companion spirit." Following the attendant to the third floor, they arrived at a space filled with companion spirits, an array of devices displayed prominently. "Mr. Xiao, you may freely choose from the companion spirits on this floor." Xiao Changge surveyed the companion spirits before him. Power species, Mighty Vajra. Aptitude, C1 grade. Skill, Thunderous Vajra Fist. Speed species, Phantom Cat Demon. Aptitude, C6 grade. Skill, Night Cat Claw. Utilizing the system panel, Xiao Changge examined each one. He sensed something amiss. These companion spirits were either D grade or C grade, and the rare B grade he encountered was merely a B2 defensive type. The best defense is a good offense. Generally, offensive companion spirits are slightly more favorable than defensive ones. However, when compared to the SS-grade Intelligent Archangel, the disparity was vast. "Is there anything else?" Xiao Changge inquired of the attendant who had been following him closely. "Aside from this floor, there are defective products in the basement. They require processing." The attendant's words were quite clear. "Take me to see them." Xiao Changge was unfazed by this. With the godly synthesis system at his disposal, even defective products could yield gold. Very well. The attendant asked no further questions and led Xiao Changge down to the basement. The environment here was chaotic and filthy, with most of the companion spirits housed in this area being elderly, weak, or ill. Xiao Changge meticulously examined each item one by one. After a brief moment, he suddenly made a discovery. Species, Ironclad Eagle. Qualification, B7 level. Skills, Heavenly Feather Strike, Iron Claw Attack. Status, Broken Wings, Organ Weakness. Treatment method, Healing Potion, Cure, Elixir. Recommendation. The skull of a Windrunner wolf can heal broken wings. The Fountain of Life can remedy organ weakness and can also serve as synthesis material. B7 level. This was the best companion spirit Xiao Changge had encountered in this place. Although injured, the system provided treatment suggestions, and with 30 million in funds, a successful recovery was indeed feasible. As Xiao Changge prepared to select the Ironclad Eagle, a faint groan suddenly echoed in the air. He lifted his gaze and discovered a peculiar companion spirit in the corner of the basement. Approaching with curiosity, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this a psychic species? It was a fox companion spirit, evidently of the mental type. Such a companion spirit is quite exceptional. Why was it confined in this cold basement? Even if it were ill, it would still be worth the expense to heal it. Xiao Changge summoned the system panel. Little did he know, the sight that met his eyes was astonishing. Chapter 3, An Unforeseen Mutation. Special Species, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. Contract Status, Uncontracted. Affection Level, None. Qualification, D level, awaiting unsealing, A9 level. Realm, First level, First stage. Skills, Celestial Fox Tail Sweep, Dark Enchantment, Nine-Tailed Judgment. Status, Cursed, unable to level up, qualification sealed. Ugly Talent. Treatment Method, Pure Spirit Energy Stone, right hand of the wild primordial, 9-turn resurrection herb. Recommendation. The curse can be broken through synthesis. Synthesis materials, 3 gene of muscle growth and bone strengthening cultivation potion, 10 gene of spirit energy, or 1B level fox companion spirit, 1C level flying species companion spirit, 1 psychic species companion spirit, A9 level. Xiao Changge's eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Companion spirits are generally categorized into 7 types: speed, defense, flight, strength, wisdom, psychic, and special. Among them, the wisdom type boasts the brightest future. The psychic type harbors elemental and various energy forces, which is quite unique. The special type, as its name implies, is the most extraordinary. In addition to possessing multiple abilities, it often surprises one in unexpected ways. A special type, A9 level, in a cursed state. Xiao Changge observed the 9-tailed celestial fox, which should have possessed a breathtaking beauty, now marred as if it had been splashed with acid, its visage riddled with scars. Is this what they call an ugly talent? As for the inability to level up and the sealed qualification, with the system in place, they are of little concern. This was the most extraordinary companion spirit Xiao Changge had ever encountered in his life. If he could secure the 9-tailed celestial fox and heal her, he could finally rise to prominence. Xiao Changge composed himself and calmly stated, "I will take this fox." The imprisoned 9-tailed celestial fox trembled slightly. "See, can I?" She lifted her head, her amber eyes fixed intently upon the human before her. Since her inception in this world, she had felt the malice emanating from it. Believing herself to be an extraneous fox, her former master had sold her off, and no one liked her. In such a pitiful state, would anyone accept her? The heart of the 9-tailed celestial fox raced, emotions threatening to spill over. "You? Are you certain?" The attendant seemed momentarily taken aback. That was an ugly fox, half beastly, half human, looking utterly incongruous. "I am certain. Prepare the contract for me." The attendant was even more perplexed. He hadn't expected Xiao Changge, the so-called scion of the chives, to expose himself and seek to save the masses. Although it was indeed a commendable psychic species, he seemed blind to the fox's deformity. Respect and blessings were only fit for the discarded. Then follow me. The attendant led the nine-tailed celestial fox out and brought Xiao Changge to a room. Along the way, the nine-tailed celestial fox was in a daze. And only when the handcuffs were removed did she realize that the human before her was gazing at her with a gentle expression. This was something she had never encountered before. I am a waste. I cannot level up. The nine-tailed celestial fox steeled herself in determination. She could not allow someone who cared for her to be shamed. Xiao Changge was taken aback. He hadn't expected the nine-tailed celestial fox's voice to be so melodious, evoking a feeling that ensnared the listener, rendering them utterly captivated. You are not a waste. From this moment onward, your name shall be Ali. Let us forge a contract. Under Xiao Changge's commanding aura, the nine-tailed celestial fox, in a daze, signed the contract with the human before her. The attendant completed the necessary paperwork and prepared to leave. Wait, prepare some materials for me. 3 gene of muscle growth and bone strengthening cultivation potion. 10 gene of spirit energy, or the previous B-level fox companion spirit, the discarded C-level flying species companion spirit, and the broken canine psychic companion spirit. Oh, and some potions as well. Xiao Changge interjected, halting the attendant. The attendant's eyes widened, believing this person to be insane. Was he truly intending to sign multiple contracts simultaneously? Generally, summoners would contract only the companion spirits they summoned themselves as their primary spirit. Subsequently, contracting other companion spirits would be considered expendable, lacking significant utility. Potions and ores were already expensive, and although the 3 companion spirits were defective, they could still be sold to large hotels without harm. Before the attendant could finish speaking, Xiao Changge produced a bank card. 30 million, is that enough? Absolutely. The attendant checked Xiao Changge's balance and immediately burst into excitement. This was a substantial commission. He hurriedly left the room to gather the materials Xiao Changge required. Master, should you regret signing the contract with me, it can be unilaterally torn up. The nine-tailed celestial fox felt a twinge of insecurity, deeply aware of her own shortcomings. She was a waste, and her master would surely come to loathe her. To tear up the contract would mean her demise, yet having such a gentle master before her, even if only for a brief while, felt like a blessing. Ali, do not speak such foolishness. The reason you cannot level up is due to the curse placed upon you, and I shall shatter that curse. A curse? Xiao Changge's words illuminated a glimmer of hope for Ali. The affliction that even the Xiao family's marketplace could not remedy. Her master actually recognized that she was cursed? She lowered her head. Though skeptical, she could not suppress the burgeoning hope within her, her large ears drooping feebly. Moments later, the attendant returned with all the materials Xiao Changge needed. After settling the payment, he departed from there, with the materials in hand. He checked into a hotel and reserved a private room. Locking the door and drawing the curtains tightly, he instructed, Ali, close your eyes. Xiao Changge lacked the capability to heal Ali's curse directly. He could only reset it through the synthesis method offered by the system. Ali's tail twitched in shyness as she obediently closed her eyes. Ding. Materials have been prepared. Do you wish to proceed with the synthesis method to break the curse of the nine-tailed celestial fox? Yes. Xiao Changge gazed upon the materials strewn across the ground, alongside 3 half-lifeless companion spirits, and resolutely nodded. With a hum, a powerful aura erupted from Ali. Xiao Changge narrowed his eyes as an invisible wind swept him to the corner of the wall. Before him, a golden sphere of light enveloped Ali in layers upon layers. A sense of tension gripped Xiao Changge. The reason he had not opted for the first healing method was that it required legendary materials. The synthesis method, however, was a suggestion from the system. If successful, he would revel in elation. If not, he would face dire consequences. Moments later, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the space. As the master, Xiao Changge distinctly felt Ali's aptitude elevate. It was S-rank. With an S-rank Ali, he had finally established a foundation for independence. And now he possessed the capability to care for his sister. He glanced at his nearly empty bank card and sighed deeply. 30 million truly dissipated too quickly. Why hadn't he haggled earlier? Supporting a sister requires expenditure, and nurturing companion spirits is even more financially draining. He needed to earn money urgently. At the Lord's Manor in Hawaiian City, Lord Imo was reviewing the companion spirit summoning results submitted by various high schools. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards the window. A mysterious and profound energy surged forth, a deep aura overwhelming, as if it could upheave the very seas. Imo seemed to recall something. Guards, she commanded to the sentinels entering the room. Enact a citywide lockdown. Deploy search teams to investigate any energy fluctuations indicative of small world portals. Her expression turned grave. This sensation was eerily familiar. There was a possibility that a new small world portal had emerged, or perhaps a formidable beast had descended from another realm. Or it could be that an S-rank companion spirit had been summoned. Chapter 4. Please command Ali freely. A creature capable of evoking such a daunting aura was undoubtedly of significant origin, each one meticulously monitored. S-rank companion spirits are notoriously difficult to summon, as such entities are often favored in their respective small worlds. How could they possibly traverse into the human realm? Huayan City was merely an ordinary city under the provincial capital. Managing to summon an A-rank spirit was already commendable, let alone an S-rank, which seemed implausible. Mo Qianxiu shook her head, her gaze falling upon the documents in her hand, her eyes suddenly narrowing. SS-Rank, a wise species, a great angel? Her breath quickened as she hurriedly searched for detailed information. No one could have anticipated that within an inconspicuous hotel room, a miracle was unfolding. At this moment, the turbulent spiritual energy in the room had dissipated. Xiao Changge anxiously observed what lay before him, seemingly able to hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. Before him, a graceful figure materialized in place. Even having lived 2 lives, Xiao Changge was entranced. The once ragged form of the 9-tailed celestial fox appeared shocking, sending shivers down one's spine. Now, however, her skin gleamed as pure as freshly fallen snow, and her purple strapless attire accentuated her voluptuous figure exquisitely. Her long hair cascaded to her collarbone, and 2 fluffy ears atop her head twitched occasionally. On her stunning visage, a pair of captivating, bewitching eyes fixed directly upon him. Above her curvaceous hips, a charming large tail swayed gently, emanating a pinkish glow, looking utterly enchanting. In that moment, she had been reborn. Special species, 9-tailed celestial fox. Affinity, affectionate. Aptitude, S1. Realm, level 1, stage 1. Attributes, psychic, dark. Skills, mental judgment, dark domain, 9-tailed entanglement, pronouncement of judgment. Synthesis status, can evolve into a Qingqiu fox spirit, S2 rank, can synthesize into a Tushan fox immortal, S3 rank. Synthesis materials, breath of the spirit fox, essence of foxfire, dew of moonlight. Xiao Changge pondered as he gazed at the data displayed on the system panel. It appeared that the theoretical pinnacle of this world was S3 aptitude, equating to SSS rank, and within the system S information, S rank, like other ranks, perhaps had 9 subdivisions. With funds dwindling in his bank account, he was relieved to have won the gamble. The 9-tailed celestial fox approached him, bringing with her a waft of alluring fragrance. She gazed at her master with soulful eyes, and in the next instant, an otherworldly light erupted, transporting both into a peculiar realm. A divine connection. A wondrous sensation filled Xiao Changge's heart, as if in a mere thought, he could command his companion's spirit at will. Whatever he desired, she could not defy. He widened his eyes in astonishment. This sensation of dominance was evidently a result of the 9-tailed celestial fox's actions. This maneuver significantly compensated for the deficiency of their bond, given that the fox was not summoned directly by him. The 9-tailed celestial fox nestled in Xiao Changge's embrace, her voice a soft whisper in his ear. Master, you have rescued me from my suffering. All that I am belongs to you. Hearing these words, Xiao Changge was overwhelmed with emotion. He gently patted the fox's head, a torrent of indescribable feelings flooding his heart. Despite being equally breathtaking, the great angel he had summoned had betrayed him, while this companion spirit, bought on a whim, regarded him as her unequivocal master. The disparity was staggering. This weighty sentiment moved him deeply. Ali, I shall make you the strongest companion spirit. Master, I wish to ascend to the pinnacle alongside you. The pair exited the room, and those nearby fell into an immediate hush. They gazed in disbelief at the 9-tailed celestial fox trailing behind Xiao Changge. Was she truly his companion spirit? So breathtakingly beautiful. Fluffy, how I adore her. Woof woof. I'm a little dog. Could you perhaps give me your socks, sister? As they walked, though they wished to avoid drawing attention, Ali's beauty was simply too captivating. At the Xiao family conglomerate, upon hearing the report from a servant, Lin Yuru furrowed her brow. So, you mean to say that the child Changge has signed a contract with a discarded fox and somehow transformed it into a more beautiful creature after acquiring a pile of materials? Indeed. To verify, the basement supervisor secretly took a look, and the companion spirit following him is indeed that discarded fox, merely enhanced in appearance, with little increase in strength. The servant's words puzzled Lin Yuru, who then scoffed dismissively. A mere plaything. This child is a failure. While she didn't believe Xiao Changge to be a frivolous person, perhaps he had become despondent after losing the great angel. Utterly useless. Mother, I have long stated that Xiao Changge lacks the resolve to become a formidable force. Just like his ailing sister, both are worthless. Thankfully, the great angel has chosen me. Otherwise, it would be akin to a pearl cast before swine. Xiao Qian interjected. Indeed, I recognize this truth, which is why I chose my master. The great angel raised her proud head, revealing her pure white neck, resembling a sacred swan. However, her face betrayed a profound disdain for Xiao Changge, as if being summoned by such a person was a source of shame. Regarding Xiao Qian's performance, Lin Yuru was quite satisfied. This time for the college entrance examination, countless individuals were eager to witness your brilliance. Over the next few days, you should diligently train and rapidly enhance your abilities. With an SS-level companion spirit by your side, the historical high scores for the exams are destined to be shattered. Upon hearing his mother's words, Xiao Qian revealed a smile brimming with determination. Rest assured, I shall shatter the pride of all geniuses with my prowess. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. The dwelling was modest in size, a dilapidated old building he had rented at a low price. His parents had ventured into a small world in a desperate bid to treat his sister's illness, only to meet with an unforeseen calamity, leaving no trace of their remains, save for a message of death relayed by their companions. To this day, Xiao Changge clings to the belief that his parents may still be alive, despite the surrounding voices urging him to accept that no one could survive such a catastrophic blow. Yet, he continues to harbor the hope of finding them, even if the chances are a mere fraction. The family inheritance had dwindled to almost nothing, and with his sister's frail health, the Xiao family deemed her a burden, casting her out into the streets. Prior to this, the young Xiao Changge had flitted between the Xiao household and the rented room, ingratiating himself with the Xiao family, and was adopted by Lin Yuru as her son, just to secure resources for caring for his sister. A faint light flickered in the room, illuminating his sister who lay bedridden, waiting alone for Xiao Changge's return. However, from this moment forth, the room would welcome 2 more inhabitants. Come in, this is our home now. Ollie gazed at the warm room, an unfamiliar yet comforting sensation enveloping her. Was this the essence of home? All happiness emanated from the master, a warmth she had never experienced before. Brother, you're back. A delicate figure nestled into his embrace, her large, tearful eyes gleaming with delight. Were it not for her pallid complexion and faint breaths, one might mistake her for an endearing girl. Linger, I've brought you a good supply of restorative potions. They should alleviate your condition. Xiao Changge affectionately ruffled Xiao Linger's hair. Concerning his sister's illness, his parents had sought every renowned physician in vain, resorting only to restorative potions to sustain her life. He vowed to heal his sister, for she was his only remaining kin. Thank you, brother. Xiao Linger was remarkably understanding. She recognized the hardships her brother endured for her sake. Huh, who is she? Xiao Linger noticed Ollie behind Xiao Changge, her curious gaze scrutinizing the two. Linger, she is my companion spirit. Her name is Ollie, Xiao Changge explained as he ushered Ollie into the room, simultaneously administering the medicine to Xiao Ling. Wow, she is so beautiful. It's a pity I couldn't attend your summoning ceremony. You must have made quite the impression. Xiao Changge felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was perhaps best that Linger didn't witness the scene from that day. Actually, I am not the Master's destined companion spirit. But let us not delve into that. Are you the Master's sister? Greetings. Ollie noticed the glimmer in Xiao Changge's eyes and halted her impending words. Xiao Linger, perceptively aware, realized her brother must have summoned a lackluster companion spirit, feeling a wave of sympathy. The thought of her brother scurrying about for her sake, compounded with his lack of a formidable companion spirit, brought her heartache, sharpening the shadows in her mind. Will you always stay by my brother's side? I shall never betray my master. Ollie approached Linger, and the two exchanged playful banter. Xiao Changge placed the restorative potions in the cupboard, smiling at the two. This was what he must protect. By the way, Linger, the potions I brought should help you regain some strength. You are a top student at Wuxianovel High School. Despite having taken a few days off, do not forget that the summoning ceremony for number 1 is scheduled earlier in the month. Xiao Changge advised. For now, focus on recuperating. If you need anything, just let me know, so as not to delay next year's summoning of companion spirits. Brother, I understand. I want to summon a companion spirit, like Sister Ollie. Xiao Linger, being frail, soon succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep after a brief bout of play. Xiao Changge tucked her in, stepped out of the room, and turned his gaze toward Ollie on the sofa. Rest for now. We have to venture out tomorrow. He instructed gently. Following the conclusion of the summoning ceremony, the summoners were to head to the training grounds, a designated hunting area established through the collaboration of the school and military. It was crucial for summoners to enhance their abilities swiftly before the college entrance examination. Within 3 days, acquiring sufficient points would also yield a performance bonus for the exams. The next day, at the grand training ground, a throng of high school seniors from Huayan City gathered, the atmosphere vibrant and bustling. Our team has a level 3 powerhouse leading us. We are currently recruiting a summoner with defensive capabilities. We still need a healer. Anyone interested? Many were preparing to form teams to tackle monsters together, as they were all newcomers, seeking mutual benefit. Xiao Changge, accompanied by Ollie, stepped into view, instantly igniting a stir among the crowd. A dapper youth, alongside a bewitchingly beautiful fox girl, captured the attention of many, especially Ollie's noble demeanor, which made onlookers wish to prostrate themselves before her. Oh my heavens! Can this lad handle such attention? In an instant, many flocked to them. Young master, we have experts here with amplification abilities. Would you like to team up? Sister Fox, our group is full of charming young men. Could you take us under your wing? Before Xiao Changge could respond, an untimely voice rang out from behind. Oh dear. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the useless brother, Xiao Changge. The crowd parted to make way. Xiao Yichen swaggered in, flanked by a throng of admirers, radiating an air of arrogance. The angelic figure beside him shone with a celestial light, her haughty demeanor casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Changge. Upon noticing Ollie, Xiao Yichen momentarily faltered, a flicker of jealousy flashing across his face, quickly replaced by scorn. Did you not notice? He proclaimed loudly, though Xiao Changge's companion spirit is beautiful. She is merely a defective product of the Xiao family, possessing the lowest aptitude and no potential for enhancement, a mere pair of worthless beings. At this, the crowd stirred restlessly. Those who had intended to team up with Xiao Changge began to retreat. So it's just a liability, they whispered among themselves. Isn't that Xiao Changge from our school? I'll never forget that day. He the one from our school who summoned the Archangel? What genius. That's laughable. The Archangel hasn't even acknowledged him as her master. She made a contract with his brother instead. Seeing this, Xiao Yichen smirked triumphantly. Striding before Xiao Changge with his angelic companion, his expression dripping with arrogance. TSK, only I am worthy of possessing an SS-level Archangel. You shall forever dwell in the refuse. He spoke in a low voice. You are unaware, aren't you? The Archangel was overly enthusiastic last night. She was fiery and passionate in my presence, far more lively than when she wore that sour expression at your side. Xiao Changge dismissed Xiao Yichen's provocation with indifference. While he remained unfazed, Ollie could no longer tolerate such affronts directed at her master. Her gaze transformed into a perilous glare, exuding an aura of intimidation. As long as Xiao Changge issued the command, she would slay this individual. Xiao Changge, however, merely shook his head slightly, tenderly stroking Ali's fluffy head. Ali lifted her gaze, the murderous intent dissipating entirely, as if spring waters had flowed into his embrace, snugly pressing her soft body against him. Casting a possessive glance towards the Archangel, Xiao Yichen's expression was dark and brooding. A hybrid, possessing such a beautiful companion spirit to warm his bed, while the Archangel, who acknowledged him as her master, remained at an unbridgeable distance, unable to share a mutual connection. Why should this be? At present, Xiao Changge was solely focused on enhancing his strength, indifferent to Xiao Yichen's ashen face. Just wait until I level up and crush you. Amidst the complex gazes of those around, he stepped into the passage leading to a realm, accompanied by Ali, the hunting mini-world. This was a domain forged collectively by the strong, where the weakest of beasts ranked at level 1, while the mightiest reached level 9. Towering trees stretched endlessly, the air thick with the mingled scent of decay and freshness characteristic of a tropical rainforest. Upon arriving, Ali's ears perked up instantly, sensing the overwhelming malice that pervaded this place. Let us commence our actions. Xiao Changge felt remarkably composed. He had already familiarized himself with the conditions here during his time at school. Ali followed cautiously, her furry ears alert, missing not a single rustle in the wind. After 10 minutes, they paused. Ali found it peculiar. She had not detected any signs of the beasts. Xiao Changge's system panel had remained active, allowing him to swiftly uncover a concealed beast lurking in the marsh. He pointed towards a crocodile, roughly the size of a small dog, poised for a surprise attack. Species, marsh crocodile. Qualification, C4. Realm, level 1, second stage. Strength, 15. Speed, 25. Constitution, 25. Spirit, 5. Skill, ambush bite. Go. Use your psychic abilities to attack it. Xiao Changge's trust moved Ali deeply. Without hesitation, she launched an assault on the formidable foe. Boom. An unspoken pressure enveloped the marsh crocodile. This was her skill, the judgment of condemnation, inflicting physical damage through psychic attack. It momentarily caused severe injuries that could not be healed. Whoosh. The marsh crocodile, caught off guard by Ali's swift strike, particularly one involving psychic energy, failed to evade. Ali felt as though she were compressing a sponge, her foe offering no resistance. The marsh crocodile was effortlessly dispatched. A grayish energy emanated from its carcass, merging into Ali's being. An overwhelming urge to level up surged within her. The gaze of her master was truly invaluable. She had not anticipated that even the lurking beasts could be detected by her master first. Ali perceived Xiao Changge as even more enigmatic, vowing to strive for advancement and safeguard her master. Let us proceed. Xiao Changge opened the school communication app on his phone. Today, as hunting time was limited to 6 hours, and they needed to make the most of it. Subsequently, Ali's eyes were opened to a new world. Whenever she managed to detect the scent of a beast, Xiao Changge would always be the first to alert her. Moreover, he seemed capable of discerning the beast's weaknesses, guiding her to employ various skills. Truly, her master was well versed. Not even half an hour had passed when a radiant glow emanated from Ali. She had leveled up, and Xiao Changge, as her master, also experienced a surge in strength. He felt his spirit had significantly increased, and his physique felt more robust. Glancing at Ali's status, he was astounded. Species, nine-tailed celestial fox. Qualification, S1. Realm, level 1, second stage. Strength, 58. Speed, 58. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 70. Attributes, psychic, dark. Skills, psychic judgment, dark domain, nine tails bind, judgment of condemnation. Staring at Ali's impressive stats, Xiao Changge was left dumbfounded. Comparatively, the marsh crocodile paled in insignificance before her. Despite both being at level 1, was this the astonishing power of S1? 3 hours later, as they ventured deeper, the energy in the air grew increasingly violent. Under Xiao Changge's guidance, Ali vanquished a level 5 C-grade beast. She leveled up once more. Level 5. The number of beasts that had fallen at her hands now exceeded 70. The points she accrued widened the gap between her and other teams, placing Xiao Changge in a leading position. Master, there is a colossal creature ahead. Chapter 6. The despicable Xiao Changge. Ali's vigilant eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings. Xiao Changge, too, spotted the enormous entity lurking in the waters through the system panel. Species, aquatic python. Qualification, C9. Realm, level 1, 7th stage. Skills, severe bite, stealthy serpent shadow, death bind. Level 1, 7th stage, the most formidable beast they had encountered thus far. In the face of such a being, no high school graduate could hope to stand alone. Are you confident? Xiao Changge inquired, glancing at the nine-tailed celestial fox. Ali showed no signs of fear. Instead, she beamed with a bewitching smile. Nodding obediently, she declared, Master, allow me to handle it. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear before the aquatic python moments later. Hiss! Within the waters, the enormous python, as thick as a tree trunk, raised its head, opening its gaping maw to bite down on Ali. She swiftly sidestepped and unleashed her skill. Nine tails bind. 9 colossal fox tails of various hues materialized in midair, ensnaring the aquatic python tightly. The 9 tails bind inflicted additional effects, causing bleeding, poisoning, and stunning among other debilitative impacts. The aquatic python struggled fiercely, yet the more it fought, the tighter its bindings became. At that moment, Ali appeared directly in front of it and unleashed a psychic attack. A torrent of psychic force shattered the aquatic python's brain, causing its head to explode, crimson and white matter splattering across the waters. The level 1, 7th stage aquatic python was thus swiftly and decisively slain. A surge of potent energy surged from its body into Ali. Ali cried out in exhilaration, her body tensing, her pristine toes fanning out like a folding fan. Her aura intensified, an abundance of energy erupting forth, whipping up a fierce wind. Level 6. Xiao Changge too felt his strength augment, both in vitality and stamina. Checking the school communication app, he saw he had amassed over 20,000 points, placing him in the lead. But what did that matter? With such an excellent opportunity to enhance their abilities, points had become trivial. Let us delve deeper. Xiao Changge hurriedly urged Ali onward. Are you ready? At that moment, Xiao Changge lay in ambush before a cave entrance. Within the confines of this realm, a majestic white-striped tiger reclines, reigning supreme over its domain. At the mouth of a cavern, a selection of peculiar spiritual flora exhales mist, exuding an aura of mystique. Among them are the enchanting illusionary flowers, capable of amplifying the powers of their accompanying spirits, and there are far more than a mere handful. Should he acquire these illusionary flowers, he would swiftly ascend in strength, bringing despair to the hybrid Xiao Changge, making it clear that a worthless being remains forever incapable of rising above their fate. Go forth, commanded Xiao Changge, instructing the Archangel to procure the illusionary flowers. The Archangel hesitated. The tiger was at least a level 7 creature, and should it awaken, their only path would lead to demise. Hurry, you are an SS-level entity. Surely you can contend with a mere tiger? Xiao Changge urged impatiently. You chose to follow me, and since you covet the resources of the Xiao family, it is time to contribute. Do you understand? Ultimately, the Archangel acquiesced, her divine light dimming as she transformed into a white wisp, stealthily entering the tiger's lair. Xiao Changge craned his neck, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. Just as the Archangel plucked 3 illusionary flowers, a low growl reverberated through the air. This is bad. The tiger has awakened. She swiftly returned to Xiao Changge's side. A deep roar echoed through the forest. The tiger's gaze fixated on the duo, a palpable wave of murderous intent enveloping them. We must flee. Xiao Changge's legs quaked. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of his life. He could not perish here. He commanded the Archangel to retreat. The Archangel seized Xiao Changge, soaring into the distance. Yet the tiger pursued relentlessly, closing the gap. Run faster, Xiao Changge urged, panic rising as the tiger drew nearer. However, the Archangel was already moving at her utmost speed. They could scarcely escape. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he regarded the Archangel. Master, there are people ahead, the Archangel suddenly exclaimed. Very well, let us go. Xiao Changge decisively planned to divert the danger. This was their only chance for survival. Everyone, we are nearing the top 100. If we can just hold out until this wild boar tires, we will prevail. This small squad was led by a classmate clad in white stockings. Their teamwork was seamless as they surrounded a level 5 wild boar. Just as the boar collapsed, poised for their final strike, a sudden gust swept through. What is happening? Why has the wind suddenly picked up? They exchanged bewildered glances. Captain Chen Xiaoyu fixated on the direction of the wind, a streak of light hurtling towards them, accompanied by a massive tiger close behind. This is not good. We must run, she shouted, turning to flee. However, the streak of light surged past them, leaving an energy attack that forcibly halted their retreat. The tiger glared hatefully at the humans before launching its assault. The beast's roar instilled terror within the team. Form a defensive formation, Captain Chen Xiaoyu shouted, striving to prompt her team into action while positioning her accompanying spirit to shield them and unleash defensive skills. Her accompanying spirit, a wombat, bore the brunt of the tiger's claws, leaving gaping wounds. The wombat cried out in agony, sent sprawling through the air. No. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of her team's defense, despair washed over Chen Xiaoyu. A sickening thud echoed as one of their own was struck by the tiger, blood spilling forth as they collapsed, teetering between life and death. The remaining members trembled, paralyzed by fear, unable to escape. We did not expect to meet our end so swiftly. She closed her eyes, her heart heavy with regret. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Time rewound 3 seconds. Xiao Changge arrived nearby, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Power species, white-striped tiger. Qualification, C9. Realm, level 7. Skills, frenzied tiger claw. Wind of the tiger, sonic attack. This should be manageable. With a commanding shout from Xiao Changge, 9 ethereal fox tails descended from the sky, ensnaring the white-striped tiger in a frenzied grip. Class representative, are you unharmed? Chen Xiaoyu blinked in astonishment, beholding the towering figure before her. Beside him stood an exquisite fox spirit, skillfully restraining the tiger. It was Xiao Changge. Chen Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, grappling with the situation. Hadn't his accompanying spirit been taken from him? What was the nature of this fox spirit? With a swift motion, the ensnared white-striped tiger was brutally crushed, its severed remnants scattering across the ground, staining the earth crimson. Chapter 7. Exceptional Excellence. In Hawaiian City, within the Information Statistics Building, a vast office filled with an array of flickering screens buzzed with activity. Dozens of diligent staff monitored the situation in silence. On the leaderboard, one name soared as if propelled by a rocket, leaving the second-place contender far behind. First place, Xiao Changge. Hunting score, 45,678. Performance evaluation, exceptional excellence. Over 45,000 points, an exceptional rating, considering that a mere 1,000 points denotes excellence. How could Xiao Changge achieve such an extraordinary score? Everyone stared at the leaderboard. Disbelief etched on their faces. Is there an error? Someone croaked. How long has it been since Hawaiian City has seen such a prodigy? A cup slipped from an unknown hand, shattering the silence. Instantly, excitement rippled through the room. There's no mistake. Quickly, uncover the identity of this Xiao Changge. Xiao Changge, a senior who summoned an SS-level Archangel, though the Archangel had forged a contract with his younger brother. Wait, did he purchase a defective fox from the Xiao group? This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. They were incredulous that someone who had lost their accompanying spirit, then acquired a flawed one, could perform with such brilliance and amass over 45,000 points. Li Ming, the director of the Information Statistics Department, wore an expression of shock as he scrutinized the playback on the screen. It showcased Xiao Changge commanding the fox, battling the aquatic python and the white-striped tiger. There were no tricks, only sheer, overwhelming strength. The so-called defective spirit struck the enemy's weaknesses with every blow, rendering the level 7 creature utterly impotent before her. This young man is unusual, Li Ming uttered hoarsely, hastily issuing commands. Quickly inform the city, Lord Mo Chinchio. Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly halted the communicator. No, I must go personally. The hunting realm awaited. Chen Xiaoyu stood like a sentinel, her eyes reflecting the enchanting figure of the nine-tailed fox demon. That fierce tiger-like beast had shattered their small team, instilling a paralyzing fear of death. Was it really so easily vanquished? She found it hard to believe, struggling to turn her head and gaze at the silhouette before her. Xiao Changge, the diligent scion of the Xiao family, always maximizing his time for study and work, had once been betrayed by his summoned spirit, becoming a topic of gossip among the townsfolk. Now he stood silently, while his exquisite summoned spirit effortlessly dispatched a level 7 beast. What on earth had transpired? When did powerful summoned spirits become so readily available? The rest of the team appeared dazed, as if witnessing an event that defied all logic. A gentle breeze swept by. Class monitor, why do you remain silent? Xiao Changge inquired with a smile, surveying the motionless Chen Xiaoyu, adorned in her white silk Lolita attire. Thank you so much, Xiao. You have saved us. Chen Xiaoyu trembled slightly, realizing he was observing her with a playful glint in his eyes, and hastily expressed her gratitude. Xiao, it's clear you're no ordinary individual. Truly, you are like a deity descended from the heavens. The team members echoed their thanks, their gazes filled with reverence towards Xiao Changge. He shook his head and remarked, You dared to provoke a level 7 beast. I must say, you possess quite the audacity. That's not it. Chen Xiaoyu interjected, her heart racing. We had no idea why that tiger appeared. We were hunting wild boars when a flash of white light drew it towards us, and it attacked, blocking our escape. Right. I was so frightened I fell to the ground. I saw it clearly. A celestial being was flying above. Someone quickly added. Chen Xiaoyu's expression shifted as she stole a glance at Xiao Changge. The fact that Xiao Changge's Archangel had been bound by a contract with Xiao Yichen was hardly a secret. Xiao Changge narrowed his eyes, a fleeting cold murderous intent passing through him. Such actions could only be attributed to him. It was truly despicable. You should return to rest, he suggested. glancing at the injured team members. Chen Xiaoyu did not refuse. Given their current state, hunting was out of the question. All right, we shall depart now. What about you? She looked at the alluring nine-tailed fox, whose expression had remained an unyielding calm since her arrival, as if nothing could perturb her. We shall press on. Xiao Changge replied with a smile, leading the nine-tailed fox away. Chen Xiaoyu and her companions dealt with the boar carcass before exiting the hunting realm. She understood that Xiao Changge had undergone a profound transformation. In Hawaiian City, within the Lord's office, Imo Qianxiu gazed at the bustling streets, fixated on a particular direction. Have we obtained clarity? She inquired softly, a hint of worry lacing her voice. Zhao Pingyan, the head of the Defense Department, shook his head. My lord, we organized personnel promptly for a thorough investigation yesterday. All high-tech measures were employed, yet we found no signs of the small world portal, nor any records of formidable beings. Zhao Pingyan was perplexed. He had sensed the terrifying aura fleetingly as a level for summoner, yet discovered nothing. Mo Qianxiu lightly tapped the desk, ultimately sighing in resignation. Very well, remain vigilant and prepared for lockdown. Also, has any talent emerged in the hunting realm? Zhao Pingyan replied that Xiao Yichen has accumulated over 6,000 points, receiving a favorable evaluation. Favorable. Mo Qianxiu shook her head. It had been a long time since a talent had emerged in Hawaiian City. She recalled an outstanding student taken by the capital's university 3 years prior, which had garnered her significant resources. Since then, it felt as if Hawaiian had been forgotten. Without powerful youth, the resources of Hawaiian would gradually dwindle. As the two fell into silence, an urgent figure rushed in. It was Li Ming, the head of the Information Statistics Department. He was panting, drenched in sweat, his face a mixture of excitement and complexity. Old Li, what brings you here in such a hurry? Zhao Pingyan jested. Take your time. Speak slowly, Mo Qianxiu said, her brow slightly furrowed. Li Ming was someone she had personally promoted. He would not act so recklessly without significant reason. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming still trembled. My lord, a prodigy has emerged in Hawaiian City. Prodigy. The word stunned Zhao Pingyan and sent a shiver through Mo Qianxiu. She stepped forward, her presence commanding. What did you say? Look, this individual named Xiao Changge has amassed over 45,000 points. He has been rated as a prodigy. Li Ming quickly displayed the data for Mo Qianxiu to review. Her eyes fixated on the figures, her breath slowing. Indeed, it was no mistake. This was a prodigy, surpassing the excellent rating by 4.5 times, an unparalleled genius. Excellent. Mo Qianxiu was elated, her heart racing with excitement. The emergence of such a talent in Hawaiian City made Xiao Yichen's mere favorable rating seem trivial. This heralded a soaring elevation in Hawaiian status. Under the astute leadership of Lord Mo, our city's future is bright. Zhao Pingyan stepped forward to congratulate her. Mo Qianxiu waved her hand, her curiosity about Xiao Changge piqued. Enough chatter, let us head to the Information Statistics building. In the hunting realm, Xiao Changge and Ali were exploring a basin filled with a putrid odor. Behind them, the corpses of demon beasts lay strewn about, creating a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. Within the basin, over 20 demon beasts eyed the unwelcome intruders with predatory intent. This was a pack of jungle tree lizards, each the size of a taxi, exhaling noxious fumes. Most were level 3, with a few at level 5. At the forefront stood a lizard as large as a sailboat. Fixating its gaze on Xiao Changge and Ali, Xiao Changge observed the beast intently. Species, jungle tree lizard king. Qualities, B1. Level 7. Skills, bloody infection, swift as the wind, explosive tail whip. Faced with the encirclement of the jungle tree lizards, Ali's breath quickened. Beads of sweat trickling down her exquisite visage. Having engaged in battle for too long, she was weary, yet determination filled her face as she faced the beastly horde. Master, they will coordinate their attacks. They are more troublesome than any beasts we've encountered before. Xiao Changge and Ali had entered the basin while pursuing a level 5 lizard. Unexpectedly stumbling into the lair of the jungle tree lizards, Xiao Changge regarded the demon beasts before him with calm indifference. If that is the case, let us eliminate them directly. Ali, possessing unwavering trust in her master, surged with formidable energy at his command. Mental judgment. This is a mystical technique of the soul that can double one's strength in a brief period. However, once the time elapses, one will be temporarily plunged into a state of diminished power, operating at only 80% of their capability, confronted with the imminent threat of their adversary. Refraining from utilizing this skill would only complicate matters further. In an instant, Ari's aura intensified remarkably. Her long hair floated gracefully, and her fluffy tails unfurled, exuding an air of sanctity. Her amber, glass-like eyes suddenly narrowed, sending a shiver of dread through all who beheld them. The jungle lizard king had initially believed it could easily dispatch the two intruders, yet Ari's sudden surge of power instilled a flicker of unease within it. From the cunning fox emanated a palpable threat of death. Hissing in fury, it issued an attack command. Over 20 jungle lizards charged forth in unison, their speed remarkable as they surrounded the pair from all directions. However, the nine-tailed fox was swifter still, leaving behind only an afterimage. Whoosh! A flash of brilliance sliced through the air, and one jungle lizard was cleaved in two. The judgment of condemnation. A formidable skill that unleashed a psychic shockwave, inflicting physical damage and a temporary severe injury effect. She resembled a harbinger of doom, claiming the life of one jungle lizard with each use of her power. The jungle lizards, undeterred by death, charged at Ari, yet to her, they were merely offering themselves as prey. Half a minute had passed, and 10 jungle lizards lay slain. The jungle lizard king's eyes were filled with brutality. The fox that was meant to be its meal had erupted with a power that made it tremble. This was a being it had never encountered before. Fear gripped the jungle lizard king, yet as the lord of the basin, it could not retreat. Hissing once more, it issued a decisive command, a desperate assault. In an instant, it led a dozen jungle lizards in a mad dash towards Xiao Changge. The air crackled with murderous intent. Ari pressed her attack, severing lizard heads one after the other, having entered an unparalleled hunting state. The remaining jungle lizards fell like paper, utterly defenseless. Finally, all the jungle lizards were eradicated, leaving only the jungle lizard king. Ari's emotionless gaze fell upon it, as if it were merely a lifeless trophy. The creature was gripped by an unprecedented fear and activated its skill in a panic. The explosive tail whip. Its thick tail lashed out, producing a sonic boom. Yet Ari merely flickered aside, effortlessly evading the attack, and reappeared before the jungle lizard king. The jungle lizard king opened its cavernous maw and expelled a cloud of toxic gas. But Ari had already unleashed her skill, judgment of condemnation. An invisible blade of psychic energy swept through, cleaving the jungle lizard king in half from top to bottom. Boom. Its massive body collapsed, spilling steaming blood and entrails across the ground. A surge of potent energy erupted from the jungle lizard king, coursing into Ari's being. What ecstasy! Ari could not help but tremble, her fluffy tail writhing with delight. She had ascended from level 6 to level 7. The ferocious power erupted within her, sweeping across the surroundings. Xiao Changge also felt himself level up, invigorated and strengthened. He glanced at Ari's information. Special species, 9-tailed fox. Affinity, close. Potential, S1. Realm, level 7. Strength, 150. Speed, 170. Constitution, 160. Spirit, 175. Attributes, psychic, dark. Skills, psychic judgment, dark domain, 9 tails entwined, judgment of condemnation. Synthesis status, can evolve into Qingqiu fox demon, S2 level. Can synthesize into Tushan fox immortal, S3 level. Synthesis materials, spirit fox breath, foxfire essence, moonlight dew. Upon seeing Ari's data, Xiao Changge felt utterly astounded. Truly an S1, it was invincible. Typical companion spirits of the same realm barely reached over 50. Ari, astonishingly, had surpassed 170. He glanced at the materials. To his knowledge, the 3 listed were exceedingly rare. Once acquired, they could further elevate Ari's abilities. If he could gather enough materials, it would not be impossible to cultivate Ari to the highest level. Xiao Changge searched the materials section of the school messaging app, but none of the 3 were recorded. Clearly, these items were beyond the reach of someone of his caliber. He resolved to grow stronger swiftly in order to seek them in the grand market. Checking the time, he noted that it was nearly time. Ari, let us return. Ari had emerged from her state of psychic judgment, feeling weak, and leaned into Xiao Changge's embrace. He wrapped his arms around her and made his way toward the exit. Chapter 9. The city dwellers truly know how to have fun. The training grounds. 3 days had elapsed, and many summoners who concluded their hunts early had gathered here, sharing tales of their exploits in the hunting realm. Others appeared dejected, clearly disappointed with their performances. When Xiao Changge and Ari made their entrance, all eyes were drawn to them. Ari leaned against Xiao Changge, her exquisite features radiating a languid charm that was utterly captivating. Goodness, did these two go hunting together? Wow. Why do I get the feeling that this fox lady is a wise spirit? I can only say, the city dwellers truly know how to play. Just as the chatter swirled around them, a group of law enforcement officers approached. Upon seeing Ari, they were struck with astonishment and promptly made their way to Xiao Changge with professionalism. Excuse me, are you Xiao Changge, student Xiao? Yes. Xiao Changge nodded. The captain beamed, conveying the message. Student Xiao, you have received an outstanding evaluation. Our city lord, Imo Qianxiu, requests your presence at the lord's mansion. At these words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Xiao Changge, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, realized he had become rather engrossed in the hunting realm. Very well, he conceded, following the group as they departed. Security department. The atmosphere here was solemn as Xiao Changge followed the captain to a room on the 2nd floor. After ushering him inside, the captain of the enforcement team took his leave. The room featured a large table, 2 sofas, and several chairs. Seated within were 2 individuals, one of whom Xiao Changge recognized from television as the city lord of Huayan, Imo Qianxiu. The other was clad in a uniform adorned with medals, emanating a commanding presence. Upon Xiao Changge and Ari's entrance, both men momentarily appeared entranced by Ari. Please, have a seat. Imo Qianxiu cleared his throat, gesturing toward the nearby sofa. Xiao Changge settled down with Ari, and before he could speak, Xiao began introducing himself. I am the city lord, Xiao. This is the head of the security department, Xiao Pingyan. Xiao Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed curiously on Ari. Xiao Changge, you truly possess remarkable talent. Xiao was filled with emotion. In the annals of our Hawaiian city's history, a genius like you has never graced us. To witness you forging a contract with an S-rank companion spirit is indeed a life well lived. You flatter me, city lord, Xiao Changge replied politely, with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Quite right, quite right. Xiao nodded in satisfaction and stated, according to regulations, you have accrued over 50,000 points. And we shall reward you with 10 million. It will be deposited into your designated account. 10 million? Xiao Changge exclaimed joyously, not expecting that this endeavor would not only enhance his strength, but also yield a reward. Xiao merely smiled at his reaction. Having long been acquainted with his life story, the adopted son of the Xiao family, he summoned an SS-Rank Archangel, which then acknowledged his brother, Xiao Changge, as its master. Subsequently, he contracted a fox, presumably this companion spirit. Who would have thought that the Xiao family conglomerate could be so short-sighted, allowing Xiao Changge to seize this opportunity? May I inquire, City Lord Imo, if you are familiar with these materials? Upon hearing Xiao Changge's question, Xiao encouraged him to speak freely. Spirit Fox Breath. Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. Foxfire Essence. She was even more astonished. Moonlight Dew. After Xiao Changge concluded his list, Xiao's countenance became particularly vivid. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Pingyan, both of them feeling incredulous. Seeing their lack of response, Xiao Changge also felt uncertain. Xiao Changge, do you know what these three materials are? They are all used to cultivate top-tier companion spirits. Xiao replied earnestly, we do not possess them in Hawaiian City. And they are exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of Hawaii, nearly unattainable in major markets. Xiao Changge felt disheartened, realizing the difficulty of upgrading Ali. However, Xiao's tone shifted. As for Moonlight Dew, we have stock in the provincial capital. If you require some, it wouldn't be unreasonable to gift you a portion. What are the conditions? Xiao Changge understood that 10 million would not suffice to procure Moonlight Dew. Xiao would not bestow such a boon without a price. You, young man, are quite astute. Xiao beamed with pride. To the east of Hawaiian, a small world portal emerged last year, rich in resources. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changge grasped the implication. A small world portal allows entry into various small worlds, some perilous, others relatively safe, yet most are brimming with resources. Typically, a formidable entity resides within a small world, and vanquishing it yields rewards. Afterwards, that small world is controlled by relevant authorities and utilized as a renewable resource. What is special about this small world? Indeed, only first-level summoners and their companion spirits may enter. Violating this rule results in obliteration, Xiao elaborated. Last year, I dispatched individuals to explore it, but they failed. However, we obtained information that a level 9 spiritual type beast resides within. I see, Xiao Changge realized. A level 9 could be regarded as the strongest among the first tier, especially with its troublesome spiritual attributes. Finding someone capable of contending with this beast among first-tier summoners in Hawaiian City is no small feat. This small world has grown increasingly volatile over the year. Xiao Pingyan added, such a vital resource, yet we are unable to utilize it. However, your companion spirit presents us with hope. Its spiritual attributes make it particularly suited for tackling that small world. Precisely, Xiao assured him, should you conquer this small world, Hawaiian City's standing in Suzhou will undoubtedly rise, and rewarding you with a vial of Moonlight Dew will be a mere formality. At the training grounds, the small world portal was continuously teleporting waves of summoners. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, as those who had concluded their hunts gathered together. It was now time to announce the rankings. This was their moment of fate, the culmination of 3 days of hunting. Make way. A commotion erupted in the crowd as Xiao Changge strode forth, accompanied by the Archangel. Dressed in splendid attire, he reveled in the envious gazes of the crowd, which only fueled his pride. Beside him, the Archangel followed quietly, her ethereal visage radiating unrestrained arrogance. It's young Master Xiao. What a magnificent sight. The Archangel is simply remarkable. Many people flocked around. Our young Master Xiao is undoubtedly the first. Isn't that a given? The Archangel is SS rank. Who could possibly compare? Hearing the crowd's remarks, Xiao Changge felt himself soaring, gently caressing the Archangel's face. Having secured first place, I'll ask my mother to unlock the warehouse and elevate you to level 6. The Archangel sounded content, her voice as melodious as a siren's. Thank you, Master. Chapter 10, Conquering the Small World. You're welcome, Xiao Changge smirked. Thankfully, he had previously commanded the Archangel to procure magical flowers, later exchanging them for 3,000 points with the guards. Coupled with the Archangel's 6,000 points from hunting, he was nearing the 10,000 mark. Approaching 10,000 points isn't a mere title one can easily attain. He could almost envision how dazzling he would be upon achieving first place. As for that waste, Xiao Changge, he would likely not even make it onto the rankings. Just then, the large screen at the training ground illuminated. Everyone fixated on the leaderboard. each searching for their name. Xiao Chen confidently gazed toward the top. 100th place. 55th place. 5th place. Finally, the top 3 names were revealed. 3rd place, Song Xiaoan. 3,345 points, average. 2nd place, Xiao Chen, 9,852 points, barely excellent. What? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Incredulity etched across his face as he stared at the leaderboard. How could he possibly be second? With an SS-Rank Archangel, how could he only rank second? He stared intently at the screen, his followers equally dumbfounded, speechless. The Archangel turned her gaze toward the 1st place. It's him? This was impossible. A discarded waste, who had contracted a companion spirit of even lesser quality. Somehow made it onto the leaderboard, yet the evidence was right before them. 1st place, Xiao Changge, 52,038 points, exceptionally outstanding. Buzz. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in chaos. Over 50,000 points, how could this be? Xiao Changge? That name sounds familiar. What the heck? The 2nd place didn't he even break 10,000, while he scored over 50,000. How is that even possible? Almost everyone felt as if they were hearing a fairy tale. Xiao Chen appeared as if he had swallowed a fly, feeling the sting of humiliation equal to his earlier arrogance. He had exchanged 3 magical flowers for points. Yet he couldn't even catch up to Xiao Changge's shadow. I refuse to accept this. Why should a bastard who lost his Archangel and contracted an even lesser spirit surpass me? Flames of fury ignited within Xiao Chen. I don't believe it. Xiao Changge must have cheated. He screamed frantically, his discontent echoing around him. He is nothing but a worthless fool, yet he somehow achieved a score of 50,000. It must be an act of cheating. The onlookers recoiled in fear, casting terrified glances at Xiao Chen. Has this person lost his mind? Not far off, a group of enforcement officers approached. Classmate, I hope you refrain from making baseless accusations. Our data has undergone rigorous scrutiny before being released. Do not question the authority of the officials. The words of the enforcement team compelled Xiao Chen to fall silent. Xiao Changge, that scoundrel, indeed received a score of 50,000. He felt his dignity being trampled upon, a piercing pain in his heart. Let us go. Xiao Chen urgently pulled the Archangel along and hurried away. Xiao Changge, I shall defeat you soundly. I swear, during the college entrance examination, I will thoroughly crush this scoundrel. The Archangel, trailing behind Xiao Chen, bore a pallid complexion. She recalled the incomplete fox and Xiao Changge's indifferent gaze. Could it be that her choice was misguided? As night fell, the conversation between Xiao Changge and Imo Qianxiu had come to a close. Imo Qianxiu and Zhao Pingyan stood on the upper floor. Observing the departing figures of Xiao Changge and Ali, their expressions intricate. City Lord, this matter poses too great a risk for him, Zhao Pingyan remarked earnestly. The inner realm is at level 9. Is it not too much to task a newly contracted summoner with its conquest? Imo Qianxiu gazed at the street, letting out a faint sigh. We have no other options. The portal to the small world is becoming increasingly unstable. If we do not resolve this swiftly, it could lead to calamity. She narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of inquiry flashing within. Xiao Changge possesses an S-class companion spirit. In all of Huagua, there are but a handful of individuals his age who can boast such a spirit. Moreover, he harbors secrets, undoubtedly granting him the qualifications to conquer the small world. We have both witnessed the child's prowess, have we not? The two fell into silence. Zhao Pingyan's expression transformed from hesitation to anticipation. After 3 days of training outside, they returned home as dusk descended. Upon opening the door, he discovered Xiao Linger engrossed in watching television, prompting a smile as he approached. Linger, how does your body feel now? Brother, you're back. Xiao Linger exclaimed with delight, dashing into his embrace. I feel so much better after using the recovery potion. I can attend class tomorrow. Seeing his sister regain her vigor brought a sense of reassurance to Xiao Changge's heart. Brother, have you improved your strength during this training? Indeed. I received an exceptional rating this time. I was the top scorer. In Xiao Linger's presence, Xiao Changge found an endless well of words. Wow, brother, you're amazing. I want to be as strong as you in the future, Xiao Linger declared, her fists raised in determination. After exchanging a few more words, noticing the weariness etched on Xiao Changge's face, she obediently retreated to her room. Ali emerged from the bathroom, curling up in his embrace. Master, I will grow stronger to protect you and Linger. Since she had lifted the curse, her strength had surged, deepening her gratitude towards Xiao Changge. He gently ruffled Ali's head. Ali, you are already formidable, but it is still not enough. His eyes glimmered with resolve. The success of their expedition into the small world would elevate their strength, yet failure would lead only to doom. The following day, Xiao Changge and Ali were fully prepared. At the entrance, a van awaited them, and a staff member from the security department emerged. He regarded Xiao Changge and Ali with respect, acknowledging the youth who had shattered the record in Huayan City. The group boarded the vehicle, heading eastward. The steel and concrete structures gave way to desolate mountains, the energy here becoming increasingly volatile, life withering away. The vehicle halted at the entrance to the small world portal, heavily guarded by the security department. The portal was highly unstable, its interior shrouded in obscurity, rendering it indistinct. At the entrance, Zhao Pingyan watched as Xiao Changge disembarked, releasing a breath of relief. Without further ado, he commenced his briefing. This small world is a labyrinth, with its beasts controlled by a lord. Should they detect intruders, they will attack relentlessly. Zhao Pingyan stated earnestly, producing an item. This is a device that can defend against a single mental attack. It should be utilized during critical moments. Xiao Changge examined the item, which resembled the scale of some reptilian creature, imbued with mental defense capabilities. Let us set forth. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Changge and Ali stepped into the small world portal. Chapter 11. The Protection of Companion Spirits. In the labyrinthine small world, colossal stones formed an expansive maze, shrouded in a grayish haze where the light was dim. Numerous paths stretched into the distance, each leading to uncertain destinations. The atmosphere turned eerie as several mentally controlled beasts charged forth. Ali remained calm, employing her 9 tails to effortlessly dispatch the foes. Xiao Changge retrieved his phone to consult the map, noting the marked routes which had been partially explored at the cost of human lives by the security department. However, the Lord was cunning, using controlled beasts to wear down the summoners who approached. A red route wound through the maze, leading directly to the Lord's domain. The two advanced along the indicated path, vanquishing numerous beasts along the way. 3 hours later, they finally completed the last corridor, revealing a vast chamber before them. Within the space lay a massive toad, its bumpy skin eliciting a sense of revulsion at first glance. It was the lord of this small world, wielding mental power to command a multitude of beasts. Xiao Changge glanced at the information displayed. Wisdom species, fallen golden toad. Qualification, B5. Realm, level 1, 9th layer. Power, 50. Speed, 80. Constitution, 65. Mental, 180. Attribute, mental. Skills, mental control, mental collapse, mental illusion. To his surprise, it was indeed a wise species. Xiao Changge frowned. It seemed to be lying in wait. As soon as Xiao Changge and Ali entered its attack range, the fallen golden toad initiated its assault. Quack, quack. It bellowed, emanating tremendous mental waves. From all entrances, the beasts, lying in ambush, surged forth to encircle them. The numbers were overwhelming, impossible to count, all mere cannon fodder under its control. The lowest realm stood at level 1, 2nd layer, while the highest reached level 1, 5th layer. It was clear that the fallen golden toad had resolved to wear them down. It excelled at mental attacks. Yet much of its mental energy was spent controlling the beasts, presenting an opportunity for them. Xiao Changge understood that while Ali's mental attribute was not as high as that of the fallen golden toad, she was not without the means to contend. Utilize the dark domain. Upon receiving the command, Ali stepped forward. A wave of dark energy surged forth, swiftly forming an absolute domain. The dark domain unleashed a shroud of darkness. Any enemy enveloped within, whose mental strength fell short of Ali's, would succumb to illusions. The dark aura possesses a lethal toxicity. Prolonged exposure can result in sudden death. The encroaching beasts plunged directly into the shadowy domain. Among them, a level 5 simian creature, upon encountering the dark essence, instantly broke free from the control of the fallen golden toad and launched an ambush on a nearby level 4 lizard. The lizard had no time to react and was obliterated by a single punch. This was not an isolated incident, as the beasts within the dark domain had descended into chaos. A unicorn, rather than attacking the fox spirit, charged at a nearby lion, piercing it through. Several frenzied nether wolves tore at each other, creating an exceedingly gruesome scene. Within just a minute, the ground was littered with corpses. The fallen golden toad was taken aback. It had never witnessed such a spectacle. Its psychic control, the foundation of its existence, seemed to have been rendered ineffective, as the opposing force evidently possessed a means to break it. How could this be possible? It could feel the psychic connection to the beasts being ruthlessly suppressed by an overwhelming power, rendering its efforts utterly futile. That fox spirit exhibited a mastery of mental control that rivaled its own. Merely by unleashing a domain, it had dispatched so many beasts. Who on earth was this opponent? Croak. Fear gripped it, prompting a hasty retreat. With a powerful leap, it soared upwards. Why is it fleeing? The fox spirit mused, puzzled. It had only been a probing strike, yet the fallen golden toad had already chosen to flee. What trickery was afoot? Chase. Xiao Changge, having observed the data on the fallen golden toad, felt confident in this battle, as long as he remained cautious of its psychic attacks. Victory was merely a matter of time. The fox spirit darted forward like lightning in pursuit, while the fallen golden toad unleashed its abilities. Mental collapse. A dense wave of psychic energy surged towards Xiao Changge. Just as the attack approached, Xiao Changge suddenly sprinted towards the fox spirit. Fortunately, the protection of the dark domain mitigated his injuries, leaving him merely lightheaded. Upon witnessing this, the fox spirit's previously indifferent gaze transformed into one brimming with murderous intent. Die. She resolutely initiated a mental judgment, augmenting her own power. To protect Xiao Changge, a swift resolution was imperative. The fallen golden toad trembled in terror, sensing an irresistible suppression emanating from the depths of its soul. In the next instant, the fox spirit appeared before the fallen golden toad like a harbinger of death. The dark domain displayed its formidable might, as an oppressive pressure caused the reinforcements among the beasts to explode in demise. In the eyes of the fallen golden toad, it could no longer discern the fox spirit's location, for its psychic power had been overwhelmingly crushed. Slish. The declaration of judgment. A blade of psychic energy sliced through the fallen golden toad's repulsive skin, not only preventing recovery, but also causing its vitality to plummet. Croak. Amidst agony and wails, the fallen golden toad was despairingly severed by the fox spirit. It became enraged, emitting frantic cries. In the next moment, a violent energy began to coalesce within it. Not good, it was preparing to self-destruct. The fox spirit, having continuously utilized her skills and unable to defend in time, glanced at Xiao Changge with urgency. However, before this terrifying attack, Xiao Changge merely smiled faintly, calmly retrieving a defensive item gifted to him by Zhao Pingyan. Buzz. An explosion of nearly tangible psychic energy crashed down before the two. Just then, a defensive barrier materialized, shielding Xiao Changge and the fox spirit from the vengeful strike of the fallen golden toad. The fallen golden toad could not witness this scene, as its energy transformed into a sphere of light, penetrating into the fox spirit. The fox spirit howled to the heavens, and Xiao Changge smiled. Level 8. With the demise of the fallen golden toad, the labyrinthine mini-world trembled. The fox spirit entered a weakened state, and Xiao Changge hastily led her towards the exit. Ding ding. Special material detected. Do you wish to collect? Material. Guardian of the companion spirit. Details. Enhances the bond between the summoner and the companion spirit, allowing for the early activation of the companion spirit space. Xiao Changge was taken aback. The companion spirit space could only be unlocked at level 2, a realm exclusively for companion spirits. It could serve as a storage space and possess nurturing effects for the companion spirit. Collect. Without hesitation, he acquired the guardian of the companion spirit, just as the massive stones within the labyrinth began to collapse, and the very earth itself began to descend. Clutching the fox spirit tightly, in the moment before being engulfed by darkness, Xiao Changge was finally transported away. Another shift in scenery, and he found himself at the entrance of the mini-world passage. The fox spirit appeared pale, and Xiao Changge felt he was nearing his limits as well. Chapter 12. Special Recruitment. Medical personnel, prepare quickly. It's Xiao Changge and his team. A group surged forth, various detection instruments pressed against the two, with results rapidly displayed. Vital signs normal. Significant depletion of psychic energy. The companion spirit is in a weakened state and has sustained injuries. The medical staff reported in unison. A tall figure approached Xiao Changge, excitement evident on his face. You finally returned. Zhao Pingyan gazed at the young man with a complex expression, his heart filled with relief. Xiao Changge glanced at the passageway entrance, noticing that the mini-world passage had vanished, as if it had never existed at all. What is happening? Because you conquered the labyrinth mini-world, the chaotic mini-world requires time to stabilize. Soon, a safe entrance to a mini-world will appear here. Zhao Pingyan explained to Xiao Changge. Xiao Changge, on behalf of Huayan City, I thank you for your efforts. Personnel nearby respectfully regarded the young man. Hello, I am Li Ming, the director of the Information Statistics Department. Li Ming approached and inquired, do you need rest now? If possible, please briefly describe the specifics of the labyrinth mini-world. Xiao Changge did not refuse and began to speak slowly. The ruler within was a fallen golden toad. He then recounted its abilities, glossing over details regarding the fox spirit's skills. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment echoed around. No way, a single person slew hundreds of beasts and faced the psychic prowess of the fallen golden toad so effortlessly? Everyone instinctively turned to the fox spirit cradled in Xiao Changge's arms, utterly astounded. Even Zhao Pingyan was momentarily dazed. He had already highly regarded this young man, but their performance exceeded all expectations. Is this the power of an S-rank? Good lad. Quite impressive. At that moment, several medical personnel reported that Xiao Changge's body showed no issues, merely some mental fatigue, while the fox spirit would simply need time to recuperate to return to her former state. Hearing that the fox spirit was fine, Xiao Changge breathed a sigh of relief. He indeed felt somewhat exhausted. This journey had elevated the fox spirit to level 8. Furthermore, he had acquired the guardian of the companion spirit, a material that was priceless, as everyone desired to unlock the companion spirit space in advance, which would greatly benefit the companion spirit. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to escort you back. As for the moonlight you require, I will deliver it to your residence in due time, Zhao Pingyan remarked. By the way, you have spent half a day in the small world, but in reality, 2 days have elapsed outside. 2 days? Xiao Changge fell into silence, pondering whether Linger had missed him. Inside the carriage, Xiao Changge sat alongside Ali, still somewhat dazed by the gruesome battle they had previously endured. Ali, having fully recuperated, linked her arm with his. Ali, have you truly recovered? He inquired. Master, a mere nap sufficed, she replied. Seeing that Ali was indeed fine, Xiao Changge nodded. The carriage came to a halt at their doorstep. He pushed open the grand door and meandered through the house, failing to catch a glimpse of Xiao Linger. That girl, could she still be at school? After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Xiao Linger's number. No answer. He tried twice more, yet still no response. Xiao Changge's brow furrowed, sensing that something troubling might have occurred. Noticing his furrowed brow, Ali asked, Master, what troubles you? Linger is missing, Xiao Changge exclaimed, hastily opening the cabinet and finding the restorative potions still intact. Could it be that Xiao Chen, upon seeing me achieve first place, had grown frantic and taken action against his sister? The mere thought spurred him towards the door. He was determined to make Xiao Chen pay. Master, do not be hasty. Ali urgently grasped his arm, saying earnestly, Linger mentioned she was going to school. Shouldn't you inquire further before jumping to conclusions? Yes. Xiao Changge smacked his forehead, immediately calling Xiao Linger's homeroom teacher. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Hello, I am Xiao Linger's brother. My sister is not at home. May I inquire if she is at school? Is this Xiao Changge? There has been a situation regarding Xiao Linger. Could you come over? What? I'm on my way. After hanging up, Xiao Changge swiftly hailed a cab, accompanied by Ali. His heart raced furiously. Linger was his sole family, and he could not bear the thought of anything happening to her. At Huayan City First High School, in the office of the grade director, Xiao Linger's homeroom teacher, a bespectacled, stern woman, stood in a state of disarray before Xiao Changge. Are you saying my sister suddenly summoned a spirit companion and was taken away? Xiao Changge's brow shot up in disbelief. Does Huayan City First High School simply allow students to be taken away? That is not the case. Xiao Changge, please listen. The grade director, feeling helpless, understood that she could not afford to offend such a rare talent as Xiao Linger. Yesterday, while at school, Xiao Linger overheard something about your summoning ceremony, which led to an altercation, and in her agitation, she summoned a spirit companion. The nature of that spirit companion eludes us. Coincidentally, a dignitary from the capital was attending a meeting at our school and witnessed the incident. Without even concluding the meeting, he hastily took her away. I, as her homeroom teacher, certainly opposed this, but the principal intervened, insisting it was for Xiao Linger's own good, and thus she departed the school. She left voluntarily? Xiao Changge sensed something amiss. His sister would never leave without leaving a trace. No, Xiao Linger was unconscious at the time. What? Xiao Changge's face turned pale with anxiety. Surely Linger had succumbed to her illness, and without restorative potions, she would not endure. Please, do not panic, Xiao Changge. That dignitary from the capital assured us he has a solution. I can guarantee that Xiao Linger will be safe. The grade director attempted to soothe him. Who is that dignitary? I do not know. The principal should be aware, but he is not at the school today. Seeing that the grade director could provide no further clarity, Xiao Changge decided to call Mo Qianxiu. Lord Mo, my sister has been taken by someone from the capital. Are you aware of this? Oh, right. I hadn't had the chance to inform you. Your sister summoned a very high-level spirit companion and has been specially recruited by the director of the capital university. Rest assured, she will be perfectly fine. Only after Mo Qianxiu ended the call did Xiao Changge feel a measure of relief wash over him. Thank goodness his sister had not been abducted by ill-intentioned individuals. The following day, Xiao Changge had hardly slept a wink throughout the night. It was not until his phone rang that he hurriedly answered. Brother, I'm at Capital University. Xiao Changge immediately switched to video mode, and upon seeing Xiao Linger's face, he felt as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. You little rascal. Chapter 13. She is merely a spirit companion. Xiao Changge had never uttered reproachful words and would not do so in the future. It was his own preoccupation that had kept him from spending time with his sister. He could not blame the heavens for this. Fortunately, she had been taken away by the Capital University, but what if next time? What if enemies sought to trouble him, and it implicated Xiao Linger? He would have no time to regret it then. I must grow stronger. Xiao Changge had never yearned for power so desperately. Brother, I'm sorry for making you worry. By the way, brother, my teacher said our lineage is particularly suited for summoning high-level spirit companions. That's why I've been unwell. Now that the spirit companion has been summoned, I feel much better. That's splendid. Hearing that his sister was no longer suffering from illness brought Xiao Changge immense joy. Brother, my teacher mentioned that I could have you specially recruited as well. No need. I will gain admission myself, and then come find you. In Huayan City, Xiao Changge had a younger brother to attend to, and could not simply abandon everything. I spent the last few days exploring a small world, which is why I returned late. Otherwise, I might have been able to see you off. Xiao Changge chuckled wryly. Ali had also appeared beside him, glancing at Xiao Linger on the screen. Little Master Linger, your brother was nearly frantic with worry over your whereabouts yesterday. Really? Haha. I knew my brother cared most about me. As the two began to converse, Xiao Changge could only smile helplessly. Half an hour later, he interjected, Linger, do you have any information regarding the materials for the protection of spirit companions? Noticing their ongoing conversation, Xiao Changge couldn't help but ask. I do. I'll have my teacher compile it and send it to you. All right, take care of yourself, Linger. Seeing that Xiao Linger still had more to discuss, he hastily ended the video call. That girl, even after recovering, must remember to maintain her health. He glanced at Ali and remarked, Ali, you've learned to tease your master, haven't you? Not at all, master, spare me. Ali pleaded as she dodged Xiao Changge's playful grip. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Is this Xiao Changge? Upon opening the door, he found a figure clad in a green uniform standing before him. It is I. I am the team leader of the security department. Minister Zhao sent me to deliver this to you. He handed over a box to Xiao Changge and promptly departed. Once inside, Xiao Changge opened the box, and a chilling aura enveloped him. Within, there lies a translucent porcelain vessel, containing a crystalline liquid that emits a faint luminescence. Material, moonlight dew. Detailed information. An energy formed from the condensation of moonlight. Consuming it can enhance spiritual strength. At long last, it is in my possession. What a challenging endeavor it has been. Xiao Changge reflects upon this with great sentiment, knowing that only 2 more materials remain before Ali can ascend to a higher level. Yet, Ali scarcely regards the moonlight dew, her sole focus being her master. At this moment, Xiao Linger has also sent over information regarding the protection of accompanying spirits. Xiao Changge peruses the documents, which outline certain precautions to take during the usage process. Ali, look, what is this? Xiao Changge exclaims, retrieving a round, plump stone. I have no idea. Ali replies lazily, shaking her head. This is the protection of the accompanying spirit. Once this material is utilized, even a novice summoner can unlock the accompanying spirit space. Xiao Changge elucidates. At that time, entering the accompanying spirit space will greatly benefit your growth. Master, do you not wish for me to stay by your side? Ali suddenly feigns tears, presenting a heart-wrenching visage. Xiao Changge, taken aback by the question, feels a tinge of helplessness. Ali, you are exceedingly beautiful. And when we venture outside, others may gaze upon you incessantly, which displeases me. Moreover, you may enter the accompanying spirit space at your own discretion. I shall not impose. In moments of solitude, we can relish each other's company. Upon hearing Xiao Changge's words, Ali happily nods in agreement. Xiao Changge begins to utilize the protection of the accompanying spirit, the stone in his hand reminding him of the so-called demon cores. Though such entities likely do not exist in this realm. Shaking his head, he clears his mind of distractions. Ali, meanwhile, watches intently, her nerves palpable. The stone emanates a chilling sensation as spiritual energy gradually intertwines with it, a surge of mental resonance reverberating powerfully. Under Ali's watchful gaze, the stone vanishes, as if merging with Xiao Changge's very essence. An extraordinary spiritual force, surpassing that of a novice summoner, radiates from Xiao Changge, causing even Ali to involuntarily take a half-step back. His spiritual strength is burgeoning, an enigmatic sensation awakening within him, establishing a direct connection to a realm beyond. It is as if he has become the sovereign of this space, able to survey all within its bounds. Is this truly the accompanying spirit space? Xiao Changge contemplates deeply. He senses that as he grows stronger, the accompanying spirit space will expand and elevate in grandeur. Master, have you succeeded? Ali leans forward, meeting Xiao Changge's gaze. Xiao Changge affectionately rubs Ali's ears, and with a mere thought, he draws her into the accompanying spirit space. This realm features a cerulean sky and verdant waters, making Ali feel as though she has returned home, a tranquility emanating from her very soul, allowing her to fully relax. Ali perceives that this space is in close proximity to her master's spirit, and her previously feeble state rapidly rejuvenates. After placing Ali within, Xiao Changge pays her no further mind, indulging in a lengthy slumber until the following day. At Huayan Third High School, a pre-examination training session awaits. When he and Ali arrive at the school, many cast admiring glances in their direction. He is indeed the paragon of excellence. Xiao Changge feels motivated. The Archangel was taken by his brother, yet he has proven himself through his own merit. Paying no heed to the whispers around him, Xiao Changge strides toward the playground. Along the way, numerous individuals gaze adoringly at Ali. This bemuses him, yet he contemplates that if he does not release Ali, his possession of the accompanying spirit space might eventually be exposed during the training session. Xiao classmate. A gentle female voice calls from behind. Turning, Xiao Changge sees Chen Xiaoyu approaching with a brisk pace, a drowsy wombat trailing behind her. Hello, class representative. Please, just call me Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu regards the striking pair before her, finding them exceedingly well matched. Goodness, what am I thinking? Ali is merely an accompanying spirit. She glances at her wombat, a few dark lines appearing on her forehead. Xiao Changge, I must sincerely thank you for what happened last time. It was nothing, merely a small favor, Xiao Changge responds. Do you know the main focus of this pre-examination training? It seems to assess the rapport between summoners and their accompanying spirits, then provide us with suggestions. Chen Xiaoyu gestures toward the playground. We will battle against selected personnel from the military, comparing victories. Chapter 14. Instant kill. I see. Xiao Changge contemplates how to defeat his opponents with minimal cost. After all, Ali's capabilities are formidable, and revealing too much would not bode well. In the exclusive testing area at the front of the playground, a crowd of renowned senior students has already gathered. The large screen within displays a variety of names and battle arrangements. Upon Xiao Changge's entrance, a stir ripples through the crowd, each individual casting complex glances in his direction. Ignoring them, Xiao Changge's gaze fixates on a particularly detestable figure, Xiao Chen. Surrounded by a throng of underlings, he exudes an air of intimidation. Sensing something, he turns to look. His previously calm demeanor shifts into one of overwhelming malice, his eyes filled with unrestrained rage, as though he wished to rend Xiao Changge to pieces. Xiao Changge merely glances at him, as indifferent as one might regard a stray dog by the roadside. How infuriating! Xiao Chen seethes, his frustration igniting a storm of emotions within him. He trembles with barely contained fury, his fists clenched tightly. No one has ever dared to disregard him in such a manner. Especially after acquiring the Archangel accompanying spirit, he has basked in adulation. How dare this mongrel act so brazenly? The Archangel by his side has also noticed Xiao Changge, projecting an outward arrogance while internally grappling with tumultuous waves of astonishment. The waste he had once discarded has transformed into someone deserving of her respect. The room falls silent, the palpable enmity between the two brothers felt by all present. Xiao Changge shrugs, lowering his head to advise Ali to keep some cards close to his chest for the impending battle. Ali responds with a knowing smile. This scene incites Xiao Yichen's ire to a boiling point. Xiao Changge, he bellows in a furious growl. Just then, the teacher responsible for the testing steps forward. The test is about to commence. Everyone, please be silent. Xiao Yichen shoots Xiao Changge a venomous glare, his face contorted with resentment. First team, Wang Xiaoer, Zhang Zuizue, Li Jiwei. 6 students enter the testing room first. The large screen displays their images, while their opponents, clad in military uniforms, await. Begin. The battle ignites as they command their accompanying spirits to attack. As time passes, one team after another completes their tests, most failing at the first and second levels, with only a few managing to reach the 6th level. Next team, Qin Xiaoyu. Her opponent is a level 5 summoner. Go, little bear. The wombat brandished its sharp claws, launching an assault against a turtle companion spirit on the opposite side. The turtle opened its mouth and unleashed a water projectile, which the wombat skillfully evaded by turning and using its sturdy back as a shield. The skirmish unfolded with both combatants exchanging blows. After 10 minutes of intense confrontation, the adversary was finally vanquished. Qin Xiaoyu, would you care to challenge a level 6? Upon hearing the teacher's words, she took a slight breath and ultimately declined. Reaching such a level had already consumed an excessive amount of her concentration. After testing several more individuals, a name emerged that electrified the atmosphere, Xiao Yichen. With a subtle smile directed at his classmates, he strode into the testing chamber accompanied by his Archangel. His opponent was a level 8 summoner, whose companion spirit was a mechanical marvel, strikingly peculiar in appearance. It boasted golden armor and ominous cannons. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This was a challenge of the highest difficulty. Xiao Yichen was determined to showcase who truly reigned supreme in Hawaiian. Archangel, go forth, he commanded with confidence. In an instant, the Archangel vanished from her position. The next moment, she materialized behind the enemy, brandishing a holy sword that swept through the air, exuding an aura of sanctity as it struck the mechanical entity. A resounding clang echoed, the sound of metal colliding. The mechanical beast retaliated with its mechanical limbs, but the Archangel deftly dodged, and the battle intensified. Xiao Yichen was taken aback by his opponent's prowess. The Archangel's attacks leaned towards mental assaults, proving ineffective against the mechanical form. If the mechanical monster landed a hit on the Archangel, it could incapacitate her. Unleash your ultimate move. All eyes were fixed on him. Xiao Yichen could not afford to concede. In midair, the Archangel's expression turned serious, a divine aura radiating in all directions. Archangel's wings. A blinding light erupted, casting a white glow across the large screen. Once tranquility returned, the mechanical beast lay defeated, unmoving. Excellent. Xiao Yichen laughed heartily. The Archangel, however, was drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted. With a proud smile, Xiao Yichen reveled in his triumph over a level 8 foe. To his classmates, he was a deity. His gaze landed on Xiao Changge, brimming with disdain. This was the epitome of absolute strength. Next, Xiao Changge. As it was Xiao Changge's turn for the test, all eyes turned to him. Calmly, he entered the testing room with Ari. Xiao Yichen lingered, eager to witness how this mixed blood could possibly score over 50,000 points. Xiao Changge's opponent was also a level 8, controlling a colossal eagle. The crowd awaited the spectacle with bated breath. However, just as the eagle launched into the air, Ari sprang into action. Appearing before the eagle without warning, she unleashed a mental attack, and before anyone could comprehend, the eagle plummeted to the ground, unconscious. A swift execution. The arena fell into a hushed silence. A pin could be heard dropping. All stared at the screen, their minds blank. Ari returned to Xiao Changge's side with an air of indifference, as if the previous events had nothing to do with her. While Xiao Yichen and the Archangel had exerted all their might, culminating in a grand finale to defeat their opponent, Xiao Changge and Ari had achieved a clean sweep. The disparity was unmistakable. This was not merely a matter of strength, but a chasm in realms. Not only the students, but even the teachers were astounded. They had never encountered a student with such extraordinary talent. Qin Xiaoyu covered her mouth, shocked into speechlessness. Xiao Yichen trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he shouted, his eyes blazing red as he pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Changge. His opponent must have let him win. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated so easily? Xiao Chen, are you suggesting that military personnel are cheating? The teacher furrowed his brows, his expression stoic as he remarked. It is your lack of combat experience that has prevented you from fully harnessing the Archangel's potential. I refuse to believe it. The teacher's words shattered Xiao Chen's pride. He could not accept such a reality. With the support of the Xiao family, he had upgraded the Archangel to level 8. But Xiao Changge, a mere mixed blood. Who did he think he was? How could his companion spirit be so formidable? That enchanting fox had completely unraveled Xiao Chen's reason. The scornful gazes of the crowd overwhelmed him. Xiao Changge, you wait for me, he declared, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. The Archangel followed silently, filled with regret over her initial choice. Had she truly made a grave mistake? Chapter 15, The Seeds of Conspiracy. Xiao Chen left in disgrace, garnering little attention. As all focus remained on Xiao Changge, with a level 8 monster dispatched in an instant, he had already proven himself the strongest. Xiao Changge turned to the teacher, stating calmly, Teacher, allow me to attempt level 9. His words ignited a firestorm of reaction throughout the room. Level 9. What audacity! As one ventured further. The gap between realms only widened. The difference between challenging level 8 and level 9 was not easily bridged. Xiao Changge, are you serious? Tackling 2 level 8s is child's play. I am serious, Xiao Changge affirmed with a nod. The Archangel, with her SS level aptitude, may not have shone brightly, but her potential, alongside Ari, had been pushed to its limits, rendering her even more formidable. To maintain this advantage, he needed to seize every opportunity to achieve higher scores and acquire more resources. Thus, he resolutely challenged level 9. At that moment, a level 9 summoner entered the testing chamber. His companion spirit was a silverback gorilla. An air of stunned silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them speechless. Xiao Changge merely glanced at the silverback gorilla before shifting his focus to Ari. What could she achieve without her explosive ability of mental judgment? Roar. The silverback gorilla would not grant him much time for contemplation. With a thunderous roar, it charged forward. Ari deftly sidestepped. The gorilla's fist crashing into the ground with a thunderous thud, targeted its weak points. Xiao Changge cared not for notions of fairness. The silverback gorilla's massive frame boasted impressive defenses, and to conclude the fight swiftly, he must employ every tactic at his disposal. Ari understood, her form dancing like a specter as she stealthily approached the silverback gorilla from behind, initiating the judgment of condemnation. The effect of the judgment was severe, infliction of wounds, bleeding, and a temporary inability to recover. Struck at its vulnerable spot, the silverback gorilla did not lose its ability to move. Instead, it succumbed to a frenzied state. Beating its chest, it launched a furious assault against Ari. Used the Nine-Tails entanglement. With a whoosh, 9 ethereal foxtails appeared, as if alive, ensnaring the silverback gorilla's limbs and slowing its movements. Ari did not recklessly advance, but instead continued to deal damage, wearing down the gorilla's stamina. It is evident to all discerning eyes that in this battle, without any extraordinary means, the silverback gorilla's defeat was merely a matter of time. Under the direction of Xiao Changge, Ari operated with the precision of a finely tuned machine, inflicting wounds upon the gorilla's massive form. It was time to bring this to a close. Xiao Changge nodded slightly. Ari unleashed a mental assault, targeting the already tottering silverback gorilla. The beast struggled feebly a few times before ultimately collapsing to the ground. Level 1, 9th rank, defeated. Xiao Changge had a rough understanding of the situation. After all, being a military sparring partner, its strength could not be too lacking, indicating that Ari could effortlessly handle a level 1, 9th rank opponent. The crowd fell into silence once more. If the previous battle had left them in shock, this one shattered their worldviews completely. This situation was unlike anything they had learned in their books. After a prolonged moment, they finally regained their composure. I can hardly believe it. A level 1, 8th rank defeated a level 1, 9th rank? The testing instructor approached Xiao Changge, his expression brimming with excitement and admiration. Xiao Changge, you truly are exceptional. You have opened our eyes. Unfazed by the accolades, Xiao Changge merely waved his hand in modesty and departed amidst the crowd's adoring gazes. Exiting the school gates, he felt an inner calm, with Ari silently following by his side. Let us procure some supplies, Xiao Changge decided, recognizing the need to gather essential materials for daily life, as well as items required for the upcoming college entrance examination. The two made their way towards a grand shopping mall. Inside a stretch limousine, the expensive leather seats were thoroughly gnawed by Xiao Chen, who could not contain his turmoil upon recalling recent events. Xiao Changge had annihilated a level 1, 8th rank opponent. While he felt like a mere jester, the gazes of his classmates and the disdain from his teachers were unbearable. Just then, the phone rang. Picking up the device, Xiao Chen saw it was Lin Yuru. Mom. Her tone was unequivocal. Chen, how did your school test go? Hearing his mother's voice, Xiao Chen could not help but choke up. Mom, it's all Xiao Changge's fault. He not only suppressed me, but also made my classmates mock me. He vented his grievances, embellishing the events as he recounted them. That fox may be more attractive, but why is she so powerful? His previous scores were simply cheating, and today's battle seemed like he was holding back. Xiao Changge is intentionally humiliating me. Lin Yuru fell silent on the other end. After a long pause, a cold voice finally emerged. I misjudged. I did not expect that fox to become so formidable after being healed. Mom, I want his companion spirit. Xiao Chen's greed surged uncontrollably. I want that fox. You must find someone to incapacitate Xiao Changge and seize his companion spirit for me. Once I possess that fox, I will be invincible. Enough. Lin Yuru's voice turned icy. Xiao Chen was left too frightened to speak. Xiao Changge's situation is rather precarious. He seems to have attracted the attention of significant figures. We cannot confront him publicly. Not confront him publicly? Xiao Chen frowned, adamantly refusing to let the matter go. Chen, leave this matter to me. Lin Yuru let out a cold laugh. I have prepared ample resources for you. You must strive to break through to level 1, 9th rank before the college entrance examination. I will ensure you acquire that fox. At that point, you can advance to level 2 and directly forge a contract with the fox. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately perked up. His anger towards Xiao Changge was overshadowed by his greed for Ari. The thought of making Xiao Changge lose his companion spirit before everyone during the college entrance examination was exhilarating. Mom, I understand. Xiao Chen solemnly vowed. I will break through to level 1, 9th rank before the college entrance examination. Lin Yuru hung up the call with satisfaction, gazing out at the pedestrians outside as she dialed another number. You wish to exchange that item for resources? I accept. Let us meet for the transaction. In the private underground garage of the Xiao family group, a man clad in a black jacket presented a box to Chairman Lin. Inside was an artifact engraved with intricate patterns, radiating immense energy. Bring it forth. The bodyguards behind Lin Yuru also handed over some precious materials and companion spirits. Then, may the transaction be prosperous. I hope your item is genuine, otherwise, Lin Yuru departed without a backward glance. Chapter 16. I do not wish to be a beast of burden. At this moment, Xiao Changge and Ari had already exited the shopping mall. They turned towards a potion specialty area, where Xiao Changge approached the counter. I would like 5 bottles of stamina potions and 5 bottles of mental potions. These were essential items recommended by the school for preparation for the college entrance examination. Ari perused the store with curiosity, seemingly entertained. Having completed the payment, Xiao Changge exited the shop with Ari. A woman in her 30s approached, her demeanor crisp and efficient, stopping before Xiao Changge. Hello, Xiao Changge. Ari promptly positioned herself protectively behind Xiao Changge, watching the woman cautiously. The woman ignored Ari and addressed Xiao Changge directly. My name is Qian Shanshan, the head of the Money Tree Chamber of Commerce in Hawaiian. Here is my business card. Upon receiving the card, Xiao Changge's understanding deepened. If the Xiao family group was the leader in Hawaiian, then the Money Tree branch was a formidable giant. The leading entity sells well, while the giant exerts substantial control over the market from behind the scenes. Miss Qian, may I inquire about your purpose? Qian Shanshan smiled slightly. Since you are so forthright, I shall be direct. Whether it is your exceptional evaluation or your ability to annihilate a level 1, 8th rank opponent, it all indicates that you are an unprecedented genius in Hawaiian. Therefore, I represent the Money Tree Chamber of Commerce to recruit you. Qian Shanshan earnestly assured him. If you are willing to join the Money Tree Chamber, we will focus on nurturing you, reimbursing half of the various materials you need for university, including those high-level materials that are usually hard to come by. Among them are materials that can enhance mental strength. Her intentions were unmistakable. While Xiao Changge lacked resources to cultivate Ari, they could provide them. We have professional equipment and researchers who can determine the growth direction of your companion spirit, crafting a perfect plan for you. After graduation, you can also enter the management of the chamber, receiving abundant resources and dividends each year. The conditions she laid out would drive anyone to madness. Endless resources, rapid upgrades for companion spirits. Who would not be tempted? However, Xiao Changge remained unmoved. Despite the allure of such benefits, it came with significant costs. To be controlled by others in everything he did was unacceptable. As for having someone else cultivate his companion spirit, he was a person with a system. He knew better than anyone how a companion spirit should develop. Furthermore, the materials to enhance mental strength were less significant to Ari than the synthesis of abilities rather than mere statistical boosts. With different realms come different perspectives. Xiao Changge suddenly thought of Xiao Linger, wondering what kind of companion spirit she had summoned, and how she had been brought to the capital university to study. Nevertheless, this was a fortunate development. At least she was not hindered by the influence of the Money Tree faction. Attending university would provide her with a multitude of choices, which is the path she ought to pursue. Miss Qian, I appreciate your consideration, but I have no intentions of being treated like a beast of burden. Xiao Changge did not believe that the Money Tree Merchant Association could provide him with the materials he needed. Could they truly deceive him as if he were a mere child? Qian Shanshan's smile faltered momentarily on her face, unable to comprehend how a scion of a prominent family could refuse her offer. Is that so? What a pity. She composed herself and added, what I said today stands indefinitely. If you change your mind, feel free to come find us. All right, Xiao Changge nodded. Qian Shanshan gave him a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Xiao Changge grasped Dali's hand and said softly, let us return home. Yes, master, homeward bound. At the Xiao residence, Xiao Yichen gazed incredulously at the metallic object before him. Yichen, do you understand? Lin Yuru beside him chuckled. This is a product from the Eastern Isles, designed to detach the companion spirit from a level 1 summoner without affecting the spirit itself. The contract will also be severed. However, she added, it is not protected by law on our side. Xiao Yichen's eyes widened. With this tool, he could directly seize that fox, making it exceedingly convenient. Remember, when using it, the other party's companion spirit must not resist. The procedure will be completed in just 3 seconds. So, I only need to suppress that fox for 3 seconds? Xiao Yichen was confident about this. Once he broke through to level 1, 9th rank. Suppression would be a mere formality. During the college entrance examination, I will create chaos. You must seize the opportunity. Lin Yuru elaborated. This tool can only be used once. If it fails, it will be rendered useless. Understood. Xiao Yichen replied with a cold smile. Hybrid brother, I wonder how you will compete with me this time? I will ensure you pay dearly. In a rented apartment, Ali was preparing instant noodles. Xiao Changge pondered. Ali was on the brink of breaking through to level 1, 9th rank. If she remained in the companion spirit space, would she level up? Ali, come here. Ali in the kitchen paused, sensing Xiao Changge's call, and instantly appeared within the companion spirit space. Ali, is there a chance for you to break through here? Master, this place can slowly enhance my mental strength, but without absorbing energy, breaking through is quite challenging. Ali playfully replied. Then come back. Based on the information sent by Xiao Linger, the companion spirit space he activated earlier appeared to be more conducive to growth compared to that opened by a level 2 summoner. Ali, with a resigned expression, brought 2 bowls of noodles to the living room. Let's eat. 2 days later, it was the annual college entrance examination day. Ali donned her combat attire, and the 2 of them rushed out of the house after breakfast. The streets were bustling with people, and various companion spirits were everywhere. Xiao Changge had no intention of concealing his presence, instantly attracting numerous gazes. Is that the dark horse of the college entrance examination, Xiao Changge? Is that his companion spirit? Truly stunning. Groups of students, upon seeing Xiao Changge, became serious, for his recent feats had become common knowledge throughout the city, instantly defeating level 1, 8th rank, effortlessly overpowering level 1, 9th rank. The name Xiao Changge had become a legend in Huayan City. In the city center, a crowd had gathered, creating a sea of people. Various companion spirits flew above, scurried below, or crawled from the ground. The cacophony of sounds blended into a lively atmosphere. Many parents of examinees stood nearby, watching the live broadcast of the events on the giant screen in the city center. Xiao Changge scanned the area and soon located the position of Huayan City's 3rd high school. Xiao Changge, over here. An excited voice called out. As Chun Xiaoyu waved her arms, bouncing with enthusiasm. Behind her, the wombat squinted its eyes, appearing drowsy. Xiao Changge approached, and the surrounding area fell silent. People dared not act too brazenly under his unspoken pressure. Hello, class monitor, he greeted. You seem quite spirited today, Chun Xiaoyu remarked, observing the significant change in his demeanor. Behind him, Ali no longer exuded the previous allure. Instead, she radiated a sharp and polished aura. Xiao Changge remained silent, sensing a malicious gaze piercing through the crowd. It was unmistakably from Xiao Yichen. Ali also detected the hostility and fixed her gaze fiercely, emanating a strong murderous intent. Xiao Changge shook his head, signaling her to restrain her anger for the time being. His internal alarm bells were ringing. Xiao Yichen's audacious demeanor was glaringly evident. It appeared that his previous defeat had not disheartened him. Rather, he had become more reckless. Silence. A commanding voice resonated throughout the square, instantly quieting the crowd. A tall figure strode forward, exuding an air of authority in military attire. He was Zhao Pingyan, the minister of the security department. He looked over the thousands of graduates, displaying an appreciative smile. Dear students, today marks a crucial milestone in your lives, the first step on your journey, Zhao Pingyan declared. I hope you remember one thing. In competition, you are all classmates. Never resort to harming one another, or you shall face legal consequences. His aura sharpened as he scanned the crowd, instilling fear in all. Zhao Pingyan's gaze landed on Xiao Changge, pausing momentarily before giving a slight nod. This scene astonished many onlookers. Being favored by the minister of the security department foretold a bright future for Xiao Changge. Candidates, board the buses. Zhao Pingyan waved his hand, and vehicles approached one after another, with examinees boarding in succession. Xiao Changge and Chun Xiaoyu also made their way onto a bus. The scenery around them rapidly receded as they headed toward the outskirts of Huayan. The examination site was an area under military control, as it was to be held at a small world passage. The bus came to a gradual stop in a strictly regulated parking lot, typically forbidden for outsiders. The examinees lined up, gazing in awe at the immense scene before them. A colossal teleportation passage surrounded by towering buildings. The passage emitted swirling energy waves, appearing bottomless and instilling a sense of dread as if it could consume anyone at any moment. Even standing still, one could feel the chaotic energy permeating the air. On the platform, Zhao Pingyan observed the examinees with a serious expression. You all understand the rules for this examination. but I will reiterate them once more. His voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. As you step into the miniature world, your objective is to hunt down the ferocious beasts that inhabit this realm. It is a far cry from the previous hunting grounds, teeming with heightened danger and overwhelming despair. Nevertheless, the rules remain steadfast. Your scores will be determined by the outcome of your hunts. Those who excel in their performance will receive invitations from prestigious institutions, potentially even guaranteed admissions. His words ignited a fervent enthusiasm among all the candidates. I shall reiterate. Xiao Changge's tone suddenly darkened. Candidates are strictly forbidden from taking lethal actions. Every move you make within this world is under meticulous surveillance. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Have you all comprehended this? We heard you. The candidates responded in unison, their voices resonating with vigor. Xiao Changge issued the command. Candidates, enter the arena. The first to step forth was Huai'an No. 1 High School, followed gradually by Huai'an No. 3 High School. Xiao Changge. Chun Xiaoyu hastened towards the man, extending an invitation. Shall we form a team? This examination world is far more perilous than before. Together, we can achieve greater results. Her words captivated many of the surrounding students. The class representative speaks wisely. Can't you lend a hand to your old classmates, Xiao? They implored. We will follow your lead, and you shall reap the majority of the spoils from the beasts we slay. The students yearned to team up with Xiao Changge, as he represented their best opportunity. However, confronted with their earnest gazes, Xiao Changge subtly shook his head. There were certain matters he could not allow them to discern. I appreciate your support, but I am accustomed to operating solo. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged incredulous glances. Arrogant. How could one thrive alone in this examination world? Besieged by countless terrifying beasts, Chen Xiaoyu initially intended to persuade him further, but upon encountering Xiao Changge's tranquil gaze, she ultimately refrained from speaking. She understood that a prodigy like him would not be swayed by the opinions of others. Ollie remained steadfastly by his side, and upon sensing her master's resolve, she displayed a subtle smile. The mutual trust between them was not something that could be replicated through a mere temporary alliance. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, casting a resentful glare at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, he broke into a self-satisfied smile. All right, if you refuse to team up, that suits me just fine. Truly, the heavens offer a path you refuse to tread, while you brazenly stride into hell. The Archangel regarded Xiao Changge's figure with a complex expression, and upon sensing Xiao Chen's murderous intent, he merely shook his head in regret. Xiao Changge, alongside Ollie, stepped into the passageway of the miniature world. A dizzying sensation enveloped them, and they found themselves within a vast forest. The cacophony of various small creatures echoed around them, with towering trees ahead, sunlight filtering through their leaves, casting intricate shadows. The volatile energy whispered of the dangers lurking within. Xiao Changge attuned his senses, discovering that his mental prowess was on par with the 9th level of the first tier. Not far off, a pack of wolves with glowing green eyes stared hungrily in his direction. Most of these wolves were of the 5th level, slender in build, with mottled fur, clearly indicating their status as low-level beasts of the periphery. Yet, they exhibited a remarkable sense of organization, surrounding Xiao Changge in a semicircular formation, led by a robust wolf king of the 6th level. With a fierce howl, the wolf king issued the command to attack, and the pack surged forward, while it brandished its lethal claws, charging towards Xiao Changge. In the face of this impending assault, Xiao Changge remained utterly still, for Ollie had already taken action. Her speed surpassed that of the wolves by several magnitudes. An invisible blade of mental energy erupted forth, devoid of any ostentation, merely a crushing display of power. Centered around Ollie, a flurry of mental blades rained down upon the beasts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the wolf demons fell, their hearts pierced, collapsing to the ground in mournful cries. The wolf king, too, was cleaved in two, succumbing to death in an instant. Ollie returned to Xiao Changge's side, a gentle breeze sweeping through as the battle concluded effortlessly. Xiao Changge retrieved his phone to check his personal information. Xiao Changge, score 1234. Candidate ranking, 1st place. Merely having eradicated a pack of wolves, he had ascended directly to the top rank, far ahead of the 2nd-place candidate who had only just begun. This time, Xiao Changge had learned prudence. He scavenged the Wolf King's corpse and found several fangs, which he stowed away in his bag. The energy emanating from the wolf pack felt disturbingly volatile. Chapter 18, Underhanded Maneuvers. Before the grand leaderboard organized by the military at the Miniature World Passage, an uproar echoed through the air. Teachers, parents, and broadcasters alike turned their gazes towards the name that topped the chart. How had Xiao Changge amassed 1234 points so swiftly? Had he engaged in battle immediately upon arrival? Was it even 5 minutes since his entry? Within the miniature world, Xiao Chen observed Xiao Changge's ranking on his phone, his subordinates trailing behind him in silence. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen sneered repeatedly. The more remarkable Xiao Changge became, the greater the sense of accomplishment when he would ultimately confront him. Ollie, let us seek out more formidable beasts. At this juncture, Xiao Changge had already collected the remains of the wolf demons. His purpose was clear. Only by defeating the beasts marked on the map could he earn higher points. On the other hand, Xiao Changge lingered without haste. Dismissing the lower-level beasts with indifference, his score remaining stagnant, yet he paid it no mind. He produced a marked paper map, discerning the direction, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. The Archangel followed him expressionlessly, as they circumvented all areas teeming with beasts, advancing towards a specific destination. Half an hour later, they arrived at a cliff, enveloped in a chilling white mist that even light struggled to penetrate. Most crucially, within this fog, all communication signals were rendered ineffective, making it an ideal zone for signal disruption. Xiao Changge nodded slightly, retrieving an item from his storage apparatus and beginning to set it up. His eyes brimmed with hatred and greed, utterly consumed by his intentions. In a hidden chamber not far from the miniature world passage, Lin Yuru focused intently on the large screen, which prominently displayed Xiao Changge's location. He was in motion, his score continuously climbing, leaving all others in the dust. She smiled faintly and casually commanded, "Proceed." Yes, behind her, a middle-aged man summoned his companion spirit, a swirling mass of energy resembling black mist. The mist dispersed, transforming into a wisp of smoke that drifted towards the miniature world passage. Simultaneously, alarms blared in the monitoring room. Alert! 2-level energy reaction detected. Please be cautious. The monitoring personnel immediately reported the situation. However, the team leader merely shook his head, a flicker of indifference in his eyes. The passage to the miniature world was inherently unstable. Focus solely on the surveillance, and disregard the rest. Understood. The monitoring personnel paid little heed to this false alarm. The incursion of the black mist was silent and undetected, and upon entering the miniature world, it encountered a group of small teams. It launched an immediate attack. This is a trio formed by 3 elites from Hawaiian No. 1 High School, each of whom ranks within the top 50, even the one with the lowest score. However, their adversary is a secondary companion spirit, which proves too formidable, inflicting severe injuries before they can endure even a single round. How infuriating. One member, in a moment of desperation, employs a teleportation device and is whisked away. At the passageway, a teacher from Hawaiian No. 1 High School witnesses this scene, and his heart sinks. Yet, this is not an isolated incident. In the subsequent moments, the black mist rampages within the small world, frantically seeking out students of notable repute. Those who have been evaluated positively are teleported out one after another. This spectacle incites a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. What has transpired? Why have these distinguished students been eliminated so swiftly? Before the large screen, Zhao Pingyan is seething with rage. At this juncture, if he remains unaware of the foul play occurring within, he is unworthy of his position as the head of the security department. Launch a thorough investigation. Rewind the surveillance footage of the eliminated students and discern what transpired. The black mist barrels forward, attacking any student it encounters, now heading toward Xiao Changge, intent on driving him toward the precipice. Beneath the trees, Xiao Changge suddenly halts. A more volatile and peculiar energy approaches. Ali furrows her brow, her voice tinged with tension. Master, something unsettling is approaching. After careful sensing, she adds, "It feels akin to the previous wolf pack, as if their energy has been tainted by something feral." Xiao Changge is taken aback. He had long suspected the wolf pack was amiss, initially attributing it to the volatile energy of this place. However, upon comparing with other feral beasts he has slain, he realizes that such energy-laden creatures are, in fact, quite rare. Throughout his journey, he has encountered these peculiar wolf demons at critical junctures. So, this is their ploy, to lure me into a specific location? Xiao Changge is determined not to confront them directly. Instead, he feigns retreat in the direction they desire. He aims to resolve the root of the problem. Ali seems to grasp that Xiao Changge has formulated a plan and closely follows his lead, racing toward a cliff enveloped in white mist. Upon entering the cliff, Xiao Changge senses a suppression of his mental prowess. Buzzing, the black smoke converges, blocking his escape route. Deep within the white mist, Xiao Changge observes Xiao Changge through the surveillance crystal, erupting into a triumphant laugh. "Huh, you've fallen into my trap. I've set up a barrier to sever your mental connection, and the white mist shields all signals. Prepare to meet your demise." In his eyes, Xiao Changge is merely a doomed soul. Outside the passageway, the large screen in the monitoring room abruptly loses the signal from the position represented by Xiao Changge, drawing collective gasps from the audience. What on earth happened to this outstanding signal? Zhao Pingyan clenches his fists, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, rendering the room silent. "Speak." His voice is devoid of emotion. The person in charge, drenched in cold sweat, scrambles through numerous files before ultimately collapsing. "Director, the signal from Xiao Changge has been lost. We can no longer monitor him." Nearby, in a secluded chamber, Lin Yuru sighs upon realizing Xiao Changge has vanished according to plan. "For the sake of my brother, Xiao Changge, perhaps it would be better for you to perish, you thoughtless elder brother." Within the small world, after entering the cliff, Xiao Changge finds his phone devoid of signal, and his immense mental energy is suppressed, limiting him to a mere 10-meter radius. With obstacles behind him, a lost signal, and mental suppression, it appears he is being specifically targeted. Xiao Changge scoffs coldly. Ali clings tightly to his arm, sensing her mental attacks significantly weakened. Uncertain if she can still protect her master, he gently pats her head. Ali seems encouraged, relaxing as she believes her master will find a way. Buzzing. The black mist, condensed into a dark fog, approaches Xiao Changge menacingly. A secondary companion spirit will not permit its target to flee. Xiao Changge glances at the ground, walking slowly before abruptly crouching down. Xiao Chen, monitoring Xiao Changge, finds it puzzling that he is not fleeing at this moment. Has he been paralyzed by fear? Chapter 19. Driving Wolves and Devouring Tigers. Upon entering the cliff, Xiao Changge discovers footprints on the ground. If he is not mistaken, they belong to wolves. These prints are imbued with traces of violent energy, unmistakably akin to those of the wolf pack he previously encountered. Thus, there must be a wolf den nearby. He raises his gaze toward the black mist. Spirit type, violent black mist. Qualification, B8. Realm, secondary level 1. Attribute, mental. Skills, mental shock. Transform mist into smoke. Synthesis status, can evolve into black mist phantom, B9. Can synthesize into mist lord, A1. At secondary level 1. Xiao Changge is certainly capable of overcoming it, even if Ali's mental power is suppressed. The key is to uncover the individual orchestrating this against him. The meticulous arrangements here suggest collusion. Aside from Xiao Chen and Lin Yuru, he cannot fathom anyone else involved. If they intend to make this place his burial ground, he will ensure they reap the consequences of their malice. Xiao Changge retrieves the wolf demon fangs he previously collected, comparing them to the footprints on the ground, feeling a surge of violent energy extending into the distance. That must be the lair. Suddenly, he takes off with Ali toward the front. Knowing the mastermind is likely monitoring him, he resolves to play along. Observing the surveillance crystal as Xiao Changge begins to flee, Xiao Chen bursts into laughter. Run. I will ensure you experience what despair truly means. In his eyes, no matter how Xiao Changge struggles, he cannot escape the inevitable fate. Within the white mist, Xiao Changge and Ali sprint swiftly, unperturbed, directly toward the wolf den. Soon, a lair appears before them, exuding violent energy and a bloody stench. Casting a glance behind, the frenzied black mist has already pursued them. Xiao Changge smiles subtly at Ali. Are you ready? Always prepared. At the surveillance crystal, Xiao Chen can hardly contain his anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, this wretched brother of his dares to halt at the mouth of the wolf den. Encountering wolf demons for the first time was merely a coincidence. The subsequent wolves were deliberately led to release their scent, luring you step by step into my trap. Bastard, I have gone to great lengths to ensure your disappearance. He imagines the scene of Xiao Changge being torn apart by the wolf demons. At that moment, the latter half of their mother's plan B will involve the companion spirit bringing Xiao Changge and Ali over, while Xiao Chen contracts Ali right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Changge and Ali have already entered the wolf den. The stench of blood intensifies, and a multitude of green eyes ignite. 5 pairs, 50 pairs, 100 pairs. Their numbers are overwhelming, emanating a chilling malice within the dimly lit wolf den. A colossal wolf surged forth, its fur resembling steel needles, and its form even grander than that of the previous wolf king. A fleeting glance from Xiao Changge revealed its ominous nature. Spirit species, Furious Wolf Emperor. Qualification, A3. Realm, first level, 9th tier. Attribute, mental. Skills, Frenzied Bite, Sonic Charge. Synthesis state, can evolve into Furious Wolf Emperor, A4. Can synthesize into Nether Wolf, A5. With a low growl, the Furious Wolf Emperor summoned the entire pack to encircle them. Act now. Xiao Changge signaled to Ali with a nod. Stepping forward, Ali unleashed a torrent of dark energy from her being, swiftly enveloping the entire wolf den. Dark domain. Centered around Ali, a tempestuous surge of mental power radiated outward. As the dark domain materialized, the suppressive effects of the white mist's mental power significantly diminished. And within this realm, the wolf pack's mental resistance waned as well. The air became thick with an intoxicating allure, as the seductive influence of mental power infiltrated the wolves. They harbored no enmity towards Ali and Xiao Changge. Instead, they directed their loathing towards the presence beyond the den, a far more terrifying entity that, like the wolves, had been birthed from the white mist. However, this entity seemed to have departed and mutated, returning now with malicious intent. With a fierce growl, the Furious Wolf Emperor identified the true intruder, unleashing a thunderous roar and rallying all wolves for a blood-soaked battle. Buzzing. At that moment, the furious black mist entered the wolf den. It needed to injure Xiao Changge to execute its forthcoming mission, and with the wolves remaining passive, it would take matters into its own hands. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged directly at Xiao Changge. In an instant, the scene unfolded, leaving Xiao Chen dumbfounded on the other side. The wolf pack erupted, surging like a tidal wave under the leadership of the Furious Wolf Emperor, recklessly charging at the furious black mist. Over 100 furious wolf demons, undeterred by the second level, first-tier Furious Black Mist, unleashed their skills in a frenzied assault. Xiao Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief, emitting an angry roar. This is impossible. He fixated on the monitoring crystal, watching the chaotic clash between the wolves and the black mist. Why weren't the wolves attacking him? The unfolding scene breached the confines of Xiao Chen's understanding, as he recalled the immense effort and resources spent by his mother to orchestrate this scenario. Yet, why had it turned out this way? The battle within the wolf den was brutal. The wolves' physical attacks barely affected the furious black mist, forcing them to rely on sonic skills. However, the high realm of the furious black mist rendered their sonic assaults mere tickles. The pack gathered, simultaneously unleashing their sonic attacks. The ferocity of their collective assault was overwhelming, as the mental onslaughts surged like a tide, piercing through the body of the furious black mist. Buzzing, it emitted a pained howl. As the dark mist surrounding its form dimmed, the furious black mist, now enraged, succumbed to an uncontrollable impulse. Mental strike. Nearly tangible mental force surged forward. Thud. The foremost dozen wolf demons, still in their charging stances, found their brains turned to mush, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The prowess of second level. First tier was on full display. In the hidden chamber outside the passage, Lin Yuru observed the sudden spike in energy fluctuations on the screen, which transformed into a flurry of static. She sensed that something had gone awry within, but it was undoubtedly a problem. Lin, my spirit beast has gone berserk. The man frowned, recalling that his spirit beast had originally been contracted from the college entrance examination world. Years ago, when his spirit was killed in that realm, he could only contract the furious white mist, which unexpectedly evolved into the furious black mist upon emergence. Subsequently, Lin Yuru approached him, requesting that he allow his spirit to return for a task, promising a superior spirit in return for success. Now, the plan had unraveled. The furious black mist was beyond control. Lin Yuru halted, a wave of unease washing over her. Chapter 20. Where has my spirit beast gone? In the wolf den. Witnessing the pack being obliterated by the furious black mist, the furious wolf emperor could no longer contain its rage. A wild desire for mutual destruction surged within it. A woo. The furious wolf emperor fully activated its abilities, charging towards the enemy at an imperceptible speed. It no longer cared for the attacks of the furious black mist, for upon collision, it would detonate in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The immense shockwave of mental power erupted like a bomb, creating multiple breaches in the furious black mist. Buzzing. It emitted a pained groan, its movements hampered as it struggled to regain mobility. Just then, a cold voice resonated. Ali, act now. Upon receiving Xiao Changge's command, Ali dashed forward. She concentrated a vast reservoir of mental power, fully activating the judgment of condemnation. Just as the potent mental force was about to impact the furious black mist, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A surge of sanctified energy suddenly attacked from behind the furious black mist. This energy did not target the furious black mist. Instead, it aimed for Ali suspended in midair. Ali's eyes narrowed, her mental power swiftly redirecting to confront the divine energy. Bang! A dizzying explosion reverberated throughout the wolf den. As the dust settled, two figures emerged at the entrance. Xiao Chen's expression was icy, his fervent gaze fixated on Ali. His heart a tumult of anxiety and regret, contorted into a ghastly visage. Behind him, the Archangel radiated a holy aura, her gaze towards Xiao Changge transforming from surprise to an inscrutable calm. Intriguing. Xiao Chen, brimming with anticipation, remarked, I never imagined that you, this mongrel, could refine Ali to such excellence. He gazed greedily at Ali, a skill that can control enemies. I find it quite compelling. Xiao Changge regarded Xiao Chen with a detached demeanor, seemingly unfazed by his sudden appearance. Is this the plan of your Xiao family, to wield a second-level beast? At these words, Xiao Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. Just a mongrel, on the verge of death, feigning calmness. He scoffed disdainfully, so what? You will die today? And your spirit will fall into my hands. Xiao Chen appeared to have secured his victory. The Archangel observed Ali beside Xiao Changge, disbelief flickering in her eyes. A mere defective product still possessed such remarkable potential. Had she not abandoned Xiao Changge, would her power have surpassed its current state? What was she thinking? Could she not strike at her former master? Xiao Chen shot her a frigid glare, commanding, attack. The Archangel's heart quivered, her gaze resolute, as her wings unfurled with a swift motion. Wisdom species, Archangel. State, weak period. Qualification, SS level. Realm, first level, 9th tier. Strength, 120. Speed, 180. Physique, 150. Spirit, 200. Attributes, light element, spirit element. Skills, holy light burn, wings of angels, holy light protection, angel's sword. It appears that in an effort to expedite the Archangel's ascension to the 9th tier of the first level, they have been deliberately weakened from their impressive SS rank. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow and issued his command. Ari, first deal with that irritable black mist. Ari narrowed her eyes, bypassing the Archangel entirely, and charged toward the heavily injured black mist. Dream on. The Archangel's body ignited with sacred light, and before the black mist, a massive barrier materialized, blocking Ari's advance. Ari's gaze turned dangerously fierce. She had resolved to strike with lethal intent. The judgment of spirit was unleashed. Her combat power surged wildly. The Nine Tails entanglement was also activated. As 9 fox tails unleashed a tempest of strikes upon the obstructive Archangel, the battle erupted swiftly. The Archangel was indeed swift. Yet in the face of Ari's brief but explosive power, it was somewhat lacking. After invoking the judgment of spirit, Ari felt no trepidation even when confronting an SS-level Archangel at the 9th tier of the 1st level. Moreover, the Archangel was in a weakened state. With its physique and strength as its vulnerabilities, with each use of the Nine Tails entanglement, Ari forced the Archangel to retreat repeatedly. The Archangel felt a deep sense of frustration. Despite its superior strength, it was being suppressed to the point of being unable to retaliate. Bang! A foxtail struck, and with no room to retreat. The Archangel was hit squarely in the chest, leaving a long gash from which blood flowed profusely. Its wings were covered in dust, presenting a pitiful sight. Outside the passage, the eliminated candidates hurried to report to Xiao Pingyan. Minister, there are 2nd-tier monster beasts in the small world. I was instantly defeated. A nearby inspector promptly refuted, students. You must have misinterpreted. All energy fluctuations in the small world are masked by our signals. There are absolutely no 2nd-tier monster beasts. As doubts arose, the candidates erupted in protest. The two sides engaged in a heated argument. Silence. Xiao Pingyan's face darkened as a 3rd-tier aura descended upon them, rendering the scene utterly silent. Quickly bring back the candidates from the small world. Within the wolf den, witnessing that the Archangel was no match for Ari, Xiao Chen was astonished. An SS rank, and at the 9th tier of the 1st level, could not subdue Ari. This only reinforced his belief that she was a treasure he must possess. Xiao Chen directed his gaze towards the now mobile irritable black mist, issuing his final command. Stop that wretched fox. Buzz. The irritable black mist roared, coalescing into a vast shroud of smoke that enveloped Ari. Seeing the obstruction, Xiao Chen produced an item inscribed with runes. His eyes gleamed with madness as he unleashed all his energy to activate the item. Ding! The round artifact suddenly opened, pulsating with vibrant life and flashing with eerie light. He aimed it at Ari's position and decisively activated it. A blinding beam shot directly at Ari. Success! Xiao Chen was euphoric, his heart racing as if he had been invigorated. He envisioned Ari's contract being purified, and in the helpless gaze of Xiao Changge, he would claim her for himself. However, Xiao Chen's expression abruptly froze. Ari, struck by the beam, suddenly vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. This was the cutting-edge technology that Lin Yuru had acquired at great expense from the Eastern Isles, yet it had proven utterly ineffective. A faint silence enveloped the wolf denver. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He could not comprehend the scene before him. Where was Ari? Why had she suddenly disappeared? Damn it! Where's my companion spirit? Xiao Chen roared in fury, unable to accept the reality before him. Xiao Changge regarded him with an expression of bemused disbelief, beckoning lightly, and Ari reappeared. She stood beside Xiao Changge, tightly linking her arm with his, her eyes directed at Xiao Chen, brimming with disdain and pity, as if regarding a mere clown. Chapter 21. What of regret? The moment Xiao Chen produced that item, Xiao Changge sensed something was amiss. Through the system panel, he observed Ari's status. Contract resetting. This revelation struck Xiao Changge like a bolt of lightning. He understood Xiao Chen's intentions. He sought to usurp Ari, aiming to sever her bond as his companion spirit. Without hesitation, Xiao Changge transported Ari to the companion spirit space, a capability reserved for 2nd-tier summoners. Once Ari entered the companion spirit space, Xiao Chen's item could no longer lock onto its target, malfunctioning with a crackling of electricity before falling silent. This item could only be used once, and now it had become worthless scrap. Xiao Chen stood there, dazed, glancing between the item and Ari by Xiao Changge's side. Though he appeared foolish, he was still a scion of the Xiao family, and an incredible thought crossed his mind. The companion spirit space. Only by activating the companion spirit space could one freely contain companion spirits. Trembling, Xiao Chen pointed at Xiao Changge, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "This is impossible. You are merely at the 1st level. How can you activate the companion spirit space? Did you suddenly break through during the exam?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the Archangel was equally stunned, unable to believe the unfolding events. The man she had deemed worthless was now standing before her in a manner that was incomprehensible. Her long-suppressed emotions erupted, her pride and reason overtaken by a feeling of regret. How had she missed such a gifted master? Xiao Changge regarded the seemingly deranged Xiao Chen with his usual icy indifference. A breakthrough? Not so soon. He shook his head slightly, shocking both Xiao Chen and the Archangel. In this world, anything is possible. You simply cannot see it. His lofty pronouncement incited Xiao Chen's rage. What qualifications does a bastard have to lecture me? Attack. If I can't have it, then destroy everything. Xiao Chen roared at the irritable black mist, commanding the Archangel to unleash its full power against Xiao Changge. Buzz. The irritable black mist coalesced once more, charging directly at Xiao Changge. The dazed archangel also began to act, igniting its final reserves of holy light, willing to expend everything to annihilate its foe. Facing two formidable auras, Xiao Changge let out a cold laugh. Proceed. Ari displayed a cruel smile, and a dense aura of darkness enveloped the area. A suffocating domain materialized. Terrifying energy waves rippled through the air, causing it to tremble. The dark domain. The madness on Xiao Chen's face solidified. He felt as if he had descended into hell, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. What in the world was this? The archangel found herself ensnared, her radiant and holy essence unable to extricate itself from the encroaching darkness, her mental fortitude severely suppressed. All her abilities seemed to have been diminished, rendering her efforts ineffectual. The treacherous swine who betrayed her master, you may meet your demise. A voice devoid of emotion echoed in the archangel's ears. In a state of panic, she turned, only to behold a pair of eyes as frigid as frost. In an instant, Ari appeared before the archangel, her arrival transcending mere speed. The archangel summoned all her energy, desperately unleashing a formidable surge of holy light. Yet before Ari, this assault arrived too late. Judgment proclaimed. The blade of mental energy collided with the holy light, shattering it with astonishing ease, transforming the radiant glow into mere motes that dissipated into the air. The archangel's visage was etched with despair and regret. Ari would not afford her a moment for contrition. An overwhelming surge of mental force struck her with ferocity. Boom. Under the horrified gaze of Xiao Chen, the archangel's proud and sacred wings were brutally severed. The archangel emitted a piercing scream, blood mingling with feathers as it spilled across the ground. She collapsed, devoid of any opportunity for resistance, her body trembling from excruciating pain, her heart overwhelmed with helplessness. The specter of death loomed relentlessly. Ari turned her attention to the tumultuous dark mist and advanced. The agitated dark mist surged forward, and Ari unleashed her mental blade once more, forcefully colliding with the chaotic fog. Simultaneously, she activated the Nine Tails Entwine. Empowered by the realm of darkness, Nine Tails, larger than before, lunged towards the turbulent mist with lethal intent. Each tail was imbued with mental energy, piercing directly into the chaotic entity, causing it to thrash violently in a frenzy. Ari intensified her control, and the already wounded dark mist gradually succumbed to its inability to resist. At that moment, Ari unleashed her full might in a mental judgment, a blade of mental energy coalescing into a near-tangible form. The blade quivered, emitting a resonant hum, as though it cleaved the very air. Xiao Chen stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless as he helplessly watched Ari drive the mental blade into the heart of the dark mist. The chaotic entity burst apart like a punctured balloon. A second-tier beast, effortlessly dispatched. Xiao Chen had become numb to the unfolding events. Ari retracted the dark realm, her countenance serene, returning to Xiao Changge's side as if the preceding events were mere trifles. Presently, only one adversary remained capable of action. Xiao Changge approached his brother, who was reduced to a quivering mess. Stinky little brother, have you contemplated how you shall meet your end? No. Please, no. Xiao Chen abruptly regained awareness, collapsing to the ground in tears. As he knelt before Xiao Chen, the energy orb in Xiao Changge's hand emitted a howling sound, just as he prepared to strike. Beep, beep, beep. With the dispersal of the chaotic mist, this area suddenly seemed to be detected by communication devices, causing the teleportation artifacts in their pockets to illuminate. Xiao Chen was promptly transported away. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow, collecting the scattered remnants of metal on the ground into his backpack, knowing these could serve as evidence against the Xiao family. Master, she will pay the price for betraying me. Upon hearing Xiao Changge's words, Ari approached the archangel. In the depths of her heart, the archangel clung to her last vestiges of hope, but upon witnessing Xiao Changge command Ari to take action, a profound sense of regret and anguish engulfed her. Xiao Changge felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Killing the archangel brought him immense satisfaction. Yet he pondered how events might have played out had she not betrayed him. At this moment, Ari had already aimed her mental blade at the archangel's heart. She did not plead for mercy, resigning herself to her fate as she closed her eyes. Even in death, she would remain an SS-ranked archangel, a being of exalted stature. At that instant, a flash of light surged forth. The archangel abruptly vanished from her position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The den of wolves was violently breached from the outside, and several figures emerged before Xiao Changge. Minister, this is where the second-tier energy fluctuations originated. The newcomers, upon surveying the scene, were rendered speechless. The den was littered with the corpses of wolf demons, with evidence of second-tier beasts dominating the majority of the area. At the center, Xiao Changge and Ari stood quietly. Chapter 22, A Thorough Investigation. Xiao Changge, the signal has been established. Why have we not yet teleported out? This place is perilous. Xiao Changge shrugged, indicating that the situation was abundantly clear. A measurement technician abruptly reported to Zhao Pingyan, Minister, not only is there a second-tier energy response here, but it is also exceptionally powerful. Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingyan's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Changge and Ari. He could sense that a brutal battle had transpired, the second-tier beast utterly annihilated, yet Xiao Changge and Ari remained unscathed. This conclusion left Xiao Pingyan astounded. Truly exceptional. They were nothing short of prodigious. Xiao Changge, what transpired here? Xiao Pingyan inquired, his tone tense. Xiao Yichen lured me here, employing an artifact to seize my companion's spirit. That second-tier beast was commanded to attack us by Xiao Yichen. Xiao Changge retrieved the discarded artifact from his backpack, elucidating the circumstances. Upon seeing the artifact, Xiao Pingyan immediately recognized it as a prohibited and dangerous tool, specifically designed to usurp another's companion's spirit. The Xiao family. What audacity! Xiao Pingyan seethed with anger. This is the college entrance examination. It concerns the future of our nation, yet someone colludes with the Eastern Isles, blatantly violating the law. Such a crime is unforgivable. Once we return, I shall ensure Xiao Yichen is apprehended, Xiao Pingyan declared coldly. Behind him, a researcher examined the artifact closely, then frowned as he turned to Xiao Changge. Classmate Xiao, to my knowledge, once an artifact locks onto its target, escape is impossible. How did you evade it? In the face of the researcher's skeptical inquiry, Xiao Changge had no intention of withholding the truth. It's quite simple. I realized Xiao Yichen was attempting to use the artifact against Ari and preemptively placed her into the companion spirit space. Xiao Changge remained composed, while those around him were in a state of turmoil. The companion spirit space. Only a second-tier summoner can access it, a first tier with an 8th level. And he managed to access the companion spirit space beforehand. Such individuals do exist, but they are typically under the aegis of powerful factions. In a small locale like Huayan, the capacity to access the companion spirit space early is nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, Xiao Pingyan's appraisal of Xiao Changge underwent a significant elevation. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. This youth, surpassing his peers, is merely a matter of time. Understood. Xiao Pingyan refrained from further inquiries. Issuing orders. You all, secure the scene. Leave not a single clue unexamined. After the scene was managed, he turned to request Xiao Changge's assistance. Classmate Xiao, this matter is of great significance and necessitates your return for an investigation. Do you believe you can manage it? Very well. Xiao Changge nodded in agreement. Xiao Pingyan patted him on the shoulder, cast a glance at Ali, and turned to depart. The college entrance examination concluded hastily, and the news reached the Xiao family, heralding an impending tempest. As Xiao Changge and Ali stepped out of the small world passage, they were met with the sight of Xiao Yichen being apprehended and restrained. Perhaps due to the loss of his companion spirit, his eyes were devoid of life, and he appeared indifferent to the words of others. The moment Xiao Changge and Ali came into view, a hush fell over the crowd. All eyes turned toward them. For Xiao Pingyan had immediately seized Xiao Yichen upon exiting, and high-ranking officials along with various media representatives awaited the unfolding drama. What has happened to young Master Xiao? Deputy City Lord Han Guangji, who had long benefited from the Xiao family's patronage, could not refrain from stepping forward to demand answers upon the arrival of the principal figure. Minister Xiao, how could you handle this situation in such a manner? There were merely some disputes among students in the small world. Why did you suddenly come to apprehend someone? He attempted to downplay the incident involving Xiao Yichen, framing it as a mere conflict to alleviate the current tension. With Han Guangji speaking up, others from relevant departments approached as well. Minister Xiao, if we intervene in student disputes, would that not render us the object of ridicule? Xiao Yichen is a prodigy. Such matters are better resolved privately. They, to varying degrees, had connections to the Xiao family and exerted pressure on Xiao Pingyan and Mo Qianqiu. Xiao Pingyan, disinterested in their comments, turned to Mo Qianqiu. City Lord, Xiao Yichen set traps within the small world, controlled a second-tier demon beast, and utilized contraband items to prey upon classmate Xiao Changge. Xiao Pingyan's words were unequivocal. Traps, second-tier demon beasts, black market items, murder, and treasure theft. Every individual widened their eyes. The previously conciliatory figures now silenced. Upon hearing Xiao Pingyan's declaration, Mo Qianqiu was incensed. A pressure more formidable than Xiao Pingyan's radiated throughout the area. The crowd fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Several individuals closely tied to the Xiao family nearly collapsed. Mo Qianqiu disregarded them and strode purposefully toward Xiao Changge. She regarded the youth with a mix of pride and trepidation. Classmate Xiao, you have performed admirably. Her gentle voice was like a breath of spring. Addressing the assembly, she proclaimed, the college entrance examination is a matter of national importance. Should anyone dare to manipulate it, our Huayan city will show no mercy. I will investigate these occurrences. Whoever is scheming behind the scenes, I shall uncover the truth before all. Her words resonated with authority. Han Guangji and others trembled in fear. The Xiao family was in peril. Relief washed over Xiao Pingyan. With Mo Qianqiu personally involved, even the Xiao family would find it difficult to quell the situation. Grateful for Mo Qianqiu's assurances, Xiao Changge expressed his sincere thanks. Ali clung tightly to his arm, resolute in her refusal to allow any harm to befall her master. Mo Qianqiu, command them to take Xiao Yichen to the hospital to regain consciousness, and then conduct a thorough investigation. Xiao Pingyan, You shall personally escort Xiao Changge to the security department. There must be no missteps. Understood. Zhao Pingyan directed his subordinates to escort Xiao Iqin away. At that moment, Mo Qianqiu's phone chimed. She glanced at the screen, her previously furious expression freezing in place. She whispered something to Zhao Pingyan, whose countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing her words. Xiao Changge, come with me. Zhao Pingyan led Xiao Changge and Ali into a vehicle that slowly rolled away. The two sat in silence, not uttering a word. Zhao Pingyan's face was grave, clearly disinterested in conversation. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the security department. The guards here were stringent, with patrols frequently passing through, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Xiao Changge was escorted to a secure underground chamber. Zhao Pingyan handed him a cup of warm water. Xiao Iqin has vehemently denied your claims, asserting that your interaction was merely a friendly match and that the traps were meant to prevent disturbances. He contends that he too was a victim of the second-tier demon beast. Xiao Changge was unsurprised by Xiao Iqin's stance. He had not anticipated that Xiao Iqin would willingly accept judgment. Chapter 23. I must personally ensure his demise for peace of mind. However, due to the substantial evidence you provided, Xiao Iqin will undoubtedly face charges for the unlawful use of contraband items. Zhao Pingyan's expression turned slightly remorseful as he sighed. Regarding the second-tier demon beast incident, prior to our arrival, the group leader of the inspectors confessed and subsequently committed suicide. He took full responsibility, claiming he misjudged the energy alarm generated by the small world passage, allowing something from the outside to infiltrate. They are resorting to blaming a dead man. A chill coursed through Xiao Changge's heart, his fists clenching involuntarily. Ali by his side displayed a furious glare. The Xiao family's tactics are indeed formidable. As we cannot determine whether he intentionally released the demon beast into the small world passage, all related leads have vanished. Zhao Pingyan was indignant yet powerless. Without evidence, we cannot accuse Xiao Iqin of ordering the demon beast to attack the examinees. Xiao Changge nodded. His calm demeanor betrayed no emotion. He had come to understand that the law in this world merely serves as a constraint for the common folk. Those of higher status remain untouched by such regulations. He grasped Ali's small hand, his heart brimming with a thirst for power. The weak are destined to be dominated by the strong. Sooner or later, he would make the Xiao family comprehend this truth. Noticing Xiao Changge's demeanor, Zhao Pingyan felt a tremor in his heart and delivered the final verdict. Xiao Iqin's punishment will be 1 month of confinement. They will also owe you compensation, and due to the illegal purchase of prohibited items, he will face significant fines. Since he is merely a user, not a smuggler or manufacturer, if he demonstrates good behavior, he may be released early, and his record will be sealed. To an ordinary person, this penalty would seem dire, yet for the Xiao family, it hardly constituted a serious blow. I know you may feel disappointed, but we have done our utmost. Zhao Pingyan's expression was laden with regret. It's all right, I understand. Xiao Changge nodded. There were matters he had never expected others to resolve entirely. Yes, we have decided to resume the college entrance examination in 2 days. City Lord Mo holds you in high regard, and we hope you can perform to the best of your abilities. The vehicle navigated through the night toward the rental home. Back in the tranquility of his abode, Xiao Changge sat silently on the sofa. He and Ali were both exhausted. Yet the verdict regarding Xiao Iqin left his mind in turmoil. A month of confinement plus fines. This was tantamount to financial extortion and collusion with the Eastern Isles. Trafficking in contraband. Yet, out of nowhere, a group leader emerged, using his suicide to sweep the matter under the rug. What will happen in a month? To what extremes will the Xiao family resort? Currently, it is merely a grievous wound inflicted upon the Archangel. Given the profound heritage of the Xiao family, even in a state of decline, it would not be exceedingly difficult to summon forth several S-grade companion spirits with utmost effort. Xiao Changge harbors an acute sense of urgency to augment his strength. A behemoth like the Xiao family cannot be toppled through external forces alone. I must swiftly grow stronger. Furthermore, I must personally eliminate Xiao Iqin to find solace. He glanced at Ali's data panel. Special species, 9-tailed fox. Affinity, affectionate. Power, 240. Speed, 255. Constitution, 242. Mentality, 263. Talent, S1. Realm, first level, 9th layer. Attributes, darkness, mentality. Skills, mental judgment, dark domain, 9-tails entanglement, declaration of condemnation. Synthesis status, can evolve into Qingqiu Fox Demon, S2, can synthesize into Tushan Fox Immortal, S3. Required materials, breath of the Qingqiu Fox Demon, essence of Foxfire. Dew of Moonlight. Required materials for synthesis, 10 Fox-type demon beasts, 2 S-grade qualified demon beasts, 2 5th-grade demon beasts. Has it leveled up? Xiao Changge hardly noticed this detail. It was merely the slaying of a 2nd-grade demon beast, yet unexpectedly, Ali had managed to level up. Reflecting upon it, Ali's skills are indeed extraordinarily formidable, particularly mental judgment, which enhances strength across the board, allowing her to triumph over 2nd-grade demon beasts. This is a remarkable feat of transcending realms. Such as Ali's divine ability. There are still some materials needed for Ali's evolution. As for the synthesis route, it is exceedingly costly. Moreover, with his current strength, acquiring 5th-grade demon beasts is an impossibility. While he pondered, Ali extended her arms, embracing Xiao Changge's head and pulling him snugly into her soft embrace. She could sense her master's fervent desire to grow stronger and could only accompany him in this manner. Xiao Changge nearly found it difficult to breathe, and after much effort, he managed to push Ali away just a little, only for her to lean in closer once more. Fortunately, at that moment, a phone call interrupted. Xiao Changge retrieved his phone to find it was Xiao Linger. As soon as he answered, his sister's worried voice resonated. "Brother, I heard there's been a problem in the examination world. Are you alright?" "I'm fine, just some circumstances arose. But the exams will continue in a couple of days," he reassured her, not wanting to cause her concern. There was a brief silence on the other end before she responded in a definitive tone. "Brother, I've asked my classmates to inquire about the situation in Hawaiian. You better not be deceiving me." Hearing Xiao Linger's words, Xiao Changge could not help but smile wryly. His sister had made strides, and it was quite normal for someone attending university in the capital to have a few connections. Thus, he briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing the details, Xiao Linger was immediately filled with anger. How could they be so outrageous? Not only did they steal brother's Archangel, but they also want to take away Sister Ali. This statement ignited a surge of suppressed energy within Xiao Changge, a force that had been building since his sister's ailment. "Sister, I will resolve this matter personally. You must focus on your studies over there." He wished to shield her from this trifling concern. "Brother, you nearly lost your life because of them. I must help you avenge," Xiao Linger pledged, but did not elaborate further due to her lack of strength. "Sister, may I ask if you know about the breath of the fox demon and the essence of foxfire? Your sister, Ali, requires these materials to grow stronger." As he spoke to his sister, Xiao Changge's heart softened. "The breath of the fox demon? I've heard of it," Xiao Linger contemplated before responding. "But I don't know where to find it. However, I do know where the essence of foxfire is." Upon hearing this, Xiao Changge's heart brimmed with joy. "Do you know where?" "It's in our school stock." Xiao Changge's heart skipped a beat, yet Xiao Linger's subsequent words brought him back to reality. Even the essence of foxfire cannot be taken directly. It requires 100,000 credits, and I only have a little over 200. Xiao Linger lamented. "At our university, credits are the hard currency of the entire nation. One can only earn them by completing tasks beneficial to the school." Xiao Changge sighed. Even a prodigy like his sister, who was specially recruited, could not access it. It appeared that he must ultimately take the entrance exam for the capital's university himself. Xiao Linger spoke again. "Brother, in our university's freshman competition, if you can get in and secure first place, you should be able to request the essence of foxfire." A twist of fate. Xiao Changge had not anticipated such a fortunate opportunity. As long as he could defeat all the freshmen at the capital's university, the path to enhancing Ali's talent would be within reach. "Brother, you must strive hard," Xiao Linger chimed in, her voice like silver bells. The capital's university represents the strongest cohort in the nation, and even the world. Those scions of noble families receive various forms of training from birth. Chapter 24. The Madness of the Xiao family. Beside them, B-grade companion spirits are hardly worth displaying, while several newcomers have contracted S-grade companion spirits. Defeating them will not be an easy feat. After chatting a bit longer with Xiao Linger, he ended the call. His eyes gleamed with determination, and the vexations caused by Xiao Chen were swept away. Xiao Changge now possessed a clear objective: to dominate the new generation of the capital. The essence of foxfire is an essential item for Ali's evolution. The threat posed by the Xiao family compels him to grow stronger at any cost. Ding ding. At that moment, another message arrived on his phone. "Come to the City Lord's mansion tomorrow morning. Someone from the capital is looking for you." Xiao family conglomerate. Inside, the air conditioning provided a delightful chill, yet Lin Yuru felt a sense of heat overwhelming her, as if all rationality was about to evaporate. The information bombarding her from the laptop shattered her mind. The corporation's stock plummeted, over 20 partners withdrew their orders, and the land project was halted by relevant departments. Additionally, a fine from the City Lord's mansion was imposed. Staff members reported one piece of bad news after another, trembling as they did so. Unable to meet Lin Yuru's cold gaze. "Leave." Lin Yuru's eyes remained fixed on the computer, bloodshot and filled with fury. The staff hurriedly exited, escaping the stifling atmosphere. Boom. Lin Yuru's face turned ashen as she raised her hand and violently smashed her laptop to the ground. A scream, filled with rage and resentment, was cast toward the clouds outside the window. She wreaked havoc within her office, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she gasped for air. Her son was imprisoned, and the sycophant who had often flattered her had betrayed the corporation, wishing for her demise. The cause of this calamity was none other than Xiao Changge, just a bastard. A wolf cub that couldn't be tamed. Lin Yuru's nails dug fiercely into her palm, blood trickling down as she furrowed her brow and gazed out the window. This person cannot be dealt with through ordinary means any longer. With the incident in the examination world, Xiao Changge had garnered the attention of certain powerful figures, becoming a prodigy in Hawaiian and a dark horse among the new generation of China. Lin Yuru paced in her room, her black stockings clicking rhythmically against her high heels. The fury on her face dissipated in an instant, replaced by an enigmatic glimmer in her eyes. Since the law is on your side, I shall unleash the outlaws. A plan swiftly crystallized in her mind. Lin Yuru retrieved her phone and dialed an encrypted number. This is Lin Yuru, and I require the elimination of a certain individual. After a brief pause, a slightly stiff voice responded from the other end. Miss Lin, we express our regrets regarding the matter of Xiao Changge. But our policy strictly involves merchandise, not murder. Merchandise? Lin Yuru snorted derisively. Do you think I am unaware? You are not merely purveyors of goods. Your operatives are infiltrating Huagua, and those contraband items are but a ruse. I warn you, should you refuse, I will uproot you entirely. On the other end, the man's tone turned icy. Miss Lin, does that mean there is nothing to discuss? I merely state a fact, and it is you who wish to eliminate this person. The very thorn in your side. The interest seemed to peak on the other end. Who might this individual be? Lin Yuru gazed out the window, the bustling crowd below eliciting a faint smile. This person is my adopted son, Xiao Changge, perhaps the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. He has also evaded your traps. There was silence on the line, and Lin Yuru could almost envision the frantic search for information on the other side. That is highly improbable. After a moment, the voice returned, though it lacked conviction. Our plundering apparatus, once it locks onto a target, will purify the primary spirit contract. Unless it is exactly as you surmise. Lin Yuru interjected mockingly. He activated the spirit space in advance, a level 8 individual, betrayed by his spirit. Bound to a defective item, ultimately using the spirit space, resulting in yet another failed case for your apparatus. His spirit is at least S rank. Can you fathom it? If Xiao Changge grows and garners the support of Huagua, what kind of existence will he become? A level 5 summoner? Or perhaps even higher? Her words rendered the man silent, his mind now in turmoil. A future star of Huagua, I cannot believe you would remain indifferent. Lin Yuru rested her hand on the sofa, tapping lightly. Each tap resonated within the man's heart. We shall verify his information. If it is indeed as you say, he will perish. I wish you success in your endeavors. Lin Yuru smirked, crushing her phone in her grip. A sense of exhilaration washed over her. Since you were so rebellious, then vanished completely. The next day, Xiao Changge set off early towards the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's office, Xiao was pouring tea. Opposite her sat a robust man, his piercing gaze emanating a sharp aura. Little Mo, it is indeed more relaxed here. He savored a sip of exquisite tea, releasing a contented sigh. The capital is stifling. Everything feels oppressive, don't you agree? Xiao could only oblige and refill his cup. Minister Feng, what brings you personally here? Are you here to address the Xiao family's alleged collusion with the East Island? Minister Feng, one of the heads of the military, known as Feng Dingbei, also served as a special advisor at the capital university. Upon hearing her words, Feng Dingbei chuckled. Indeed, I have matters to discuss. He set his teacup down and continued. I primarily came to ascertain the caliber of the prodigy you have lauded to the heavens. Feng Dingbei's voice grew serious, tinged with a hint of fervor. He had directly summoned an SS-class Archangel, possessing a spirit space at level 1. And his sister was equally remarkable. Little Mo, do you comprehend what this signifies? Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She understood that someone like Xiao Changge could not be assessed through conventional standards. He was a true prodigy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Minister, Xiao Changge has arrived. Xiao rose with a smile. Please come in. Feng Dingbei also stood, eagerly gazing toward the entrance. The door swung open, and Xiao Changge strode in confidently, surveying the room without a hint of trepidation. Feng Dingbei's casual demeanor abruptly sharpened as he fixed his gaze upon him, as if attempting to see through the man, an aura of authority enveloping him. Xiao Changge merely glanced at him before greeting Xiao. City Lord Mo. How could he disregard him? Witnessing this, Feng Dingbei's interest deepened. This Xiao Changge possessed extraordinary composure. Classmate Xiao, this is the head of the military, Minister Feng Dingbei. Xiao introduced. He is the special advisor at Capital University. Chapter 25. Luring the snake from its hole. Special advisor? Xiao Changge understood that this was the individual seeking to meet him. Good day, Minister Feng. He greeted once more. Feng Dingbei remained silent, arms crossed, his gaze fixed firmly upon him. Regarding the events in the small world of the college entrance examination. How did you eliminate the second-level beast? The question was direct. Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Xiao Changge maintained his calm demeanor. Are you referring to the irascible black mist? My spirit controlled the wolf demons, exhausting its mental energy, and then it was dealt with. He refrained from elaborating. If it weren't for the furious Wolf King's desperate strike, the outcome could have been uncertain. Ha! Feng Dingbei burst into laughter. Quite interesting. You are a fascinating young man. Once his laughter subsided, his expression turned grave. Classmate Xiao Changge, on behalf of Capital University, I offer you a guaranteed admission. Buzz. The declaration sent a jolt through Xiao Changge's heart. A guaranteed admission? This meant he would not need to take further entrance examinations, allowing him direct entry into Capital University, a crucial step towards obtaining the Foxfire Essence. Xiao Changge clenched his fists, his heart racing. Observing this, Feng Dingbei smiled. At Capital University, we only offer 3 guaranteed admissions each year, typically reserved for those who break through to level 2 immediately after high school graduation. Feng Dingbei regarded Xiao Changge with admiration. However, seeing as you have activated your spirit space and eliminated a second-level beast, your potential surpasses that of many newcomers. Thus this quota is granted to you. Hearing Feng Dingbei's words, Qianxiu also beamed with joy. She realized that Xiao Changge was about to embark on a path illuminated with promise. Xiao Changge took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Given the rarity of the Capital University quota, it would undoubtedly be a challenging feat to secure. What do you require of me? A trivial task. Feng Dingbei regarded him with appreciation. Intelligent individuals are straightforward. I need you to break through to level 2 within 10 days and then enter Capital University. Young man, are you willing to accept my challenge? Feng Dingbei's voice brimmed with anticipation. 10 days, a leap from level 9 to level 1. For most, such a significant advancement typically necessitated prolonged accumulation. However, with Xiao Changge having activated his spirit space in advance, he possessed the confidence to shatter the barriers. To him, this was no challenge. It was merely a task undertaken with casual ease. No problem. Upon meeting Feng Dingbei's gaze, Xiao Changge acquiesced. Very well. Feng Dingbei approached and patted his shoulder, saying, from now on, strive to level up. We shall meet again later. Resolute, Xiao Changge took his leave. As he departed, the two exchanged knowing smiles. This child is quite remarkable. With him around, the rookie tournament at Jingxing University will surely put Huayan City on the map. Qianxiu exhaled in relief, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Feng Dingbei strolled to the window, observing Xiao Changge's figure as he walked away. He retrieved his vibrating phone and promptly opened the message. Just one glance, and his fervent gaze turned frigid. The shift in his demeanor was palpable, more intense even than when he faced Xiao Changge. Minister Feng? Qianxiu furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Feng Dingbei paced back and forth, lifted his teacup to take a sip, then slammed it down heavily. The border is in crisis. Feng Dingbei spoke in a low, grave tone. What has transpired? Qianxiu, a veteran from the border, understood the severity of the matter. Witnessing Feng Dingbei's demeanor, an ominous premonition stirred within him. The third war zone has been ambushed by demons. Feng Dingbei ground his teeth, enunciating each word with precision. This is a targeted sneak attack. There are 5th-tier powerhouses among them. 5th tier. Qianxiu's eyes widened. Such beings were capable of city-wide destruction. What is the situation on the battlefield? Qianxiu's throat felt parched. Feng Dingbei shook his head. Half of the elite forces in the third war zone have perished. Had it not been for some individuals who reacted in time to thwart the 5th-tier demons, we might have faced total annihilation. Upon hearing this, Qianxiu broke into a cold sweat. Those wretched demons. Feng Dingbei clenched his fists in anger. After merely driving them back for 50 years, they dare to rear their heads again and launch such a grand assault. He sighed, his eyes icy. What's truly nauseating is not the demons themselves, but among our human alliance. There are places that have enjoyed 50 years of peace and are now faltering. Qianxiu frowned. Feng Dingbei sneered. They have forgotten the excruciating price humanity paid to resist the demon race. Now, instead of fortifying the Great World Passage, they are embroiled in internal strife. He fixed Qianxiu with a sharp gaze. This time, you and Huayan City possess contraband. Yet other cities have their black market dealings as well. Our military has been collaborating with the National Defense Department, conducting thorough investigations. The lack of progress indicates there is a traitor among us. His fury was palpable as he glared at Qianxiu. Xiao Mo, colluding with Dongdao, smuggling illegal goods, committing murder and theft in the college entrance examination's small world, and their monitoring personnel are undoubtedly their own. Do you believe such a group possesses this kind of capability? Alas, without concrete evidence, I would have eradicated them already. Feng Dingbei lifted his teacup to take a sip, only to find it empty, causing him to shatter the cup in frustration. The Xiao family group is not as simple as it appears. Ever since Lin Yuru took charge, it has become a festering sore for Huayan City. I understand. Qianxiu's expression turned serious. As the highest official of Huayan City, she could not evade responsibility for such events. I will cooperate with the investigation and bring the Xiao family group to justice. As long as we find evidence, I will not hesitate to make sacrifices. Ambitious. Feng Dingbei's expression softened considerably. Those colluding with Dongdao are not limited to the Xiao family. Having failed to eliminate Xiao Changge, they will undoubtedly strike again. Feng Dingbei remarked nonchalantly. With the talent exhibited by Xiao Changge, he will surely become a source of anxiety for Dongdao. What follows will be a frenzied attempt on his life. I will dispatch personnel to protect him. Qianxiu's expression darkened. A nation had set its sights on Xiao Changge, which boded ill. We must protect him in secret and only intervene during a life-threatening crisis. Feng Dingbei's gaze grew cold. Those who have not experienced brutal combat cannot truly grow. Only through the crucible of blood and fire can one be forged into genuine gold. He looked at Qianxiu, revealing a proud and rebellious smile. This is a splendid opportunity. The hidden rats lurking in the shadows will inevitably be unable to resist revealing themselves. Upon returning home, Xiao Changge felt an exhilarating rush. 10 days to ascend to the second tier, and then he would head to Jingxing University. He sat in a chair, a wave of relaxation washing over him. Ali stealthily appeared behind him, kneading his temples and massaging around his eyes. You must break through quickly, experiencing Ali's thoughtfulness. Xiao Changge also wished for Ali to grow stronger. He took out his phone to check the map. Defeating enough demon beasts would allow him to advance. The map indicated numerous small world passages designated for leveling up, but they had all suddenly been closed. Given the recent incident in the college entrance examination small world, all managed small worlds would undergo thorough inspections. Chapter 26, Xiao Changge under scrutiny. Since the small world passages were inaccessible, he would have to venture into the wild. Outside the city lay mountainous forests, teeming with demon beasts, yet it was a chaotic mix where no guide would make it troublesome. Ding ding. His phone chimed, and Xiao Changge pulled it out to see. It was a video call from Chen Xiaoyu. Xiao classmate, are you alright? I heard from my uncle that Xiao Yichen did something to you in the college entrance examination small world. Are you hurt? Chen Xiaoyu's anxious voice came through. Xiao Changge shook his head slightly, responding, I'm fine. How about you? We're fine. Chen Xiaoyu sighed in relief, attempting to sound casual. I don't know if you have time lately, but my sister wants to take me out to level up. Are you interested? Going out to level up? Xiao Changge was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that opportunity had presented itself at the perfect moment. You must be eager to advance, right? I saw that the small world passages were under maintenance. My sister is at least a second-tier 4th level bounty hunter. It's a wonderful chance for us. Chen Xiaoyu's lips curled into a proud smile. We're headed to the Gobi Desert hunting grounds. As long as we don't exceed the 3rd tier, summoners can enter to level up. It's tailor-made for us. Are you coming? Upon hearing Chen Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Changge immediately agreed. I'm in. Great. I'll send you the location. See you at the bus station tomorrow. After Chen Xiaoyu hung up, she sent over a location message. Xiao Changge's eyes gleamed with determination. It was time to grow stronger. In the security department, Zhao Pingyan scrutinized Xiao Changge's coordinates, his mind remarkably calm. He had subtly suggested to his daughter to take his niece out to level up. Bringing Xiao Changge along, the plan was officially underway. Prepare to act. We shall intervene only when the target is in life-threatening danger. Understood. The following day, Xiao Changge arrived at the designated bus station. The destination was a Gobi Desert training ground, distinct from the small world passages. Untamed small worlds could lead to disasters, while conquered small worlds became officially controlled resource sites, with the private sector also hosting relevant locations. The Gobi Desert Club was of this kind. A designated area where demon beasts congregated, with high-level beasts eradicated, leaving only lower-tier beasts for low-level summoners to use as a testing ground. A luxury car came to a halt before Xiao Changge, and Chen Xiaoyu opened the door, waving at him. Beside her, a woman of curvaceous form and striking demeanor approached. Clad in a combat suit that accentuated her toned physique, exuding an air of competence. The woman's curious gaze fell upon Xiao Changge, wondering if he was indeed the extraordinary person her sister had raved about. His features were somewhat pleasing, though she pondered if he was merely a facade of silver masking a wooden spear. Sister, this is Xiao Changge. Chen Xiaoyu introduced them. This is my sister, Zhao Guanya. Thank you for your assistance. Zhao Jia. Xiao Changge greeted her with a nod. Zhao Guanya acknowledged him with a slight nod, her attention shifting to the enchanting spirit. Ali, behind Xiao Changge, a flicker of admiration passing through her eyes. What a beautiful companion spirit. This young man truly is fortunate, she thought, sensing an inherent sophistication emanating from Ali. We should first acquire some documentation and then purchase the essentials. Zhao Guanya outlined the necessary precautions. They headed to the Adventurers Guild, where Zhao Guanya and Chen Xiaoyu procured various potions and elixirs. Xiao Changge, however, chose to buy the finest, high-grade stamina potions, advanced healing potions, and superior purification potions, opting for nothing but the best and most expensive. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such extravagance from a novice summoner. Xiao Changge paid promptly. To him, wealth paled in comparison to strength, especially since the funds were from the Xiao family's compensation, causing him no remorse. Noticing Xiao Changge's calm demeanor, Zhao Guanya felt a chill of realization. This young man was indeed remarkable. With the necessary paperwork from the Adventurers Guild, the trio swiftly exited the city, venturing into the vast wilderness beyond. Outside the city, the landscape was stark and desolate, with various beasts lurking, poised to strike. Chen Xiaoyu appeared somewhat anxious, likely experiencing the thrill of her first expedition, while Xiao Changge remained undeterred, accepting the natural order of survival. Only the strong endure in this world. An hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Gobi Desert Club, bustling with activity. Numerous shops dotted the area, filled with adventurers seeking to bolster their strength or embark on quests. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat and the scent of malted beer, interspersed with furtive, predatory glances. Be cautious, Zhao Guanya warned, her expression serious. The Gobi Desert Club lacks any department responsible for incidents. though it has been cleared. High-level beasts may still lurk within. Follow my commands and refrain from rash actions. Understanding Zhao Guangya's gravity, both Chen Xiaoyu and Xiao Changge nodded in agreement. Ali obediently trailed behind Xiao Changge, ignoring the greedy stares from the surroundings. After presenting their identification, they were granted entry. As they walked, the climate of the Gobi became increasingly arid and scorching, with gusts of sand swirling about. Before them lay an endless expanse of sandy dunes. You may find it hard to believe, but this was once a thriving city, reduced to ruins due to the upheaval in the minor world, Zhao Guangya remarked, oblivious to the lurking presence following them from a distance. In the suburbs of Huayan City, within a concealed basement, a man clad in black fixated on a red dot on the screen, which moved within the Gobi Desert Club. Lin Yuru truly is a valuable pawn. Exposing her prodigious son to us, he spoke coldly, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait. Regrettably, we excel at eliminating geniuses, eradicating threats. Casting a glance at his subordinate, he inquired, are we prepared? All set. I've recruited an adventurer to spread rumors about ancient relics in the Gobi Desert. Many are gearing up to investigate, and our team will ensure this genius meets his end, came the reply. The scorching sands seemed to writhe, as if something was emerging from beneath. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a dozen massive sand scorpions burst forth, charging at the trio. Beware! Sand scorpions! Zhao Guangya's expression shifted. Her summoned fire wolf primed for battle. Sister Zhao, allow me to handle these beasts, Xiao Changge stated, stepping forward, his countenance slightly flushed. Gazing at the swarm of scorpions, he felt as though he were staring at treasure. Ali, he commanded, the ones at the forefront are faster, use psychic attacks. The ones behind, employ energy strikes. Ali, unwavering in her loyalty to her master, launched into action. With a swift motion, a psychic blade sliced through the air, cleaving a sand scorpion in two. Its green ichor seeping into the sands, an eerie sight indeed. Without granting the beast a moment to react, Ali pressed on, using her 9 tails to ensnare the scorpions. Each entanglement puncturing their spines with lethal precision. The battle was a mere formality. Within half a minute, the sand scorpions lay vanquished. Chapter 27, Master of the Battlefield. Zhao Guangya felt utterly flabbergasted. The firewolf hadn't even had a chance to enter the fray. The battle had concluded. She glanced at Xiao Changge, who appeared unfazed. As if this outcome was entirely within his expectations. Ali leaned against Xiao Changge's arm, as if her swift victory were a trivial task. Zhao Guangya nodded subtly. This young man required no protection. He could fend for himself. Xiao Changge, when did you become so formidable? Chen Xiaoyu mused, her impression of him still rooted in the past. Ali's rapid dispatching of the beasts was nothing short of astounding. She found herself increasingly perplexed by her classmate. Possessing talent was one thing, but his ability to issue precise commands in the heat of battle was a level only the elite summoners could achieve. Xiao Changge continued his advance, the system panel open, allowing him to detect the presence of beasts. The trio forged ahead, wreaking havoc along their path. Behind a massive dune, a large, gray lizard emerged. Species, phosphor fire lizard. Qualification, C8. Realm, level 1, 3rd stage. Attribute, fire. Skills, phosphor fire phantom, fiery surge, flame tornado. The battle was imminent. Xiao Changge directed Ali to unleash psychic attacks, while Chen Xiaoyu commanded her wombat to defend. Zhao Guangya engaged her fire wolf, competing in speed and flame prowess against the phosphor fire lizard. Overwhelmed by their combined assault, the lizard met its demise. Zhao Guangya skillfully approached the fallen creature, dismembering it to reveal a round, red object. This is the Gobi red fruit. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. The Gobi red fruit is one of the rare materials that can be found in the Gobi Desert Club, capable of enhancing the attributes of A-grade fire-type companion spirits. She glanced at Xiao Changge, momentarily hesitating. Since you commanded this battle, you may decide the distribution of the spoils. Xiao Changge was pleasantly surprised by their stroke of luck. They had struck gold upon arrival. However, considering Ali's psychic and dark attributes, the fruit would not yield much benefit for her. Sister Zhao, let us give the Gobi red fruit to the fire wolf. You share a strong bond, don't you? Xiao Changge could discern that Zhao Guangya was quite eager for the fire wolf to consume that precious Gobi red fruit. However, after a moment's hesitation, Zhao Guangya shook her head. No, this material is exceedingly valuable. I cannot take it. It matters not, for you have let us out here for training. How about this? If you are truly unwilling, the 3 of us can split it evenly, and you can compensate me with cash for my share, Xiao Changge proposed. Very well, I will give you 3 million. Zhao Guangya, not one to dither, proceeded to transfer the funds directly to him. The 3 of them, in high spirits, continued their journey. With Xiao Changge, the scout, their mood lightened considerably. In the distance, a small team was observing their every move. They were advancing, aiming to create chaos and drive away the remaining nuisances. Commands were relayed, and a terrifying energy erupted within their line of sight. Numerous demonic beasts were disturbed, frantically running in all directions, with some charging directly toward Xiao Changge. The trio had no choice but to confront them head-on. Among the oncoming beasts was an enormous sandman, possessing a peculiar bronze core that stood out remarkably. He commanded Ali to launch a psychic attack, and upon contact, the core suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A unique energy dispersed into the distance, seemingly guiding something. What is that? Xiao Changge inquired curiously. It should be some sort of specific mechanism, Zhao Guangya replied. Her brow furrowed in apparent recollection, her face etched with urgency. I have heard that this Gobi Desert is actually a remnant of a chaotic small world that descended upon this land, forming a place akin to a secret realm. Imbued with mystery, there seem to be special ruins here. Is there a part of the small world that has not been conquered? The three exchanged glances, each filled with yearning to explore. After fending off this small group of demonic beasts, they proceeded in the direction indicated by the emanating energy. Half an hour later, a vast underground palace of sand appeared before them. A sense of grandeur, antiquity, and desolation wafted from its entrance. Upon entering, it felt as if they had stepped into another realm. The air turned considerably cooler, and the surroundings were dim, with long passageways embedded with luminescent stones. The elemental energy of fire and earth here was abundant. Chen Xiaoyu instinctively drew closer to Xiao Changge, directing the wombat to scout ahead. Zhao Guangya summoned the white-headed eagle to maintain vigilance at low altitude, while the fire wolf burned brightly, illuminating their surroundings. It seemed there was some form of restriction here. The light became hazy beyond 3 meters, rendering even the fire wolf's flames ineffective, regardless of how fiercely they blazed. Follow me, Xiao Changge said, having perceived everything clearly. Not far ahead, information began to materialize on the walls, ceiling, and even along the roadside. Defensive type, Earth Golem. Power type, Chilius. Psychoenergy type, Earth Elemental Puppet. This group of creatures was at least level 2, yet it appeared that they would not attack unless provoked. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, a loud rumble echoed. The walls on either side suddenly trembled violently. Dozens of towering rock giants emerged from the city walls, their cores emitting intense light as they advanced step by step. This is bad. Zhao Guangya's expression changed, urgency lacing her voice. However, someone was quicker than her. Let me take command, Xiao Changge stated. Though he was unsure why the giants had suddenly attacked, he could see their weaknesses. Defensive type, Rock Giant. Qualification, B3. Realm, Level 2, First Stage. Attribute, Earth. Skill, Justifiable Defense, Thick Shield Charge, Wall Breaking. Fire Wolf, target the energy core of the foremost giant. Wombat, guard the left flank and utilize the terrain for advantageous sniping. White-headed Eagle, your role is to protect us. Upon hearing Xiao Changge's unwavering and confident commands, Zhao Guangya could only suppress her confusion and fully cooperate. The accompanying spirits sprang into action. The fire wolf unleashed flames to scorch the giant's core, while the white-headed eagle charged towards an oncoming earth giant. The wombat's body expanded, its broad posterior blocking incoming attacks. As the battle commenced, Xiao Changge was fully prepared for the confrontation. Ali also began her assault. Rather than employing psychic attacks, she unleashed her 9 tails, efficiently ensnaring each earth giant and swiftly snapping their necks. They were merely earth giants, under Ali's formidable stats. What did B-level earth giants amount to? 5 minutes later, dozens of earth giants lay reduced to rubble. Zhao Guangya was utterly astonished. Not only had they engaged in a challenge beyond their level, but considering these earth giants were merely lower-level second-stage creatures, it was not overly difficult for Ali, a combat specialist, to dispatch them. Yet, it was Xiao Changge's dominance and control over the battlefield that was truly terrifying. Chapter 28, Conquering the Boss. With Xiao Changge present, the journey ahead became significantly smoother. The accompanying spirits followed his directives, circumventing demonic beasts whenever possible, and directly resolving encounters they could not avoid. Ali felt as though she had touched upon her limits, just one step away from a breakthrough. The long corridor culminated in a vast chamber. At the center of the space was a lava pool resembling a volcanic crater. A towering statue slowly rose, engulfed in flames, exuding an imposing presence. Psychoenergy type, Flame Giant. Qualification, B9. Realm, Level 2, 5th Stage. Attribute, Fire. Skill, Flame Charge, Unmatched Might, Lava Eruption. It must be the master of the underground palace. Be cautious. Zhao Guangya's expression turned grave. A Level 2, 5th Stage entity, stronger than her. Facing such a being, it was difficult to guarantee there would be no unforeseen incidents. Roaring ferociously, the flame giant sent molten lava splattering into the air. With a mighty swing of its enormous arms, it struck down toward the three. Streams of lava erupted from its burning form. Defend. Zhao Guangya hastily commanded the fire wolf and white-headed eagle to attack the lava in a bid to shield themselves. However, under the terrifying impact, their efforts proved insufficient. Chen Xiaoyu and Xiao Changge were forced to retreat repeatedly. No, we cannot breach the enemy's armor. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the flame giant as he analyzed its weaknesses. This flame giant's power was far superior. It was on an entirely different level compared to the previous rock giants. Is its weakness the core? No, Xiao Changge realized that the flame giant's core glowed with each attack. It was not a weakness, but rather an enhancement device for its elemental power. Psychoenergy type, Flame Giant. Status, Energy Core releasing, mobility device activating 50-55. A mobility device? So that's it. Xiao Changge observed that the flames atop the Flame Giant's head seemed to dim slightly. That must be the area responsible for enhancing the Flame Giant's mobility. Sister Xiao, can you make the Flame Giant fall? At this moment, Zhao Guangya was directing the Fire Wolf to assault the Energy Core. However, the Energy Core was incredibly resilient, proving to be far from easy to breach. Upon hearing Xiao Changge's words, she was somewhat perplexed. Hurry up. Xiao Changge had no time to explain. If the Flame Giant's mobility reached 100, they would be in dire straits. Zhao Guangya bit her lower lip, commanding the Bald Eagle and Fire Wolf to relentlessly attack the legs of the Flame Giant. The Flame Giant, exasperated, attempted to seize the two agile companions. Chun Xiaoyu. Xiao Changge urgently glanced at Chun Xiaoyu. Wombat, charge. Without hesitation, Chun Xiaoyu commanded the wombat to grow larger, its rotund backside crashing into the arm of the Flame Giant. With a resounding crack, the wombat's fur singed black, causing the Flame Giant to lose its balance. Ninetails entangle. At that moment, Ali unleashed a barrage of foxtails that struck the Flame Giant. Boom. The Flame Giant fell with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Xiao Changge's eyes narrowed. Above, Ali executed a mental judgment. Her combat power surging. A mental blade, forged from the decree of judgment, visibly pierced the top of the Flame Giant's head with a palpable wave of energy. Roar. Time seemed to freeze. The colossal form of the Flame Giant began to tremble, its flames dissipating, and its massive body transformed into a heap of smoldering stones. Xiao Changge breathed heavily. The situation had been exceedingly perilous, but fortunately, Ali had struck the Flame Giant's weak point with full force, leading to their narrow success. Although the second-tier, fifth-level opponent was rather rigid and flawed, having triumphed over such an adversary left Xiao Changge quite satisfied. At this moment, Zhao Guangya was rummaging through the pile of stones when she discovered a pale yellow stone. It's the lava stone, she exclaimed with delight, her excitement palpable. This was a material capable of permanently enhancing the constitution of Earth-type companions, worth at least 30 million at auction. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu was left speechless. Let's split it, Xiao Changge suggested nonchalantly. That won't do, Zhao Guangya firmly rejected. You discovered its weakness. Our attacks only bore fruit because of that. Otherwise, we would have been killed by the Flame Giant. Under the sisters' principles, Xiao Changge could only take half. He handed the materials he had obtained and the lava heart to Qin Xiaoyu. Class representative, you should have a way to help me cash this out. Just return the favor later. All right, I understand, Qin Xiaoyu replied, her heart racing at the thought of holding $1 million material. More importantly, the trust Xiao Changge had in her brought her immense relief. Having conquered the underground palace, the three began their journey back. Qin Xiaoyu was already daydreaming about how to spend her earnings once the materials were sold. Zhao Guangya gazed at Xiao Changge's silhouette, her thoughts tangled. This exceptional individual was indeed deserving of her reputation. At the exit of the underground palace, the trio stared out at the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Not far away, three cold gazes were fixated upon them. They had been waiting for this moment. Upon spotting Xiao Changge, the cloaked figures issued a deadly command. Kill them all. As Xiao Changge and the others prepared to move on, they were suddenly thrown into disarray by the unexpected attacks. A sharp streak shot towards the fragile Qin Xiaoyu. A furious flash of light hurtled towards Xiao Changge's forehead. A razor-sharp beam, brimming with extraordinary energy, aimed directly at the formidable Zhao Guangya. Their actions were decisive, launching lethal strikes with practiced precision. Assassins. As a bounty hunter, Zhao Guangya was particularly sensitive to murderous intent, and the Bald Eagle and Fire Wolf instantly appeared at her sides. Boom. The Fire Wolf unleashed a torrent of flames, triggering a massive explosion. The Bald Eagle released a blade of wind that collided with the streak of light. Qin Xiaoyu ordered the wombat to defend, but it was violently struck and sent flying. Xiao Changge commanded Ali to catch the airborne wombat. A fierce energy storm erupted, and the trio's disheveled figures gradually emerged. Before them, the cloaked figures stepped forward. The foremost among them was accompanied by a mass of putrid slime emanating a foul odor. Two others summoned a shadow and a hawk. Spirit type, corrosive slime. Quality, B2. Realm, second tier, 5th level. Spirit type, shadow. Quality, C8. Realm, second tier, 2nd level. 1 second tier 5th level and 2 second tier 2nd level opponents seemed intent on eliminating Xiao Changge. Beast from the East Island. Zhao Guangya recognized their identity at a glance. Seemingly well acquainted with the assassination trait, the moment she spotted the slime, she understood it was a companion unique to the East Island. Attack. The opposition seemed unwilling to waste time on conversation and issued orders directly. Unfortunately, they misjudged the battlefield. Ali, eliminate the summoner. Xiao Changge sneered, knowing that dealing with the beasts posed a challenge, but with these three adversaries personally present, he would not hold back. Their laughter echoed at his words. A first-tier summoner breaking through their companions, and then killing them? What a fool's dream. Chapter 29. Overcoming 3 levels. However, what transpired next left them utterly astonished. A swift figure appeared before them, enveloped in a tremendous wave of dark energy that completely shrouded them. Dark domain. Ali's momentum surged, and in an astonishing maneuver, she positioned herself behind one of the cloaked figures amidst the encirclement of the slime and shadow. How fast? The cloaked figure had no time to react as a mental blade pierced through his skull. His incredulous gaze froze in place as he witnessed the crimson and white substance splattering across the ground before collapsing. With the master slain, the shadow let out a reluctant howl, dissipating into the ether. Damn it! The remaining 2 cloaked figures erupted in frantic roars. They had already overestimated their opponent's strength, but the fox possessed a skill akin to a domain that rendered them incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. One second-tier second-level assassin, recognizing the dire situation, hastily commanded his companion to defend. Xiao Guangya, can you restrain him? Xiao Changge inquired, prompting Xiao Guangya to spring into action. With her second-tier 4th-level prowess, commanding the bald eagle to thwart the opponent was a mere trifle. Ali struck once more, her mental blades attacking with unparalleled speed, swiftly decapitating him. He and his companion perished in an instant. All of this transpired within 30 seconds. 2 second-tier second-level foes had fallen. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhao Guanya gaped in astonishment. When did overcoming levels become so effortless? Damn it! The strongest assassin howled in fury. He could scarcely believe that he had lost 2 subordinates in a single encounter. Corrosive slime. Merge. He directly activated a skill, merging with his companion. The slime transformed into formidable armor upon its body, embodying the adage that within humanity lies history, and within history, humanity. It unleashed a colossal energy comparable to that of a 6th-tier, second-grade entity. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, suffocating all in its presence. Xiao Guangya. The countenance of Xiao Changge shifted dramatically. The slime's speed was astonishing, as a surge of energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Xiao Guangya. She commanded the fire wolf and the bald eagle to create diversions, darting swiftly to evade the oncoming threat. Yet, her adversary towered over her by 2 minor realms. The fire wolf faltered after only a few exchanges, sustaining injuries, while the bald eagle soon succumbed as well. The corrosive attacks of the slime bore venomous properties. A mere touch would result in poisoning. Ari. Just as Zhao Guangya was on the verge of injury, Xiao Changge's voice resonated. Ari's eyes ignited with a fierce dark aura. Zhao Guangya unleashed an energy attack, severing the connection between the slime and its summoner. Chen Xiaoyu, command the wombat to block its retreat. Ari. Unleash the judgment of condemnation with all your might. Xiao Changge discerned a slight opening in the opponent's defense and issued commands without hesitation. Zhao Guangya poured all her energy into the fray, as the bald eagle unleashed blades of wind, and the fire wolf expelled a massive fireball, creating a maelstrom of flames directed towards the foe. The slime recoiled in response, but found its retreat blocked by the enormous wombat. Just as it prepared to breach the wombat's defenses, Ari appeared above it, a sharp mental blade coalescing in her grasp, imbued with immense psychic power and dark energy. Ari's amber eyes were cold and unrelenting. In the face of the opponent's terror-stricken expression, she struck down, slicing through the slime as if it were mere jelly. The assassin within was cleaved in 2. Thud! The severed masses plummeted to the ground, the slime dissipating into luminous particles. The second-grade 5-tier adversaries fell in succession. Zhao Guangya lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, her chest heaving, drenched in sweat. The fire wolf and the bald eagle groaned beside her, both grievously wounded. Chen Xiaoyu anxiously inspected the wombat's condition. Their strength had been severely tested in this confrontation. Xiao Changge and Ari stood side by side. He searching the remains of the assassin for any identifiers. The relentless winds and sands of the Gobi Desert continued to whip about. Zhao Guangya sat up, while Chen Xiaoyu lay prone, nearly retching from distress. Ari collapsed into Xiao Changge's embrace, utterly exhausted. The mental judgment she had executed had taken a significant toll on her. Ari, are you alright? Sensing her chill, Xiao Changge couldn't help but inquire with concern. Ari nestled her head into his chest, greedily inhaling, her heart warmed by his presence. Xiao Changge produced a potion, gently offering it to Ari's lips. Chen Xiaoyu observed this scene, an indescribable envy swelling within her. The once mighty Ari, now tenderly entwined with Xiao Changge. She shook her head to dispel her thoughts, curiosity overtaking her as she approached. Xiao, you are truly formidable. 3 second-grade assassins dispatched so swiftly. Her voice trembled with a mix of relief and excitement. However, Xiao Changge merely shook his head. It is Ari who is strong. I played a minor role. He stated this with a quiet sincerity, as it truly reflected his feelings. Noticing Ari's shallow breaths, he felt a pang of concern. He must ensure her safety. With a thought, Ari vanished from sight. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhao Guangya gaped in astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a goose egg within. Huh? Chen Xiaoyu trembled, glancing around. Where has Ari gone? Seeing their reaction, Xiao Changge couldn't help but smile. I have sent her to the Spirit Companion Space for recuperation. The Spirit Companion Space. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhao Guangya's astonishment deepened, their tongues nearly betraying them. After a moment of silence, they erupted in excitement. Is it truly the spirit companion space? Chen Xiaoyu leapt with joy, covering her astonished mouth. Disbelief etched across her features. Zhao Guangya's heart surged with tumultuous waves. She stood abruptly, fixating on Xiao Changge with intent. The spirit companion space can only be accessed by second-grade summoners. Xiao Changge, being merely a first-grade 9 tier, had not yet transcended. The notion of opening the spirit companion space at the first tier was nothing short of extraordinary. No wonder he faced the second-grade assassins with such ease. She had previously thought Xiao Changge to be exceptionally gifted, yet this man harbored secrets beyond her imagination. To unlock the spirit companion space at the first tier, formidable psychic strength was essential, alongside substantial material support. This individual is nothing short of a miracle. Zhao Guangya breathed rapidly, her gaze toward Xiao Changge transforming from that of a mere graduate to one of deep respect for a powerful being. Observing Chen Xiaoyu chattering excitedly beside Xiao Changge, she realized the girl remained blissfully unaware of the significance of his ability to access the spirit companion space at the first tier. Zhao Guangya's feelings became increasingly complex. While Chen Xiaoyu was indeed outstanding among her peers, she paled in comparison to Xiao Changge. Now, simply following him, they existed in entirely different realms. As long as Xiao Changge remained alive, he was destined to become a formidable force, not merely in Huayan City, but even at the prestigious capital university. It would only serve as a stepping stone for him. One could only hope that her cousin would not suffer heartache over this man in the future. Chapter 30. The Cunning Beasts. Xiao Changge stowed away the evidence from the slain assassin and surveyed the two women. Zhao Guangya could scarcely maintain her footing, her body marred with numerous wounds. The fire wolf was immobile, and the bald eagle could no longer sustain flight. Chen Xiaoyu's complexion had drained of color, clearly still reeling from the ordeal. The assassins from Dongdao had evidently come with the intent to eliminate us. Xiao Changge surmised that he was likely the primary target, with Zhao Guangya and Chen Xiaoyu merely collateral damage. The three assassins were undoubtedly linked to the Xiao family group, as only they had a vendetta against him and had allied with Dongdao. This matter would need to be handed over to Mo Qianxiu. As a talented student assassinated by Dongdao operatives, this incident would not be easily dismissed. My spirit companion has lost its combat efficacy. Zhao Guangya utilized potions to tend to her companions, subsequently transporting them to the spirit companion space. She turned to Xiao Changge, a note of resignation in her voice. Let us return today. Proceeding further would be tantamount to courting death. Very well. Xiao Changge acquiesced, recognizing that Ari, in her weakened state, could not continue. Then let us hasten our departure. Chen Xiaoyu was eager to leave, cradling the shrunk wombat in her arms. Zhao Guangya studied the map, pointing to a marked location. This is the teleportation passage, a journey of half an hour. Along the way, they encountered numerous demon beasts. The earlier commotion had startled many beasts into flight, while others were drawn towards them. Fortunately, they encountered only B-grade demon beasts. Although Zhao Guangya was incapacitated and Chen Xiaoyu lacked combat prowess, with Ari's intervention, they were more than capable of handling the situation. Utilize the Nine-Tails entanglement. Xiao Changge gestured toward a nearby location, as a foxtail accurately dispatched a beetle. Wombat, ensure our rear is secured. Chen Xiaoyu promptly coordinated with Xiao Changge's commands. Execute the judgment of condemnation. Ari unleashed a barrage of psychic blades, obliterating the remaining beetles. Everything seemed to progress seamlessly. Yet as Zhao Guangya observed the tranquil demeanor of Xiao Changge, her heart grew increasingly tumultuous. Despite being a level 2, 4th-tier practitioner herself, she found herself in the position of one requiring protection. Their relentless offensive had vanquished numerous demon beasts, and they had also acquired a wealth of materials. Chen Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This excursion had undoubtedly proven lucrative. Not far away, a teleportation array materialized silently. Chen Xiaoyu, brimming with enthusiasm, prepared to rush forward. Wait. Xiao Changge interjected, grasping her arm. He shook his head in response to the puzzled gazes of the two women. Logically, the location of a teleportation array would be fraught with lurking demon beasts, yet here, an unnerving stillness pervaded. As they approached the array, the number of demon beasts had evidently increased. There was certainly something amiss. Utilizing the system panel, he scanned the vicinity meticulously. A few shattered bones lay before the teleportation array, appearing less like those of beasts and more akin to human phalanges. 5 meters beneath these bones, startling information emerged. Species, lurking wolf spider. Qualification, A1. Realm, level 2, 3rd tier. An A1. This was Xiao Changge's first encounter with such a qualified demon beast. A-grade qualifications indicated the presence of intelligence. Thus, any careless summoner could easily fall prey. The fact that this wolf spider lay in ambush beneath the sand revealed its cunning nature. Alarm surged through Xiao Changge as he pointed ahead, speaking urgently. Ali, unleash your nine-tails bind in the direction I indicate. With a swish, Ali, ever prepared, directed her more potent fox tail into the sand. Boom. The ground erupted unexpectedly, accompanied by a piercing shriek. A shadow, the size of a small car, sprang forth from the earth. It was the lurking wolf spider. Its 8 legs bristled with steel-like hairs, and its abdomen was adorned with bizarre patterns, while its formidable mandibles glinted ominously. It's the lurking wolf spider. Xiao Guangya's voice trembled with terror, her skin slick with cold sweat. This was the most formidable beast in the desert, infamous for its high drop rate, which lured many adventurers to their doom. At this moment, the lurking wolf spider fixated on Ali, its gaze not one of anger from an attack, but rather a gluttonous hunger upon spotting prey. Having ambushed many near the teleportation array, this was the first time it had been detected. After Ali's intervention, it had initially planned to abandon the hunt. Yet the intoxicating aura emanating from Ali promised greater strength, if consumed. The lurking wolf spider discerned that Ali's power was merely level 1, 9th tier. It was the perfect meal. With a swift motion, the spider lunged at Ali, unleashing a torrent of energy. Xiao Guangya and Chun Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing they had fallen into a dire predicament. However, Xiao Changge perceived the foe as conquerable. Through the data panel, its weaknesses were readily apparent. It was swift, initiating its domain attack. Responding to her master's command, Ali unleashed a surge of dark energy, enveloping the lurking wolf spider within a shadowy domain. As the spider sensed the obscurity within the domain, its speed diminished significantly, and its offensive waned. Confounded by the sudden failure, its crimson eyes brimmed with confusion. Suddenly, the lurking wolf spider began to burrow underground, vanishing from sight. It had actually drilled into the earth. Xiao Guangya's expression shifted as she lost sight of the spider within the dark domain, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Chun Xiaoyu anxiously scanned the surroundings, fearing the spider might suddenly emerge to consume her. Xiao Changge's eyes glimmered, with the system panel's markings, no matter where it fled. A brief scan would reveal its location. You wish to challenge me? He smiled faintly. Ali, 8 meters behind. Execute 9 tails bind. Ali concentrated her immense foxtail and thrust it forcefully at the designated spot. Boom. In the vast expanse of the desert, the lurking wolf spider's disheveled form erupted from the sand, green blood oozing from its wounds, clearly injured. It couldn't comprehend why a skill that had never failed before had been so easily deciphered by the opponent. Opting to abandon that skill, the spider opened its massive maw, launching a barrage of venomous projectiles toward Ali. Wombat, defend. Chun Xiaoyu commanded, causing the wombat to enlarge, forming a dense wall of fur that blocked the incoming venom. The fur quickly succumbed to corrosion, prompting the wombat to sever its connection to avoid igniting a conflagration. Realizing its attacks were ineffective, the lurking wolf spider resumed digging into the sand, preparing to flee. Too late. Xiao Changge was not about to let it escape so easily. Ali targeted its legs. Ali transformed into a streak of purple light, dashing forward in an instant, activating Judgment Proclamation. The lurking wolf spider, already injured, halted in its excavation, and one of its legs was severed in a single blow. The intense pain caused it to tremble, its digging ceasing. Though losing a leg was not catastrophic, being bested by a fox weaker than itself enraged it greatly. The lurking wolf spider ceased its flight, glaring furiously at Xiao Changge, blaming this human for thwarting its hunt when it could have easily consumed its prey. Suddenly, it thrust its abdomen forward, unleashing an invisible mental energy directed at Xiao Changge. Chapter 31, The Dark Aura. Xiao Guangya and Chun Xiaoyu found themselves reeling from the mental assault, their minds feeling as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer. Disoriented, this was an A-grade demon beast, employing a mental attack skill. Even if it wasn't aimed at them, it was sufficient to leave any summoner dizzy. However, Xiao Changge, subjected to the mental attack, appeared unfazed. After all, Ali, being a spirit of the mind, amplified his mental resilience. And he had also activated the spirit space in advance, giving him mental capacity far beyond the average. The mental skill of the lurking wolf spider merely dimmed his vision momentarily. At this instant, a flicker of human-like terror crossed the spider's eyes. Its most potent technique, which it relied upon for survival, had failed to elicit even a response. This moment of shock sent it spiraling into panic. Ali. Xiao Changge directed Ali above the lurking wolf spider, channeling a colossal energy-infused mental blade. Under the spider's terrified gaze, the blade descended with ferocity. Flish. The hard exoskeleton shattered like weathered stone, a black line cleaving it in twain. Boom. The A-grade demon beast, floating near the teleportation array, met its demise. Xiao Guangya and Chun Xiaoyu supported one another as they approached, gazing at the corpse of the lurking wolf spider, their hearts racing with trepidation. Suddenly, a wisp of black flame materialized upon the spider's body, as if it were being consumed, causing it to vanish entirely. Xiao Changge stepped forward to inspect. Material, Dark Aura. Function, can replace the breath of the spirit fox as a material for enhancing spirit beings. Xiao Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately stowed the dark aura within the spirit space, having already acquired the moonlight dew as a material for Ali's upgrade. Now with the dark aura substituting the breath of the spirit fox, only the foxfire essence remained. As long as he secured first place in the freshman competition at the capital university, Ali would be poised for a significant enhancement in her qualifications. Her various attributes would experience a significant enhancement. Xiao Changge was filled with anticipation and excitement. Witnessing the vanishing of the lurking wolf spider, Xiao Guangya gasped for breath. Realizing that they had truly emerged victorious this time, she could scarcely maintain her balance, and the two accompanying spirits in her space displayed no combat prowess whatsoever. Facing a level 2 triple alone was indeed unnerving. The two women observed as Xiao Changge retracted the dark aura and returned Ari to the spirit space, their faces illuminating with expressions of joy. They exchanged bewildered glances, for Xiao Changge had been remarkably composed throughout their journey, rarely displaying such emotional expressions. Even when he obtained the lava stone, they had not seen him exhibit such elation. The dark mass before them was unfamiliar, but given its significance to Xiao Changge, they refrained from inquiring further. The lurking wolf spider had been slain by Xiao Changge. Thus, they had no objections to his collecting the materials it had yielded. Are you all right? Seeing Xiao Changge regain his composure, Chen Xiaoyu approached him with concern. Earlier, the mental attack of the lurking wolf spider had been directed at Xiao Changge, and even their mere contact with the dissipated mental energy had left them with throbbing headaches. Xiao Changge's current state surely could not be optimal. This is a recovery potion. You should drink it quickly. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoyu present a vial of potion, Xiao Changge smiled gently, declining to accept it. No need. The mental attack of the lurking wolf spider is hardly significant. Xiao Changge, perhaps due to his status as a transmigrator, possessed a mental strength that was far from ordinary. He extended his hand, gathering a sphere of energy, which he quickly molded into a likeness of Chen Xiaoyu. The two women were left in awe. Though they could not comprehend how he achieved such precision in controlling energy, it was evident that his mental prowess was formidable. Zhao Guangya gazed at Xiao Changge's impassive expression, increasingly unable to fathom him. Scanning the surroundings and finding no other beasts, the three stepped onto the teleportation array, activating it, and vanishing from the spot. At the entrance of the Gobi Desert Club, the three found themselves back on solid ground, confirming their return amidst the bustling crowd. Xiao Changge glanced at the time. 2 days had passed. He had not anticipated that time within the secret realm would differ from that in the outside world. They boarded a vehicle and returned to Huayan City. At the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, Xiao Changge waved goodbye. Xiao Changge, we owe you a great debt this time, Zhao Guangya said, still shaken, adding that without him, they may have met with dire consequences. I will ensure your materials are liquidated and transferred to you later. Chen Xiaoyu remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Changge. When the opportunity arises, we must venture there once more. Agreed, Xiao Changge replied before departing. Upon returning home, he reclined on the sofa, feeling an exhaustion that mirrored Ari's. However, this was not the time for rest. Xiao Changge sent a multimedia message to Mo Qianqiu, detailing the assassination attempt at the Gobi Desert Club and including photographs of the evidence in their possession. The next moment, Mo Qianqiu's reply arrived promptly. Xiao Changge was taken aback. He had not expected the city lord to respond so swiftly, despite his busy schedule. This indicated the importance Huayan City placed on him. Perhaps their movements were under the opponent's surveillance. Reviewing Mo Qianqiu's message, Xiao Changge felt a sense of reassurance. It conveyed that they had not anticipated the adversary's audacity and had uncovered certain traces, promising that results would follow. A meeting was scheduled for the following afternoon. Lying on the sofa, Xiao Changge felt lethargic and unwilling to move. Ari appeared at some point, gently massaging his Jingming acupoint. The two shared a cozy moment in their warm abode, the setting sun casting their shadows together. In a secluded underground chamber on the outskirts of Huayan City, a man scrutinized the display screen before him, while his subordinates remained silent. A secure phone call suddenly came through. The man glanced at his phone, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes, and smiled as he pressed the answer button. A frantic woman's voice emerged, laced with sarcasm and mockery. I have important news. I wonder whether you are aware. The man toyed with his coffee cup, smiling as he replied, I am curious to know what this news entails. Lin Yuru's derisive laughter echoed. Xiao Changge has returned, and scathed. Is this how you conduct your affairs? The man froze, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Those three had failed. In an effort to avoid escalating the situation, they had only dispatched 3 level 2 experts, never expecting such a debacle. Well, that boy seems to have had a stroke of luck. He scoffed. Luck. Lin Yuru's voice rose sharply. You dare claim they are assassination experts. Yet they cannot even eliminate a single level 1. The overall caliber of your Eastern Island is lacking. If this news spreads, the world will mock you. Each of her words struck deeply at the man's nerves. My son is still hospitalized, and you cannot even provide an explanation. I question whether collaborating with you is beneath my dignity. With a snort, the man's coffee cup shattered in his grip. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, though his tone turned frigid. Ms. Lin, we of Eastern Island are not to be slandered at your whim. Chapter 32, Mastery of the Battlefield. If you cannot execute a task properly, must you silence all critics? Lin Yuru's voice dripped with vengeful malice. If you wish to continue collaborating with the Xiao family group, then I expect a satisfactory answer within 3 days. Otherwise, we shall cease providing you with any resources. With a decisive click, she ended the call, leaving the room cloaked in silence. The subordinate lowered his head, his breathing markedly subdued as he sensed the suffocating aura of murderous intent radiating from the man. Rising slowly, the man's expression hardened, twisted by fury. Utterly incompetent. 3 level 2 experts, trained by Eastern Island, could not even kill a single level 1 wretch. This is a disgrace to Eastern Island. They had best be dead. Otherwise, he would ensure that they wished for death, yet could not attain it. The man's thoughts turned to Lin Yuru's icy, mocking visage. Damn that woman from Huagua. My son is cowering in fear, hiding in the hospital. And she dares to confront me. What right does she have? If it were not for the Xiao family group's potential value and the relentless search efforts of the damned Huagua National Defense Bureau, I would have long since confronted Lin Yuru and silenced her. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to calm down. At such a critical moment, composure was essential. He was Eastern Island's finest operative, and the priority was to devise the best solution. The screen displayed Xiao Changge's information. That delicate visage was an eyesore. No matter how one looked at it, this failure indicated that Xiao Changge's strength was far beyond what the record suggested. His accompanying spirit possessed an extraordinary power inconsistent with its current realm. Moreover, this individual was no ordinary foe. The ability to counterattack against 3 level 2 experts rendered him an immense threat. Once Xiao Changge successfully matures, he will undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle to the unification of the Eastern Isles, potentially even more troublesome than Feng Dingbei. Action must be taken without delay. The previous deployment of 3 second-tier experts seemed promising, yet it has become evident that a re-evaluation of this individual is necessary. A more formidable assassin must be dispatched. It appears that I must take matters into my own hands. That foolish woman, Lin Yuru, is not to be trusted. I must ensure that the people of Huagua understand that a so-called genius devoid of true strength is nothing more than a lifeless shell. A cruel smile crept across his face as he glanced at his subordinates. Ensure you watch him day and night. I am eager to see what this young rascal will do next, particularly regarding his movements outside the city. Yes, his subordinates quickly responded. The man nodded slightly, observing Xiao Changge's visage on the screen, akin to gazing upon a masterpiece he had personally shattered. The following day, Xiao Changge arrived at the Lord's residence in the afternoon, making his way expertly to Mo Qianqiu's office. The door stood ajar, and voices could be heard within. He knocked lightly on the doorframe, prompting Mo Qianqiu to invite him inside. On the sofa sat a familiar figure, Feng Dingbei. Upon noticing Xiao Changge's entrance, Feng Dingbei's gaze pierced through him like a ray, imposing a formidable pressure that enveloped Xiao Changge entirely. He felt his body tremble, each step demanding substantial effort. Is this the sensation of a 4th-tier powerhouse? Although Feng Dingbei harbored no malicious intent, the mere release of his energy rendered breathing a laborious task. Xiao Changge met Feng Dingbei's eyes, advancing step by step, his muscles quaking, yet his gaze remained as tranquil as still water. Feng Dingbei was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this young man could maintain such composure under his pressure. Intriguing. It had been 2 days since their last encounter, and it was evident that his strength had solidified considerably. Originally at the 9th level of the 1st tier, his rapid breakthrough had left his foundation tenuous. It now appeared to possess a newfound density. Excellent. Feng Dingbei's hearty laughter reverberated through the office, and Xiao Changge felt a wave of relief wash over him. Feng Dingbei approached, patting Xiao Changge on the shoulder with a look of approval. You've done remarkably well. In just 2 days, your foundation has become much more solid. It seems your breakthrough to the 2nd tier is imminent. Xiao Changge smiled, feeling as though his arm might dislocate under the pressure. Minister Feng, you flatter me. It is merely the result of participating in a few battles. Flattery. Feng Dingbei shook his head. I have not exaggerated. The ability to solidify one's foundation through combat is indeed commendable. He was thoroughly satisfied. This young man not only possessed talent, but also fortitude. Truly a promising prospect. Xiao Changge, allow me to remind you of something. Feng Dingbei continued after a moment's thought. With your talent, admission to the capital university is a foregone conclusion. Do not forget to enroll for the newcomer competition. I expect you to secure 1st place. The rewards will provide unforeseen benefits for your future growth. I am already aware, Xiao Changge replied earnestly, nodding. Was it Xiao Mo who informed you? Feng Dingbei inquired curiously. Before Xiao Changge could respond, Mo Qianqiu interjected. Minister Feng, Xiao Changge's sister was specially recruited by Capital University. How could he not be aware of such matters? Xiao Changge nodded. Regarding his sister, there were no secrets among these prominent figures. The 3 exchanged a few more words before Xiao Changge retrieved the clothing and belongings of 3 assassins from the spirit space, placing them on the floor. Mo Qianqiu's and Feng Dingbei's expressions shifted dramatically. Mo Qianqiu meticulously examined the garments, while Feng Dingbei's hand roamed over the various tools and equipment, his eyes cold as ice. This group. Feng Dingbei's furious exclamation sent chills down spines, an even more potent aura of pressure filling the office, saturating the air with murderous intent. They are a specialized assassin organization cultivated by the Eastern Isles. He enunciated each word through gritted teeth. These wretches resort to these despicable tactics. Our protective personnel have gone missing, and they dare to take such reckless measures. A wolf that cannot be raised should be exterminated. He turned to Xiao Changge. His expression grave. You must divulge every detail of this incident to me. Xiao Changge's countenance sobered as he recounted the assassination attempt in its entirety. He refrained from embellishment, presenting the event with the detachment of an observer. To Mo Qianxiu and Feng Dingbei, Xiao Changge's demeanor was astonishing, particularly when he mentioned facing a second-tier 5th level and 2 second-tier 2nd level assassins. Even Mo Qianxiu felt a surge of dread, despite having previously received reports about Xiao Changge. Such a lineup. Not only could they eliminate a mere graduate, but they would also stand a high chance against a bounty hunter like Zhao Guangya. However, when Xiao Changge spoke of Ali skillfully exploiting weaknesses to eliminate the 2 second-tier 2nd level assassins, Feng Dingbei nodded repeatedly. Securing the advantage at the outset, he was truly a seasoned veteran on the battlefield. This young man's combat aptitude was remarkably exceptional. Chapter 33, The Great Net. Upon hearing that Xiao Changge had controlled the battlefield and vanquished the most formidable second-tier 5th level opponent, even Feng Dingbei, despite his vast experience, could not help but marvel. This was no child's play. It was a rare and valuable combat case study. The two inhaled deeply and exchanged glances, each keenly aware of the surprise and concern mirrored in the other's eyes. Had Xiao Changge made a single misstep, he would not be standing here today, and Manhwaedit would have lost an exceptional talent. A shared sense of dread intensified their animosity toward the Eastern Isles. East Isles. Feng Dingbei suppressed his simmering rage, casting a profound look at Xiao Changge, his gaze imbued with relief, satisfaction, and a tinge of guilt and fear. This incident was precipitated by the weakness of our own personnel. It is a dereliction of duty on our part. Rest assured, we will not let this matter rest. Xiao Changge observed the two prominent figures growing agitated on his behalf, feeling a tangle of emotions within, entrusting this matter to them. They had indeed indicated their commitment to resolving the trouble on his behalf. Was this what it meant to have backing? Subsequently, the three engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the Gobi Club. As Xiao Changge departed, the sun had already begun to set. 3 days later, Xiao Changge prepared himself for the journey, expanding his phone's map to the trial location outside Huayan City. He was set to venture forth into battle, eager to expedite his ascent. Stepping outside his home, the plan was set in motion, a vast net poised to ensnare him from behind. He was merely the bait. As Xiao Changge walked down the street, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, he remained inconspicuous among the throng, yet an unsettling gaze lingered in his direction. With his mental acuity, he could sense the presence of another, and without careful scrutiny, one would never discover it. Indeed, someone was following him. Xiao Changge maintained a calm expression as he continued his walk. On the side of the street, an unremarkable man was engrossed in his phone, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Xiao Changge's silhouette. The man strolled among the crowd, seemingly just another urban dweller, drawing no attention whatsoever. As an exemplary operative, blending into the crowd was an indispensable skill. He trailed behind Xiao Changge, moving at a leisurely pace as they meandered through the streets, covering considerable distance. Xiao Changge seemed to be wandering aimlessly, devoid of any particular destination, yet the man exhibited no haste. He possessed an abundance of patience. At this moment, Xiao Changge arrived at the southern gate of the city. The south gate led to the wilderness beyond the city, a gathering place for various mercenaries and adventurers. The man settled at a restaurant, covertly observing Xiao Changge, who was engaged in conversation with the guards at the city gate. The specifics of their exchange remained unclear. He took out a device the size of a mosquito and sent it flying towards Xiao Changge, while fragmented voices echoed in his earpiece. I intend to visit the Shirlin Club. The beasts there seem to be of superior quality. The Shirlin Club? That place is perilous. You're only at level 1. Are you going alone? I have a team. It's merely a reconnaissance. The Shirlin Club, you say? The man nodded slightly, retrieved the device, and sent a message via his phone. After completing these tasks, he smiled, rose, and blended into the crowd, preparing to withdraw. However, as he turned, his forward momentum abruptly halted, his heart raced, and he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Before him stood a man with a sinister grin. This man was none other than Zhao Pingyan, the minister of the Defense Department of Huayan City. Zhao Pingyan was a figure notorious within their assassination organization, unmistakable in his identity. Why was he here? Had he been compromised? The man, well-versed in the art of lurking, felt like a mere jester in Zhao Pingyan's presence. He trembled uncontrollably, an instinctual urge to flee surging within him. But his muscles were paralyzed under the weight of an immense pressure. Zhao Pingyan's gaze was icy, as though he regarded a corpse. The man opened his mouth but could not breathe. Not a single word escaped his lips before he succumbed to darkness. At this moment, Xiao Changge exited the city gates, the artificial order dissipating into oblivion beyond the city limits, replaced by a raw and desolate atmosphere. He chose not to head towards the Gobi Club, nor did he opt for the previously agreed-upon Shirlin Club. Instead, He ventured down a seldom-trodden path towards the Yunny Club. The necessary tasks had been completed. Whether those behind him would take the bait was no longer his concern. In the outskirts of Huayan City, the man observed a message on his phone. A twisted smile spreading across his face. The Shirling Club, you say? What an intriguing little imp. Selecting a location akin to a potter's field. Far from Huayan City, a perfect assassination site. However, this lad is not as compliant as one might think. The man glanced at another message on his phone and proceeded in a specific direction. He felt no urgency. The game of eliminating a genius was far too delightful to rush. At the entrance of the Yunny Club, as the target appeared, a figure unexpectedly blocked his path. Xiao Changge paused, instantly entering a combat stance, cautiously eyeing the man who had suddenly materialized. The man's face bore a polite smile, exuding an air of gentleness. Yet his gaze, filled with murderous intent, radiated a chilling aura. Xiao Changge, appearing shocked and terrified, urgently demanded, "Who are you?" He took a step back, on guard. The man's delight surged at Xiao Changge's evident fear. This was the very sensation he craved. To torment a genius in his grasp, piece by piece. To the brink of despair. A gentle breeze swept by, and he let out a series of triumphant laughs. "Ha ha ha, a genius from Huagua. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ai Dao Guanzi, the captain of the Dongdao assassination team." This declaration echoed like thunder. Xiao Changge was taken aback. His terror escalating, his body trembling uncontrollably. The assassination team, one of Dongdao's elite forces, directly governed by the Dongdao Self-Defense Force. Ai Dao Guanzi's stature was unexpectedly lofty. It appeared that his displayed talents had caught Dongdao's attention. By revealing his identity, this man had cornered him. "Dongdao? Why?" Xiao Changge's voice quivered. Fear etched across his face. Witnessing this, Ai Dao Guanzi was elated. "I have no idea who you are. Why would you ambush me? How did you learn of my whereabouts?" Xiao Changge bombarded him with questions while discreetly preparing to escape. However, Ai Dao Guanzi detected his intentions. This facade of calm, riddled with flaws, was all too transparent. TSK, you killed 3 of my subordinates, and yet you inquire why I would ambush you." Ai Dao Guanzi shook his head slightly. "I have but one objective. For you to willingly surrender your accompanying spirit to me, or for me to seize her by force." His gaze intensified, as if he envisioned the exquisite visage of Ali upon Xiao Changge. The coveted prize that the Xiao family could not attain was now within his grasp. He could scarcely imagine the expression on Lin Yuru's face upon witnessing this moment. Unable to contain his manic laughter, the overwhelming thrill rendered Ai Dao Guanzi enraptured. Chapter 34, The Terrifying Might of a Level 4 Expert. At this juncture, you have become the fish on the chopping block. There will be no rescue forthcoming. Lin Yuru's adopted son is indeed impressive. Ai Dao Guanzi fixated on Xiao Changge. Relishing in his despair, Xiao Changge furrowed his brow. The accompanying spirit he sought, Xiao Chen, was also coveted by this Dongdao individual, suggesting that his relationship with the Xiao family was not one of absolute collaboration. However, this information could not serve as evidence. He sighed, retracting all previous displays of emotion, replacing them with an unwavering calm. He regarded Ai Dao Guanzi with the eyes of one observing a mere clown. Noticing Xiao Changge's transformation, Ai Dao Guanzi frowned, feeling a flicker of unease. What had caused this little imp's expression to shift so abruptly? Had he been paralyzed by fear, choosing not to resist? With a dismissive snort, he resolved to waste no more time, unleashing a surge of formidable energy, prepared to eliminate the loathsome little imp before him. At that instant, Xiao Changge spoke. His voice was calm, yet it sent a tremor through Ai Dao Guanzi's frame. "Minister Feng, has anything Ai Dao Guanzi said been recorded?" Upon hearing this, Ai Dao Guanzi froze, rooted to the spot, a profound, indescribable dread enveloping him. "Minister Feng? Could it be Feng Dingbei of Huagua? This is bad. I've fallen into a trap." Ai Dao Guanzi's heart plummeted, filled with rage and regret, realizing he had been ensnared by the despicable Huagua individual. Damn it! Ai Dao Guanzi decisively summoned his accompanying spirit. A purple slime emanated a dangerous aura. A snake-bodied creature with a human head appeared, looking utterly grotesque, along with a snow woman, radiating an imposing presence. 3 level 3, 6th-stage accompanying spirits materialized beside him. Ai Dao Guanzi sprang into action, unleashing a burst of speed towards Xiao Changge. Capturing this little imp was his only hope for survival. Ai Dao Guanzi moved swiftly, yet someone was even faster. A thunderous boom echoed as a terrifying pressure descended with overwhelming force. The air in the vicinity had become unbearably heavy, causing Ai Dao Guanzi's steps to slow significantly, each movement feeling as if he were burdened by a colossal mountain. His eyes burned crimson, rendering him immobile. Before him, a haughty man materialized in an instant, standing protectively in front of Xiao Changge, his broad back exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Feng Dingbei. Beside him, 4 waves of energy, even more formidable than Ai Dao Guanzi's, surged forth simultaneously. A wildly powerful gorilla made a striking entrance. A fiercely ferocious tiger king appeared. A tempestuous dragon, sprouting wings, soared into the sky. and a massive centipede erupted from the ground. These 4 potent companions encircled Idao Guanzi's 3 summoned spirits. This was a stark demonstration of a level 4's dominance over a level 3. The slime barely had time to unleash its toxic gas before being obliterated by a single punch from the gorilla. The snake, entwining the tiger, was effortlessly snapped in 2. The snow woman attempted to cast her icy attack, only to be smashed to smithereens by the airborne dragon. The battle concluded swiftly. Idao Guanzi trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees, overwhelmed by despair. His 3 powerful companions had been obliterated in mere seconds, leaving him devoid of any capacity for thought. These were spirits he had painstakingly acquired, only to fall within a minute. This was catastrophic. Xiao Changge observed everything with a tumultuous heart. How terrifyingly powerful level 4 warriors could be. He could not help but delve into the information. Power type, Wild King Kong. Qualification, A7. Realm, level 4. 9th layer. Speed type, Mighty Tiger King. Qualification, A7. Realm, level 4, 9th layer. He glanced skyward once more. Flight type, Explosive Dragon God. Qualification, A9. Realm, level 4, 9th layer. And one last entry. Spirit Energy type, Sky Soaring Centipede. Qualification, A5. Realm, level 4, 9th layer. Xiao Changge felt as though his breath had been stolen away. They all possessed A-grade qualifications, especially the dragon soaring above, which astonishingly reached A9. Only a single step remained before it could ascend to S-grade qualification. Alas, that minuscule step barred countless exceptionally talented summoners and their spirits. Elevating one's qualification was akin to ascending a treacherous peak. Transitioning from A to S grade required luck, opportunity, strength, and profound foundation, each element essential. Xiao Changge, however, was fortunate to possess a system that allowed him to select the upgrade path for his spirits and utilize a panel to uncover the hiding places of beasts, providing him with a most convenient shortcut. Gazing at the 4 spirits, he envisioned the formidable form of Ah Li after her ascension. At that moment, surrounded by the 4 spirits, Idao Guanzi's expression had morphed from one of calm indifference to sheer terror. Feng Dingbei reached out, seizing him with a firm grip. Though his speed was unremarkable, Idao Guanzi found no inclination to resist. The hand tightened around his throat, an impending sense of death enveloping him, making breath impossible. Those from the Eastern Isles had treacherous ambitions. Feng Dingbei's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He regarded the trembling Idao Guanzi with a cruel smile. As he spoke, he produced a long, needle-like instrument radiating an unsettling aura. In Idao Guanzi's pained gaze, Feng Dingbei drove the needle directly into his brow. Idao Guanzi emitted a piercing scream. The needle seemed almost alive, driving deep into his skull, advancing toward his brain. Idao Guanzi's expression grew increasingly vacant, his eyes losing their focus as if all thought had fled him. Feng Dingbei released his grip, leaving Idao Guanzi standing dazed and motionless. Feng Dingbei chuckled. This is a tool developed by our research department, capable of extracting the truth from the subject. He then inquired of Idao Guanzi. What are the locations of your strongholds in Huayan? Idao Guanzi's lips moved mechanically, dispassionately divulging information. Suburban Huayan, abandoned manor basement. Feng Dingbei frowned. Apart from the Xiao family corporation, who else have you collaborated with in Huagua? Idao Guanzi continued to enumerate various factions, all notable enterprises in Huayan and even other cities. With each name, Feng Dingbei's murderous intent intensified. These traitors of Huagua. Now tell me about the active members in Huayan, their responsibilities, and who the contacts are? Feng Dingbei's voice turned icy. These inquiries clearly delved into more confidential matters. Idao Guanzi's previously vacant expression suddenly contorted in agony, clarity returning to his eyes as he began to struggle. No sound escaped his mouth, yet he opened it wide, as if attempting to expel something, an unsettling sight. Oh, you. Each syllable was painfully forced from his throat, blood trickling from his brow, his eyes bloodshot. A chilling scream erupted from his lips. Then, he went utterly still, as if all control had slipped from him, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Chapter 35. The den is destroyed. Do not move. Xiao Changge had intended to step forward to assess the situation, but was halted by Feng Dingbei. He looked at the man before him in confusion. This individual is under a mental curse. Feng Dingbei's voice was laced with revulsion as he explained. His mind was ensnared, which is now triggered, resulting in his immediate demise. Xiao Changge gazed at Idao Guanzi, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. What a vicious tactic. Feng Dingbei kicked Idao Guanzi's lifeless form aside and retrieved the long needle from the ground. Rising, he cast a relaxed glance at Xiao Changge. Kid, shall we investigate their stronghold? Though he posed it as a suggestion, his tone left no room for dissent. Very well. Xiao Changge did not hesitate to agree. Feng Dingbei nodded in satisfaction, then returned the 3 summoned spirits to their space, leaving only the explosive dragon god. In the next moment, he seized Xiao Changge, lifting him with ease. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through. Feng Dingbei ascended, carrying him into the sky, landing upon the back of the explosive dragon god. Roar. The explosive dragon god emitted a resounding roar, its enormous wings flapping as it transformed into a streak of light, racing towards a designated location. The abandoned manor. The silvery moonlight cascaded down upon the earth. The howling winds roared, whistling as they swept towards the dilapidated estate. At the entrance of the manor, two figures clad in black stood guard. It's a bit chilly. One of the guards shrugged his coat closer around him, sighing softly. It's been tough. Once this mission concludes, I'm heading home. He felt utterly exhausted, yearning to see the cherry blossoms of his homeland once again. The other guard glanced around, chuckling. I wish I could go back too. Life in Hwagwa is worry-free, but there are just too many powerful individuals. His words had scarcely left his lips when the air suddenly turned frigid. The previously cloaked figure, perplexed, instinctively turned to glance in that direction. You. His voice faltered. Abruptly severed. A shadowy figure materialized before his eyes, hurtling towards him from the side of a fallen comrade, leaving him no time to react or to ascertain the adversary's position. A soundless gasp escaped his throat as the world spun around him, and he beheld the sight of his own headless body standing motionless. Before the two corpses, Ali emerged gradually. Xiao Changge followed closely behind her. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment before they proceeded towards the entrance of the manor. In the basement, within a lavish chamber, two men clad in black were indulging in tea upon a sumptuous sofa. The aura they exuded rivaled that of the infamous Ida. That foolish woman, Lin Yuru, may have professed her refusal, yet she has nonetheless provided us with a substantial cache of resources. One of them lounged on the sofa, a disdainful smile gracing his features. Once we divulge even the slightest hint of our advanced technology, they shall become like beggars, groveling at our feet. Such is the essence of the various factions in Hwagwa. They are inherently contemptible. The other spoke with arrogance. In Hawaiian, the Xiao family is not the sole power. I have already allied with the Zhou family, who are quite amenable. I am confident that it won't be long before the black market in Hawaiian transforms into our golden goose. The two exchanged slight smiles, their expressions brimming with ambition. Suddenly, the door was thrust open in haste. A subordinate rushed in, urgency etched across his face. Vice captains. We've lost contact with the guards at the entrance. Their smiles froze in place. One of them, visibly displeased, snapped, What are you panicking for? Why not check for yourself if there's no word? A flicker of caution ignited within him as he seized a specialized walkie-talkie and switched to a secure channel. There was only the jarring sound of static on the other end. His expression shifted dramatically as he opened the channel to all, his tone grave. All teams. Assemble in the main hall. Move quickly. Silence enveloped the communication, and after a brief pause, a response finally came through. Yes. Yes. 3 affirmations echoed back, only to be swallowed by quiet once more. The abandoned manor housed no less than 30 distinct teams, each composed of elite members, yet fewer than 5 had responded. The two men felt a chill envelop them. One of them lunged forward, seizing the collar of his subordinate. You fool. 2 slaps to the face. And you look like a pig, he bellowed. Why did you report so late? His furious roar reverberated through the room. Unable to maintain their composure, they bolted from the room. At the entrance, a handful of black-clad figures had gathered, visibly shaken. 6 in total, they hastened towards the main hall. Upon arrival, they summoned their summoned spirits, preparing for vigilance at every passageway. A deafening roar echoed from above, shaking them to their core. The sound waves rippled through the air as the sturdy ceiling trembled violently, fissures appearing and debris raining down. Before they could react, with a resounding crash, the massive ceiling seemed to be wrenched upwards by an invisible force. A resplendent full moon emerged into their view. Above, a colossal divine dragon soared majestically. An overwhelming pressure, characteristic of a level 4 powerhouse, enveloped the 6 figures, whose faces were etched with terror and disbelief. One vice captain trembled as he gazed at the immense shadow above. Fengdingbei. Uttering that name seemed to sap him of strength. The other vice captain, while astonished, felt a surge of madness within, shouting recklessly, Charge. If we kill him, we can survive. For subordinates commanded their summoned spirits to attack. In an instant, over a dozen summoned spirits unleashed their fullest might, employing an array of energy, elemental, mental, and physical assaults. A myriad of attacks wove together into a net, aiming to obliterate the figure atop, the explosive dragon. Fengdingbei observed it all with indifference. Akin to watching a swarm of ants, the onslaught before him appeared merely as the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. In the next moment, 3 summoned spirits, radiating a terrifying aura, materialized. The wild great gorilla barreled into the throng of summoned spirits like a tank. The mighty tiger unleashed havoc, while the flying centipede executed finishing blows. With a mere flick of its wings, the explosive dragon dissipated the attackers' combined efforts. This was an overwhelming display of power. The level 2 summoned spirits stood no chance, obliterated in an instant. The level 3 summoned spirits of the 2 vice captains barely lasted half a breath before being shattered by the wild great gorilla and mighty tiger with ruthless efficiency. Before such absolute strength, The 6 assassins from the Eastern Isles were bereft of any rebellious thoughts. At this moment, Xiao Changge and Ali appeared at the entrance. Ali had already conjured numerous mental blades, launching them towards the 4 level 2 summoners and their remaining spirits. Swish, swish, swish. The already suppressed level 2 summoners and spirits failed to mount any effective defense, collapsing in rapid succession. The scene was left with but 2 vice captains, akin to lost souls. You must flee. One realized escape was futile, his eyes filled with resolve. He commanded his last remaining summoned spirit, shouting, "Explode." It was an icebound turtle, which, upon receiving its master's command, emitted a mournful cry as its energy surged. Boom. Shards of ice energy erupted in all directions. The chaos provided the other man the opportunity to flee without hesitation. Yet, at the very moment he took a step, a flame-wreathed tiger burst forth from the ice explosion. Instantly appearing behind him, the sharp claws grazed him, and he felt an agonizing rip through his heart. In disbelief, he looked down to find the bloodied claws had pierced through his chest. On the battlefield, the man who had commanded the icebound turtle to self-destruct was tightly ensnared by the flying centipede, unable to escape. The explosion's power yielded no effect. He watched helplessly as the other fleeing man was slain, his fleeting hope extinguished, leaving only despair and anguish. As the explosive dragon descended, Feng Dingbei leaped forth. His broad form, silhouetted against the moonlight, cast a shadow over the vice-captain. The aura he exuded rendered the other 2 fearful to meet his gaze. Feng Dingbei produced a long needle-like device, piercing it into the vice-captain's brow as the latter looked on in shock. Under the control of the long needle, the vice-captain had no choice but to capitulate, confessing under duress. Our records of transactions are stored in a room deep within the manor, but they require the vice-captain's fingerprint to access. Upon hearing this, Feng Dingbei's eyes narrowed. He commanded the flying centipede to secure the scene before addressing Xiao Changge with a measured tone. Come, let us uncover the clandestine misdeeds they have been orchestrating in the shadows. Feng Dingbei, hoisting the lifeless body of the fleeing deputy captain, made his way towards the innermost depths of the manor. Xiao Changge followed dutifully behind him. Before long, they arrived at the threshold of a room. Employing the corpse's fingerprint, Feng Dingbei unlocked the door with a resounding click, and the heavy portal swung open. The sight within prompted Xiao Changge to draw in a sharp breath. This space contained neither precious resources nor monetary treasures, but rather an array of bookshelves, densely packed with hard drives, notebooks, and folders. Each item chronicled intricate details regarding various factions operating in and around Dongdao and Huayan, including the Xiao family conglomerate, smuggling, espionage, technology theft, assassination, and more. This was irrefutable evidence. Feng Dingbei glanced around and was immediately consumed by a tempest of rage, emanating an oppressive aura. These vile creatures, he growled through clenched teeth. I shall hold them accountable for each and every one of these transgressions. Just as Feng Dingbei prepared to seize the materials, Xiao Changge's gaze drifted towards a particular direction, his brow furrowing slightly. Information flickered on the system panel, though the handwriting was quite indistinct. Unable to resist, he approached and gently tapped the wall. Feng Dingbei, intrigued, joined him. With a thunderous sound of mechanisms whirring, a concealed compartment revealed itself before them. Feng Dingbei's eyes widened. He had failed to detect this anomaly. Within the compartment lay nothing extraordinary, merely a glass container. Xiao Changge appeared inside, and suddenly understood. Inside the glass vessel wriggled 2 black insects, their movement somewhat repulsive. Nearby, a label bore a name in katakana. Upon witnessing the insects, Feng Dingbei's expression darkened. These are the soul-tracking motherworms, he explained to Xiao Changge. They are cultivated by Dongdao, implanted within agents. Once an agent triggers a specific restriction, the motherworm senses it and emits a counter-signal, leading the offspring to eliminate the host. With this revelation, Xiao Changge comprehended the nature of the restrictions that had previously afflicted the AI island agent. No wonder he had perished without divulging crucial information. Such restrictions were virtually impossible to lift unless remedied from the outset. Feng Dingbei furrowed his brow, then cast a surprised glance at Xiao Changge. You seem to possess a keen sense of perception. I overlooked this entirely, yet you managed to discern it, he praised. You've truly distinguished yourself this time. With the motherworm, we can decipher the mechanisms of the restrictions. Once we capture the Dongdao operatives, we shall interrogate them thoroughly. A wicked smile emerged on Feng Dingbei's face. He carefully secured the soul-tracking motherworms and conducted a final sweep of the area. Having completed their task, the duo returned to the main hall. Feng Dingbei, spotting the deputy captain immobilized by the flying centipede, could hardly contain his impatience. How is the battlefield cleanup progressing? He inquired. The flying centipede quivered, its elongated body causing the manor to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Grasping the deputy captain with one hand and seizing Xiao Changge with the other, Feng Dingbei declared, "We must depart." With a swift leap, he soared into the sky, the explosive dragon god appearing beneath him, transforming into a radiant beam as they sped away into the distance, leaving behind the crumbling manor, forsaken and forgotten. In the sky, The explosive dragon god glided slowly, casting its gaze upon the myriad of lights below. Feng Dingbei, having rendered the deputy captain unconscious and cast him aside, scrutinized the young man before him. Xiao Changge, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. He produced a badge and placed it into Xiao Changge's hand. The emblem intricately inscribed with a depiction of the Great Wall. This is a communication device from the National Defense Department. You may contact me through it. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. His words were imbued with a profound promise. Accepting the badge, Xiao Changge felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Regarding your performance today, I shall report it faithfully, and your rewards will be expedited. Feng Dingbei patted Xiao Changge on the shoulder. On behalf of all our compatriots, I express my gratitude for your pivotal role in exposing the traitors. As dawn broke, the explosive dragon god descended in a remote area. Feng Dingbei, still clutching the deputy captain, moved forward. I must visit the Lord Mayor's residence. It is time for a thorough cleansing of Huayan. He spoke coolly, exuding an air of calm before the storm. You should return and rest. With that, he vanished from sight, taking the deputy captain with him. Xiao Changge inhaled deeply, the fresh air revitalizing him. The frenzy of the previous night replayed in his mind. As the sun rose, the events that had transpired felt almost dreamlike. Upon returning home, he lay on his bed, reflecting on Ali's performance in battle. The madness of the AI island agent, and the might of Feng Dingbei. These experiences had instilled a newfound steadiness within him. He retrieved his phone to find a multitude of missed calls and messages, all from Chen Xiaoyu. Where have you been, Xiao Changge? Today is the college entrance examination. If something's wrong, please let me know. Her words were laced with concern and care. After a moment's thought, he returned her call. The connection was almost instantaneous. Xiao Changge, you finally decided to reply. Why didn't you attend the exam? Did something happen? Chen Xiaoyu's voice was a mixture of joy and anxiety. Firing off questions like a rapid barrage, Xiao Changge felt a warmth in his heart as he replied. I received an exemption to Beijing University. So I didn't take the exam. I've been training these past few days, preparing to break through to level 2. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by her ecstatic disbelief. You were granted an exemption to Beijing University? I knew you had it in you. That's fantastic. Our class is organizing a reunion. Will you come? Not this time, Xiao Changge replied, sensing the potential disruption. I have a strong feeling of impending breakthrough, so I prefer to stay in. All right then, Chen Xiaoyu responded, her initial disappointment quickly replaced by enthusiasm. You must strive for that breakthrough. Once you're in Beijing, I'll find time to train with you. She continued. By the way, I sold the materials we acquired for 15 million. You'll receive 7 million, and I'll transfer it to you. As her words faded, Xiao Changge received a notification of the funds being deposited. He hung up, reflecting on the weight of his circumstances. The college entrance examination and class reunions, events that once loomed large, now seemed trivial, as if he had effortlessly sailed past countless obstacles. His life had undergone a monumental transformation. Taking stock of his state, he felt his foundation solidifying after a night of intense action. The barrier to level 2 was now merely a fragile membrane. Let us begin. With unwavering determination, Xiao Changge summoned Ali and invested his entire fortune in purchasing elixirs for his upgrade. The supplies arrived promptly. He meticulously arranged the materials and potions. Then sat face to face with Ali. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling his mental energy into a torrent, propelling himself towards the breakthrough to level 2. The air was saturated with both spiritual and dark energy, as the pure potion within him began to manifest its intended effects. Each material was utilized to its fullest, radiating a soft luminescence. Xiao Changge and Ali were undergoing a profound transformation, cleansing their very bones and marrow. Within Huayan City, a swift tempest swept through every corner of the metropolis. Police vehicles shattered the tranquility, arriving at the exit of the Xiao family conglomerate, where numerous special forces members disembarked. Their countenances resolute, embodying the bulwark of national security. The Xiao family group, a leading enterprise in Huayan, was cordoned off, sealed tighter than a drum. A throng of curious journalists was kept at bay, relegated to documenting the unfolding events from a distance. What transgression had the Xiao family committed? They appeared to be soldiers from the Department of National Defense, under the auspices of the Protectorate Hall. Surely, this was no ordinary tax issue? Treason. The crowd murmured in disbelief, each individual grappling with the incredulity of the situation. The real spectacle, however, was not unfolding at the Xiao family conglomerate, but rather at the Xiao family estate. Situated on the most valuable land within Huayan, the grand entrance of the estate, once luxurious, was now brutally vandalized, a sight most distressing. Mo Qianxiu entered with a grave expression, followed closely by the icy-cold Feng Dingbei. Inside the estate, a dozen security personnel advanced, summoning their accompanying spirits to mount a defense. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Who dares? A voice, imbued with an innate authority, resonated from deep within the estate. Clad in opulent attire and adorned with captivating high heels, Lin Yuru emerged, flanked by a throng of followers. She surveyed the ruins of the entrance before fixing her gaze upon Mo Qianxiu and Feng Dingbei. An icy fury ignited in her expression. Mayor Mo, Minister Feng. What is the meaning of this? Even if you act on behalf of the state, without evidence, you cannot violate my threshold. Her voice brimmed with haughtiness. Dismissing the two without a second thought, Mo Qianqiu regarded her with profound disdain. Lin Yuru, our presence here signifies that I possess ample evidence. Spare us your theatrics. She beckoned, and a staff member stepped forward to present documents to Lin Yuru. This evidence was obtained from the Eastern Island stronghold, detailing your Xiao family group's illicit trade of state subsidies, alongside technological theft and the transfer of intelligence to the Eastern Islanders. Every detail meticulously outlined. Mo Qianqiu's declaration struck Lin Yuru like a hammer, shattering her composure. Trembling, she opened the file, but merely a glance nearly caused her to falter. The truth had come to light. Lin Yuru's complexion turned ashen, her entourage paling in tandem. This is a fabrication. You are slandering me, she shrieked in fury, tearing the document to shreds. Someone is framing the Xiao family group. I will seek legal recourse. Her eyes blazed crimson, fixed intently on Mo Qianqiu. Mo Qianqiu scoffed derisively. Legal recourse? I suggest you prepare to confess your transgressions when the time comes for judgment. Feng Dingbei stepped forward, a formidable pressure enveloping the scene. The atmosphere grew palpably still. The Xiao family's guards and accompanying spirits faltered under the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground in tremors. Lin Yuru and her followers were no less affected, feeling as though they might be crushed at any moment. Aside from this woman, eliminate any who dare resist. Feng Dingbei's words sealed the fate of the Xiao family group. You dare? Lin Yuru's distorted visage was fraught with madness. No one from the Xiao family will surrender. She summoned 3 accompanying spirits, Heavenly Demon Phoenix, Galloping Steed, and Ghostly Leopard, all boasting formidable third-tier prowess. Attack. Do not heed their deceit. Eliminate these intruders. As Lin Yuru initiated her assault, the remaining individuals followed suit, conjuring their accompanying spirits to charge toward the entrance. A tempest of second-tier accompanying spirits erupted within the estate. How laughable. Feng Dingbei merely raised a hand. Wild Golden Gorilla, Mighty Tiger King, and Sky-Soaring Centipede emerged, 3 fourth-tier entities radiating immense terror. Faced with a horde of second-tier spirits, they were like wolves amidst sheep. The Wild Golden Gorilla dispatched foes with a single punch. The Mighty Tiger King felled them with a swift claw, while the Sky-Soaring Centipede ruthlessly eliminated one after another. A complete rout. In less than half a minute, all who dared to resist from the Xiao family lay defeated, bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. Lin Yuru stood aghast, witnessing her entire foundation crumble before Feng Dingbei's might. Disappointment etched itself onto her features. Why? She murmured, bewildered. Seize her. Feng Dingbei commanded, and 2 special forces personnel advanced to apprehend Lin Yuru. The Xiao family group, a family conglomerate that had dominated Huayan for over 50 years, had reached its demise. Meanwhile, various factions linked to the Xiao family, including the Zhou and Zhang families, found themselves besieged by unwelcome visitors. The entire city of Huayan descended into chaos, as many factions scrambled to dissociate from the Xiao family group. Those previously suppressed began to rise like mushrooms after rain. From the ashes, new life emerged. In a rental room, the tumult outside was impervious to the tranquility within. Xiao Changge felt as though he had entered an endless galaxy. His mental energy manifesting as a blade akin to Ali's spirit, surging toward the second-tier threshold. Chapter 38. Already unaware of the world. Bang. A melodious sound resonated deep within his soul. Buzz. A powerful force surged through him upon breaking through, flooding every inch of his being, enhancing his mental strength and expanding his accompanying spirit space significantly. He had achieved a breakthrough. Xiao Changge opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickering within. He could sense a deeper connection with the world, perceiving the energy in the space not merely as something to sense, but as luminous brilliance to behold. This was what it meant to be a second-tier summoner. Simultaneously, Ali also opened her sparkling eyes, a powerful energy radiating from her. Her 10 toes stretched like an unfurled fan, reveling in a state of blissful oblivion. Xiao Changge glanced at Ali's information. Special species, 9-tailed celestial fox. Qualification, S1. Level, 2nd tier, 1st stage. Attributes, dark mental. Skills, mental judgment, dark domain, 9-tails entanglement, pronouncement of judgment, frenzied charm. Synthesis status, can evolve into Qingqiu Fox Demon, S2, can synthesize into Tushan Fox Immortal, S3. Materials required, breath of the Qingqiu Fox Demon, dark aura, foxfire essence. Moonlight dew. Materials required, Tushan Fox Immortal Fox Demon 10, S-Class Beast 2, Level 5 Beast 2. An upgrade. Xiao Changge clenched his fist. Feeling an abundance of power within him, his spirit attuned to the ever-changing realm of accompanying spirits. He understood that being a second-tier summoner was the key to entering the prestigious capital university. Surveying his surroundings, the ambient energy resonated with remarkable clarity. As his mental fortitude expanded, penetrating the walls and saturating the streets with exquisite detail, his body brimming with vitality, he clenched his fists. capable of shattering stones with a single strike. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Ari's eyes. Perhaps it was due to her newfound charm ability that she appeared even more alluring, imbued with an enchanting aura. Her presence surged, multiplying tenfold. The energy waves she radiated distorted the very light around them. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their bond deepening, fostering an intimacy that transcended words, an unspoken understanding. Just as Xiao Changge savored this wondrous sensation, a fierce tremor coursed through his body. It felt as if something dormant within him was on the verge of breaking free. As if the ripened fruit was ready to fall. A latent talent, perhaps? Every second-tier summoner possessed the potential to awaken a unique ability. Hastily, Xiao Changge closed his eyes to attune himself, and within the galaxy of his consciousness, an enigmatic brilliance unfurled. A stream of information surged into his mind. Innate skill, blessing of the companion spirit. Effect, increases the output attributes of the companion spirit by 100. As the summoner levels up, this skill will enhance accordingly. Oh, a jolt of realization struck Xiao Changge. An increase of 100 in output attributes? Did this imply that every attack Ari unleashed could inflict double the damage? Not just energy attacks, but mental and physical strikes as well. Any effective output would amplify speed, resistance, recovery, and more. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Changge acknowledged the sheer directness and overwhelming nature of this skill. Unlike the majority of summoner talents, which typically offered targeted enhancements, like amplifying water-based attacks or strengthening the bond between the companion spirit and summoner, blessing of the companion spirit was a rarity, boasting a straightforward increase of 100. Moreover, this skill had the potential to grow. After leveling up, Ari would become increasingly formidable. This ability was indeed a little terrifying. Xiao Changge's eyes sparkled as he suddenly conceived an idea. What would happen if Ari employed a secret technique while he activated his innate skill? He turned to Ari, who sensed her master's fervent will and awaited his command. Ari, initiate mental judgment. Xiao Changge's voice carried a tinge of anticipation. Yes. Ari's crimson lips curved into a gentle smile. Boom. A surge of dense energy erupted from her being. Dark energy and mental waves intertwined perfectly, undulating along her graceful form. At that moment, Ari's eyes transformed into a mesmerizing shade of purple-black, exuding both danger and allure. Mental judgment doubled her power, placing her in an optimal state equivalent to 80 of her peak during her vulnerable phase. The very air within the room crackled with tension. Simultaneously, as Ari employed her skill, Xiao Changge endeavored to trigger the blessing of the companion spirit. Boom. An invisible force radiated from the galaxy of his consciousness, penetrating Ari's form. This essence harmonized with Ari's dark and mental attributes, merging seamlessly, akin to pouring gasoline onto a flame. Ari's unleashed power surged violently, generating a miniature tornado within the room. She could feel that the strength within her had reached its limits, and in that instant, she was propelled by a far more powerful and domineering force to new heights. What an astonishing skill. Xiao Changge, too, sensed his own power resonating through Ari. The mental judgment skill was already extraordinary, doubling her strength. This meant that in this state, Ari could unleash threefold her usual might, with his skill bestowing a doubling effect that amounted to 6 times Ari's strength. This was no mere addition. It was a sophisticated multiplication. 6-fold power, what an intimidating figure. Given Ari's second-tier novice status, she could effortlessly retreat even against a slightly weaker third-tier adversary. Xiao Changge was left astounded. He gazed at the figure enveloped in frenzied energy, a seductive shadow reminiscent of a demon, his heart racing. This was his skill. This was the path he and Ari would tread together. In that moment, Ari gently clenched her delicate hands, feeling as though she could crush steel with her bare grip. With a mere thought, the surrounding energy would be shrouded in dark energy. This unprecedented sensation of control over everything intoxicated her. Yet she was acutely aware of the source of her newfound power. It was her master. She lifted her enchanting gaze, fixating intently on the man before her. Her heart brimming with infatuation, adoration, and fervor. It was this man who had elevated her to such heights. He had liberated her from her curse, granted her a new life, and bestowed upon her the strength to look down upon her peers. She approached Xiao Changge, each step causing the energy to recede slightly. Upon reaching him, the flames surrounding her dissipated, yet the fire in her eyes burned even brighter. Master, your power. Ari's voice trembled. No, it is your power. Xiao Changge stepped closer, gazing into her exquisite visage, and gently ruffled her hair. No, it is our power. Both Ari and Xiao Changge trembled at the realization. Indeed, this was the strength they shared, a sweet collision of their spirits that compelled them to embrace one another. Ari nestled her head against Xiao Changge's chest, his gaze suffused with tenderness. Outside, a gentle rain fell. Within the modest rental room, an extraordinary duo had already formed. Chapter 39, The First Lesson of Society. The following day, Xiao Changge ventured into the streets, where pedestrians hurried past, as if a grave incident had transpired. The entire Hawaiian city had transformed, patrols had noticeably increased, and various large screens and advertisements broadcast warnings about spies. The rain carried a hint of chill. People whispered about a colossal merchant group that had collapsed overnight. Scanning the news, Xiao Changge discovered that the incident involving the Xiao family group had surged to the top of trending topics. The group had been dismantled, with members of the Xiao family arrested on charges of smuggling and treason. This news had ignited a media frenzy in Hawaiian City. Xiao Changge perused the details and felt disinterested. The Xiao family's downfall was largely due to their own misdeeds. They had only themselves to blame. Xiao Changge intended to visit the Lord's mansion, as Feng Dingbei had previously inquired about his breakthrough and wanted him to collect his reward. Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, the guards appeared to have received word in advance, respectfully allowing Xiao Changge to pass. He navigated the familiar path to the entrance and lightly knocked on the door. "Enter." Mo Qianqiu's languid voice resonated. Pushing the door open, Xiao Changge found Mo Qianqiu and Feng Dingbei leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere that enveloped the city. "Kid, come sit." Feng Dingbei beckoned Xiao Changge over, then added with satisfaction, "I knew you would break through swiftly. Xiao, please take a seat." Mo Qianqiu scrutinized him closely. After Xiao Changge's breakthrough, his entire demeanor experienced a qualitative leap. His brilliance was now tempered. His eyes sparkled with vitality, unlike the typical summoners whose foundations appeared tenuous post-breakthrough. "What a fine young man." Feng Dingbei nodded in satisfaction before producing a folder. This contained the admission letter from Capital University, and in just a few days, you shall report for duty. Xiao Changge accepted the letter with both hands, a weight settling in his heart. Capital University, a dream institution for countless scholars. Inside the folder lay a meticulously crafted admission notice, adorned with the official seal of Capital University and the signature of the head of the admissions office. With this document, a mere meeting with the coordinating teacher would suffice, and there would be little else to attend to. "Thank you, Minister Feng." Xiao Changge expressed his gratitude earnestly. Feng Dingbei shook his head slightly, his expression turning serious. He then produced an exquisite box and placed it upon the table before Xiao Changge. "This is a reward from the higher-ups," he said, his voice deep and resonant. Xiao Changge was taken aback. A reward that garnered such care from Feng Dingbei must be extraordinary. He reached for the box and opened it, revealing a golden badge intricately carved with the map of Huagua. Its value was immediately apparent. "For this operation, you have been awarded a second-class merit," Feng Dingbei elucidated. "You helped us uncover the machinations of the Xiao family conglomerate and served as bait to ensnare several major culprits, ridding Huaiyan and its surrounding cities of numerous pests. Thus, the higher-ups have decided to confer upon you a personal second-class medal." A second-class medal. Even the composed Xiao Changge could not help but widen his eyes. This was no ordinary medal. It was a prestigious honor bestowed by the state, reserved for those who made significant contributions or had a profound positive impact. Each personal medal represented a weighty sentiment. This medal would allow you to apply for any materials, regardless of their value. Feng Dingbei's tone lightened. "You can apply for anything?" Xiao Changge felt incredulous, realizing that he could request even SSS-level materials from the state. His excitement surged, with the system's assistance. The enhancement of his innate spirit depended heavily on materials. If he could swiftly gather them, his growth would be exponential. Truly, a remarkable gesture from the state. "You deserve this," Mo Qianqiu said with a smile. "I hope you continue to strive and achieve even greater heights." Xiao Changge solemnly tucked the badge away, his expression earnest. "To serve the people. With such a mindset, you shall do splendidly," Feng Dingbei observed with satisfaction. "If you require any materials, you can contact me using the communication badge I previously provided." With matters nearly settled, he prepared to depart. "Until we meet again in the capital," Feng Dingbei said to Xiao Changge, nodding to Mo Qianqiu before vanishing in an instant. Only two individuals remained in the room. "Minister Feng is efficient in his dealings," Mo Qianqiu remarked, reflecting on how Xiao Changge, who had once faced significant upheaval in life, had now matured to this extent. "The future belongs to you. Go to the capital and study diligently. Huaiyan will always remember your contributions." "Yes." Xiao Changge saluted Mo Qianqiu, his face resolute. 2 days later, Xiao Changge appeared at the train station with a suitcase in hand. The admission letter from Capital University earned him a ticket for the first-class cabin. This was a hovering train capable of reaching speeds of 3,000 kilometers per hour, requiring only 8 hours to traverse from Huaiyan to the capital. The cabin was spacious, well-ventilated, and the train glided smoothly along its path. Leaning back in his seat, Xiao Changge contemplated his plans for becoming stronger. Suddenly, the cabin door was forcefully flung open. "Kid, is this your seat? Sit down." A coarse voice boomed. Xiao Changge turned to see 3 young men standing at the entrance. The speaker, dressed in designer attire, wore an arrogant expression, flanked by a male and female companion who appeared to idolize him. "Of course, this is my seat," Xiao Changge replied coolly, glancing at his ticket. "What?" The young man scoffed derisively, thrusting his ticket forward. "Hey, please take a good look. This is my seat. You're from Huaiyan, right? This isn't a place for you." "Exactly," the girl behind him chimed in. "I can't believe we encounter this kind of issue while traveling from the south to the capital. How disappointing." Xiao Changge examined their tickets, and then his own. A double booking? He intended to call the attendant. "Hey, I see you're off to study in the capital. The young man approached, curiosity written across his face. Xiao Changge remained silent. Being admitted to Capital University was hardly something to boast about. Why the silence? The young man taunted, his expression dripping with condescension. You really are pathetic. A student shouldn't disdain their alma mater. Studying in the capital is impressive in itself. Let me guess. You're going to the Capital Vocational Management College or the Capital Buddhist Academy. Haha. The others behind him couldn't help but laugh. Li Ge, don't tease him. What if he's actually going to Capital University? Yeah, Jia, he might be our classmate. Admitted to Capital University? Li Jia laughed as if he had heard a joke. Kid, don't take it personally, but let me give you a lesson about the real world after graduation. Do you know how competitive this year's admission scores for Capital University are? Do you know what kind of background they prioritize in students? Li Jia raised his head proudly. Me? I'm a local from the capital. My father is a deputy administrator in the construction department. I barely scraped above the cutoff score, and here I am. He gestured to the young man beside him. This is Wu Wenjie. His family owns a 5-star hotel in the capital. Food is heaven. And this young lady's uncle is the chairman of the Capital Spirit Association. We are the creme de la creme of Capital University. What do you think you are? You can't even compare to us. Li Jia shook his head dismissively. We're all students here, so let us give each other some face while we're out. Otherwise, I might just have to deal with you. Hearing his words, Xiao Changge realized that this person was merely trying to show off. He promptly pressed the call button beside his seat. Oh, seeing Xiao Changge remain unfazed, Li Jia's brow furrowed. How dare he ignore his boasting, making him appear like a fool in front of his friends. Unforgivable. Kid, since you're not talking, I'll have to make you speak. He smiled slightly and summoned a red scorpion. B-grade flame scorpion, level 1. The aura it emitted rendered the air dry. Li Ge, please don't resort to violence. Wu Wenjie urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Don't worry. I'm just going to teach this kid a lesson so he understands that not everyone can be ignored. Li Jia commanded the flame scorpion to unleash a torrent of fierce fire towards Xiao Changge. In his estimation, within such a confined space, this strike was utterly unavoidable. Even if the boy emerged unscathed, he would surely be left with singed hair. However, the scenario that Li Jia envisioned did not materialize. Xiao Changge remained seated, unfazed, gazing at him with the vacant eyes of one observing a lifeless entity. Setting fire on a train, how audacious! An intangible wave of mental pressure erupted from him. Akin to a crashing tide, the force of Xiao Changge's mental power surpassed that of a mere second-tier summoner, infused with a hint of Ali's psychic prowess. The approaching flames collided with an invisible barrier, shattering and dissipating in a thunderous eruption. The entire carriage fell into an oppressive silence. Li Jia was taken aback, while the two individuals behind him stood agape, utterly dumbfounded. It was as though they were ensnared by an ominous presence, their hearts pounding with terror, rendering them breathless. The once mighty flame scorpion now cowered on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, emitting a low, mournful whine, unable to contain its fear. Li Jia opened his mouth, desperate to plead for mercy, yet found himself speechless. He stared in horror at the calm-faced youth, unable to fathom what manner of monster had subdued the flame scorpion with mere eye contact. Such mental prowess he had only witnessed in his family's elders. How could a young man from Huayan be so formidable? They felt as though the very sky had collapsed, their arrogance utterly obliterated. Sir, may I inquire if there is an issue? At that moment, a female attendant approached, having keenly sensed something amiss. Xiao Changge retracted his mental pressure as if nothing had transpired. The three young men stood in a daze, accompanied by a spirit that had soiled itself in fear. The attendant immediately deduced that Xiao Changge was the architect of the chaos. A conflict amongst summoners, perhaps? She furrowed her brow. They were aboard a train, and no hint of danger could be tolerated, especially from such unpredictable entities. Upon seeing the attendant, the three young men felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Yet Xiao Changge's piercing gaze rendered them immobile. They yearned for the attendant to escort them away, while simultaneously fearing to provoke the youth further. At this juncture, Xiao Changge spoke, pointing towards the trio. They attacked me. The color drained from Li Jia's face. The nonchalant demeanor of the youth was far more intimidating than an outburst of rage. The attendant reviewed the tickets of both parties, producing her work phone to verify the details, and immediately understood. These three had indeed bitten off more than they could chew. She offered a slight bow to Xiao Changge, subtly revealing a trace of deference. Sir, there is no issue with your seating. Rather, it appears there was an error in our planning system. The three individuals had originally departed from Huayan Station and were presumed to have disembarked, thus allowing you to occupy this seat. The attendant earnestly expressed her apologies. To compensate for the inconvenience, we will arrange for you to be moved to the VIP carriage. We hope for your understanding. The mention of the VIP carriage rendered Li Jia and his companions ashen. There were only 2 such carriages on the entire train, designated exclusively for high-ranking officials, generals, or formidable individuals. No matter how affluent, ordinary nobles lacked the privilege to board. Yet the attendant had voluntarily offered to relocate this man. This was not merely an apology. It was a standard and appropriate arrangement for someone of high status. Li Jiejun was left speechless, contemplating what sort of person he had provoked. The attendant, having soothed Xiao Changge's emotions, glared at the three individuals. You three had best apologize to this gentleman. Otherwise, our railway department will blacklist you. Hearing her stern admonition, Li Jiejun cast aside his reservations, bowing repeatedly towards Xiao Changge. We are sorry. We were in the wrong. His voice trembled, and he shook uncontrollably. We hope you can overlook our transgressions and spare us. I apologize. Wu Wenjie and the female student followed suit, their demeanor exceedingly humble. They could only blame Li Jiejun for leading them to provoke this individual. Xiao Changge, uninterested in their pleas, merely nodded at the attendant before gathering his luggage and departing. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast a single glance in their direction, and this disregard allowed the three to exhale in relief. Li Jiejun could not help but collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath, a sensation of having narrowly escaped disaster flooding his mind. Upon entering the VIP carriage, one could describe it as a lavish small suite. The floor was adorned with red carpeting, and the sides were reinforced with thick bulletproof glass, allowing for a panoramic view of the scenery outside. Genuine leather sofas, a small bedroom, a private restroom, a bar, and an array of delectable snacks and beverages were all present. Such thoughtful arrangements rivaled those of a presidential suite. Sir, rest assured, you shall not be disturbed during your journey. Should any issues arise, please ring the bell. We wish you a pleasant trip. The female attendant bowed deeply before exiting the carriage. Xiao Changge set down his suitcase and sank into the sofa, while beside him, Ali materialized quietly. Dressed in a fitted gown, her long hair cascading elegantly, she surveyed her surroundings with curiosity, then sniffed the air, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. She sensed the lingering essence of a spirit around Xiao Changge. Did someone dare to offend my master? Ali's voice was magnetic, resonating with a soothing melody. Xiao Changge embraced the seated Ali gently, whispering, it was merely a minor inconvenience. By the way, you have yet to travel far, haven't you? You should relish this journey. Ali nestled into his embrace, gazing out at the passing landscape. Mountains and cities blended into a flowing panorama. The two quietly savored this moment of beauty. Chapter 41, Sweating Profusely, indeed. The capital city, a grand metropolis, an architectural marvel infused with classical style and technological prowess, came into view. Xiao Changge retrieved his phone to check a message from Xiao Linger. Brother, have you arrived? I've taken leave from my teacher and am waiting for you at the entrance. The train came to a halt. Xiao Changge and Ali stepped out of the carriage, marveling at the cityscape. Towering skyscrapers, vintage buildings. A harmonious blend of culture and technology filled the air with a distinct vigor exclusive to the capital. Along the streets, powerful summoners were plentiful, each accompanied by high-quality spirits. Ali's presence attracted considerable attention, yet she remained unfazed, quietly trailing beside her master. At the entrance of the capital university, a grand gateway was thronged with people. Young faces brimmed with excitement, hailing from far and wide, each a dragon among men, now gathered to pay homage. Xiao Changge searched for Xiao Linger amidst the crowd, only to be obstructed by a lengthy queue at the new student registration area. Nearby, student council members wearing armbands maintained order. New students were required to line up for the initial assessment of their spirit's compatibility with their summoner. No pushing. Once you pass the test, you may enter. Xiao Changge had no intention of queuing. He sought his sister and advanced towards the entrance, bypassing the line. At that moment, a stern-looking senior blocked his path. He regarded Xiao Changge with an air of authority, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Did you not hear the announcement? He spoke condescendingly. Freshmen must line up for the test. No cutting in line. I'll find someone, responded Xiao Changge indifferently. Find someone at the capital university? The senior could not help but laugh, disdainfully remarking, your excuse is exceedingly cliched. Many have attempted to infiltrate the school using such tactics. Our capital university is not so easily deceived. His voice exuded an air of righteousness, drawing the attention of surrounding freshmen, many of whom shook their heads in disapproval. It turned out he was merely trying to sneak in. This was, after all, Capital University. How dare he use such tricks? Dressed rather ordinarily, he was quite audacious. Hearing the crowd's disparaging remarks, Xiao Changge felt a surge of displeasure. He had no interest in becoming a jester for their amusement. Just then, a voice filled with urgency pierced through the air. Li Xinghan, do not make things difficult for my brother. The crowd parted, revealing a girl in a purple dress who hurriedly approached. Anger flickered across her face upon seeing Xiao Changge in distress. Seniorly, my brother would never try to sneak in. Upon noticing Xiao Linger, Li Xinghan's expression softened, the arrogance vanishing without a trace. He had taken a considerable interest in this junior since her arrival at Capital University. So, this was the brother of Junior Ling. Li Xinghan gave a slight nod and cast a dismissive glance at Xiao Changge. However, a line is a line. Don't let your gifted sister pull strings for you. His tone dripped with sarcasm, as he felt it was his duty as a student council member to teach the naive freshman a lesson. Xiao Linger frowned. There were too many applicants, and waiting in line would consume an inordinate amount of time. If she had privileges, why not use them? Brother, follow me. Let us see who dares to stop us. However, Xiao Changge gently grasped Xiao Linger's arm and shook his head slightly. She had just arrived at Capital University. He could not allow her to face difficulties on his behalf. He produced the notice of admission from Capital University and handed it to Li Xinghan. Do you think I need to wait in line here? Li Xinghan curled his lips in disdain. So arrogant? I must see what remarkable thing you possess. He took the notice and intended to read it aloud for all to hear, exposing how this person had unfairly gained entry. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the embossed gold letters, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Capital University Admission Notice. Xiao Changge from Hawaiian. This notice exempts you from other tests and allows direct access to the final interview. What? Li Xinghan gasped in disbelief. An admission notice. There were only 3 issued each year, granted only to those with powerful connections or extraordinary talent. He swallowed hard, glancing at the signature below. Buzz. Upon seeing that unique signature, Li Xinghan's hair stood on end, and he could not help but tremble. The once lightweight notice now felt unbearably heavy in his hands, and his complexion paled dramatically as stars danced before his eyes. The look he cast at Xiao Changge transformed from one of scorn to sheer terror. The surrounding freshmen, initially eager for entertainment, were now struck dumb, though they did not know what Li Xinghan had seen. The expression on the student council member's face indicated that something significant had occurred. Not far off, the admissions officer, noticing the commotion, approached with measured steps. What is all this chaos? Dressed in a teacher's uniform adorned with a senior teacher's badge, he commanded authority without raising his voice. Counselor, look at this. Li Xinghan, feeling weak, hurriedly handed over the scorching hot potato. The counselor took it and, upon reading, his previously impatient expression transformed into one of astonishment. A look even more shocked than Li Xinghan's. He straightened up, gazing respectfully at the name on the notice. The nation's top summoner. A master of companion spirit research, who had not involved himself with school affairs for a decade, the president of Capital University. The counselor's face changed dramatically as he hastened to Xiao Changge, bowing slightly. Student Xiao, there has been an error in our admissions office. You may proceed directly to the interview stage. Please walk that way. The entrance fell silent. Those who had previously mocked Xiao Changge now fell utterly silent. Li Xinghan, too, bowed his head, wishing he could become an ostrich and bury his head in the ground. This was disastrous. He had unwittingly targeted someone favored by the president. Xiao Linger watched the unfolding scene in equal astonishment. She only knew her brother had ranked first in Hawaiian, unaware that Xiao Changge could proceed directly to the interview. Brother, you are simply the best. Ignoring the gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Changge greeted the counselor and, taking Xiao Linger's hand, made his way toward the special passage. The crowd stared in disbelief as the counselor personally guided them, each individual feeling as if they had been grasped by the neck like a duck, uttering strange sounds. Directly to the interview? A special passage? They had all braved countless challenges to reach this point for testing. Yet this individual was being led by the counselor himself. This was not something that could merely be explained by having connections. Li Xinghan collapsed to the ground, gazing fearfully at Xiao Changge's retreating figure. Realizing he had offended such a person, he would have to tread cautiously in the future. Xiao Linger and Ali chatted joyfully behind Xiao Changge, inquiring why the president would personally recruit her brother. They soon arrived before a uniquely fortified building. The area was heavily guarded, the structure gleaming with metallic luster. Its heavy doors imposing, and figures could be seen moving about behind the windows. It appeared less like an academic building and more akin to a fortress. Chapter 42. I wish to challenge my limits. Teacher Qian. The guard saluted the counselor. Counselor Qian nodded and addressed Xiao Linger. Student Xiao Ling. Your brother will be entering for the interview. Please wait a moment. Xiao Linger glanced at Xiao Changge, feeling a mix of worry and pride. All right, she replied earnestly. Nodding her head, Xiao Changge affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and followed Counselor Qian into the heavy doors. As the doors slowly closed, what lay before them was not a spacious office but an expansive chamber. The ceiling and walls were adorned with large screens displaying blue skies, white clouds, and flourishing forests filled with birds and flowers. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, intermittently showcasing various data. It seemed to be a battle chamber. Within the room stood an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a formidable aura, his presence commanding. Counselor Qian approached him respectfully. Director Zheng, he has arrived. Zheng Weiman, the dean of the Companion Spirit Academy at Capital University, fixed his gaze on Xiao Changge, his murky eyes gleaming with the sharpness of a hawk. It was as though he could see right through Xiao Changge. Feng Dingbei's brat says you are exceptionally gifted. Let me see what you are truly capable of. He merely raised a hand, and the energy within the room instantly converged. A towering energy giant, standing at 5 meters tall, gradually materialized before Xiao Changge. The colossal figure wielded a massive cleaver, exuding an aura of formidable strength at the second level, 5th rank. Defeating it swiftly signifies your vast potential for growth. And the school will bestow upon you greater resources, echoed Zheng Weiman's voice within the confines of the room. Xiao Changge regarded the energy giant with a solemn expression, realizing that this so-called interview was, in truth, a moment to showcase his prowess. To acquire abundant resources, one must vanquish their adversaries with alacrity. From behind him, Ari emerged with an elegant grace, her mysterious and noble gaze fixed upon the opponent before them. An S-class familiar, quite impressive, Zheng Weimin remarked appreciatively. Before turning his attention back to Xiao Changge, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, a second-level, first-rank combatant facing off against a second-level, fifth-rank adversary posed a daunting challenge, even with an S-class familiar at his side. This battle would test the synergy between the summoner and their familiar, as well as the innate talent of the summoner themselves. Xiao Changge spoke with a calm resolve. Let us conclude this swiftly. He activated his innate skill, the blessing of the familiar. Yes. Ari's eyes gleamed as she charged toward the energy giant. The mental judgment was unleashed, propelling her speed to an astonishing six-fold increase. Just as the energy giant raised its cleaver, a palpable spiritual blade manifested at its neck, flashing momentarily before vanishing. The Declaration of Condemnation. With a staggering power of 600. The Declaration of Condemnation had escalated to an unfathomable level. Whoosh. There was no grand display of combat, no tumultuous energy clashes. Merely the sound of a blade gliding smoothly across parchment. A beam of light appeared at the energy giant's neck, and in the next instant, it was severed from its body. The clean cut revealed a smooth surface, while the injury inflicted corroded its form, rendering any restorative abilities ineffective for the immediate future. The energy giant, cleaver still raised, remained motionless. Boom. The massive body collapsed to the ground, dissipating into energy. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, taking less than 3 seconds for Ari to annihilate her opponent in a display of overwhelming prowess. The room fell into a hushed silence, as Counselor Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. A second-level, first-rank summoner had instantaneously dispatched a second-level, fifth-rank foe? Such an occurrence defied all logic. Zheng Weimin's calm demeanor evaporated, replaced by shock and a burgeoning excitement. He fixed his gaze upon Xiao Changge, as if beholding a stunningly beautiful figure unclothed before him. A torrent of thoughts surged within Zheng Weimin. Initially, he had anticipated that Xiao Changge would command Ari to engage in a strenuous battle against the energy giant, ultimately securing victory. However, he never envisioned such a decisive outcome. This was sheer domination. Xiao Changge was not merely extraordinary, he was a prodigy. In that moment, the heart of Zheng Weimin, which had remained indifferent for decades, ignited with fervor. He approached Xiao Changge, his eyes ablaze with intensity, as if they could set him aflame. An aura of pressure exclusive to a fifth-level summoner emanated from him, causing Counselor Qian to tremble uncontrollably. The usually imposing senior educator felt ensnared in a quagmire, as the very air thickened with weight. Yet, in the face of this pressure, Xiao Changge stood unyielding, while Ari quietly returned to the realm of familiars beside him. Xiao Changge withdrew Ari and regarded the flustered Zheng Weimin with a slight smile. Director Zheng? Oh. Zheng Weimin snapped back to reality. Inhaling deeply before speaking in a quavering voice, Student Xiao, do you have any thoughts? I believe this test somewhat underestimates one's capabilities, Xiao Changge replied, furrowing his brow. Putting forth maximum effort on one side, while the other crumbles after a single exchange, renders the exercise rather lackluster. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the room once more. Counselor Qian stared in astonishment. Had he misheard? After a second-level, first-rank summoner had obliterated a second-level, fifth-rank opponent, he still deemed the adversary weak? This was utterly insane. Zheng Weimin gaped at Xiao Changge, his weathered face blooming with a smile akin to a flower in full bloom. Haha, well said. This test indeed falls short of your abilities. Zheng Weimin's laughter resonated, echoing with unbridled joy. He was not angered. Rather, he felt elated, as if uncovering a rare gem. After 30 years of teaching, I have encountered many talents, but you are the first to possess such audacity. Counselor Qian was left dumbfounded. The usually stoic Zheng Weimin was not only unperturbed, but positively delighted. His worldview shattered. The typically austere director was remarkably affable. Xiao Changge remained unfazed by Zheng Weimin's exuberant laughter. I wish to challenge my limits. This declaration sent Zheng Weimin into a state of euphoria. Challenge your limits. Is that something a fresh entrant should say? How audacious. How arrogant. Zheng Weimin's smile faded, his gaze deepening with complexity as he regarded Xiao Changge with a mix of approval and anticipation. I understand now, Zheng Weimin stated gravely, nodding. Since you wish to push your limits, I shall grant you the opportunity. He raised his hand slightly, and a surge of energy coalesced around them. This test was designed as the final challenge for elite advanced students, and now, you shall have a taste of it. As Zheng Weimin spoke, the entire combat chamber brimmed with frenzied energy. A blinding light erupted within the room, causing Counselor Qian to squint involuntarily. A weightier pressure than before began to diffuse throughout the space. As the light subsided, a 10-meter-long dark Tyrannosaurus emerged. Chapter 43, A New Skill's Initial Trial. The Dark Tyrannosaurus. Its scales as dark as obsidian, shimmered with electric energy, its crimson eyes betraying a savage impulse. With its appearance, the surrounding space warped. The energy manifestation of the Dark Tyrannosaurus was at the second level, 7th rank. Counselor Qian was left agape, though merely an energy construct. It perfectly replicated the various attributes and combat styles of the Dark Tyrannosaurus. It is important to note that the Dark Tyrannosaurus is one of the apex beasts of the subdragon species, possessing spatial and destructive abilities, making it a formidable opponent. A second level, 7th rank Dark Tyrannosaurus could potentially defeat enemies at the second level, 8th rank, or even 9th rank. Pitting a second level, 1st rank summoner against the Dark Tyrannosaurus? It was akin to a death sentence. Director Zheng. Counselor Qian felt compelled to speak up, but Zheng Weiman's resolute expression left him speechless. Zheng Weiman shook his head, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xiao Changge. Kid, this Dark Tyrannosaurus is catalogued in the military database. Its data reflects a second level, 7th rank juvenile, yet its combat style adheres to 5th level standards. Do you believe this opponent is worthy of you? His tone bore a hint of amusement, as well as an undertone of challenge. Xiao Changge focused intently on the foe, the overwhelming sense of danger igniting a spark of satisfaction within him. This was indeed a worthy adversary. I'm ready. Xiao Changge wore a faint smile, perfectly balanced between uncertainty and exuberance. Just right. Ari was summoned forth, her eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle as she sensed her master's intent. Roar. The dark tyrant dragon bellowed, exuding a menacing aura. A colossal sphere of dark fire had already taken form in its maw. Dragon breath. A powerful surge of energy compressed the air, producing a thunderous sound. Counselor Qian and Zheng Weiman observed the unfolding scene with palpable tension. At this moment, the dark fireball coalesced by the dark tyrant dragon grew increasingly larger, expanding wildly within the confined space. This move could effortlessly annihilate foes of the same realm. Should he use a skill directly? Xiao Changge furrowed his brow and, amidst the astonished gazes of the two, closed his eyes. In that instant, he and Ari became one, united in facing the onslaught of the dark tyrant dragon. It sought to sweep away its foes, leaping upward. Xiao Changge's will became Ari's will. Just as the dragon breath was unleashed, Ari sprang into action. Whoosh! The robust dark flames, imbued with immense energy, swept across Ari's position, leaving behind lingering heat in the scorched earth. This move could easily obliterate a being of level 2, 7th layer. Yet, the dragon breath failed to strike its target. Ari, like a butterfly, gracefully leaped into the air at the moment the dark tyrant dragon launched its attack, evading it effortlessly. Her movements were exquisitely fluid, reminiscent of a waltz. Counselor Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such seasoned combat experience from Xiao Changge and his companions. This was no mere skill that a familiar could dodge, but a command deftly issued by a summoner through keen foresight. Xiao Changge was no ordinary individual. Roar! Frustrated by its missed strike, the dark tyrant dragon charged forward with fury, intent on colliding with Ari. Utilizing the nine tails to entangle and disrupt the enemy, Xiao Changge took direct control. Without hesitation, Ari reached out toward the dark tyrant dragon. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of fox tails suddenly emerged, intertwining to form a colossal net that descended upon the dark tyrant dragon. The net blazed with purple flames, appearing exceedingly ominous. The dark tyrant dragon's charge was thwarted. It slashed at the fox tails with its sharp claws, yet more tails appeared in a dense flurry, encircling it. From all directions, the purple flame net of fox tails left it with no avenue for retreat. Oh! Counselor Qian was momentarily stunned, astonished by the tenacity of this skill. The nine tails entanglement, typically a control-type skill meant for binding, had been utilized by Xiao Changge to interrupt, control, and ensnare the foe with remarkable finesse. Zheng Weiman nodded in acknowledgement. Rather than confront the enemy head-on, he leveraged his skill advantage, advancing strategically, a remarkable ability to dominate the battlefield. Utilizing the frenzied enchantment. Frenzied enchantment. Within the range of mental influence, it could be activated directly, inducing charm and weakening effects. The closer the proximity, the higher the chance of enchantment. Witnessing the dark tyrant dragon ensnared by the net, Ari stepped forward to employ her enchanting skill, unleashing a wave of mesmerizing mental energy that disregarded spatial distance. Plunging directly into the eyes of the dark tyrant dragon. Roar! The dark tyrant dragon let out a low growl, its mind destabilized. Its massive form trembling as its eyes grew dazed, a peculiar force eroding its will. Zheng Weiman observed intently. Xiao Changge, the master of the battlefield, resembled a commander leading his troops, transforming the conflict into a form of art. The dark tyrant dragon, disoriented and enchanted, its body scorched, emitted meaningless roars and instinctively thrashed about. Energy tails shattered one after another, the erupting dark aura compressing the air with an agonizing sound. Dean, it's about to unleash another skill. Counselor Qian couldn't help but exclaim. The dark tyrant dragon's true strength lay not in its dark energy, but in its spatial jumping ability. Once it appeared near Ari, its formidable physique could easily crush her frail frame. Zheng Weiman felt a bead of sweat for Xiao Changge, but refrained from intervening. He was eager to see what choice Xiao Changge would make in such a predicament. Focused and composed, Xiao Changge perceived every detail unfolding in the room. Releasing the dark domain, the foe was closing in. Yes, without hesitation. Ari unleashed a surge of equally powerful dark energy. In that moment, the dark tyrant dragon's form suddenly vanished amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. When it reappeared, it was directly before Ari. Its glimmering claws lunged toward her chest. Just as the dark tyrant dragon's claws were about to strike, a dark domain enveloped the surroundings. A 10-meter radius bursting with frenzied dark energy. The claw, capable of piercing rock, seemed as if it were caught, unable to advance. What an exceptional judgment. Zheng Weimin exhaled in relief, nearly unable to restrain himself from intervening. Within the arena, the dark tyrant dragon's speed diminished, its senses dulled. Ari did not engage directly, but retreated gracefully. Every movement flowed seamlessly, devoid of any excess. Counselor Qian had lost his sense of shock. He could not fathom how. If the initial evasion was mere luck, the subsequent evasion was against a spatial skill. Just how terrifying must one's judgment be to outmaneuver the dark tyrant dragon so decisively? Zheng Weimin also regained his composure, gazing at the tranquil youth. Xiao Changge, at this juncture, was still reveling in battle, not even exerting his full strength. At that moment, the dark tyrant dragon sought to attack once more. But enchanted and suppressed by the dark domain, it found itself unable to move. Chapter 44, The Six Sons of the Capital City. The Judgment of Condemnation. A barrage of mental blades erupted forth, piercing the massive form of the dark tyrant dragon with numerous small holes. The 10-meter-tall dark tyrant dragon let out a mournful cry as it collapsed. Energy flowed rapidly from its body, and the dark flames dissipated. Ari returned to Xiao Changge's side, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Xiao Changge smiled at Zheng Weimin. Dean, did I perform adequately? In truth, he merely wished to test the potency of his new skill. And the frenzied enchantment proved even more effective than he had anticipated. Wherever his mental power reached, it could be utilized. Once the enemy fell under its charm, their strength plummeted. If not resolved swiftly, they would be ensnared by Ari, and any attempts at a quick resolution would only hasten their downfall. Adequately? Zheng Weimin burst into hearty laughter, unable to contain his joy. Of course, with your strength. The only ones who could contend with you would likely be those exceptional students we've scoured the land to find. He regarded Xiao Changge with admiration, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. In a lavish room, 6 young individuals sat upon a circular sofa, seemingly engaged in a meeting. Before them, a massive screen replayed the battle between Xiao Changge and the Dark Tyrant Dragon. When the Dark Tyrant Dragon was pierced by Ari's mental blades, the room fell silent for a moment. A young man with an arrogant demeanor revealed an intrigued expression. Did the second-tier first rank defeat the second-tier 7th rank? Quite intriguing. Merely a stroke of luck, however. A bespectacled youth shook his head slightly. It's merely a matter of leveraging strengths and exploiting weaknesses. Utilizing the inherent advantages of one's companion spirit to fragment the battlefield. It's really nothing extraordinary. When it comes to battling genuine demonic beasts, easily overcoming an opponent is far from a simple feat. Sunny Yen, your words are rather casual. The young girl lounging on the sofa interjected, her expression suddenly icy. I activated the permissions for you to observe this battle, not to have you make sarcastic remarks. Do you not perceive how astutely Xiao Changge controlled the battlefield? His precision unparalleled? Upon hearing this, Sunny Yen furrowed his brows, refraining from retorting. The new student's reflexes are indeed quite abnormal. His mastery over the battlefield is formidable, and his companion spirit even more so. The previously silent young man spoke up, his voice measured. That fox seems to possess remarkable execution capabilities. Responding promptly to Xiao Changge's commands. Is there anyone among you who can achieve such a state? His words rendered the others speechless. No matter how strategic a summoner may be, without the cooperation of their companion spirit, it is futile. Such a level of synergy transcends mere contract. It reaches a realm of profound connection. An ordinary person, possessing such a companion spirit and precise battlefield command, is truly remarkable. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the girl's eyes. Perhaps this Xiao Changge will become the 7th son of the capital. This statement undoubtedly reflects an extremely high regard for Xiao Changge. To be acknowledged by the 6 sons of the capital university signifies Xiao Changge's terrifying talent. In the battle room, Zheng Weimin steadied his emotions, his gaze towards Xiao Changge still fervent. That rascal Feng Dingbei was not exaggerating. You truly are a genius. He extracted a metallic card from his pocket and placed it in Xiao Changge's hand. It bore the emblem of the capital university, along with an SSS level certification. This is your campus identity card, Zheng Weimin explained. All students at the capital university undergo a potential assessment. The grading standard, akin to that of companion spirits, ranges from D to SSS level. The higher the grade, the more cultivation resources one receives. A D level can only access basic resources, while an SSS level student enjoys a personal training room, the highest tier of resource exchange rights, opportunities for direct mentorship from esteemed instructors, and even free access to restricted areas of the academy. Most individuals achieving an SSS rating are signs of powerful factions, having been meticulously groomed since childhood. Far surpassing the average person. Xiao Changge, you are the first ordinary individual in over a decade to attain an SSS rating. Your achievement is indeed exceptional. And I have high hopes for you. Remember this. Zheng Weimin's tone turned grave. The identity card is reassessed every half academic year. Failing to meet the requirements may result in a downgrade, while outstanding performance may elevate your status. I hope you take this seriously. Xiao Changge regarded the identity card in his hand, nodding earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, strength is paramount. Haha, young man. I eagerly anticipate the sparks that will fly when you clash with those SSS-level students, Zheng Weimin exclaimed heartily. Meanwhile, Counselor Qian stood by, feeling overwhelmed as he envisioned the tumult that this newcomer would undoubtedly stir at the capital university. Upon exiting through the main doors, Xiao Changge discovered his sister, Xiao Linger, anxiously awaiting him. Brother, has your final review passed? Did Counselor Qian give you any trouble? Xiao Linger circled around her brother, observing him closely, fearful that he had faced any grievances. A warmth enveloped Xiao Changge's heart as he shook his head. I'm fine. Following closely behind him, Counselor Qian wore a smile, his previously stern demeanor softened. Xiao Linger, your brother is truly remarkable. His tone carried a note of admiration. Xiao Linger, perplexed, could not comprehend. Xiao Changge has obtained an SSS-level campus identity card. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger's mind buzzed, leaving her at a loss for words. Even she had only managed to acquire an SS-level identity card. An SSS-level card signifies a top-tier genius at the capital university. Each SSS-level student possesses an almost commanding presence in the capital. Xiao Linger found herself at a loss to articulate her astonishment that her brother had achieved an SSS-level identity card. As they walked back, she remained somewhat dazed. But upon feeling the warmth of Xiao Changge's palm, she suddenly came to her senses, gripping his hand tightly. Brother, you are incredible. You are my pride. She embraced him tightly. Their parents had passed away early, and she had always been cared for by her brother, who would rather endure hardships than allow her to suffer even a slight grievance. Now, her brother had finally secured the finest resources. Xiao Changge gently patted Xiao Linger's back, speaking softly, let us head home. All right. Xiao Linger wiped her tears and broke into a smile. Let us go see your dormitory. The SSS-level student dormitory is not something just anyone can see. The two of them walked along, their steps light, heading deeper into the campus. As they passed through a small grove, a vast and serene villa district came into view. Each villa was designed with artistic flair, separated by trees, ensuring privacy. It appeared less like a school and more like a retreat for the affluent. This was indeed the residence area for SSS-level students. Xiao Linger gazed enviously at the three-story villa, saying, I received an SS-level rating, and I only have a single apartment. There's no comparison. Upon reaching the villa entrance, Xiao Changge used his identity card to scan the electronic lock, and the door swung open. Welcome back, Master. Chapter 45, Rising to the Top. I am your little steward, responsible for all affairs concerning you at the school. A charming white robot appeared at the door. Looking quite adorable, Xiao Linger seemed to have anticipated the presence of a robot, and promptly said, Little steward, please show my brother around the house. Certainly, student Xiaoling. At that moment, Xiao Linger's phone vibrated, and she pulled it out, frowning slightly. Brother, I have some matters to attend to. You can familiarize yourself with the surroundings. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Xiao Linger cast a lingering glance at Xiao Changge before hastily departing. Inside the villa, only the little steward and Xiao Changge remained. Master, please come quickly. The little steward began to introduce the villa to Xiao Changge. The first floor featured a spacious living room, complete with a kitchen and dining area, along with various appliances. The second floor housed the bedrooms and a lounge. The third floor was markedly different. On the left side was a room brimming with technological marvels, with numerous thick pipes connecting to the walls. Master, this is the cultivation room, equipped with specialized conduits for energy delivery. You can adjust the energy concentration according to your needs. Xiao Changge nodded, then turned his gaze to the right. There, a virtual reality device was prominently displayed. Master, this is Huawei's latest technology, a motion sensing simulator. The little steward explained, keeping pace with Xiao Changge. Using the motion sensing simulator, your consciousness will enter the capital university's dimension network, where an arena awaits. What is an arena? Xiao Changge inquired. Curiosity piqued. Master, the simulator will assess various data regarding you and your companion spirit, generating your simulated form within the dimension network, where numerous simulated forms will engage in combat within the arena. This mode of sparring not only facilitates the rapid accumulation of combat experience, but also ensures that one remains unscathed. Participating in competitive challenges will yield credits, which can be exchanged for an array of resources, items, and even companion spirits. Upon hearing the steward's explanation, Xiao Changge's expression shifted. He found himself drawn to the sensory simulator, deep in thought. If one could swiftly amass credits and subsequently trade them for various magical beasts or companion spirits, elevating Ali to SSS rank would seem quite feasible. Currently, ascending to SS rank merely requires securing first place in the newcomer competition. However, Further advancement would necessitate substantial resources. The materials proposed by the system were evidently difficult to procure, making the arena challenge an excellent avenue for acquisition. Steward, please elucidate the rules of the arena, Xiao Changge requested as he settled onto the sofa, the steward remaining at his side. After a thorough explanation, Xiao Changge grasped the general concept. The arena served as a training ground for the majority of students in the capital who devoted extensive time to honing their skills. Within the university, there were few stable avenues for earning credits. Aside from various challenging tasks, the only other means was through weekly rankings in the arena. The arena was divided into 3 grade districts, with Xiao Changge belonging to the first-year district. Approaching the sensory simulator, he inserted his identity card and reclined within the chamber resembling a stasis pod. Confirmed. Xiao Changge, welcome to the sensory simulator, the system intoned as the hatch sealed, enveloping him in vapor. Lying within, he closed his eyes, connecting with Ali through the companion spirit space. A gentle luminescence swept over Xiao Changge's form, accompanied by a unique energy that surged within the companion spirit realm. In the next moment, he found himself within a white chamber. The disparity between his data form and his corporeal self was imperceptible. He raised a hand, and an identity information display materialized before him. First year, Xiao Changge. Total number of individuals in district, 3,600. Ranking, 3,600. Record, none. This year, the university had enrolled 3,600 freshmen. Xiao Changge continued to peruse the information. Credit rules. Settlements occur every Sunday at midnight. First place, 3,000 credits, with an additional 1,000 credits for achieving the milestone. 210th place, 2,800 credits, with an additional 800 credits for achieving the milestone. 1,100th place, 2,000 credits, with 500 credits. 1,000 first place and beyond, no rewards. Xiao Changge nodded. This was essentially a race for the leaderboard. However, only the top 1,000 would receive rewards, leaving 2/3 of the freshmen unable to secure even the minimum prize. For ordinary individuals lacking resources, the competition was excessively fierce. He closed the interface, glancing at the arena display, which featured 2 sections, the leaderboard and discussion threads. The discussion threads were filled with various trending topics. Shocking. From the 4 great families of the capital, the eldest daughter of the Murong family, Murong Waner, achieves 50 consecutive victories. Military division combatant defeats a second-year student, suspected to have broken through to the second level, 3rd tier. The 6 elite students of the capital, discussing the distinction between SSS-level students and commoners. The top 100 ranks were rapidly dominated by SSS and SS-level students. Frustrated players surged into the rankings, yet failed to breach the top 1,500. After perusing several threads, Xiao Changge felt he had a grasp of the first-year district dynamics. Murong Waner and Sunny Yin were among the highly regarded individuals, likely the SSS-level special recruits mentioned by Zheng Weiman. They had entered school a few days prior, but had ascended to the top 10 of the leaderboard within a single day. Xiao Changge sighed. For common students, merely cracking the top 1,000 to claim a reward was commendable. The law of the jungle prevailed. He clicked on the leaderboard once more. First place, Murong Waner, 55 wins, 0 losses. Second place, Tu Zhenzhou, 54 wins, 0 losses. Third place, Sun Ian, 53 wins, 0 losses. 100th place, Zhou Datong, 25 wins, 5 losses. 1,000th place, Wang Zhanyin, 18 wins, 10 losses. These names represented the pinnacle of the pyramid. At the very bottom, Xiao Changge spotted his own name. Not ranked. Xiao Changge, 0 wins, 0 losses. He chuckled wryly. Below were 2 options, match and PK. After some contemplation, he reached for the match option. The big data system would align him with an opponent of comparable skill based on his win rate. Match successful. Chengran, 3,480th place. Combat environment, Gobi Desert. Countdown to battle. 10, 9. Xiao Changge felt the environment around him begin to shift. A warm gust of wind swept through, and as he stood on the sandy earth, he realized that he and Ali had manifested in a Gobi Desert. The sky was overcast, the ground parched. Before him, another figure emerged. This person was tall and, upon surveying the surroundings, noticed the lack of record beside Xiao Changge's name, revealing a condescending smile. Just reported today? Cheng Ran's voice carried the weight of an experienced veteran. What a pity, you've matched with me, so prepare to hand me your first defeat. Xiao Changge found no inclination to respond to his taunts, observing Cheng Ran's indifference. The latter shook his head in resignation. It was time to defeat this newcomer and continue climbing the ranks. Come forth, Bigfoot. In a flamboyant display, he struck a pose. Suddenly, a humanoid companion spirit covered in thick fur with enormous feet materialized. Type, Bigfoot. Qualification, B6. Realm, first level, 8th tier. Evolution status, can evolve into Wildman, B7. Can synthesize Snow Monster, B8. Xiao Changge recognized the characteristics of his opponent's companion spirit. Stunned, noticing Xiao Changge's stillness, Cheng Ran's disdain morphed into irritation. He detested individuals who feigned indifference. Bigfoot, crush him. With that command, the Bigfoot let out a bellow and charged towards Xiao Changge. leaving massive footprints in its wake. Xiao Changge's expression was as tranquil as still water. He merely exchanged a glance with Ali. Ali nodded slightly, her emotionless gaze fixed on the adversary as her mental energy subtly activated. Buzz. A wave of cold, desolate energy enveloped the Bigfoot in an instant. Its crimson eyes reflected sheer terror. This was the aura of a superior being. How is this possible? Chung Ran felt a tremor coursing through his body, as though someone had clutched his throat, rendering him breathless. Is this the power a freshman should possess? Before he could issue a command to the Bigfoot, Ali had already commenced her assault. A blade of mental energy sliced through the air, as delicate as a whispering breeze, leaving no trace. Swoosh. The Bigfoot's formidable physique was rendered as fragile as paper before the mental blade. Its massive form disintegrated into starlight, dissipating into nothingness. Chung Ran stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the empty ground before him, still reeling from the shocking turn of events. What just happened? Where has my formidable Bigfoot gone? He is still pondering Ari's attack strategies when a beam of light suddenly transports him away. Xiao Changge glanced at the information. Xiao Changge, 3,480. Record, 1 win, 0 losses. He chose to continue matchmaking. For the next half hour, he remained embroiled in combat, his ranking steadily ascending. Ari need not even employ a second move to achieve a remarkable 9 consecutive victories, propelling Xiao Changge to the 920th position. At that very moment, a heated post surfaced on the discussion board. Rising star Xiao Changge, 9 consecutive victories in the arena, all with a single move. Ning Fifan, only 1 move? Those ranked below 1500 are all formidable players. How did he manage to ascend? Wang Buer, a friend of mine, was instantaneously defeated by him. He is indeed the newcomer Xiao Changge. Chu Tianqua, were it not for the real name system, I would suspect this as a top-tier player using a smurf account to fish. In the virtual room, Xiao Changge saw his rank entering the top 1,000. Yet he felt no stirrings of emotion. He was resolute in his desire to continue battling. However, this time, the matchmaking took a bit longer, taking 30 seconds before a match was finally secured. Match successful. Zhang Wanchuan, 666th. Record, 20 wins, 11 losses. Scene, forest. After examining his opponent's information, Xiao Changge remained unfazed. Meanwhile, in another virtual room, a young man was engaged in real-time communication with friends. Today, his gameplay felt exceptional. He was matched against weaker opponents. When they realized they could not compete, one by one, they resorted to playing a war of attrition. Could I indulge them? I dispatched them instantly. Suddenly, the matchmaking success notification chimed. He glanced at the information and found the name Xiao Changge somewhat familiar. Remembering the previous post, he realized it was that 9-win dark horse. A sly smile crept across his face. So it's you. Zhang Wanchuan spoke into the communicator. I have other matters to attend to. I'll challenge that newcomer with 9 consecutive victories and put an end to his streak. Ha! The scene shifted. A fetid odor wafted through the air, chilling him to the bone. Xiao Changge found himself amidst a nocturnal forest, where the pale moonlight cascaded through towering trees. Opposite him, Zhang Wanchuan materialized in the same spot. Observing the surroundings, a triumphant smile spread across his face. This match is a guaranteed win. My spirit beast thrives in such an environment. He laughed heartily, his gaze towards Xiao Changge dripping with mockery. Dark horse, I shall terminate your 9-game winning streak. Zhang Wanchuan raised his arm, summoning a gray, scruffy wolf. Speed type, forest wolf. Qualities, B9. Realm, level 2, first stage. At the moment the forest wolf appeared, the temperature plummeted further. Its green gaze fixating on Xiao Changge, exuding a feral aura. Boy, this is the strength of a level 2 summoner. A mere 9 victories cannot possibly challenge me. Zhang Wanchuan was lost in euphoria. With the forest's advantage and his realm's suppression, he envisioned a scene where he obliterated this dark horse. Charge. Mental shriek. He initiated the attack. Howl. The forest wolf emitted a psychic roar, surging towards Xiao Changge like a wave. Through the spectator interface, many students instinctively held their breath. They felt a pang of sympathy for the exquisite Ari, anticipating her imminent destruction. Zhang Wanchuan's attack was nearly impossible to evade. He had hardly ever lost at this realm. Yet the ensuing reality left them astounded. Ari merely stood with Xiao Changge, the mental shock barely causing their garments to flutter, having no effect whatsoever. The superiority on Zhang Wanchuan's face evaporated in an instant. This is impossible. The mental shriek failed? I refuse to accept this. Execute a sweeping attack. Zhang Wanchuan hastily commanded the forest wolf to continue its assault. The wolf's eyes glinted with ferocity, its body transforming into a blur as it charged towards Ari at lightning speed. Testing a new skill, just as Ari prepared to eliminate her opponent. She heard Xiao Changge's directive. Understood. Her figure resembled a nightingale beneath the moonlight, gracefully advancing towards her foe, as leisurely as if strolling through a garden. Frenzy charm. Just as the forest wolf's claws were about to strike Ari, a powerful psychic force enveloped it. Howl. The forest wolf's eyes became glazed, retreating instead of advancing, baring its teeth at Zhang Wanchuan. This is charm. Zhang Wanchuan, being discerning, was overtaken by a sense of terror and despair. No wonder the mental shriek was ineffective. In the face of such a high-level psychic skill, his mental shriek was a mere jest. Go. Ari smiled faintly. The forest wolf charged directly at Zhang Wanchuan. In an instant, both figures transformed into streaks of light and vanished. 10 consecutive victories. Xiao Changge returned to the White Room, glancing at the data. Xiao Changge, 488th. Record, 10 wins, 0 losses. With his achievement of 10 consecutive victories, the fervor surrounding the discussion post intensified. Various threads about Xiao Changge surged to prominence. 10 consecutive victories. Dark Horse Xiao Changge defeats the mental adept Zhang Wanchuan. Ascends into the top 500. Wang Buer, I witnessed the battle, as always. It was a crushing victory. Ning Fifan, that Ari is impressive, absorbing the mental shriek and charming the forest wolf, instantly eliminating Zhang Wanchuan. Chu Tianhua, had I not seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. I just saw Zhang Wanchuan log off. He must be crying on his bed. Lin Yue, I can't find any information on Xiao Changge. Could he possibly break into the top 100? At this remark, they fell silent. The top 100 was not a realm accessible to mere dark horses. It was predominantly occupied by SS and SSS ranks, each capable of challenging opponents above their level. Lu Rian, the 100th rank, is already at level 2, second stage, with exceptional skills. Ascending is no easy feat. Chu Mingyao, one cannot say for certain. Xiao Changge must possess other formidable skills up his sleeve. Unbeknownst to Xiao Changge, the audience was buzzing about him. He merely observed his rank before exiting the challenge. Chapter 47, Level 2 Summoner Class. In the spectator room of the arena, designated for students of S rank and above, only a few individuals occupied the space. The battle between Xiao Changge and Zhang Wanchuan was being replayed. On the large screen, the forest wolf summoned by Zhang Wanchuan, adept at mental attacks, proved to be quite the nuisance. Yet Ari's charm skill directly induced a charming effect, which was no trivial matter. To be able to suppress an opponent on a mental level speaks volumes about Ari's profound psychic energy. Sun Yin adjusted his glasses and slowly began to articulate his thoughts. This spirit beast is indeed remarkable. He commenced his analysis. The forest wolf's skills are unique, yet it was controlled by Ari's charm, rendering it countered. Beside him, a battle-hungry youth smiled faintly. This individual exuded a deadly aura, surpassing most within the academy. In Tu Zhenzhou's eyes, a mysterious glimmer sparkled. He fervently wished for his opponent to arrive soon, eager for a confrontation. In a corner of the sofa, Moron Wanner observed the large screen with an air of tranquility. The strength of a companion spirit is contingent upon the summoner themselves. After achieving 10 consecutive victories, Xiao Changge ceased to challenge further, intriguing her greatly. She gently parted her crimson lips to remark, this dark horse could undoubtedly surge into the top 50, yet he chose to retreat. Sun Yin and Tu Zhenzhou exchanged silent glances. Had it been them, they would have pressed on to climb the ranks. Yet Xiao Changge halted at a critical juncture. A composure not easily attainable by mere mortals. At this very moment, Xiao Changge exited the sensory simulator, perusing various materials on the small steward screen. Heart of the Ocean, 10,000 credits. Can enhance the physique of water attribute companion spirits. Mutated Crystal, 10,000 credits. Can induce minor mutations in companion spirits. Dragon Scale, 100,000 credits. Significantly increases the mental power of companion spirits. As he gazed upon the array of materials, Xiao Changge felt a sense of disorientation. He cared not for his dazzling performance in the arena. What he sought were resources to strengthen Ari. The first place reward amounted to 3,000 credits, with an additional 1,000 for achieving it for the first time. Although it seemed substantial, it was merely a drop in the bucket when faced with top-tier materials. Clearly, he needed to acquire credits with haste. The following day, Xiao Changge donned the uniform of Capital City University and made his way towards the teaching building. Along the way, he encountered numerous classmates walking in groups. Their conversation remarkably uniform. Did you hear about someone named Xiao Changge? He achieved 10 consecutive victories in the arena yesterday. No way. It's not even the time for special admissions. Where did this character come from? Just check the forum. Those who fell to him were utterly overwhelmed. And only Zhang Wanchuan managed to use 2 skills with great difficulty. No one knows who he really is. Many are waiting for him to come online. Upon overhearing discussions about himself, Xiao Changge merely passed by them with a calm demeanor. Following the small steward's map, he arrived at the front of the teaching building. The environment here was markedly different from the public teaching area. He found an exquisite classroom and pushed the door open. The spacious classroom could comfortably accommodate students summoning their companion spirits. Inside, a dozen individuals exuded a sharp aura. Among them, possessed the strongest presence, being second-tier summoners. The moment Xiao Changge entered, all eyes turned toward him. Curiosity, indifference, scrutiny, and a hint of combativeness mingled in their gazes. You must be Xiao Changge? A brash young man observed him with keen interest. You performed quite well in the arena yesterday. The entire region buzzed with excitement because of you. His words, though calm, carried an undercurrent of arrogance. Before Xiao Changge could respond, a young woman's voice interjected. Lin Yuan, he is not that simple. Classmate Xiao is the 5th SSS level student. Apart from the 4 of us, he is not just an ordinary person, but has also passed Dean Zheng's assessment. As Manhwaedit finished speaking, an abrupt silence enveloped the classroom. Even the audacious Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere grew tense, an invisible contention emerging among the talented individuals. At that moment, the door swung open. A somewhat stern-looking middle-aged man stepped into the classroom. He was Zhou Guangwen, the homeroom teacher of the elite class. The man's gaze swept across the room, suppressing the aura of the prodigies, and he cast a meaningful smile at Xiao Changge. The tension that had escalated following Manhwaedit's words dissipated under the weight of the man's presence, with even Lin Yuan sitting obediently. They were indeed gifted. But before this formidable figure, all talents seemed pale and powerless. I am your homeroom teacher, Zhou Guangwen. His voice was gentle as the wind, resonating in every ear. In this class, regardless of whether you belong to one of the 4 great families of the capital or the 6 sons of the capital, or even if you are an SSS level student, you are merely my students. He glanced at the 4 SSS level students and then at Xiao Changge. You may introduce yourselves. Hearing the teacher's words, Lin Yuan, seated at the front, was the first to speak. Lin Yuan, Gale Griffin, 2nd tier triple. Sunny Yen, Chilias, 2nd tier triple. Tu Zhenzhou, Sword Spirit, 2nd tier triple. Manhwaedit, Ice Featherbird, 2nd tier quadruple. The 4 SSS level students had reached the 2nd tier triple realm, with Manhwaedit even attaining the 2nd tier quadruple. The disparity in their realms instilled pressure among many students. Bai Xingzhou, Great Peacock, 2nd tier triple. Su Ming, Titan Giant Ape, 2nd tier triple. Wei Xiangyu, Lava Dragon Turtle, 2nd tier single. As classmates introduced themselves, Xiao Changge began to understand. This class was designated for 2nd tier summoners, and the so-called 6 sons of the capital referred to the 6 students whose realms surpassed 2nd tier double. There were 30 students in total, all of whom were exceptional talents among the new entrants of Capital City University, with the lowest being 2nd tier single. Zhang Wanchuan rose slowly, feeling the piercing gazes of the SSS level students upon him. Zhang Wanchuan. He instinctively glanced at Xiao Changge, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Just yesterday, he had boasted about ending Xiao Changge's undefeated streak, only to create such a spectacle and embarrass himself greatly. Forest Wolf, 2nd tier single. He quickly lowered his head after speaking. Finally, it was Xiao Changge's turn. Under the scrutiny of all, he quietly stood up. Xiao Changge. He glanced at the 4 SSS level students and then at Zhou Guangwen. My companion spirit is named Ari, 2nd tier single. Xiao Changge refrained from revealing that Ari was a 9-tailed fox, considering that others' companion spirits were not mere wolves or dogs. Presenting himself with a 9-tailed fox would be daunting. Upon hearing his introduction, the classroom fell silent once more. 2nd tier single, placing him at the bottom of this class. Yet he had achieved 10 consecutive victories in the arena and climbed into the top 500. It could only be said that this individual's companion spirit harbored significant secrets. Confusion filled the eyes of everyone, their expressions brimming with curiosity. Chapter 48, The Top 10. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, having expected Xiao Changge to at least be a 2nd tier triple, only to discover he was a novice. Tu Zhenzhou shook his head slightly. 2nd tier single, he was not even qualified to battle him. Sunny Yen and Manhwaedit exchanged thoughtful glances. Once all the students had introduced themselves, Zhou Guangwen slowly began to speak. Well then, you all understand that since we have formed a class, it is to specifically cultivate this group of prodigies and provide you with the best resources. His words elicited proud expressions from many students. Indeed, although he stood at the bottom of the class, to the outside world, he was a genius. You should have gathered sufficient information about the school. Are there any questions? As his words faded, a boy seated at the back stood up. Homeroom teacher, I would like to ask when we can undertake school missions? This question captured the attention of many, whether it be the credits earned in the arena or the resources available at home. Such matters are as commonplace to them as the necessities of sustenance. In pursuit of rarer materials, fulfilling the assignments set by the school remains the swiftest route. Zhou Guangwen nodded slightly towards the youth. The task templates from the school would be activated on the day new students were admitted. However, there are prerequisites for accepting these tasks. He elaborated. Firstly, you need to meet the qualifications to undertake assignments. The higher your qualification, the more challenging the tasks become, with greater rewards to match. There are 6 levels of tasks, ranging from D to S and beyond to Super S. You may only accept D and C level tasks. Zhou Guangwen's voice resonated through the classroom. D-level tasks could be undertaken at the 2nd level, 1st tier. Upon hearing this, the students collectively exhaled in relief, for the lowest among them had reached this stage. However, Zhou Guangwen's subsequent words elicited gasps of astonishment. C-level tasks require the 5th tier of the 2nd level. The 5th tier of the 2nd level. The students exchanged incredulous glances, overwhelmed by the revelation. Even the 4 individuals of SSS rank appeared visibly shaken. Most of them were at the 3rd tier of the 2nd level, and even Manhwaedit, at the 4th tier, would need considerable time to advance to qualify for C-level tasks. This signified that, for the time being, they would only be able to undertake D-level tasks. Xiao Changge pressed his lips together. The disparity between D and C level rewards was glaringly apparent. And to swiftly enhance one's strength would necessitate a significant accumulation of credits. A unique sense of urgency permeated the classroom. The students, who had initially rejoiced at being placed in the advanced class, were now acutely aware of the fierce nature of competition. Observing their expressions, Zhou Guangwen nodded in satisfaction. As class concluded and he returned to his room, Xiao Changge pondered extensively and ultimately resolved that pursuing the leaderboard would be the most advantageous course of action. Without further hesitation, he reclined into the virtual reality apparatus, his consciousness plunging into the arena. The moment he logged in, the discussion forum erupted with excitement. The dark horse has arrived. The formidable Xiao Changge has made his entrance. Everyone, make way. I thought he might shy away from continuing his battles. Let us see if he dares to engage in PK. Numerous spectators logged in to keenly observe Xiao Changge's every move. At this moment, he was in the white room, selecting an opponent for matchmaking. The matchmaking process was remarkably swift. Match successful. Meng Lingfan, ranked 448, with a record of 30 wins and 16 losses. Scene, Stone Forest. Upon seeing Xiao Changge's information, Meng Lingfan's heart sank, and he immediately summoned his companion spirit. It was a mosquito the size of a basin, its sharp proboscis gleaming ominously. Flying type, blood-sucking giant mosquito. Utilizing the blood-sucking army, Meng Lingfan launched the first attack, deploying his most powerful skill right away. From the blood-sucking giant mosquito, a plethora of additional mosquitoes emerged, hovering in the air. Xiao Changge observed the 50 or so blood-sucking giant mosquitoes and calmly spoke. Bind with the 9 tails. Ari nodded obediently, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in her eyes. She raised her hand and summoned ethereal foxtails that entwined around the blood-sucking giant mosquitoes. With a series of swift strikes, the mosquitoes were obliterated, leaving the original blood-sucking giant mosquito weakened. Soon, only the main body remained. Meng Lingfan was astounded. This maneuver could trouble even those within the top 100. Yet his strategy was so easily countered. Just as he was momentarily dazed, one of the foxtails pierced through the blood-sucking giant mosquito, eliminating his opponent. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Xiao Changge returned to the initial white room. The audience witnessing the battle erupted in astonishment. Another swift kill. His opponent was none other than Meng Lingfan, ranked 448. This Ari's skills are utterly invincible. No strategy holds weight against her. Xiao Changge did not pause for rest and continued to seek opponents. Match successful. Instant kill. Ranked 300. Match successful. Instant kill. Ranked 150. One battle after another concluded with overwhelming triumph. Xiao Changge's rank soared on the leaderboard. 50. This marked a significant divide among new students. The top 50 were all prodigies. Is he truly on the brink of entering the top 50? His next opponent was at the second tier, second level. Does he have confidence? Many students flocked to the observation channel, eager to witness whether Xiao Changge could indeed perform a miracle. Match successful. Wei Zhuanglai, ranked 50. Scene, Duel Arena. Inside the arena, Wei Zhuanglai appeared grave. As the gatekeeper ranked 50, he immediately summoned his companion spirit. It was a towering 3-meter-tall armored giant, exuding immense strength and an imposing presence. Defensive type, armored giant. Qualification, A6. Realm, second level, second tier. Activate iron armor defense. Wei Zhuanglai's strategy was sound. He aimed to leverage his second level, second tier advantage to exhaust his opponent's stamina and then defeat him. However, Xiao Changge was no ordinary adversary. Faced with the formidable iron armor defense, Ari circled the armored giant, searching for weaknesses. Close-range seduction. Xiao Changge's command resonated in Ari's mind. In the next instant, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Ari's petite form dashed towards the armored giant, her eyes radiating immense psychic energy, which she unleashed in an instant. Buzz. The armored giant trembled as the intangible psychic force tormented it, and in a fierce struggle, the iron armor defense crumbled. Whoosh. The psychic blade flashed by. The armored giant's head was severed, dissipating within the arena. The spectators fell into stunned silence. It was then they realized how overwhelmingly powerful Ari's seduction skill truly was. Wei Zhuanglai was an SSS-level student and the gatekeeper ranked 50. His strength could not be underestimated. Yet, against Xiao Changge's unreasonable combination, he was swiftly overwhelmed by a mere series of basic moves. Xiao Changge's rank soared. Xiao Changge, rank 40. Record, 35 wins, 0 losses. Continue matchmaking. Rank 35, instant kill. Rank 30, overwhelming victory. Rank 20, battle resolved in 5 seconds. His name now boldly stood at rank 11. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Changge charged towards the top 10. Match successful. He Yuyan, ranked 7. Record, 48 wins, 1 loss. Scene, Wilderness. Chapter 49, The Blazing Little World. Rank 11, Xiao Changge, 44 wins, 0 losses. PK, rank 7. He Yuyan, 48 wins, 1 loss. The 7th ranked He Yuyan, her sole defeat being against Lin Yuan. She is a true powerhouse, positioned as the 7th among the 6 prodigies of the capital. The audience witnessing this battle comprised nearly all the new students, eager to behold the clash between the strongest dark horse and the 7th-ranked contender. The scene transformed into a vast wilderness. The moment He Yuyan appeared, she summoned her companion spirit. A possum of half-human size materialized. Speed type, Shadow Possum. Qualification, A9. Realm, 2nd level, 2nd tier. The opossum, summoned in an instant, erupted with an aura that defied its petite stature, fixating its gaze intently upon Ari. Black Horse. This is where your journey ends. He Yuyan's confident voice resonated. Use Shadow Dash. Whoosh. The shadowy opossum surged forth, emitting sharp sounds that pierced the air. Colliding with Ari at an imperceptible speed, this terrifying force was potent enough to shatter boulders. All eyes were riveted on the unfolding spectacle. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow slightly. Do not allow them to close the distance. Utilize Nine-Tail Bind. Just as the shadowy opossum was about to strike Ari, she deftly evaded, as if dancing on the edge of a needle. Bang! The shadowy opossum whizzed past, crashing into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. With a graceful lift of her hand, tails of foxfire appeared from thin air, spiraling toward the shadowy opossum. Humph! Use Sonic Attack. He Yuyan's expression darkened as she swiftly issued a new command. Trapped by the foxtails, the shadowy opossum opened its mouth wide, unleashing a cacophony of sound waves that sent chills down spines. Bang! 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 One by one, the foxtails snapped, dissipating into energy. Witnessing this, Xiao Changge was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible for a mere sonic attack to possess such might? Truly commendable for a 7th rank. He Yuyan's face broke into a triumphant smile, but the moment she noticed a similar grin on Xiao Changge's face, her heart sank. This is not good. Unaware of what Xiao Changge's next move would be, she hastily commanded the shadowy opossum to retreat. However, it was far too late. As the shadowy opossum broke free from the Nine-Tail Bind, Xiao Changge unleashed the blessing of the companion spirit. Without hesitation, Ari employed the frenzied enchantment, striking the shadowy opossum with tremendous force. That overwhelming mental assault disregarded physical defenses and penetrated its very essence. Squeak! A piercing shriek echoed around them. The shadowy opossum trembled violently, and in the next instant, it shattered into pieces. Another overwhelming victory. Xiao Changge, 6th rank. Record, 45 wins, 0 losses. The continuous battles left Xiao Changge feeling somewhat mentally fatigued as he logged off amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. In the observation room, 4 SSS-level students witnessed the entire confrontation unfold. Xiao Changge appeared to possess a remarkable ability to discern his opponent's weaknesses. Sun Yiyan furrowed his brow slightly. His use of the Nine-Tail Bind was to activate his innate skill, which enhances Ari's charm effectiveness. Xiao Changge's practical experience may very well rival our own. The skills of the companion spirit were also remarkably comprehensive, encompassing offense, defense, control, and more. Tu Zhenzhou tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, pondering, what exactly is this Ari's background? Uncertain, he had no intention of elaborating. Mu Rongwan shook her head and remarked, a competent summoner, paired with a perfectly synchronized companion spirit, he certainly qualifies as my rival. The following day, Xiao Changge attended classes as usual. The students he encountered along the way fell silent, paying him their respects. Upon entering the classroom, Tu Zhenzhou and Lin Yuhen regarded him with fervent gazes, devoid of mockery or disdain, instead filled with a palpable spirit of competition. After class, Xiao Changge intended to check if the new student recruitment had concluded when he was intercepted by 4 figures. Inside the classroom, only 5 SSS-level students remained. Your battle was quite intriguing, Tu Zhenzhou spoke in a deep tone. You toyed with your opponent, without exerting your full strength. Flames of fervor glimmered in his eyes. Here to challenge me? Before Xiao Changge could respond, Sun Yiyan stepped forward and pushed him aside. Xiao, here's the situation. We plan to team up to undertake some challenging missions. He regarded Xiao Changge, asking, would you care to join us? The task department has opened up, and there is a D-rank team mission to explore a B-rank minor world. Mu Rongwan added from the side. This B-rank minor world has yet to be conquered. If you join us, we can all get to know each other better. Xiao Changge understood their intention to recruit him, and considering his need for a team to access better resources, he nodded in agreement. Seeing his silent acquiescence, Sun Yiyan was momentarily taken aback while the others smiled, proceeding together toward the task department. In the task department, the crowd was as substantial as that of the arena. A massive screen displayed hundreds of tasks, ranging from simple material collection to challenging beast hunts. When the 5 of them entered the hall, the cacophony ceased abruptly. All eyes turned toward them. The proud Lin Yuhen, the battle-hungry Tu Zhenzhou, the grinning Sun Yiyan, the aloof Mu Rongwan and the man trailing beside them, Xiao Changge. The 5 SSS-level students of this cohort had actually banded together. With such a lineup, D-rank missions would be a mere formality. Is it true that even SSS-level students are this competitive? Do they intend to make life unbearable for everyone else? The students whispered among themselves. Even the supervising teachers cast astonished glances in their direction. Manhwaedit approached the counter and presented the campus identity cards of the 5. Teacher, we wish to undertake a group mission. The supervising teacher glanced at the information, then looked up at the 5, indicating the large screen. You may only accept D-rank missions at present. Manhwaedit nodded, stating, we will accept this task. D-rank group mission. Search for 100 pounds of flame or within the fiery minor world. Task rating, level 2, tier 2. Reward, 5,000 academic credits, 1,000 contribution points. The supervising teacher observed the 5, hesitating momentarily before ultimately consenting. The fiery minor world is somewhat unstable. You must exercise caution. Understood. Lin Yuhen waved dismissively. It's merely a D-rank mission. What danger could there possibly be? Xiao Changge paused briefly, then followed the group toward the nearby transport portal. In a flash of light, the 5 vanished from sight. In the fiery minor world, the atmosphere was rife with heat and dryness, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. Enemies to the right. Prepare for battle. As the 4 assessed their surroundings, Xiao Changge, through the system panel, discerned signs of life first. Lin Yuhen scoffed dismissively, just a bunch of lowly creatures. Chapter 50, The Gap Between Geniuses. Beside him, the Gale Griffin soared into the air, whipping up a tempest toward the direction Xiao Changge indicated, unleashing a fierce gale. The visible gusts of wind surged forth like a tide. Following a series of anguished cries, several rock monsters fell to the ground, silenced. As mere level 2, tier 1 rock monsters, they had not even had the chance to retaliate before being utterly obliterated. Xiao Changge took a moment to appraise the formidable Gale Griffin. Flying species, Gale Griffin. Qualities, S. Realm, level 2, tier 3. Status, contains a trace of demonic bloodline. Truly worthy of being S level. And it even possesses a demonic bloodline. The demonic bloodline is a powerful heritage passed down from ancient times, representing an existence at the pinnacle of life. Xiao Changge cast his gaze upon the others once more. The longsword wielded by Tu Zhenzhou was a unique spirit blade, its aptitude equally rated at S-class. Manhwaedit's Ice Featherbird possessed a trace of demonic bloodline, also S-class. Sun Yen's Kalias, a mechanical spirit of psychic nature, was likewise S-class. All were S-class companions, a testament to the exceptional caliber of the SSS grade students at the capital S University. As they delved deeper, Sun Yen deployed numerous reconnaissance devices through Kalias to scout the path ahead. A horde of rock monsters loomed in their path. Allow me, Tu Zhenzhou declared with a wild grin, his longsword striking down with a resounding impact. A 10-meter-long streak of crimson sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the corridor ahead. Boom. The boulders shattered, the rock monsters caught unawares, torn to shreds by the ferocious sword energy. The earth trembled, and molten lava erupted from below, as if threatening to engulf everything. Observing this, Manhwaedit commanded her Ice Featherbird to unleash a torrent of frigid air, freezing the lava and forging a pathway. The 4 of them coordinated seamlessly, each displaying their unique abilities as they advanced toward their destination. Xiao Changge and Ali trailed behind, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. Tu Zhenzhou, clearing the way, glanced back at the seemingly inactive Xiao Changge and snorted derisively. Xiao Changge, do you intend to merely watch us fight? Not at all. I am merely providing cover for you all. No need for me to engage, Xiao Changge replied, shaking his head. He remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. As they progressed, the pungent scent of sulfur intensified, and the ground grew increasingly searing. This place was indeed fraught with peril. Under Sun Yen's guidance, the group finally arrived at the mining area. A dense scattering of flaming ores emerged from the ground, emitting a soft red glow. Just as they prepared to commence mining, a colossal hand of lava erupted from the earth, followed by the appearance of a massive figure before them. This is bad. It's not a B class, it's an A class. Feeling the heart-stopping aura, Sun Yen's expression shifted alarmingly. It is the Lava Tyrant. Level 2, 7th stage. Upon hearing this, even the arrogant Lin Yuhen grew solemn. What are we waiting for? Let us attack together. Tu Zhenzhou was the first to strike, with Lin Yuhen hastily directing his companion spirit to join the assault. Spirit Blade. Open the gate of heaven. Gale Griffin, unleash the winds. A powerful sword energy intertwined with a ferocious tornado, colliding violently against the chest of the Lava Tyrant. Boom. A terrifying explosion kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Despite the duo's combined skills, the Lava Tyrant appeared unscathed, its lava-covered body seemingly impervious. Roar. The Lava Tyrant let out a thunderous roar, opening its gaping maw. A torrent of molten breath surged toward them. Ice Featherbird, defend. Manhwaedit commanded, summoning a barrier of profound ice before her. As the molten breath met the barrier, it evaporated into a cloud of steam, beginning to dissolve. This won't hold for long, she exclaimed. Scatter. Sun Yen and the others quickly dispersed, narrowly evading the terrifying attack. The barrier of profound ice could barely withstand 3 seconds before the molten breath pierced through, carving a long trench into the ground. The formation was in chaos. Tu Jinzhou and Lin Yuhan's faces turned pale, while Manhwaedit struggled to maintain her footing, hastily downing a healing potion. In the midst of the turmoil, Sun Yian glanced at the consistently composed figures of Xiao Changge and Ali. Faced with such an adversary, they remained unfazed. Sun Yian could not help but ask gravely, "Xiao Changge, do you have a plan?" His voice bore an urgency he himself had not realized. The others turned to the man, their expressions still marked by shock, now tinged with complexity. This was undeniably a genuine level 2, 7th stage opponent. Against such a formidable foe, even with S-class companion spirits, they could scarcely hope to challenge someone 3 or 4 levels higher. Xiao Changge, merely at level 2, 1st stage, what could he possibly do? At this moment, Xiao Changge fixed his gaze upon the lava tyrant not far away. Spirit type, lava tyrant. Aptitude, A9. Realm, level 2, 7th stage. Contemplating the enemy before him, Xiao Changge decided to activate his innate skill, Blessing of the Companion Spirit. An invisible wave of energy was quietly released. Ali. Through their bond, his voice resonated directly within the companion spirit's consciousness. Unleash mental judgment. Boom. A formidable aura flickered in Ali's eyes, erupting instantaneously. This was not a might achievable by a mere level 2, 7th stage. Her power surged astonishingly under the dual enhancement of Blessing of the Companion Spirit and mental judgment. The entire searing microcosm seemed to fall into an eerie silence. The lava tyrant halted its assault, a flicker of human-like trepidation appearing in its eyes. This aura. Lin Yuhan's complexion changed dramatically. The Gale Griffin beside him emitted an anxious growl, sensing a lineage of greater nobility. Ali's strength was rapidly ascending. Through his technological glasses, Sun Yian gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He could no longer discern Ali's true strength, as this extraordinary state transcended his understanding. Tu Jinzhou gripped his sword tightly. Manhwaedit stared in astonishment at Ali, shrouded in dark attributes, as if she had emerged from the depths of hell. They all recognized that Xiao Changge's true trump card had been unveiled. The Dark Domain. Xiao Changge decisively issued his command. Without hesitation, Ali unleashed her dark energy, enveloping the arena in a shroud of black mist, ensnaring the lava tyrant within its grasp. The flames upon the lava tyrant began to dim, and with the Dark Domain inherently possessing the ability to weaken enemies while bolstering oneself, a creeping mental invasion rendered its movements sluggish. At that moment, as the lava tyrant was being diminished, Xiao Changge commanded, Frenzied Temptation. The Dark Domain, already disruptive to the mind, transformed into a realm of allure as Ali unleashed Frenzied Temptation with all her might. Waves of mental intent infiltrated the lava tyrant, dismantling its will. Roar. The lava tyrant emitted a pained roar, feeling its thoughts begin to warp, thrashing desperately as it sought to grasp Ali, cloaked in darkness. Lin Yuhan and the others stood in stunned silence. The lava tyrant, which had once humiliated them, was now being overpowered by a mere level 2, 1st stage. Chapter 51, Unexpected Gains. The will of the lava tyrant was waning. Sun Yian's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable astonishment. It was the dark energy that rendered it feeble, and the continuous barrage of attacks inflicted immense strain upon its psyche. To think it was truly effective, Tu Jinzhou watched Ali's graceful combat posture, feeling his own fighting spirit waver. In the face of overwhelming power, will alone seemed a mere jest. Now, as Ali unleashed a relentless assault, the lava tyrant's aura weakened, the fury in its eyes giving way to terror. It sought to flee, yet escape was futile. Prepare. Xiao Changge commanded Ari to halt her movements, channeling his energy with utmost intensity. A formidable blade, forged from mental prowess, materialized, exuding a destructive aura that warped the very air around it. The lava tyrant summoned its full might, coalescing molten energy within its maw to unleash a torrent of lava towards Ari. This was its final act of defiance. Yet, in the face of the lava tyrant's ultimate assault, Ari merely waved her hand with serene composure. The spiritual blade glimmered with a faint light, as if traversing the fabric of space, and collided directly with the molten breath. The searing lava, capable of incinerating 5 individuals, was utterly obliterated upon contact with the spiritual blade. Instead of retreating, the blade surged forward, piercing through the core of the lava tyrant in an instant. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Boom. Chunks of magma cascaded from the lava tyrant's massive form, which then collapsed to the ground, disintegrating shortly thereafter. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a profound stillness that left 4 individuals staring in disbelief as Xiao Changge and Ari triumphed over the lava tyrant, their minds reeling. Defeating a level 7 foe with a mere level 1 strike, transcending 6 ranks in challenge. Such an occurrence would seem like an absurd tale if not witnessed firsthand. Xiao Changge approached Ari, the effects of the secret technique dissipating, revealing the toll it had taken on her, her complexion paling as she leaned into his embrace. With one arm supporting her, he extended the other towards the corpse of the lava tyrant. Within, he discovered a fist-sized red crystal. emanating a radiant crimson glow and exuding intense energy. Sun Yin approached, eyes widening in astonishment. This was a material capable of enhancing fire-based companions, a flame crystal. If returned to the academy, it could yield at least 10,000 credits. Ari, are you alright? He inquired, noticing her slight movement in his arms. I'm fine, master. I just feel a bit drained, Ari replied softly, her expression endearing. Xiao Changge stored her within the companion space. This gesture warmed the hearts of the four onlookers. It was evident that Xiao Changge regarded Ari as a true partner, not merely a tool. With such a teammate, they could rest assured, entrusting their backs to him. At that moment, Xiao Changge toyed with the flame crystal in his hand. The four remained silent, observing that, given Xiao Changge's demeanor, even if he were to claim the spoils, they would harbor no objections. However, to their surprise, he placed the flame crystal into Sun Yin's hands. You hold on to it. I'll require 30 credits when we exit. He glanced at the remaining members, adding, the other 70 can be divided among you four. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across their faces. Really? Sun Yin gazed at Xiao Changge in disbelief. That was a sum of 10,000 credits. Even if Xiao Changge were to take 90%, it would still be a generous concession. He held no intentions for the flame crystal, yet he only requested 30. This was not mere generosity, it was a testament to his lofty ideals. I never expected you to be so magnanimous. Tu Jinzhou laughed heartily, exclaiming, in light of the credits, I shall call you brother. The fierce battle spirit in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by admiration and respect. Lin Yuhan's expression was complex. He had not anticipated such grand aspirations from an ordinary individual, nodding stiffly in acknowledgement. Consider us indebted to you. Manhwaedu's eyes sparkled with interest. This man was indeed remarkable, possessing not only formidable strength, but also exceptional poise. In that moment, the five-member team finally united as one. Let us proceed with the mission, Sun Yin declared, leading the way, with Xiao Changge at the center. Flanked and protected by the others as they followed in pursuit of the veins scattered with inferior fire ore. Ahead lay a horde of low-tier demon beasts. Sun Yin's scanner relayed information. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble slightly. A swarm of fiery-eyed rodents charged towards them. Flame mice, level 1. With several at level 2, he announced. I'll take care of this. Tu Jinzhou brandished his sword, unleashing waves of crimson sword energy that cleaved through the advancing rodents. Roar! The gale griffin stirred up a tempest, lifting the rearward flame mice into the air. The remaining foes were effortlessly dispatched by Manhwaedu's ice featherbird. Sun Yin's Kilianas unleashed a fierce current, sweeping away the airborne flame mice. Within half a minute, the battlefield had been cleared. This was the synergy of SSS tier students. Let us continue, Sun Yin urged, as they approached an extensive vein glimmering faintly in the refracted light of the flames. Fire or vein? Let us begin mining. As Sun Yin scanned the mineral body, he remarked, the geological activity here is intense. We must be swift. The group retrieved their tools and commenced mining. The Gale Griffin utilized wind blades, swiftly slicing through the various ores. Tu Jinzhou wielded his sword, shaping the ores into uniform blocks. In less than half an hour, they had amassed 100 pounds of fire Oregon. Just as they prepared to return, Sun Yin's scanner emitted a signal. His actions drew the attention of the others. What is it? Lin Yuhan inquired, stepping closer. There's a peculiar energy fluctuation ahead. Sun Yin indicated a specific area of the vein, moving towards it to excavate with a diamond drill. As rocks fell away, a more vibrant hue emerged. Sun Yin quickened his pace, ultimately extracting a mineral the size of a tennis ball. The four gathered around, captivated by the energy it radiated, faint red liquid flowing within, far superior to fire Oregon. This is a flame crystal mine, Sun Yin exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Flame or veins have a chance to yield flame crystal mines, which possess energy equivalent to 10 blocks of fire ore. They had undoubtedly struck gold. Let us start extracting the flame crystal mine, Manhwaedu declared decisively. Lin Yuhan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he urged the Gale Griffin to search for more. Tu Jinzhou trailed behind Sun Yin, ready to strike whenever something was unearthed. Moments later, they had scoured the entire vein, uncovering only 4 pieces of flame crystal mine. There should be no more, Sun Yin noted, as the detector showed no response. He shrugged, realizing the rarity of such high-level materials. Having 5 pieces was already an extraordinary bonus. Let us move on, Manhwaedu urged. Sensing something unusual about the geological composition, the 5 exited the vein area and were promptly transported back. As the scene shifted, they found themselves in the mission department hall. Chapter 52, Speechless. Did we finish the task so quickly? It seems the fiery little world is not as daunting as it appears. You're unaware. Yesterday a team encountered a swarm of flame mice in the fiery little world and nearly couldn't return. As they emerged, the crowd turned their gaze upon them. Manhwaedu approached the counter directly to hand over their items. Subsequently, each member received 5,000 credits and 1,000 points. They exchanged nods before heading towards the nearby recycling department. Sun Yin carefully placed the flame crystal onto the appraisal counter. The supervising teacher, upon casting a casual glance, abruptly rose to his feet. After a meticulous evaluation, his expression turned grave. This is an A-grade material of commendable quality. I can offer you 12,000 credits. Do you wish to redeem it? His words attracted the attention of several nearby students. 12,000. Many who had been laboriously striving to accumulate credits widened their eyes in astonishment. Redeem it. Sun Yen nodded resolutely. Soon, 30% of the 12,000 credits was awarded to Xiao Changge, while the remaining 4 divided the rest among themselves. Just as Sun Yen was about to present 5 pieces of flame crystal, an urgent voice emerged from the office behind the counter. Wait. A middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat burst through the door, pushing the appraiser aside. Student, may I see your materials? His gaze fixated intently on the flame crystal in Sun Yen's hands. Sun Yen glanced at Xiao Changge and, noticing he made no move, nodded slightly. After receiving the flame crystal the man examined it earnestly, a pleased smile spreading across his face. This flame crystal is of exceptionally high quality. He turned to the 5 of them, his demeanor serious. The flame crystal that erupted from the scorching small world could only be obtained by a talented group like yours. You are indeed fortunate. I wish to engage in a private transaction, offering you 20% more than the original price. The surrounding students began to murmur. To receive an additional 20% is indeed a substantial sum of credits. Teacher, why are you offering us so much? Sun Yen adjusted her glasses, puzzled. I am researching items that can enhance the strength of companion spirits, and I currently lack minerals rich in energy. While the flame crystal is not my first choice, it is the best option available at the moment. The man sighed, explaining earnestly, to search for this type of material, I have already fallen behind in my research. If I could acquire more flame crystal, my progress would accelerate. Sun Yen and the others conveyed that they had only found 5 pieces of flame crystal The man appeared somewhat disappointed and handed them a business card. Here is my contact information. If you acquire more flame crystal or similar high-energy minerals, I will buy them at a premium. Witnessing the man's eagerness, they felt that their expedition to the scorching small world had not been in vain. Just as they were preparing to finalize the transaction, Tuzhenjo took a piece of flame crystal I want to be needing my credits. I want this piece of flame crystal to refine my sword later. A fervent glint flickered in Tuzhenjo's eyes. The 4 traded 4 pieces of flame crystal and received their credits in return. Xiao Changge gazed at the over 20,000 credits displayed on his campus identity card, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The others also wore expressions of joy. This mission not only solidified their bond with the reliable Xiao Changge, but, more importantly, transformed them into a true team. Just as Xiao Changge was about to return, a clear voice sounded from behind him. Xiao Changge, turning around. He found Manhwaedit staring intently at him. The other 3 halted, watching with keen interest. Manhwaedit's gaze was icy, a flicker of combativeness momentarily flashing across her features. In front of everyone, she strode confidently towards Xiao Changge. Slightly lifting her chin, her aloof demeanor remained unyielding. I challenge you. Her calm declaration stunned all the students. The top-ranked Manhwaedit was actually initiating a duel with the 6th-ranked Xiao Changge. This was the most formidable battle among the freshmen. Although it had been anticipated, they did not expect her to be so straightforward. Tuzhenjo chuckled. Just now, I almost thought Manhwaedit was about to confess her feelings to Xiao Changge. A chilling glare fell upon him from Manhwaedit, prompting Tuzhenjo to scratch his head and wisely fall silent. Manhwaedit regarded Xiao Changge earnestly and spoke slowly. I am willing to wager 30% of my credits as a prize. Xiao Changge was taken aback. He indeed needed credits. But acquiring them from a teammate might jeopardize future collaboration. Just as he was about to decline, Manhwaedit's unwavering voice broke through. During this mission, my companion spirit was restrained by the scorching small world, and the credits I earned are not representative of my abilities. I will not take advantage of anyone. Her tone brimmed with pride as she addressed everyone. Since you aim for the leaderboard, we will inevitably face each other. It is better to challenge you now. Do not blame me for taking advantage of you. Manhwaedit's words clearly acknowledged Xiao Changge's strength, transforming their competitive relationship into a friendly spar. Sun Yen nodded in agreement, recognizing her sharp insight as a scion of one of the 4 great families. Indeed, Tuzhenjo couldn't help but point at Xiao Changge. Once you're done with Manhwaedit, it's my turn. Before you level up, I intend to give you a good thrashing. My great sword can hardly contain its excitement. Lin Yuha concurred with this reasoning. If they didn't torment Xiao Changge now, there was no telling what would happen once he developed further. Xiao Changge looked at the serious Manhwaedit and nodded slightly. Then I shall see you tomorrow. The sparks ignited between the SSS ranks quickly swept through the entire first year. Upon returning to the villa and gazing at the nearly 30,000 credits in his possession, Xiao Changge's expression turned grave. To elevate Ali's potential, victory was imperative tomorrow. Opening the discussion thread, their events had skyrocketed to trending status. Shock. Manhwaedit challenges Xiao Changge. The two seemingly had an encounter in the scorching small world. Discussion on the peak strength of the ice featherbird. The odds are in. Bet on Manhwaedit to win, 1-1. Bet on Xiao Changge to win, 1 to 1.5. Numerous threads surged to the forefront. accompanied by images of Xiao Changge and Manhwaedit together. Xiao Changge lay back on the sofa, rendered speechless. Ali quietly appeared beside him, skillfully administering a series of soothing massages. "Master, are you tired?" Ali, exuding a hint of languid charm, elicited a gentle shake of Xiao Changge's head as he brushed aside his hair. "I am not tired." As Xiao Changge stroked her fur, Ali's ears perked up, obediently watching him browse the forum. A confident smile adorned her face. "These students have no idea of the terrifying depths of my master. Master, would you like to try the dinner I prepared for you?" "You made dinner?" Xiao Changge inquired, intrigued. The villa indeed had the necessary amenities. But he hadn't seen Ali cooking. Ali's face flushed slightly as she pointed at the little butler. "Not yet. I asked the little butler to teach me how to cook. I want to make meals for you." Ali whispered earnestly. She had observed that in the human world, wives prepare meals for their husbands and felt a sudden desire to let her master taste her cooking. A warm glow illuminated Xiao Changge's eyes. In the face of enemies, Ali was a harbinger of death. Yet before him, she presented an utterly contrasting demeanor. He gently ruffled Ali's head. "Very well. I look forward to savoring your culinary skills." Chapter 53, The Ancient Bloodline. As soon as the morning classes concluded, the students hurriedly logged into the arena, eager to witness the pinnacle duel. On his way back to the dormitory, Xiao Changge encountered Zhou Guangwen, who was waiting for him. Zhou Guangwen's voice remained as gentle as ever, yet his expression had grown considerably more serious. "Teacher Zhou," Xiao Changge paused briefly to greet him. "How prepared are you? I have high hopes for you." Zhou Guangwen had also learned of Manhwaedit's challenge to Xiao Changge, and a flicker of concern for this so-called common student crossed his mind. That girl Manhwaedit possesses an extraordinary ice feather bird, endowed with a bloodline of the demon seed, which exerts a natural suppression on spirit companions of lower realms. Zhou Guangwen's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "At times, the pressure of realms can be even more formidable than one might imagine. I shall observe your battle." With that, he patted Xiao Changge on the shoulder and departed. Xiao Changge took note of his words. After all, he was a genius capable of ascending to the top of the rankings, and he harbored no thoughts of underestimating his opponent. Upon returning to the dormitory, he took a deep breath and logged into the arena. His appearance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of excitement. "He has arrived. That man has come. I didn't even eat lunch. Waiting for their PK. Goodness. 100,000 viewers. Is the entire first-year student body watching?" The onlookers were fervently engaged. In the initial white room, Xiao Changge saw a message from Manhwaedit. "Are you coming?" "I am." After sending his reply, the dual application window appeared instantaneously. "Manhwaedit requests a PK. Wagering 30 credits. Will you accept?" Without hesitation, Xiao Changge clicked to accept. The scene transformed, revealing a coliseum imbued with the grandeur of ancient Rome. Such an extraordinary privilege of a venue was only likely to be triggered during battles between the top 10 in the rankings. Their clash would undoubtedly be enshrined in the annals of this season's most spectacular moments. Opposite him stood Manhwaedit, clad in training attire, her figure exuding an air of grace and her demeanor radiating a chilling severity. The moment their gazes met, a spark of intensity ignited. "Commence battle." At the instant the announcement echoed, two formidable auras erupted. A frigid aura enveloped Manhwaedit as she summoned her ice feather bird, its icy blue form exuding a palpable chill. The creature emanated a frosty aura, its wings manifesting shards of ice, appearing remarkably extraordinary. Species: ice feather bird. Qualities: S1. Realm: Level 2, 4th stage. Beside Xiao Changge, a purple-red figure materialized. Ali, with her indifferent gaze, regarded the opposing formation with unwavering calmness. The power of Level 2, 1st stage seemed diminutive, as if it could be crushed at any moment. The discussion thread erupted in fervor. Level 2, 1st stage against Level 2, 4th stage. I am eager to see how Xiao Changge turns the tide. It was said that the ice feather bird originated from the ice world, possessing a bloodline of the demon seed, and under its overwhelming suppression, Ali's capabilities could not be fully realized. At that moment, Manhwaedit launched the first assault. Ice Storm. The ice feather bird let out a piercing cry, flapping its broad wings to conjure a tempest of ice, hurling razor-sharp shards toward Ali. Where the storm passed, the ground was blanketed in frost, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Ali. In response, Xiao Changge maintained a tranquil demeanor. Commands surged from the contract into Ali's consciousness. Faced with the colossal storm, Ali advanced rather than retreated, suddenly dashing forward. Transforming into a phantom, her bare feet lightly touched the ground, as if dancing upon the edge of blades, embodying unparalleled elegance. Boom! The massive storm's icy shards grazed past, slamming into the wall behind her, erupting with a chilling energy. What a swift reaction! How is this possible? She had precisely evaded every single attack, a feat utterly astonishing. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Manhwaedit, witnessing this spectacle, exhibited no surprise. Just as Ali landed gracefully, her voice resounded once more. Ice burst. The ice feather bird, having gathered its energy, unleashed an even more frigid and terrifying beam of light towards Ali at the very moment she touched the ground. The timing impeccable. Xiao Changge nodded appreciatively. First, using Ice Storm to control the enemy, followed by Ice Burst for the offensive. She was clearly a seasoned combatant. Buzz. The chilling beam struck Ali as she landed. A wave of cold white mist instantly enveloping the area within a 10-meter radius. The temperature in the Colosseum plummeted drastically, all eyes fixated on the white fog, instinctively holding their breath. Had she hit? Being struck by Ice Burst would likely spell disaster. Even Lin Yuhan and Tu Jinzhou furrowed their brows. Faced with Manhwaedu's onslaught, even they found it challenging to escape. However, Xiao Changge remained utterly unperturbed, his focus trained on the figure within the mist. The spirit companion's blessing had been invoked long before the ice feather bird unleashed Ice Burst. Ali, give it your all. Yes, master. Boom. Mental judgment. The center of cold capable of freezing lakes erupted with an intense energy wave. The white mist, akin to ink being dropped into water, quietly changed color, transforming into a deep purple-black in an instant. It rolled and boiled, imbued with an eerie aura. An ancient, primal bloodline forcefully emerged. What was happening? The Ice Burst had faltered, and Xiao Changge unveiled his ultimate technique. This aura. Was he truly at level 2, first stage? The onlookers were left astounded. Even Zhou Guangwen frowned. His gaze locked on the silhouette within the black mist. In the next moment, the phantom slowly emerged from the fog. She radiated dark energy, her eyes seemingly containing 2 floating moons. A deeper, more terrifying sense of oppression erupted throughout the Colosseum. Her transformation garnered the attention of many. I knew his spirit companion was extraordinary. Why is Ali's aura so powerful? The crowd erupted in excitement, their emotions surging with the shifting tides of battle. Zhou Guangwen suddenly stood, his face grave. The power Ali unleashed surpassed the comprehension of many. Caw. The ice feather bird grew restless, its eyes betraying a deep apprehension, as if confronted by an even more formidable bloodline. This was a suppression stemming from the very essence of life. Manhwaedu furrowed her brow. She sensed the ice feather bird's state, a first for her spirit companion to exhibit such emotion. The ice feather bird, possessing the bloodline of the demon seed, was feeling pressure from Ali. Resolutely, Manhwaedu bit her lip and commanded, use the shadow of ice. Whoosh. The ice feather bird soared skyward, rapidly ascending to escape the clutches of dark energy. Concurrently, icicles formed around it, raining down like a torrential storm. Swish, swish, swish. Countless icicles densely blanketed the sky above, forming an all-encompassing and flawless angle of attack. A barrage was launched towards the darkness below. Chapter 54. Has she cheated? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers instinctively fell silent. Sharp shards of ice, upon nearing Ari, seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, shattering and scattering into fragments. The figure before the dark mist was enveloped in a dense shroud of shadowy energy, as if it were a living entity. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, fixated on the ice-feathered bird suspended in midair. Was she thwarted by some skill? A sense of dread washed over Manhwaedu. This was her first encounter with a situation where her attacks proved utterly futile. Lin Yuhan and Tu Jinzhou furrowed their brows, while Sun Yan exerted all his analytical prowess, yet remained unable to unravel any clues. At that moment, Ari launched a counterattack. Ninetails entwined. With a graceful lift of her fair hand, she made a slight gesture. Pop, pop, pop. A multitude of fox-tails manifested throughout the arena, imbued with a foreboding darkness, akin to soul-binding chains. Their velocity was astonishing as they surged towards the ice-feathered bird, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Such incredible speed. Manhwaedu swiftly commanded the ice-feathered bird to ascend further, narrowly evading the onslaught. The foxtails stirred up a dark wake in midair, destabilizing the ice-feathered bird's form. Surveying the battlefield, Manhwaedu realized that as long as she maintained aerial superiority, her opponent would be unable to strike. She resolved to exhaust her adversary using her secondary tier 4 realm. In the observation room, Lin Yuhan and Tu Jinzhou nodded in agreement. Manhwaedu's strategy was sound. They could only engage in a war of attrition. Indeed, Ari's state likely could not be sustained indefinitely. That would be the moment that determined victory or defeat. Everyone braced themselves for the wait. However, Xiao Changge glanced at the ice-feathered bird above and then at Manhwaedu nearby, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ari, go eliminate Manhwaedu. In a battle, prioritizing the defeat of the opposing summoner is the wisest course of action. Though it was a friendly spar, a secondary tier 4 against a secondary tier 1 hardly constituted a fair match. This is dire. Manhwaedu's expression changed. She had not anticipated that Xiao Changge would disregard the rules of engagement and target her. She hurriedly commanded the ice-feathered bird to defend. At that moment, Ari, who had been grounded, suddenly vanished. The next instant, a black beam shot skyward, appearing directly behind the ice-feathered bird. Manhwaedu's mind buzzed. It was a flanking maneuver. One must understand that flight-type beings are capable of operating independently due to the troublesome nature of their accompanying spirits. She could scarcely fathom the terrifying stats that Ari possessed, enabling her to hover and materialize midair. In the air, Ari's tail swayed, revealing a magnificent 9 tails. She gazed blandly at the ice-feathered bird before her, unleashing a judgment of annihilation. There was no finesse, only raw statistics. A pure mental blade flashed past, resonating with the sound of the ice-feathered bird's body shattering throughout the Colosseum. Amid the spectators' astonished gazes, the ice-feathered bird had no time to emit a mournful cry before it dissolved into starlight. Another victory. The entire district fell into a stunned silence. The icy blue starlight scattered, and Manhwaedit stood frozen in place, exuding an air of defeat befitting a vanquished champion. Her spirit felt drained, overshadowed by a profound sense of confusion, and her eyes lost their luster. The defeat was absolute. The ice-feathered bird had never once held the upper hand. The discussion thread erupted into chaos. Countless posts expressing shock flooded in, overwhelming the senses. It felt as though Xiao Changge had not exerted his full strength. A secondary tier 1 against a secondary tier 4, and you claim you were not at your fullest? I cannot fathom how Ari suddenly appeared in midair. Could it be a talent skill of Xiao Changge's? Within their minds, images of Ari's composed demeanor, strikingly similar to Xiao Changge's, and her agile form were indelibly etched. In the arena, Xiao Changge nodded at Manhwaedit before exiting the battlefield. Manhwaedit clenched her fists, suppressing her inner disappointment, and followed suit. The 30 credits were automatically transferred to Xiao Changge's identity card. Back in the initial white room, she discovered Sun Ian, Tu Jinzhou, Lin Yuan, and the recently exited Manhwaedit all gathered at the door, knocking. After inviting them in, the 4 fixed their gazes intently on Xiao Changge. A heavy silence ensued. You must be cheating. Tu Jinzhou broke the silence. He could analyze the opponent's battle characteristics and devise strategies, yet Ari, in every aspect, appeared overwhelmingly strong. Despite his desire to challenge Xiao Changge, witnessing his true power left him feeling a tinge of despondency. You're simply not human, Lin Yuan critiqued earnestly. Sun Ian, with a complex expression, spoke in a tone of admiration. When you faced the lava tyrant yesterday, Ari also utilized some skill that temporarily enhanced her power, correct? Upon uttering this, they were all taken aback. Indeed, had Ari displayed her current strength back then, what would the lava tyrant have amounted to? I concede. Manhwaedit, who had remained silent till now, finally spoke. Although she was deeply reluctant, a loss is a loss. During the battle, you were holding back, weren't you? Hearing this, the other 3 paused in surprise. Xiao Changge understood that Manhwaedit was not speaking out of pride, but rather seeking to gauge the gap between them. In battle, one must prioritize analyzing enemy intelligence, so it was not a matter of holding back, he replied with sufficient tact. Manhwaedit forced a bitter smile, and then turned her gaze to the other 3. Now it's your turn. His strength is unfathomable. Haha, I'm not afraid. Tu Jinzhou erupted into a thunderous laugh, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of battle as he looked toward Xiao Changge. Let us have a match tomorrow at the same time. He was eager to experience the terror of Xiao Changge's abilities firsthand. No problem. Xiao Changge was nonchalant. This encounter had deepened the bond among the 5. Forgive my intrusion, but may I inquire if your amplification skill has a time limit? Sun Ian shrugged, realizing that since he couldn't discern the answer, he might as well ask. The duration depends on Ari's constitution, but I suspect that I won't be able to use that skill in tomorrow's battle. Xiao Changge did not elaborate too much. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, for they were certainly no match for Ari at her peak. Tomorrow's battle would present a more balanced challenge. Sun Ian nodded. That's excellent. Tu Jinzhou rubbed his long sword in anticipation, grinning broadly. They then discussed the battle scenarios for a while. As they prepared to leave, a message arrived. The sender was the dean's office. The atmosphere grew heavy as the 4 read the message. The dean is seeking you? Tu Jinzhou exclaimed, astonished. Is it because Ari performed exceptionally well, and they wish to test you? It shouldn't be. Sun Ian shook his head. It's merely a competitive match. It's unlikely to warrant the dean's attention. The others regarded Xiao Changge with curiosity, for in the capital university, the dean seldom summoned a student unless significant matters were afoot. I proceeded first. Troubled, Xiao Changge hastily logged off. Chapter 55. Ali's secret. Upon opening the hatch of the virtual reality device, Xiao Changge instructed the little steward to pour him a glass of water. Just as Sun Ian had remarked, while the events in the arena were indeed lively, they were not of the magnitude to warrant the dean's attention. So, what could the reason be? Was it related to Ali's bloodline, or perhaps the exposure of his strength during the defeat of the lava tyrant? After tidying up, suppressing his swirling emotions, Xiao Changge made his way towards the teaching building. In the dean's office, he knocked on the door. Come in, boomed a robust voice. Stepping inside, he found the office brightly lit, where a vigorous elder sat at the desk. It was Zheng Weimin. On the adjacent sofa sat a figure standing tall like a pine tree. His green military coat signifying his extraordinary status, exuding a faint aura of iron and blood that suggested he was not an ordinary man. Glancing at the insignia on the man's shoulder, Xiao Changge was taken aback to discover he was a major general. His pace faltered momentarily. A major general wished to see him? Xiao Changge, Please take a seat, Zheng Weimin said with a warm smile. This is Major General Chen Beixian of the National Defense Army. The National Defense Army. Xiao Changge's eyes widened, and he instinctively straightened his posture. The Great World Passage connected the human realm, giving rise to myriad beasts. It was precisely because of the National Defense Army's valiant efforts at the front lines, forging an ironclad wall, that they could live securely in the rear. It could be said that the National Defense Army was the sharpest sword of the entire nation. General Chen. Xiao Changge saluted sharply. Major General Chen Beixian scrutinized the young man before him, his gaze unmasked. You are Xiao Changge? He asked, each word laden with authority. Yes. Good. Chen Beixian nodded, seemingly satisfied with Xiao Changge's demeanor. We have urgent matters to discuss. Our military has discovered a world passage leading to a realm associated with darkness. Xiao Changge was momentarily taken aback. A dark world. Did such a place truly exist? This world is unique, imbued with annihilative and corrosive energies. We dispatched a reconnaissance team, but they suffered considerable losses and could not endure for long. This passage poses a significant threat, as it bears an ominous sense of impending arrival. We must conquer it swiftly, lest it leads to the merging of our worlds, causing our territory to undergo mutations akin to the Gobi Desert Club. Due to the military's lack of dark attribute companions, I reviewed the student records from your school. Your companion's abilities resonate with the energies of the dark world. She may navigate freely within that realm, unhindered in her tasks. I see now. Xiao Changge's eyes shimmered. This was indeed tied to Ollie. We hope you can undertake this mission to delve deeper into the dark world, Chen Beixian stated directly. Xiao Changge. Such endeavors can be perilous. Your agreement is not obligatory. Regardless of your choice, the school will always stand by you. Zheng Weimin interjected, attempting to mediate. Chen Beixian had already gathered all pertinent information regarding Xiao Changge, and it was based on this understanding that they sought his consent. However, Xiao Changge recognized that a major general personally requesting his involvement was not something he could easily decline. Moreover, he had no intention of refusing. Ollie, being such a unique companion spirit, evidently hailed from a superior world. According to her, she had been summoned and subsequently sold to the Xiao family group due to a curse. It seemed she had forgotten her origins. Why had the world she belonged to cursed her? What world had she emerged from? With the opportunity to unravel these mysteries at hand, Xiao Changge was resolute not to let it slip away. Noticing the young man's silence, Chen Beixian dropped a bombshell. Should you succeed in this mission, you shall have the liberty to choose any one resource from the military's arsenal. Any resource? Xiao Changge's heart raced. Resources were what he lacked the most. The various materials he had glimpsed on the system panel were ones he had never even heard of. Surely the military possessed them. Seeing the young man's reaction, Chen Beixian could not help but smile. Our analysis of the dark world suggests it may harbor materials capable of enhancing your companion spirit's attributes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changge found it impossible to refuse. He shared an unbreakable bond with Ollie. For her sake, a deeper exploration was worth any risk. Meeting the gazes of Chen Beixian and Zheng Weimin, Xiao Changge posed a question. In the dark world, are there entities similar to Ollie? At his slightly trembling inquiry, Chen Beixian frowned, as if trying to see through him. No, he replied, taken aback by the question. The beasts in the dark world are peculiar. While they possess the same violent energy as ordinary beasts, they differ in that they seem to be energy entities, making them difficult to capture. From the information we've gathered, the dark world likely constitutes a fragment of the great dark world, having separated for some reason, forming a space akin to a minor world. The great dark world? Xiao Changge felt a wave of dizziness. He was only aware that the Great World Passage had invaded the human realm, resulting in a surge of beasts, compelling humanity to summon companion spirits for defense. Though merely a fragment, the energy contained within it was far superior to that of a minor world. Hence, our elite summoners face rejection upon entry, with the more severe cases being consumed by the darkness. Chen Beixian regarded Xiao Changge earnestly. Your companion spirit harbors energies akin to those of the dark world. This is a matter I must entrust to you. Xiao Changge remained silently contemplative. Despite all the discourse, the enigma surrounding Ollie remained unresolved. Observing his silence, Chen Beixian waved his hand decisively. Given your extraordinary talent, we cannot allow your efforts to go unrewarded. He proposed a condition that left even Zheng Weimin astonished. Whatever you obtain from the dark world, we shall not interfere. You may personally select one material from the military's resource repository. Oh, if the prior condition was merely a verbal agreement, this was a different matter entirely. To take items from the dark world freely? Given it was part of a greater world, if what lay within truly suited Ollie, it could provide lasting benefits. Furthermore, the chance to personally select a material was an eye-opening opportunity. It seemed this journey was one he could not refuse. For Ollie's sake, he would traverse not just one world passage, but many. Xiao Changge fixed his gaze on Chen Beixian. His inner hesitations dissipated. I will go. The words resonated with conviction. Chen Beixian smiled and extended his hand toward Xiao Changge. Welcome aboard, student Xiao. Chapter 56. The spirit's possession returning to his quarters, Xiao Changge sat in a chair. gazing at the moonlight spilling onto the windowsill. Ari seemed to have just awakened, emerging from the spirit realm, and gracefully performed a series of silky maneuvers, gently pressing on the 4 white acupoints. Master, do you harbor any concerns? Her languorous voice was utterly enchanting. Xiao Changge shook his head slightly, briefly outlining the day's events. Upon hearing about the dark world, Ari's delicate frame trembled ever so slightly. Ari, do you recall anything? Ari fluttered her long eyelashes and shook her head. No, I cannot remember anything. Xiao Changge reached out to tenderly caress her head, assuring her, it matters not if you cannot remember. We shall seek your past together. Ari nestled into his embrace and softly spoke. Master, I do not wish to know too much. Simply being by your side is enough for me. I surely endured much hardship when I was cursed, and I do not wish to dwell on those memories. Hearing her words, Xiao Changge felt a pang of sorrow in his heart as he tightly clasped her small hand. The two sat together at the desk by the window, their fingers intertwined. The moonlight flowed like water, and their mutual sentiments poured into each other's hearts. The tranquil night resembled an oil painting, with the indistinct chirping of insects sounding like a symphony, while the moon loomed large like a basin. The warmth of Xiao Changge, the tenderness of Ari, and the serene chirping of insects melded into the iron-laden dawn. The next day, in the arena, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with that of the previous day, as every face radiated fervor. The viewership had surged to a staggering 150,000, with everyone eager to witness Ari's performance in today's unprecedented challenge. The odds for the battle between Xiao Changge and Tu Jinzhou stood at 1-0-1 in favor of the latter. Betting on Xiao Changge's victory would incur losses due to handling fees unless one placed substantial bets. In the observation room of the first-year section, many were analyzing the situation. Unlike Manhwaedit, Tu Jinzhou's spirit companion was a sword spirit, renowned for its formidable combat prowess. Indeed, he was of the type that grew fiercer with each battle. It was highly probable that Xiao Changge would be unable to activate his enhancement skills in time, potentially facing a swift defeat. Many were far from calm, believing that Ari would surely triumph with absolute superiority. Within the gladiatorial arena, the battle commenced. Tu Jinzhou launched into action without any probing attacks, immediately activating his innate skill. The long sword in his hand emitted a resounding clang, enveloping him in an explosion of light. Fight! He bellowed. At that moment, Tu Jinzhou and the sword spirit fused as one, unleashing a tempest of murderous intent as he charged toward Xiao Changge with an imposing presence. Spirit embodiment. The violent energy caused the arena to tremble. Sun Yin and Manhwaedit exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Tu Jinzhou was evidently unleashing his full potential. All eyes turned anxiously toward Xiao Changge and the serene beauty at his side. They awaited Ari to vanquish her opponent with unparalleled grace. Go. Yet. Xiao Changge merely spoke with a calm demeanor. Ari coalesced into a blade of mental energy and surged toward the frenzied storm of intent. She did not employ any superfluous skills nor unleash overwhelming energy. She simply wielded an elegant arc, colliding with the onlookers' astonished gazes. Clang! The sharp sound of metal rang out, reverberating in the ears of the spectators. Upon striking the mental blade, Tu Jinzhou felt as though he had struck solid steel, his power seemingly suppressed. Ding ding ding. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, executing over 100 moves in mere seconds, their speeds beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Ari appeared effortlessly graceful, each strike of her mental blade imbued with tremendous force, akin to a master of combat, composed and serene. In contrast, Tu Jinzhou swung his sword with tremendous might. Yet Ari continuously interrupted his attacks. A hush fell over the crowd. Yesterday, they had witnessed Ari's overwhelming advantage. Today, they realized that her strength did not stem from mere enhancement skills. She was, in fact, an extraordinary spirit companion. For Ari's display was far beyond the expected capabilities of a mere spirit. How could this be? Tu Jinzhou's efforts grew increasingly desperate, his astonishment mounting. He felt ensnared in the opponent's grasp. No matter how he attacked, Ari effortlessly countered. This was not a battle with a spirit companion, but rather a duel against a master warrior. Tu Jinzhou felt an intense unwillingness surge within him. His sword energy felt feeble and impotent. He refused to accept it. Buzz. He summoned his full power, unleashing his most formidable skill. One sword opens the heavens. A fissure spread across Tu Jinzhou's body, but he paid it no mind. A colossal sword shadow, 10 meters long, thundered down toward Ari. Without hesitation, Xiao Changge activated his innate skill. Spirit Companion's Blessing. Energy output increased by 100. Ari's speed surged, allowing her to dart beneath the enormous sword shadow with remarkable swiftness. Boom. The ferocious sword shadow narrowly grazed Ari's nose, carving a horrifying trench into the earth. Smoke billowed. As the dust settled, the enchanting figure had vanished from sight. Tu Jinzhou felt a chill at his throat, the mental blade humming ominously close to his jugular. He glanced at the gash in the ground, then at Ari. Defeated. Haha, I never imagined I would lose so swiftly. Tu Jinzhou raised his head, bursting into hearty laughter, his heart now at ease. In the observation room, Sun Yin regarded Xiao Changge with incredulity. Your innate skill is rather peculiar. How did Ari evade that sword shadow? It's nothing, just a bit of speed, Xiao Changge replied nonchalantly. That truly is strange. As the party directly involved, Tu Xinzhou was baffled, completely unaware of how he had lost. Since she didn't use enhancement skills, Ari's sudden burst of speed caught me completely off guard. At that moment, someone entered from outside. Lin Yuhan approached with a serious expression. I just received notification that the academy has opened the staircase classroom ahead of schedule, and the rewards for clearing it will be unprecedentedly generous. Staircase classroom? Xiao Changge was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Yuhan explained. The staircase classroom is not a typical classroom, but a testing ground. It seems the military intends to confront the Great World Passage, and the academy is preparing for a comprehensive assessment to select genuine talents for specialized training. After explaining, Xiao Changge received a message. All freshmen are to gather at the staircase classroom tomorrow morning. This news spread throughout the first-year cohort. Discussion threads exploded with lists of rewards being unveiled, substantial credits, abundant points, and numerous materials. Most importantly, the top reward, clearing reward, SS skill scroll. SS rank. In an instant, excitement surged. In the lounge, Sun Yin unfolded the data, detailing. The staircase classroom consists of 100 tiers, each with different assessments, truly dazzling. The highest record for first-year students is 45 tiers. The military is selecting people from the academy? Tu Xinzhou furrowed his brow. I don't know, but talent selection is certainly a given. As Lin Yuhan and others were preparing to engage in discussion, a disdainful voice echoed from the entrance. A group of rookies, do you truly believe yourselves formidable? Chapter 57, a challenge awaits. At the doorway, a burly man strode in, accompanied by a throng of followers. It was Lu Yuan. Manhwaedit softly remarked. The battle maniac of the sophomore year. Unfazed by the opinions of these SSS-level students, Lu Yuan spoke with an air of contempt. In this lecture hall, I shall demonstrate absolute power. With that, he departed, accompanied by his entourage. What audacity! Tu Xinzhou gripped his sword tightly, his fighting spirit ignited. The following day, the lecture hall brimmed with eager attendees. The expansive classroom, with its tiered steps resembling a celestial ladder, led to a passageway exuding a faint spatial energy. Beside it loomed a massive display screen, chronicling the historical records of challengers. Lu Yuan forcefully shoved aside his classmates and, under the collective gaze, was the first to step into the passageway. In an instant, all eyes shifted towards the screen. Lu Yuan's name surged upward. Level 1. Level 10. He showed no signs of slowing down, charging forward relentlessly. Astonishingly, he reached level 40. The first-year record shattered. Level 45. At the astonishment of the crowd, Lu Yuan's name finally settled at level 60. This was a height that left all freshmen in awe and most upperclassmen gasping for breath. Emerging from the passageway, Lu Yuan surveyed the audience with a triumphant expression. You talented first years, if you possess the skill, come and break my record. Upon hearing this challenge, Lin Yuhan, Manhwaedit, and Tu Xinzhou simultaneously stepped into the passageway. Their names rapidly ascended the display. Unbelievably, Lin Yuhan reached level 40. Tu Xinzhou attained level 43. Truly deserving of the title War Child. Manhwaedit soared to level 45. Their achievements ignited the crowd, far eclipsing those of previous years, showcasing the depth of the first-year cohort. Yet gradually, their names plateaued in the 40s, still a considerable distance from 60. Sensing the intense scrutiny of the onlookers, Xiao Changge stepped into the passageway. One level after another, he quickly reached level 30. Upon arriving at level 35, he furrowed his brow. The beasts on this level radiated a peculiar energy that was toxic, causing many students to falter and fail. However, this strange energy felt invigorating to Ali, as if she were enveloped in a spring breeze. The once discordant energy not only failed to negatively affect her, but instead enhanced her vigor, enabling her to dispatch the beasts with remarkable swiftness. Xiao Changge was taken aback. This dark energy bore a striking resemblance to the dark world described by Qin Beixian. Afterward, his speed surged. Level 45. He matched the first-year historical record. The audience erupted in astonishment. A record-breaking achievement. Truly a man who had bested Manhwaedit. All eyes were riveted on him. Level 51. Level 55. Xiao Changge's name continued its steady ascent, surpassing his contemporaries of SSS rank with ease. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he fixated on his ranking, fists clenched tightly. How could a mere freshman surpass him? Ultimately, under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Changge reached level 60, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, consumed by a profound sense of humiliation. Just when everyone believed Xiao Changge had exhausted his strength, his name ascended once more. Level 61. He had surpassed the upperclassmen. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. Then, gasps of astonishment erupted from every student. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the lecture hall. The massive screen transformed into a blood-red hue. The crimson glow illuminated the startled and fearful faces of all present. A glaring message flashed on the screen. Unknown energy detected. The lecture hall is undergoing changes. This announcement left everyone bewildered. In that moment, the entire classroom fell silent. Within the stillness, panic erupted. What had transpired in the lecture hall? Rumors had circulated that the hall was ancient, a trial ground modified by superlative beings. Had some forbidden seal been triggered? Dean Zheng is here. Someone shouted, causing the crowd to part. Dean Zheng Weiman, flanked by a cadre of faculty, approached the screen. His expression grave and solemn. At this moment, Lu Yuan could no longer suppress the tremors coursing through his body. As a prominent figure in the sophomore class, he was well aware of the implications of this situation. According to scant records within the academy, a transformation in the lecture hall signified that Xiao Changge had instigated an event beyond the hall's control, altering the rules. This was the ultimate trial. He cast a glance at Xiao Changge's name, his internal fury eclipsed by overwhelming dread. Within the trial space of the lecture hall, the battlefield where combat had been taking place suddenly fragmented, the scene dissolving into an ethereal expanse. A dense black mist enveloped all directions, with peculiar energies weaving through, imbued with an ancient and wild essence. This sensation bore striking similarities to Ali's dark elements. An oppressive force descended, not a physical weight, but a psychological pressure. Xiao Changge howled in agony, a torment of the soul that threatened to tear him asunder. Breathing became laborious, and he felt on the verge of losing consciousness. In that critical moment, he summoned his energy, activating the blessing of the companion spirit. A mental barrier enveloped him, dispelling the excruciating sensation, allowing him to breathe deeply. Drenched in cold sweat, Ali, however, exhibited an entirely different demeanor. In this space where summoners struggled to endure, she not only felt no discomfort, but instead radiated a sense of profound satisfaction and intoxication. She lifted her head, her eyes rolling slightly, long lashes quivering as if relishing the aftershocks of a fierce battle. The turbulent energy perceived by Xiao Changge, upon nearing Ali, transformed into a docile stream, eagerly flowing into her form. Absorbing vast amounts of dark energy, fleeting memories flickered in her mind. Visions of a dark world filled with blood and fire, where towering figures sat upon thrones of bones. She could not discern them clearly, yet felt an overwhelming yearning and affinity. At that moment, the space trembled. Dark energy coalesced from all directions, as if summoned, forming a colossal silhouette. It was merely a shadow, yet it emanated a more ancient and desolate aura. It was a fragment of the world itself, a manifestation of supreme will. Lost souls, forget not your lineage, unveil your potential. This proclamation resonated within the minds of Ali and Xiao Changge. Before the colossal figure, 9 ethereal fox tails coalesced. Dark energy materialized from the void, manifesting as 9 fox tails, each representing a primal source, posing inquiries that resonated from the depths of her bloodline. Chapter 58, Awakening of the Bloodline. Whoosh. Suddenly, the 9 tails surged forth from various directions, heading straight toward Ari's own tail. Ari gazed at the 9 fox tails, her delicate form instinctively tensing. Her heart filled with resistance and confusion. She could not comprehend their nature, yet she instinctively knew that contact with such entities would undoubtedly incite some transformation within her. Embrace it, for it is a power that is inherently linked to your essence. Amid her bewilderment, a gentle and reassuring voice echoed in her heart. It was her master. Xiao Changge's words illuminated her path like a guiding lighthouse, dispelling her inner turmoil. It is your concern that rekindles my fervor. Ari's gaze grew resolute. She no longer hesitated and allowed the 9 fox tails to envelop her. As the tails intertwined with her own, they instinctively activated. A long-dormant power from her bloodline surged forth, akin to a treasure unshackling itself from its bonds, erupting with an intense, ancient aura. A purer essence of dark energy surged upward, swirling and boiling within the space. Her presence deepened, heralding the preliminary awakening of her bloodline. Moments later, the immense dark energy retreated back into Ari, and she opened her eyes, revealing a gaze that shimmered with the vastness of the galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful. The colossal figure faced Ari and, to her astonishment, offered a slight bow. Your bloodline possesses the requisite qualifications. With those words, the figure dissipated into the ether. Much like melting snow, a card-like black crystal floated toward Xiao Changge. Upon receiving it, he discovered its significance. A fragment of the dark coordinates, an anchor point in the grand world, guiding the lost. The spatial dynamics shifted, as the dark energy receded like a retreating tide. The large screen outside the passage returned to normalcy. All eyes turned to Xiao Changge's name, which shone with a resplendent brilliance on the 61st floor. At that moment, an urgent notification arrived on the campus identity card he carried. He pulled it out to find the sender was none other than Chun Beixian. It contained but a single phrase, yet it tightened his heartstrings instinctively. The dark world has spiraled out of control. Hurry. Assemble at the school gate. No superfluous words. Merely the succinct dispatch of a mission. Xiao Changge glanced at the previously acquired black crystal. Could this object be related to the dark world? The lecture hall had unexpectedly opened early. Ari's bloodline had begun to awaken, and the dark world was in chaos. He could hardly believe that there was no unseen hand at play. Time was of the essence. Disregarding everything else, Xiao Changge hurriedly concluded the challenge. Outside the passage, the cacophony of the crowd momentarily disoriented him. Within the lecture hall, the astonished expressions of thousands erupted into frenzy and adoration upon seeing Xiao Changge. The rankings on the large screen refreshed in real time. Xiao Changge, 61st floor. Lu Yuan, 60th floor. Xiao Changge's name appeared in golden letters, rendering Lu Yuan's name mundane by comparison. The man had emerged. The 61st floor, was this a height achievable by a freshman? Xiao Changge, the dark horse. It was unclear who first uttered this widely accepted moniker, but all present erupted in cheers for the dark horse. Yet, Xiao Changge remained stoic, devoid of any visible emotion. Manhwaedit and the others stepped forward. Xiao Changge, when you reached the 61st floor, the trial suddenly changed. What was the reason for that? Lin Yuhan could not contain her curiosity and inquired. You're truly impressive. Tu Jinzhou clapped Xiao Changge on the shoulder, brimming with excitement. Let Lu Yuan keep pretending. Why isn't he showing off now? Tonight, we shall revel in celebration. Is there a problem? Sun Yan noticed something amiss with Xiao Changge and asked curiously. Meeting the concerned gazes of the four, Xiao Changge stole a glance at the distance where Lu Yuan clenched his teeth. He could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. There was no time for explanations. I must leave. Xiao Changge noticed Zheng Weimin signaling him and spoke up. In such a hurry? Tu Jinzhou scratched his head. Yes, I may be gone for a while. Xiao Changge offered no further elaboration, wishing them well before turning to head toward the exit. The crowd parted to grant him passage, their expressions filled with bewilderment at this miraculous figure. Why not continue the charge? Xiao Changge. Tu Jinzhou called out for clarification, but was stopped by Sun Yan. Do you not understand? He turned to observe Xiao Changge's retreating silhouette, calmly stating, he has been selected by the military. It is likely to be perilous. Manhwaedit and Lin Yuhan felt a tremor within. This freshman bore too many burdens, leaving them in awe of his capabilities. Xiao Changge swiftly returned to his dormitory and changed into combat attire. Upon emerging in his new outfit, he found Ari also clad in combat gear. The ensemble, adorned with pearls and lace edges, exuded a seductive aura of dark energy, complemented by her hair tied into a ponytail and a face that radiated lethal charm. Xiao Changge couldn't help but admire her, thoroughly pleased. Leaving a few messages for his sister, he set off with Ari toward the school gate. At the entrance of the capital university, a military vehicle with a robust industrial design rumbled as its engine idled. The windows were tinted, preventing Xiao Changge from seeing inside. Yet he felt the gaze of someone observing him from within. As he approached to open the door, it swung open automatically. Chen Beixian, clad in military garb, wore a serious expression. Get in. Xiao Changge and Ari boarded the vehicle. The door closed, and they sped off into the distance. He glanced back at the sunlit campus filled with earnest students, while he was headed into an unknown world fraught with peril. Chen Beixian sat across from Xiao Changge, scrutinizing him intently. Xiao Changge met his gaze with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Chen Beixian's scrutiny. This unflinching composure in the face of pressure left Chen Beixian somewhat astonished. Rarely did students remain unaffected under his scrutiny. Xiao Changge's prowess had evidently grown. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. They had arrived at an abandoned steel mill, where the enormous furnace loomed in the night like a slumbering beast. Upon entering through the gate with Chen Beixian, the scene before them was starkly different. This was not a steel mill, but a heavily fortified military base. Teams of patrolling personnel executed their tasks with precision, while testing machinery stood at the ready, the air thick with the scent of leather and machine oil. Without a word of introduction, Chen Beixian led Xiao Changge to the helipad. Creak! A resonant cry echoed from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, their faces filled with reverence. A colossal hawk descended upon the helipad, its wings spanning at least 70 meters, feathers shimmering like starlight. Special species, riftwing hawk. The oppressive aura of level 5 surged forth like a tidal wave, momentarily freezing the entire base under its weight, causing everyone to instinctively cease their breathing. Some of the weaker companions emitted low whimpers, trembling in fear. Xiao Changge merely swayed slightly before regaining his composure. The terrifying pressure was inconsequential before him. Whether bolstered by the system or enhanced by doubled output, he possessed the means to confront such intensity. Witnessing this scene, Chen Beixian nodded slightly. Chapter 59, The Dark World. Retrieve the companions, Chen Beixian commanded. The spatial leap ability of the Void Eagle was formidable enough to turn Ari into mere fragments. Without hesitation, Xiao Changge summoned Ari into the companion space. Chen Beixian gave him no time to react, lifting Xiao Changge as effortlessly as one would a plastic bag, and leaped onto the back of the Void Eagle. Caw! The Void Eagle cried out, its intelligent gaze flickering with sudden brilliance. As its wings spread wide, a powerful spatial wave coalesced around them, and its sharp talons sliced through the air, creating a gash in the very fabric of space, as if it were mere parchment. Behind the inky black rift lay a tumult of chaos and annihilation. Xiao Changge's eyes narrowed. Such overwhelming power, It could even tear the fabric of space. A level 5 beast was indeed fearsome. With resolve, Chun Beixian led Xiao Changge into the rift. Instantly, he felt as if the world was spinning. Incomprehensible sounds swirling around him, while bizarre and unfathomable images flitted before his eyes. In such an environment, an ordinary level 2 summoner would collapse in a moment, falling unconscious. Yet, Xiao Changge only turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming as he fought to endure, relying on his formidable mental strength to safeguard his will. What felt like mere seconds to him stretched on like decades. When his feet finally touched solid ground, the agony of his soul dissipated, replaced by a sense of rebirth. Before him stood a vast military fortress, its walls bristling with gun emplacements that glimmered with a chilling light. The air was thick with the scent of blood and burning. Xiao Changge adjusted himself slightly, curiously surveying his surroundings. Chun Beixian observed his demeanor, recognizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary. His confidence in the success of their mission grew significantly. As they traversed the path, every checkpoint was manned by level 5 guardians and the soldiers, vigilant in their duty to protect their homeland, saluted upon seeing Chun Beixian. The two soon arrived at the core area, a region sealed by numerous restrictions, where a vast passageway pulsed with suffocating energy. This was the very entrance to the dark world. At that moment, the entrance flickered erratically, a clear sign that they had reached a critical juncture. Everything that needed to be said has been said, Chun Beixian stated solemnly. Currently, this entrance can only permit level 2 summoners to enter. Our elite team, upon entering, has not returned a single message. Data suggests that the creatures within are adept at mental assaults. He glanced at the Crimson Vortex entrance, then back at Xiao Changge. The passage is on the verge of materializing. We have little time. We must prevent it from manifesting over the Great Wall, a strategic stronghold. Chun Beixian produced a military communicator and handed it to Xiao Changge, along with a crystal that seemed to contain immense energy, hinting at signs of liquefaction. I need you to locate the source of instability within the dark world and, if possible, neutralize it, he instructed earnestly. Prioritize your safety above all. Xiao Changge nodded and turned his gaze towards the passageway. Within it, distorted souls seemed to wail, while terrifying entities lurked, ready to strike. He felt the black crystal in his pocket vibrating. Without further ado, he stepped into the passage. Before him lay a world shrouded in gray. The air was dry, filled with the acrid scents of sulfur and ammonia. Xiao Changge rubbed his tear-streaked eyes, gazing down at the crimson earth, riddled with deep crevices and spewing molten lava. Above loomed a black sun, rendering this desolate realm even more silent. Is this truly the dark world? Xiao Changge summoned Ari. Upon her emergence, a serene smile graced her icy visage, transforming the oppressive atmosphere into something akin to a celestial paradise in her eyes. Through their bond, Xiao Changge could sense Ari's exhilaration, a euphoric rush of dopamine flooding his senses. Moreover, he noted that Ari's power was gradually increasing at an exceedingly slow pace. He retrieved the black crystal. This artifact, acquired from the tiered classroom, emitted a faint ethereal glow in the dark world, a thread of energy drifting towards a specific direction. The path that had eluded the elite dispatched by the military was now in Xiao Changge's grasp. This coordinate was a compass for navigating the dark world. Xiao Changge decisively commanded, Ari, hold your excitement. We must set forth. Ari opened her eyes, stifled a yawn that revealed an exquisite curve, and upon hearing Xiao Changge's words, immediately fell into step beside him, alert and ready. After walking for a while, the ground trembled violently. Whoosh! From the cracked earth emerged a dozen gaunt, colossal monsters, surrounding the two completely. These creatures exhaled searing flames with each breath, their predatory gazes fixated on the duo, clearly no mere trifles. Xiao Changge focused intently. Spirit species, Dark Fiend Hound. Qualification, B3. Realm, Level 2, 4th stage. The pack of Dark Fiend Hounds was predominantly at Level 2, 4th stage. Even an average Level 2, 8th stage summoner would find them formidable. Let us go, Xiao Changge said softly. In an instant, Ari vanished from sight, akin to a specter. Roar. The foremost Dark Fiend Hound opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of green flames imbued with mental energy towards Ari. The air twisted with a nauseating sound as it passed. In response, Ari merely focused, conjuring a blade of mental energy that cleaved the green flames in two. Her speed surged, striking the vital points of the Dark Fiend Hounds with each swing. In a flurry of movements, in mere moments, the last of the Dark Fiend Hounds fell. As the last hound was vanquished, Xiao Changge observed a barely perceptible dark energy wafting from the fallen creatures, drawn towards Ari as if by an unseen force, akin to swallows returning to their nests. Ari gazed skyward, her body suddenly taut. A more solid energy erupted from her being. Level 2, 2nd stage. To think that merely defeating a handful of Dark Fiend Hounds would elevate her so swiftly, propelling her towards Level 2, 3rd stage. Satisfaction gleamed in Ari's eyes as she turned to Xiao Changge, exclaiming, Master, their essence is exceptionally delectable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changge's heart skipped a beat. It appears that ordinary energy is ineffective against Ari, while the dark energy poses a significant challenge for the military. The Dark Realm, a veritable paradise for Ari's swift growth, offers far greater value than anticipated during this exploration. With the guidance of dark crystals, the two continued their journey. The surroundings began to alter. The ground was cloaked in the remnants of volcanic lava, the temperature became searing, and the air grew increasingly acrid. Half an hour later, a river of lava obstructed their path. The molten flow surged, releasing a torrent of intense heat and toxic gases. Above this river stood a dilapidated bridge fashioned from bones, exuding a faint scent of blood. Chapter 60, The Beings of the Dark World. Xiao Changge gazed across the river, where an ancient altar loomed. Before it, a diminutive figure, with its back turned to them, performed some arcane ritual. This figure bore no resemblance to either human or beast. Despite the distance, Xiao Changge sensed a faintly venomous aura emanating from it. What manner of creature is this? He scrutinized it intently. Wisdom species, prayer saint. Affinity, unknown. Talent, unknown. Realm, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow. This was the first time the system had presented such a situation. Could it be due to the distance? No, during previous encounters with beasts, this had not occurred. Something was amiss. He could discern that the entity's power was certainly below level 3, yet the overwhelming sense of danger it exuded far surpassed that of all previous adversaries, eclipsing even the terror of the dark hounds. Suddenly, the black crystal in his hand began to tremble. The energy it released surged toward the altar. Clearly, the disturbances in the dark realm were linked to that altar. With a grave expression, Xiao Changge turned to Ari. Let us proceed. As they stepped onto the skeletal bridge, it seemed to come alive, endlessly disassembling and reassembling. A colossal skeletal hand emerged, followed by a head and a body. In the blink of an eye, a towering 5-meter skeletal giant stood before them, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with blue flames, fixating on the two figures at the bridge's end. Before Xiao Changge could issue a command, Ari surged forward. Her amber eyes brimmed with unwavering determination to protect her master. Like a bolt of lightning, her form darted across the bones, reaching the skeletal giant in an instant. The skeletal giant swung its massive fist, hurtling toward Ari with devastating force. Ari did not flinch. Her eyes ignited with a powerful mental energy beam, colliding with the skeletal giant. Wild demon enchantment. Boom. The blue flames in the giant's eye sockets dimmed. Its movement slowed. Ari pressed on, unleashing the wild demon enchantment in rapid succession. The giant's mind suffered greatly, its blue flames flickering erratically before finally extinguishing. The immense skeletal form crumbled into fragments, plunging into the lava below. In comparison to her previous skirmish with the Dark Hounds, the now upgraded Ari displayed a formidable prowess. However, the battle had seemingly disturbed the prayer saint on the opposite side. It ceased its ritual and slowly turned to gaze in their direction. Its face was obscured by a tangle of black fur, contorted into a grotesque visage, with a single enormous eye forced into view. From another realm, an obscure voice resonated directly within Xiao Changge and Ari's minds. Though Xiao Changge could not comprehend its words, he sensed that Ari understood the language of the prayer saint. After a moment of pause, the prayer saint suddenly fixated on Ari. Your bloodline? The eye, forced into view by the matted fur, abruptly turned toward Ari, radiating unrestrained greed. It is the dark bloodline. It is his power. Who are you? Xiao Changge's brow knitted in concern. The awakening of his bloodline in the lecture hall and the absorption of the Nine Tails essence. This prayer saint seemed to grasp the connections. I have awaited here for 3 centuries. On the brink of breaking my shackles, the prayer saint's voice brimmed with fervor. Do the descendants of the weak dare to seize my opportunity? Begone. The prayer saint's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of unbridled rage. A beam of dark light erupted from its enormous eye. The prayer saint's target was not Ari, but rather the frail figure of Xiao Changge, standing nearby. Just as the beam was about to strike him, a figure swiftly appeared in front of Xiao Changge. Ari, unable to utilize her skills in time, used her pristine back to absorb the oncoming dark light for her master. Buzz. The dark light penetrated Ari's body, causing her to emit a muffled groan, her form trembling violently. She had vowed to protect her master at all costs. Turning her gaze back, the purple black of her eyes transformed her protective resolve into a fierce killing intent. Die. Boom. A previously unseen surge of energy erupted from her. Ari's figure left behind an afterimage as she became a streak of darkness, charging toward the prayer saint. Preposterous. The prayer saint's voice reverberated like thunder, its colossal pupil constricting to the size of a pinhead, unleashing a mighty wave of mental pressure. This was more than mere mental assault. It contained other powers as well. Xiao Changge, observing from the sidelines, suddenly found that everything before him had transformed. The dark realm, the skeletal giant, the prayer saint, all vanished. And he found himself back in the familiar confines of his rented apartment. 2 bloodied figures appeared before him. Changge, why did you not seek materials in the small world to save Linger? His mother's voice was laden with reproach, her words barely a whisper. Why? You failed to care for your sister, driving her from our home. His father's once kind eyes now glared with disgust, fixating on him. It is all your fault for lacking strength. If you had been strong enough, none of this would have happened. Each stinging remark tore open the scars within Xiao Changge's heart. An overwhelming wave of sorrow, anger, and longing gnawed at his soul. It's all a lie. You cannot deceive me. Xiao Changge knew it was a fabrication, yet everything felt so reasonable, so real. He struggled to breathe, his blood turning cold and sluggish. His spirit on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to shatter completely, "Master!" A voice filled with concern resonated through their bond, striking like thunder. Xiao Changge's body jolted, the scene before him fracturing like a shattered mirror. He looked ahead, where Ari stood atop the enormous skeletal form, unleashing a potent dark energy that forcefully subdued the prayer saint's eerie mental power. The illusion skill had no effect. The prayer saint emitted an incredulous shriek, astonished that one bearing the cursed bloodline could possess such unwavering will. How infuriating! By what right do you? In the eyes of the prayerful saint, hatred and madness flickered. It suddenly whirled around, lunging towards the adjacent altar, its paw composed of hair striking the enigmatic altar with a resounding thud. Be reduced to dust in my curse. With a swish, in an instant, the altar radiated a beguiling and eerie pink light. This luminescence did not exude a threatening power but spread with an imperceptible swiftness. A rich, cloying fragrance enveloped the entire space, brimming with alluring desire, intoxicating and ensnaring all who inhaled it. Chapter 61, The Heart's Door. Xiao Changge seemed to once again be immersed in a familiar sensation, countless thoughts surging wildly within his mind. Power, resources, regret, and other long-suppressed emotions surged forth. Teetering on the brink of reason, shaking his head, Xiao Changge decided that experiencing this illusion once was sufficient. He concentrated a portion of his mental energy to shield himself and invoked the blessing of his accompanying spirit, ensuring the clarity of his spiritual platform. At that moment, the prayerful saint was gradually vanishing within the pink radiance, as if becoming a sacrificial offering to the altar, giving rise to chaotic phenomena. Haha, cursed descendants. The piercing voice of the prayerful saint echoed through the space. No one can escape the sins buried deep within their hearts. No one. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow, gazing at Ali not far away. Ali exhibited no signs of discomfort. Instead, a previously unknown longing and satisfaction radiated from her. His heart sank. Ali's eyes reflected the pink glow, entranced and intoxicated. Not good. Xiao Changge gasped in alarm. Ali, this is a seduction far superior to mere illusions. Through their bond, he urgently called out to Ali, but alas, it was too late. Ali, motionless, seemed irresistibly drawn towards the altar. Above the altar, a mass of pink mist materialized, and without hesitation, Ali's fair hands grasped it. In that instant, her eyes became hazy and vacant, as if consciousness had slipped away, plunging her into a profound dream. Ha ha ha. The prayerful saint revealed a smile of triumph. I originally intended to covet the power of the altar for my own ascension. Yet this fool flutters towards the flame. This altar was a gravestone specifically prepared to suppress cursed bloodlines. It echoed with the laughter of a victor. The cursed would find themselves trapped within their most obsessive desires, their spirits extinguished, leaving behind mere shells. In due time, I shall inhabit such a vessel and transcend into a higher realm. The prayerful saint proclaimed loudly. Xiao Changge felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and hastily reached through their bond, glimpsing the illusion into which Ali had fallen. Just one glance sent his blood racing. It was a sweet little room, containing only Xiao Changge and Ali. Xiao Changge was bound tightly, while Ali towered over him, possessing him. She resembled a lovesick maiden, hiding Xiao Changge within the room, forbidding him from going anywhere. This was the most secret and unthinkable desire buried deep within Ali's heart. She wished to possess everything of her master, allowing no one to disturb them. Inside the little room, Xiao Changge's expression was one of tenderness. Ali, we shall be together forever, nothing else matters. Ali's will wavered, nearly losing herself in the presence of her perfect master. Sensing this, Xiao Changge realized that Ali's spirit was dissipating, growing dim, as if she might vanish at any moment. Cursed be it. Ali, have you truly been seduced? Have you forgotten our promise? Xiao Changge roared frantically through their bond. Time trickled slowly away. Ali's spirit flickered like a candle about to extinguish. And the prayerful saint floated closer, impatience etched on its face. Xiao Changge reflected on everything that had transpired since meeting Ali, emptying his mind of all thoughts, channeling all his energy into a single will. Ali, I believe in you. This was an intimate opening of the heart, a complete and unreserved offering of trust. The words struck like thunder, igniting a spark in Ali's eyes. Ali, darkness is your origin, the altar is your trial. Embrace the power that rightfully belongs to you. Xiao Changge's voice pierced through the illusions woven by desire, simultaneously unraveling the prayerful saint's scheme. Within the sweet little room, Ali's delicate frame trembled. She gazed incredulously at Xiao Changge beneath her, her formerly dazed eyes regaining clarity. No, the compliant master is not my master. My master has yet tasks to fulfill, loved ones to protect. He is not my slave. He cannot shower me with all his affection. Only I can give everything for him. Ollie recalled her original vow. I shall ascend to the pinnacle alongside my master. Boom. The sweet little room erupted in an explosion. In Ollie's enamored gaze, Xiao Changge revealed a serene smile as he dissipated. Control desire, accept the self. At the altar's edge, Ollie suddenly opened her eyes. Deep purple flecked with a hint of pink. The light that had once ensnared Ollie in a seductive illusion surged towards her as if acknowledging a queen. Flooding into her being like rivers returning to the sea, absorbed in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. The prayerful saint howled in disbelief. It turned to flee. But it was far too late. Ollie raised her hand, unleashing a pink tornado that shattered it, not even allowing a scream to escape before it vanished into the void. The ancient altar, which had existed in the dark world for an indeterminate time, seemed to lose all its energy, emitting a sound of unbearable strain as it crumbled and collapsed to the ground. Everything returned to tranquility. Xiao Changge stood on the ground, gazing up at Ollie, who hovered in midair. At that moment, she closed her eyes, her expression serene, yet the aura she emanated was tumultuous. The controlled desires. The dark energy of the prayerful saint, the ancient essence upon the altar clashed violently within Ollie, as if threatening to tear her apart. Buzz. As Xiao Changge watched with concern, an even older, purer dark energy erupted from within Ollie, suppressing all chaotic forces. Waves of dark essence emerged, burrowing from Ollie's skin, wrapping around her in layers. Moments later, a massive purple cocoon formed. Is Ollie about to ascend? Xiao Changge could sense the growing strength emanating from within the cocoon. As Ollie ascended at an unfathomable pace, it was as if this were a transformation crafted specifically for her. Xiao Changge treaded upon bones, approaching the great cocoon, silently guarding it. There were no living beings around, only geological activities intensified. He rested and maintained his protective stance. A little while passed. Crack. A crisp sound emanated from the cocoon, followed by a multitude of fissures. Boom. A torrent of energy erupted instantaneously, shattering the cocoon into countless stars, only for the energy to rush back, flooding into the delicate form within. Ollie appeared before Xiao Changge, just as before, yet her aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. Once, Ari was irresistibly enchanting, but now she has transformed into a goddess capable of commanding all desires. Her profound gaze seems capable of devouring everything, and her every movement evokes deep contemplation. As Ari undergoes her metamorphosis, so too does Xiao Changge ascend. An immense surge of energy flows through their bond, fervently nourishing him. Xiao Changge feels as though his body might explode. His muscles, bones, and veins emit a symphony of painful, yet pleasurable groans under the weight of this overwhelming energy. This is a profound enhancement and evolution at the very essence of life. Chapter 62, A Straight Shot. Buzz. The second tier, double level, serves as a starting point, propelling forward amidst the powerful energy. Xiao Changge's companion spirit space expands dramatically, growing at an astonishing rate. Second tier, triple level. The sensation of breaking through radiates throughout his entire being, an indescribable elation. His mental strength surges, and his power intensifies. Second tier, quadruple level. A tingling sensation floods through his limbs and bones. The impact of the energy feels somewhat sluggish, yet it relentlessly surges toward even greater heights. Boom. Xiao Changge's robust frame trembles, unleashing a powerful aura that sweeps outward. Second tier, quintuple level. At this juncture, the intense fluctuations of energy gradually stabilize. Xiao Changge finds himself momentarily lost in thought. Compared to his former self, he feels utterly reborn. Is this the strength that Ari possesses after her transformation? He cannot help but gaze at the exquisite silhouette before him. Special species, nine-tailed celestial fox. Qualification, S9. Realm, second tier, quintuple level. Attributes, mental, dark. Skills, nine-tail entanglement, dark domain, judgment of condemnation, frenzied enchantment, soul judgment. Synthesis status, can evolve into Qingqiu Fox Demon, SSR1. Can synthesize into Tushan Fox Immortal, SSR2. Required materials, Qingqiu Fox Demon Spirit Fox Breath, Dark Aura, Fox Fire Essence, Moonlight Dew. Required materials, Tushan Fox Immortal Fox Demon X10, S-Class Demon Beast X2. Level 5 Demon Beast X2. Upon witnessing Ari's personal information, even the composed Xiao Changge could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Ari's qualification has ascended from S1 to an astonishing S9. This signifies that with Ari's prowess, she surpasses the majority of companion spirits in this world, reaching the pinnacle of human comprehension. Moreover, beyond S9, there exists an SSR level. Such news is simply unprecedented. Ari's realm has risen from second tier, double level, to second tier, quintuple level. Truly, she is blessed by the legacy of dark energy. As for her skills, the original soul judgment has transformed into judgment of souls. Xiao Changge perused the skill description. Soul judgment. Attribute enhancement of 400, can be activated or deactivated at will, with negative effects gradually diminishing as realm increases. 400. Xiao Changge's eyes widened. It was originally a mere enhancement of 100. This is an extraordinarily formidable skill. Now, with Ari at second tier, quintuple level, using Soul Judgment translates to a fourfold increase. Even when facing opponents at second tier, nonupple level, or even third tier, single level, she could endure for a significant duration. This mission is an immensely fortuitous opportunity for both Xiao Changge and Ari. He retracted the system panel, turning his gaze toward Ari. Ari, with her star-filled eyes, stared intently at Xiao Changge. Deep within her heart, a sense of trepidation lingered. She had nearly succumbed to the allure of the enchanting illusion. Had it not been for her master awakening her, both would have perished here. Despite vowing to protect her master, she had inadvertently placed him in danger. Would her master consider her useless? Despite her proficiency in alluring skills, she had been ensnared by another charm. Ari, Xiao Changge inquired, puzzled. Master, do you still care for me? Ari's voice trembled slightly. Of course. Xiao Changge chuckled heartily. I will always care. His gentle smile radiated warmth, illuminating Ari's heart and dispelling her burdens in that moment. Unable to contain her emotions, she embraced Xiao Changge tightly. As he gazed upon her, he saw the meticulously tailored black combat attire that could not conceal her astonishingly pure whiteness. Although the proximity obscured some details through the deep crevices, he could discern a breathtaking visage gazing down at him. Ahem. Xiao Changge patted Ari's back, inquiring with concern, how was your previous injury? After this upgrade, do you feel any discomfort? Ari revealed a faint smile. My injury has healed. The power I obtained feels as though it has always been a part of me. I feel wonderful. Master, I think I've begun to recall some things. Ari furrowed her brow, reflecting on fragmented memories within her mind. It's quite vague. I cannot distinguish clearly, but I know I indeed hail from the dark great world, though the reason for my curse remains elusive. As she pondered, disdain flickered in her eyes, a look of distaste crossing her face. Darkwing Dragon. I recall this name as well. Darkwing Dragon. Xiao Changge was baffled. What is that? I don't know. This name suddenly emerged in my mind, evoking a visceral revulsion. Ari instinctively felt that she had lost her memories. Arriving in the human world, and had been imprisoned by the Xiao family due to her curse, there must be some connection. She rubbed her temples, struggling to recall anything. Ari, do not concern yourself too much, nor dwell on the Darkwing Dragon. Leave everything to me, Xiao Changge said, gently ruffling her hair. The truth will eventually be revealed. A glimmer of moisture filled Ari's eyes as she gazed dazedly at the man before her, nuzzling against Xiao Changge's warm palm, her tail swaying back and forth. After comforting Ari, Xiao Changge produced a black crystal. After vanquishing the prayer saints, the once dormant crystal stirred once more. It did not point toward the altar but emitted a red glow, guiding deeper into the abyss. Deeper within lie layers of volcanic craters. The magma here flows forth from the depths. While the turmoil in the dark world, as entrusted by Chun Beixian, has been resolved, it seems there are other mysteries within. The guidance of this black crystal is Xiao Changge's objective. Ari also gazed toward the fiery mountains in the distance. Sensing her master's resolve, the two resolutely embarked on their journey. As they progressed, the environment became increasingly harsh. The ground transformed from hard obsidian to a soft volcanic rock, and the air grew more scorching. An ordinary second-tier summoner would struggle to endure even a minute in such conditions. Xiao Changge felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, with his second tier, quintuple level and the partial assistance gained through his bond with Ari, he was not greatly affected. A layer of mental barrier enveloped him, which he had already adapted to. Ari strode forward as if in her own backyard. The heat and toxic gases were as commonplace as air to her, with some energies even actively merging into her being, transforming into sustenance. Swish, swish, swish. A faint rustling sound emanated from nearby. Xiao Changge unleashed a mental thread, causing an explosion amidst the stone pile. A horde of serpentine beasts spewed forth torrents of lava, launching an assault. These were B9 level monsters, existing within the realms of the second tier's third stage. Ari stepped forward, her 9 tails entwining as she unleashed their power. One by one, the foxtails ensnared the bodies of her foes, suddenly contracting with ferocious intensity. The beasts writhed in agony, their eyes bulging as they were violently throttled, their residual energy absorbed by Ari, reduced to mere dust upon the ground. She regarded them not as adversaries, but as pitiable insects to be effortlessly dispatched. Xiao Changge understood that, with Ari's current prowess, B-level beasts of the same tier were no longer formidable foes. Chapter 63, Superiority in Slaughter. As they journeyed onward, they encountered several waves of beasts. Among them were smoke entities that launched mental assaults. However, before Ari's chaotic allure, they crumbled as if made of paper, devoured as sustenance. With each step, the guidance of the black crystal grew increasingly potent, radiating an intense heat that seemed to urge them onward. At long last, a colossal active volcano loomed before them. Towering high, it belched thick black smoke that mingled with the clouds above, while beneath the mountain lay a deep, shadowy entrance, exhaling scorching gusts of air. The direction indicated by the black crystal was within that very cave. Xiao Changge and Ari exchanged glances, and together they advanced toward the entrance. Suddenly, A presence far exceeding any they had previously encountered surged forth, akin to a tumultuous wave crashing upon the shore. A violent scent of blood and pervasive negativity threatened to crush any intruder that dared to encroach upon this domain. Xiao Changge hesitated, the confidence derived from his recent breakthroughs evaporating in an instant. His expression darkened. This aura belonged to a third-tier expert, an entity surpassing the second tier. He had anticipated that the location indicated by the black crystal would house a formidable creature, but he never imagined it would be of the third tier. This was beyond his current capability to confront. Ari positioned herself before Xiao Changge, her icy gaze fixed intently upon the cave's interior. She unleashed a torrent of dark energy, alleviating the pressure they faced. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow, surveying the cavern's surroundings with a calm demeanor. Numerous red formations resembling stalactites emitted a flame-like glow. Deeper within the cave, a colossal shadow loomed, coiling upon the ceiling. It was a creature with the head of a human and the body of a bat. Its twisted features contorted into a mocking sneer. Species, mutated human bat. Qualification, A9. Realm, third tier, first stage. Attributes, dark, psychic. Indeed, a third-tier expert. Moreover, possessing A9 qualifications. Xiao Changge's heart sank, and he grasped Ari's hand, turning to flee. At that moment, the immobile shadow seemed to awaken, its closed eyes snapping open to reveal crimson irises. It fixated its gaze upon Xiao Changge. A chilling scream erupted from its pallid visage, one that could rend the very fabric of the soul. This was a pure psychic attack, potent enough to shatter the mind of a second-tier summoner. Yet, Xiao Changge had already activated his innate skill, fully prepared for defense, and felt merely a hint of dizziness, without suffering any injury. Ari remained composed. Having rapidly ascended in power, her psychic strength soaring to new heights. The red-eyed bat creature was taken aback, unable to comprehend why these two seemingly weak individuals could withstand its psychic onslaught. Sensing the formidable strength of its opponent, Xiao Changge exchanged a knowing glance with Ari, a gaze imbued with trust, affirming their resolve to treat the third-tier beast as a honing stone. When enemies approached, they would strike decisively. Ari felt an exhilarating thrill, a joy derived from being entrusted with a significant responsibility. Incensed by their indifference, the mutated bat creature's face contorted into a vicious snarl, transforming into a bolt of black lightning that charged toward them. Its speed was astonishing, the dark energy it emanated causing ripples in the very fabric of space. Its target was not Ari, but rather the summoner, displaying the battle cunning of a seasoned predator. In that instant, Ari sprang into action. Before the black lightning could reach them, an ancient aura of authority erupted from her being, as if summoned from the depths of darkness itself. Soul judgment. A deadly intent filled Ari's eyes, powerful energy surging within the cavern. With a flourish, a pair of wings composed of dark energy unfurled behind her. Each movement stirred a pink luminescence. At her brow, a pink mark of allure materialized, and a violet-black crescent moon emerged, accentuating her as if she were a goddess wielding dominion over darkness. This presence was fundamentally different from that of the mutated bat. It was a manifestation of primal superiority. The rapidly approaching mutated bat creature found itself paralyzed, as though colliding with an unyielding barrier. Its savage eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the figure before them. It trembled, sensing a more ancient bloodline's power, the bloodline of a ruler from the dark realm. Could she truly be a descendant of that being? This was inconceivable. The creature's strength diminished to a mere 80%, its very soul quaking, nearly succumbing to the might of this lineage. It flapped its wings in desperation, mid-flight attempting to retreat and convey this revelation to its kin. Attempting to flee? Ari's brow furrowed slightly, and with a gentle flick of her violet-black wings, she vanished from sight, reappearing behind the mutated bat. The mental blade forged from her declaration of judgment, amplified fourfold, underwent a qualitative transformation, its powerful psychic energy appearing as if it could consume all. Chaotic allure. The pink glow shimmered upon the mental blade, coalescing into a dazzling brilliance that surged forward. With a sickening sound, the mutated bat's broad wings were severed by the strike. Deep crimson blood splattered throughout the cave. The creature emitted a wretched cry, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting heavily to the ground. The cavern trembled with the impact. Ari advanced directly, positioning herself above the stricken mutated bat, gazing down upon the agonized third-tier beast, radiating pure murderous intent. The mental blade swirled with ferocity, each assault resembling a torrent of beans poured from a bamboo tube, overwhelming the senses. Each strike carved deep wounds into the mutated bat's form, its defenses crumbling before Ari's relentless onslaught, as fragile as weathered bones. This was a one-sided massacre. The once mighty mutated bat now felt like a subdued fish, unable to flip over. Each attempt to resist was met with even more frenzied attacks, and amidst its desperate howls, Ari aimed for its contorted visage, delivering a decisive blow. With a sickening thud, the mutated bat passed from this world, its eyes forever etched with fear and resentment. The alluring mark upon Ari's brow, the dark crescent behind her, and her violet-black wings all dissipated, leaving her stunning visage pale as she grappled with the sheer power of soul judgment, a skill she had yet to fully master. "Ari, you are incredible," Xiao Changge exclaimed as he approached her with admiration. Ari shuddered, the murderous intent fading from her eyes, replaced by a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Master, you are formidable as well." She lowered her head, allowing Xiao Changge to tenderly caress her hair, a profound sense of tranquility enveloping her spirit. After confirming that Ali was indeed unharmed, Xiao Changge approached the mutated bat, a third-tier demon beast. Every part of its body constituted excellent materials. With no time to meticulously dissect it, he hastily severed the vital areas, intending to report back to Chun Beixian once he emerged. Having accomplished this, he ventured to the deepest recesses of the cave. This was the resting place of the mutated bat, where a palm-sized blue lotus was defiantly thriving upon the scarlet earth. Chapter 64, A Comprehensive Harvest. This was it. The blue lotus seemed utterly out of place here. Without the guidance of the black crystal, Xiao Changge would have never identified his objective. Under his direction, Ali meticulously excavated the blue lotus along with the surrounding soil. Just as the blue lotus was liberated from the earth, a thunderous rumble reverberated through the cave. The entire cavern, and even the volcano itself, began to tremble violently. Boulders mixed with magma cascaded from the cave's ceiling, fissures spreading across the ground, releasing plumes of toxic gas. "Run!" Xiao Changge seized the blue lotus and, gripping Ali's hand, sprinted towards the cave's entrance. The collapse of the cavern unfolded even more swiftly than anticipated. Massive stones plummeted, bringing them perilously close to disaster. Just as they were about to break free from the cave, the black crystal in his pocket suddenly emitted a blinding light. The beam directed them towards the innermost part of the cave. How odd, had they not already secured the blue lotus? Xiao Changge hesitated, pondering whether the black crystal's guidance pointed to something more elusive than the blue lotus. He glanced towards the exit. Exiting directly would signify a successful mission. However, following the black crystal's guidance might plunge them into grave danger. "Master." Sensing Xiao Changge's indecision, Ali spoke softly. He looked at her, shook his head, and abruptly pulled her hand, charging deeper into the already collapsed depths. For Ali's sake, he chose to trust the black crystal's guidance. Bam! Boulders crashed down, sending clouds of dust swirling. In this critical moment, Ali acted without hesitation, joining forces with Xiao Changge to carve a path ahead. The black crystal's guidance grew increasingly precise. They returned to the site where the blue lotus thrived, now deep within, with a wall lying ahead. The red glow emitted by the black crystal pointed resolutely forward. Ali, hearing Xiao Changge's call, she nodded and employed her nine tails to attack the broad rock wall. The anticipated scene of shattered rock did not transpire. Her assault penetrated the stone as if it were mere water. Subsequently, the rock transformed into liquid, cascading to the ground. An aura utterly distinct from darkness emanated from behind the stone. Once the rock vanished entirely, a new space was revealed, tranquil and serene, bathed in a gentle blue glow, with many blue crystals adorning the walls, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Within this space lay a secluded pool of water, its surface rippling with life. In the pool floated an egg, roughly the size of a human torso. This egg radiated a faint white halo, covered in golden runes, as if it had been in a deep slumber for ages. Crack! The black crystal in Xiao Changge's hand emitted a sound, shattering into fragments in an instant. He was astounded to discover this hidden paradise. "Master, the water in the pool possesses a purifying essence." Ali swiftly surveyed her surroundings, her eyes shining with curiosity. The water in the pool would also greatly benefit her. Xiao Changge held no doubt about Ali. His attention remained fixed on the egg. Unknown species, egg. Potential, S9. Realm, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Status, hatching, 3 days remaining. S9. Xiao Changge's eyes widened. This was no ordinary S9, but one that was S9 even before its birth. Humanity had only theorized the existence of S3, while S9 represented the pinnacle of imagination. Even Moron Warner's magical bloodline, the ice featherbird, was merely S1. Furthermore, all other information remained unknown. This implied that the egg had yet to be claimed by anyone else. Clenching his fist, a surge of fervor ignited within him, overwhelming him with excitement. Initially, he sought merely to gather some synthesis materials. Yet, with Ali's continuous upgrades, he had anticipated a bountiful return. Little did he expect an unexpected windfall. Should he form a contract with this egg, it would be tantamount to acquiring a companion spirit of boundless potential. "Ali, do you recognize this egg?" Xiao Changge took a deep breath, striving for composure. Ali gazed at it for a moment before gently shaking her head. "I do not recognize it, but it emanates an ancient aura, as if it does not belong to the dark world." Xiao Changge nodded slightly. Something unknown to Ali surely held extraordinary origins. Most importantly, the space around them began to tremble, causing blue crystals to tumble. To prevent any harm to the egg, it would be prudent to secure it first. "Ali, let us take everything." "Yes." Together, Ali and Xiao Changge swiftly placed the egg into the companion spirit space. They did not waste the remaining water from the pool, as Xiao Changge retrieved various containers to fill with the water before storing them in the companion spirit space. Once they had completed their task, the two fled at breakneck speed. Boom, boom. The cave's collapse accelerated, the space teetering on the brink of obliteration. They exerted every ounce of strength, and just as they were about to burst through the exit, a powerful spatial repulsion enveloped them. They felt themselves being tugged, distorted, and crushed. This sensation was even more excruciating than the spatial jumps of the Rift Eagle. Xiao Changge wrapped his arms around Ali, who clung tightly to him. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld familiar land and surroundings. They had returned to the entrance of the Dark World's passage. The swirling vortex-shaped entrance, after expelling the two, gradually faded away, as if it had never existed. Before Xiao Changge could relax, beams of white light descended upon them, activating various scanning devices. After a thorough examination confirmed no issues, the beams gradually dissipated. At the entrance, Chun Beixian approached, flanked by several researchers and an array of sophisticated testing instruments. Upon seeing the unharmed Xiao Changge and Ali, even having witnessed numerous grand spectacles, he could not help but display a look of astonishment. Arriving before Xiao Changge, Chun Beixian scanned the two. Xiao Changge, welcome back. Behind him, a group of researchers methodically began to conduct tests on the pair. Instrument after instrument probed their bodies. The surrounding soldiers remained vigilant, weapons drawn, ever ready for a potential assault, as if the two might transform into demon beasts at any moment. Xiao Changge offered no resistance, silently placing Ali into the companion spirit space. Vital signs normal. Mental state normal. One of the testing personnel suddenly exclaimed, his face alight with disbelief. Second tier, 5th level. Normal. Second tier, 5th level. Nearby soldiers and testing personnel stood in stunned silence. They distinctly remembered that Xiao Changge, at the 2nd level 1st tier, had ventured into the dark world. In merely 5 days, he had ascended to the 2nd level 5th tier? What does this signify? Even if all resources were utilized to expedite a summoner's advancement, such swiftness would be unattainable, for progression necessitates time for consolidation. The researchers were immediately flooded with myriad thoughts, and even Chun Beixian's pupils constricted. They proceeded to examine the items he had brought back. 2 researchers took the fragments of the mutated bat corpse from Xiao Changge's hands and promptly rushed to the laboratory for analysis. Moments later, having confirmed the absence of any contaminants, Chun Beixian nodded in approval. Chapter 65, Meticulous Calculations. Follow me, Chun Beixian instructed. Xiao Changge accompanied him to a secluded isolation chamber, furnished only with 2 chairs and a table. Chun Beixian gestured for Xiao Changge to take a seat, and then inquired, what transpired during your 5-day stay inside? 5 days. Xiao Changge mused, calculating that from the beginning to the final moment, it should have been merely a day's time. The flow of time differs. Please continue. Upon hearing Chun Beixian's words, Xiao Changge provided a general account. He spoke of Ali's bloodline, her metamorphosis, the guidance of the black crystal, and the egg, but refrained from revealing any details regarding Ali's true identity, as he would not disclose anything until he had more clarity. He merely mentioned exploring based on military intelligence, defeating monsters and leveling up, and discovering that the instability in the dark world was due to volcanic activity, culminating in an encounter with a Tier 3 beast at the cave entrance beneath the volcano. Upon hearing this, Chun Beixian's expression shifted. You encountered a Tier 3 beast? Indeed. The materials are still in your research facility, Xiao Changge replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Chun Beixian's inquisitive gaze. Ali's triumph over the mutated bat could be attributed to a confluence of fortuitous circumstances. The timing was opportune. Her bloodline seemed to exert a certain influence over the strong in the dark world. The location was advantageous, as the dark world was her domain. The synergy of her growing strength and their extraordinary doubling skills also played a crucial role. The room fell into silence. Chun Beixian discerned that Xiao Changge was not lying. The existence of Tier 3 beasts in the dark world was not documented in their files. A 2nd level 5th tier defeating a Tier 3 1st tier, such feats were not achievable by mere talent. They were the mark of a prodigy. Leaning back in his chair, Chun Beixian exhaled deeply. His expression was complex, a mixture of awe, confusion, and earnest recognition. Indeed, he refrained from further inquiries. Whatever Xiao Changge acquired in the dark world rightfully belonged to him, including the secrets of Ali's ascension. With the issues of the dark world resolved, you may select materials from the military's resource repository. Chun Beixian rose and spoke casually. However, you may not have the luxury of time to choose leisurely. What do you mean? Xiao Changge asked, perplexed. Chun Beixian replied, as the enrollment period at various universities draws to a close. The Capital University has partnered with 18 top institutions to host a freshman competition, scheduled in 3 days. So soon? Xiao Changge recalled the 4 SSS-level freshmen from Capital University. This was no ordinary contest. Chun Beixian's expression turned serious. Through this competition among all outstanding newcomers this year, various factions will conduct evaluations, effectively scouting for core talents. It will also serve to showcase the depth of the 18 premier universities. He glanced at Xiao Changge and added, "Of course, if you choose to participate. It would be a significant disparity. Rest here for 36 hours. I will escort you back to Capital University the day after tomorrow." Chen Beixian commanded a soldier to lead Xiao Changge to the resting area. Isolation. Quite the caution, Xiao Changge remarked. "Major Chen, do not forget about my Tier 3 beast materials. Can they be rewarded through the credits at Capital University?" As he stepped out, Xiao Changge couldn't help but look back. "You rascal. I understand." Chen Beixian chuckled softly. Meticulous calculations, what a talent. After witnessing Xiao Changge depart, he dialed an encrypted phone call. "I want all available information on Xiao Changge. I recommend the military pay close attention to this individual." In the resting room, which resembled a hotel suite with all necessary amenities, Xiao Changge lay on the bed after the soldier left, his consciousness sinking into the space of his accompanying spirit. The egg remained unchanged, just as before. Regarding the water in the pond, Xiao Changge urged Ali to test its effects. After taking a sip, Ali's eyes lit up. "Master, this water can accelerate my recovery and enhance my mental acuity." As they conversed, Xiao Changge understood that Ali had absorbed the energy from the mutated bat, which was perfect for settling the restlessness brought about by her rapid strength increase. This water was the ideal supplementary material. He allocated all the water for her use, urging her to convert it into strength as swiftly as possible. After organizing everything, he felt weary and soon drifted into slumber. The next day, upon awakening, Xiao Changge felt invigorated and immensely powerful. He delved back into the space of his accompanying spirit. Ali was recuperating, having consumed some of the pond water, yet a substantial amount remained. Sensing Xiao Changge's presence, she opened her eyes. Compared to yesterday, her aura was far more profound. If the previous Ali radiated ferocity, the current one exuded an inscrutable calm. "Master," Ali exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Changge inquired with concern. "How do you feel?" "I apologize for making you stay in the accompanying spirit space." "Master, I am quite well here." Ali beamed. "My mental exhaustion has completely recovered." Xiao Changge nodded and turned his gaze to the egg, which emitted a faint life force. In 2 days, it would likely hatch. If feasible, it would be best to establish a contract directly. However, he was uncertain about the type of accompanying spirit it would be. Thoughts of curiosity danced in his mind. Ding ding ding. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a notification. Exiting the accompanying spirit space, he saw an incoming call from his sister. His heart warmed, and he answered the call. "Brother, you finally answered my call. Where have you been? I was about to go crazy." Once the call connected, Xiao Linger's choked voice was unrestrained, but upon hearing Xiao Changge's voice, she relaxed. "Linger, I am well," Xiao Changge replied gently. "I called you numerous times without a response. If I hadn't asked the dean, I wouldn't have known you went to the military. Did you not say you would return in a day?" Hearing how frantic his sister had been in search of him made Xiao Changge feel a pang of guilt. He couldn't imagine how she had spent these 5 days without seeing him. "Sister, rest assured, I will certainly keep you informed of anything important," Xiao Changge promised. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger calmed down significantly. "That's good. Please take care of yourself out there. But, my brother is truly remarkable, having only just enrolled. And the military has already come to fetch you," she said with pride in her light-hearted tone. The siblings chatted for a while longer. After hanging up, Xiao Changge's resolve grew stronger. Regardless of whether it is Ali or his younger sister, both must learn to safeguard themselves. Thus, he must grow stronger. After spending another night here, the next day, Chen Beixian arrived to escort Xiao Changge to the helipad. The sky-splitting eagle had been waiting for quite some time. This time, Xiao Changge was well prepared, having acclimatized significantly to the discomfort of spatial jumps. The rewards this time were exceptional. If he performed admirably, he might attract the attention of influential figures, including formidable military experts and members of powerful enterprises and esteemed families. If he caught their eye, they would invest in him. Chen Beixian's words illuminated the true value of this newcomer competition for Xiao Changge. This was not merely a youthful contest. It was a grand stage that would determine the trajectory of one's future. Chapter 66, The Grand Stage of Life. Above the capital city's university, blinding light erupted, drawing the attention of a multitude. The overwhelming presence of a 5th-level companion spirit bore down like a mountain. Countless students rushed from their rooms, gazing in shock at the sky. There soared an extraordinarily majestic eagle, emerging from the shattered fabric of space. In the face of such an entity, the students' companion spirits trembled, and even some teachers' 4th-level spirits emitted low growls of unease. What is that? A 5th-level beast? By heavens, which eminent personage has graced us with their presence? Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Chen Beixian placed Xiao Changge before the villa in the dormitory area. He regarded Xiao Changge from below, a glimmer of mystery in his eyes. "Let me see how much value you possess." As soon as the words left his lips, the sky-splitting eagle once again fractured space, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a faint ripple in the dimensional fabric. Xiao Changge gazed longingly at the space before him, vowing that one day he too would attain such formidable prowess. Turning around, 4 figures materialized at the door. Sun Yin fixed an inquisitive gaze upon Xiao Changge. Lin Yuhan's eyes were filled with a complex emotion that was difficult to decipher. Manhwaedit maintained her usual cold demeanor, though the air of defeat could not be concealed in front of Xiao Changge. Xiao was more direct, exuding an eagerness to engage. Oh, he furrowed his brow, sensing a powerful energy emanating from Xiao Changge. Although it was not consciously released, it contained a terrifying aura. Beep, beep, beep. Each person's communication device chimed with a notification from the school. The joint newcomer competition will commence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. New students, please register promptly. Xiao glanced at the message and then at Xiao Changge, momentarily tempering his enthusiasm. It appears we will be battling in front of a large audience. Xiao's fighting spirit was palpable. To him, virtual battles in the arena were inconsequential. Only blood and flesh combat could truly unleash potential. Let us register. As 5 SSS-level newcomers, we are the pride of the Capital University. Sunny Yin suggested with a slight smile. Lin Yuhan did not decline. Now was not the time for private sparring. Very well. Both Manhwaedit and Xiao Changge concurred. The newcomer competition was precisely the reason for his enrollment at the Capital University. Using his phone, he registered and confirmed his identity. Capital University, Xiao Changge. Realm, 2nd level, 1st stage. This outdated information acted like a fuse, promising to deliver a dramatic impact to all. The next day, new students registered at the Capital University gathered in the Grand Square. Xiao Changge's arrival instantly ignited the crowd. It's Xiao Changge. With such a dark horse among us, our Capital University is secure. I heard he has been in seclusion. I wonder if he has leveled up. Eyes filled with curiosity, admiration, and envy fell upon him. A testament to Xiao Changge's extraordinary performance in the arena that had made him a figure of renown. Xiao Changge boarded the massive school bus with Ali and found a seat. Inside the bus, some classmates secretly initiated a live stream. The dark horse emerges from seclusion. Live broadcast from the Capital Martial Arts Hall. This title drew numerous students unable to attend in person into the live stream, all eagerly anticipating Xiao Changge's performance in the joint newcomer competition among the 18 universities. As the bus drove on, the grand destination came into view. The Capital Martial Arts Hall. This immense structure, sprawling in size, reflected sunlight off its numerous glass windows, exuding a heavy, primal atmosphere that silenced the students aboard the bus. The bus caravan came to a halt. Tens of thousands of new students from the 18 universities queued outside, creating a striking visual impact. In the VIP seats within the hall, notable figures began to appear. The city's lord, Ba Fengyun, military major Chun Beixian, the 18 university presidents, tycoons from various enterprises, and magnates from illustrious families were all present. They scrutinized the students as if on a treasure hunt, examining the vibrant youth before them. The city lord remarked, Capital University truly possesses great wealth. They have unveiled 5 SSS-level students in one go. The vice president from the Normal University leaned towards Zheng Weimin, subtly implying, the Normal University is a competitor of Capital University, once renowned as the strongest institution in the capital. However, as they scoured various universities for talent, Capital University should not forget that strength lies not in numbers, but in quality. Having talent does not equate to combat prowess. He observed the 5 students surrounded by admirers. Oh, what of the genius girl your academic affairs director brought back last time? Did she not register for the newcomer competition? I heard her companion spirit is quite unique. Yet her combat strength is lacking? There's no need for your concern. Zheng Weimin merely smiled, offering no further comment. Chun Beixian had already reviewed Xiao Changge's dossier. Aware that the person mentioned by the Normal University's vice president, Chen Shixin, was Xiao Changge's sister, Xiao Linger. What an enviable pair of siblings. He looked at Xiao Changge, seeing the immense power contained within that resolute physique. Chun Beixian was eager to witness how this prodigy would astonish the entire assembly. At this moment, Ba Fengyun stood on the platform and spoke with a booming voice. Today marks the joint newcomer competition hosted by the 18 universities. I am honored to witness this grand event at the Capital Martial Arts Hall. He delivered an inspiring opening address, outlining the stakes, indicating that victors would receive substantial resource rewards. Following his speech, the large screen above displayed the elimination rules, random matchups, with losers being eliminated. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Ali glanced around. Master, someone harbors hostility towards us. There is one individual I find particularly disagreeable. Xiao Changge signaled for Ali to remain calm. It was merely hostility, no different from the flowers and weeds by the roadside to him. The competition begins. Ba Fengyun announced. Waves of teleportation light randomly transported contestants to the battle stage. Xiao Changge found himself on a platform spanning 100 meters. Across from him, students from other schools were fixated on him. Upon seeing Xiao Changge, their expressions shifted. Despite Xiao Changge being at the 2nd level, 1st stage, within the newcomer circle of the capital, the Dark Horse's record was undeniably impressive. The fact that Xiao Changge had triumphed time and again, yet remained at the 2nd level, left them in disbelief. In a blend of exhilaration and gravity, he resolved to launch the first strike. Xiao Changge, how embarrassing. Furrowing his brow, he summoned his companion spirit. Bracing for the impending confrontation. Level 2 triple, 3 flowered hyena. A low growl emanated from the three-flowered hyena as it unleashed its skill. Wind's extremity. Waves of azure wind energy encircled the vicinity. In stark contrast to his serious demeanor, Xiao Changge merely stood still, offering no commands and observing the unfolding events with a detached calm. A freshman from the Institute of Technology felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The three-flowered hyena, fully charged, was poised to strike. Dark Horse. The moniker quickened his breath. He had scrutinized the profiles of every formidable newcomer, and Xiao Changge's prowess was the very nightmare of all novices. Chapter 67. I am the Little Dragon Girl. Without further ado, he launched his offensive. The three-flowered hyena invoked Wind's extremity for a devastating assault, attempting to seize the initiative with a single strike. With remarkable swiftness, the azure blades of Wind surged toward Xiao Changge. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Ari instinctively stepped forward, eschewing any skills, transforming into a fleeting shadow. She navigated through the dense barrage of wind blades, each movement impeccably evading the onslaught. The freshman from the Institute of Technology wore an expression of disbelief. He could scarcely discern Ari's actions. In that moment, Ari had arrived before the three-flowered hyena, raising her hand for a gentle clap. Boom! The wind blades enveloping the beast disintegrated, and its massive form collapsed, rendered unconscious. In the next instant, a beam of light transported it away. The newcomer was astounded by his swift defeat. The vast disparity left him feeling unworthy of his own name. A flash of light flickered, and he too was whisked away. Onlookers erupted in astonished gasps at the spectacle. Is that how it ends? I didn't even see what the Fox sister did. Compared to the fierce battles on other platforms, this instantaneous victory was suffocating. In subsequent encounters, Xiao Changge's opponents met with dismal failures. Whether they were level 2 triple or level 2 quadruple, flying or psychic entities, they all faced the same fate, swiftly dispatched by Ari. In contrast to Xiao Changge's placid stance on the stage, the other 4 SSS-level students displayed unequivocal might. Manhwaedubook's Ice Featherbird froze the entire arena. Tu Zhanzhou's sword spirit obliterated all in its path. Sun Yiyin commanded Curios, leaving opponents defenseless. Lin Yuhan's Gale Griffin was unparalleled in ferocity. As night descended, the first round of eliminations came to a close. From tens of thousands, only a few thousand remained. Outside the martial arts hall, the 5 gathered together. How dull. Tu Zhanzhou lamented, appearing listless. I didn't even exert my full strength, and they fell. He turned to Xiao Changge, intrigued. What transpired between you and Ari? She seems significantly stronger now. Lin Yuhan and Sun Yiyin echoed his curiosity, having also witnessed Ari's formidable presence. Xiao Changge glanced at the time, remaining silent. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must return. Are you not joining the school bus back? Sun Yiyin inquired. No, I've mentioned it's urgent. Xiao Changge waved his hand and departed with astonishing speed, leaving them in puzzled silence. They exchanged glances. What could be so urgent? Perhaps he needed to relieve himself? Tu Zhanzhou shrugged. Sun Yiyin regarded the direction Xiao Changge had vanished with contemplation, sensing an urgency beneath his calm facade. At Capital City University, upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao Changge immediately activated the Do Not Disturb mode. An invisible shield enveloped his villa. Having completed this, he entered the companion spirit space. A vibrant aura of life surged forth. A half-person-sized egg trembled, pulsating with the rhythm of a strong heartbeat. Runes adorned the shell, radiating light that tinged the companion spirit space with hues of blue. Ari was intently observing the egg, a token they had retrieved from the dark world, symbolizing their pure bond. The little one was on the verge of birth, filling her with an extraordinary maternal affection. Xiao Changge checked the information. Only 3 minutes remained until it would hatch. As seconds ticked by, finally, the runes on the egg blazed with brilliance, unleashing a torrent of pure life energy that resonated within Xiao Changge's veins. Such potent life force. In astonishment, he watched as a crack formed in the egg, blue light pouring forth. Subsequently, fragments of the shell cascaded down, flooding the entire companion spirit space with azure radiance. Ari squinted. The energy was overwhelming, and she cautiously approached Xiao Changge, keeping a vigilant watch on the egg as it shattered. Crack! With a sharp sound, the egg broke completely. A dazzling beam of blue light shot skyward. Not only did it erupt within the companion spirit space, but it also penetrated the protective shield of the villa, illuminating the night sky of Capital City. The entire university, half of the capital, was momentarily aglow as if it were day. Students reveling in the nightlife, unretired faculty, and even certain hidden powerhouses all looked up in astonishment at the piercing blue beam. Is that the girl from Capital City University? Such energy, is it the fluctuation of a level 5 powerhouse? It seemed to herald a celestial phenomenon. The birth of a companion spirit. Impossible. I witnessed such a sight in Hawaiian. Even the emergence of an SS-level companion spirit would not provoke such an event. The beam vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, dissipating in less than 3 seconds. The bystanders were left awestruck. Only the top-tier powerhouses could faintly sense that this aura emanated from a specific location within Capital City University. In the companion spirit space, where the egg once resided. A petite figure emerged. She appeared to be a girl under the age of 15, adorably small, with cascading blue hair that reached her waist. Dressed in a pure white short skirt that revealed her charming little feet, she stood there, her long eyelashes fluttering, exuding an aura of purity and nobility. Xiao Changge quickly examined her. Special species, salty sea naga. Affinity, trust. Talent, S9. Realm, level 1 initial stage. Skills, demon repelling magic, aquatic defense. Cloud and rain barrier. Synthesis status, can evolve into salty sea dragon king, SSR1. Can merge with 5-clawed golden dragon, SSR2. Required materials, salty sea dragon king's ocean dragon pearl, dragon S true water, dragon's heart. Remarkably, she was a special species. Observing the two small horns atop her head, he smiled warmly and spoke in a gentle voice. Hello, Naga. I am Xiao Changge. It was Ari and I who rescued you from the dark world. Upon hearing these words, the young maiden's eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. Those radiant, crystalline blue eyes seemed capable of piercing through the depths of one's soul. After casting a sweeping glance over Xiao Changge, she turned her gaze to Ollie, wrinkling her delicate nose in disdain. Finally, her attention returned to Xiao Changge, and with a slight pout, she raised her alabaster chin and spoke proudly. Her lips of vivid crimson against pearly teeth. I am the Dragon Maiden. You may refer to me as the Little Dragon Maiden. The audacity of naming herself. This phenomenon is exceedingly rare among companion spirits, magical beasts, and various life forms, signifying that she possesses a legacy of memories. The Xianhai Naga, endowed with an ancient bloodline's inheritance. Very well, Little Dragon Maiden. May we forge a contract? Xiao Changge invited with a calm demeanor. If I refuse, will you allow me to leave? Before Xiao Changge could respond, the Little Dragon Maiden turned her head away, looking elsewhere. A small, white hand reached out towards him, accompanied by a reluctant huff. Then let us establish the contract. However, my agreement is not due to your act of saving me. I merely find you somewhat obedient, and I have nowhere else to go. Chapter 68. The Proud Little Imp. Proud Little Imp. Xiao Changge couldn't suppress a chuckle, if not for the visible intimacy levels. He might have been completely deceived. Beside him, Ollie smiled gently, though a flicker of wariness and curiosity shone in her amber eyes. Xiao Changge took the Little Dragon Maiden's hand, feeling its delicate coolness. A contract, born from their souls, materialized within their consciousness. He sensed a proud will within the Little Dragon Maiden's being, guiding the establishment of their bond. Eventually, they reached an equitable contract. A powerful surge of life energy flowed through Xiao Changge's body via the contract. This energy, unlike the dark energy that filled Ollie, was pure, akin to a spring breeze caressing his form. The obscure repercussions of his reckless breakthroughs were thoroughly resolved, leaving his aura more profound and his posture more resolute. Though he had not leveled up, Xiao Changge could feel his strength intensifying. The Little Dragon Maiden withdrew her small hand, wrinkling her nose in distaste as she glanced around the companion spirit space, then fixed her gaze on Ollie. The dark energy surrounding you is overwhelming. It makes this place reek. Her voice, as clear as silver bells, conveyed an air of disdain. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Ollie smiled faintly as she linked her arm with Xiao Changge's. This is the scent of my master. He adores my fragrance. The two contrasting gazes clashed in the air. Xiao Changge was at a loss. Would he have to resort to the art of negotiation? With a resigned sigh, he tousled the Little Dragon Maiden's silky hair. Please refrain from causing trouble. I promise to treat you to delicious food later. Startled by his sudden action, the Little Dragon Maiden blushed faintly. I refuse to eat. Quickly remove your hand. Yet, despite her words, she did not shy away from Xiao Changge's warm touch. He attempted to soothe her. Ollie was easily placated, and after some effort, she managed to persuade the Little Dragon Maiden to sit quietly with the eggshell. Exiting the companion spirit space, Xiao Changge checked his phone for the match schedule. Beijing University Xiao Changge, Level 2, Stage 1, vs National Defense University Yang Huamao, Level 2, Stage 4. Yang Huamao, a standout freshman from the National Defense University, recognized as a hot contender. After glancing at the opponent's information, he looked again at the two figures within the companion spirit space. A smile crept onto his face. This match might prove to be quite intriguing. The following day, the atmosphere within the martial arts arena was even more fervent. Following yesterday's eliminations, those remaining were undoubtedly skilled. The big screen displayed the information for the second round of the PK competition, and all eyes turned to one particular matchup. Battlefield number 12. Xiao Changge versus Yang Huamao. After a brief silence, a cacophony of excited chatter erupted. How can Xiao Changge, merely at Level 2, Stage 1, compete against Level 2, Stage 4? This reeks of conspiracy. Xiao Changge is certainly a dark horse, but against the Forest King Yang Huamao, he will likely falter. Yang Huamao's companion spirit is from the Subdragonwood lineage. He will surely be crushed. Against the Forest King, victory is out of the question. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Students from other schools eagerly anticipated the spectacle, as this renowned dark horse appeared poised for defeat. Students from Beijing University couldn't help but feel anxious. Though Xiao Changge was formidable enough to challenge beyond his level, could he truly stand a chance against Yang Huamao, another prodigy? Xiao Changge, can you do it? A freshman inquired of Sun Yian. Sun Yian remained silent, her gaze fixated on the figure preparing to ascend the stage. Lin Yuhan and Tu Zhenzhou appeared indifferent, unconcerned with the impending battle, as the outcome seemed predetermined. Murong Wanner stood to the side, lost in her thoughts. In the VIP section, alas, Principal Zheng. It appears that Beijing University's luck has soured this time. Hao Aiguo remarked with a smile towards Zheng Weimin. To encounter our National Defense University's top student in the second elimination round, this SSS-level freshman is likely to be eliminated. Zheng Weimin smiled but offered no further comment. Beside Hao Aiguo, a representative from a major corporation offered a compliment. Yang Huamao is indeed formidable. Our tech group has some ideas. Principal Hao, could we discuss after the competition? Certainly, Hao Aiguo nodded. This remark caused many who had been optimistic about Xiao Changge to reconsider their stance. The tech group spans various sectors, including commerce, industry, and agriculture, a comprehensive scientific conglomerate of significant weight. Their interest in Yang Huamao seemed to seal the fate of this battle. At that moment, a calm voice broke through the chatter. I have faith in Xiao Changge. The speaker was Chen Beixian, clad in military attire, seated not far away. His gaze pierced through the distance, fixated on the figure below the stage, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Oh, Hao Aiguo expressed surprise, turning to Chen Beixian. Major General Chen, do you believe Xiao Changge can triumph over Yang Huamao, who possesses a subdragon companion spirit? Realm is merely a fraction of strength. Chen Beixian shook his head, declining to elaborate further. In that case, shall we wager on the outcome? Hao Aiguo's interest piqued. Yang Huamao was a talent he had high hopes for. Though Beijing University boasts numerous prodigies, they cannot gather all the talents of the world. Indeed, Chen Beixian smiled slightly, having awaited this very prompt. If Xiao Changge prevails, our guardian army requests both slots in the dragon transformation pool. The declaration left those present astounded. Even Zheng Weimin cast a puzzled glance at Chen Beixian. The dragon transformation pool, a veritable treasure of the National Defense University, said to be transformed from ancient dragon clan power, imbued with dragon blood, offering transformative effects for dragon-type companion spirits. Only 3 individuals may absorb its essence each year, rendering it immensely precious. Hao Aiguo had not anticipated Chen Beixian's ambition to be so grand. Huh, interesting. What? Are you afraid to accept? Chen Beixian regarded Hao Aiguo with a calm demeanor and inquired, do you lack confidence in Yang Huamao? What is it that you dare not put forth as a stake? Hao Aiguo appeared unfazed by Chen Beixian's attitude. 5 Tier 2 psychic potions from the military, he declared, extending 5 fingers. Such a bold wager. The Tier 2 psychic potions, exclusive to the military, are capable of enhancing one's mental fortitude. They're worth rivaling that of the dragon transformation pool. A display of audacity. Hao Aiguo chuckled and accepted the bet. At the combat arena, Xiao Changge arrived to face a brawny young man. Yang Huamao discreetly glanced at Xiao Changge and, upon realizing he was merely a level 1 Tier 2, shook his head in disappointment. A level 1 Tier 2, an SSS-ranked student from the capital's university. And yet this is all the strength he possesses? Such a waste of public resources. His voice echoed throughout the arena via an electronic amplifier, inciting a stir among the audience. Truly, he was excessively ostentatious. Xiao Changge's consciousness delved into the space of his companion spirit, advising the little dragon girl. Study diligently here and do not emerge. Once he had arranged everything, he turned his gaze toward Yang Huamao. Is there any meaning in all this superfluous talk? Chapter 69, Playing the Fool to Catch the Tiger Arrogance. Yang Huamao's expression darkened as he summoned his companion spirit. A deafening roar reverberated through the arena. A fearsome beast, over 20 meters in length and covered in scales, emerged before the spectators. Its massive form exuded an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a subdragon, embodying the might of a level 4 Tier 2, sweeping over the surroundings. The Forest Dragon. How formidable. Is this the subdragon of the wood element, the Forest Dragon? A companion spirit of such caliber can already subdue others of its own rank. Gasps of astonishment filled the audience. Yang Huamao caressed the Forest Dragon's body, casting a haughty glance at his opponent. Yield now, you stand no chance. Xiao Changge, growing impatient, felt a familiar presence beside him. Ali stood elegantly in place, her alluring form contrasting sharply with the imposing Forest Dragon. At her appearance, the beast's ferocity seemed to diminish slightly. Yang Huamao instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Something was amiss with Xiao Changge's companion spirit, though he could not articulate precisely what it was. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle with absolute strength. Forest Dragon, unleash the natural elemental impact. He commanded. The Forest Dragon opened its massive jaws, gathering a dense concentration of natural energy to form an enormous sphere of light. Hurtling toward Ali, the sphere blazed fiercely, warping the very air around it. The audience watched with rapt attention, envisioning Ali being engulfed and reduced to ashes. Yet, Ali would not remain passive. At the very instant the sphere approached, she extended her palm toward it, gently grasping at the air. Boom. An invisible wave of energy erupted from her, and in the next moment, to the astonishment of all, the terrifying sphere of energy simply dissipated before Ali, as if it had never existed. A profound silence enveloped the martial arts arena. All eyes were fixed on the breathtaking figure within the arena, each person grappling with disbelief. What had transpired? The natural elemental impact unleashed by the forest dragon had been neutralized? In the VIP section, Xiao Changge sprang to his feet, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions as he gazed incredulously at the two figures in the arena. Beside him, a representative from the technology group remained silent, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. A level 1 tier 2 had effortlessly neutralized an attack from a level 4 tier 2? Meanwhile, Chen Beixian smiled knowingly. Seated calmly in his position, back in the arena, Yang Huamao's scorn evaporated, replaced by sheer embarrassment and fury. He had believed his strength could dominate all. Yet this unexpected turn of events had shattered his expectations. Impossible. Yang Huamao's brow furrowed, his eyes bulging with rage as he let out a distorted roar. You must have used some sort of device. Hearing his accusation, Xiao Changge regarded him with a look of disdain. Use a device in front of so many distinguished individuals? At that moment, Ali retracted her hand and, with an air of utter boredom, advanced toward her opponent. How infuriating. Yang Huamao channeled all his energy into the forest dragon, roaring, attack with all your might and annihilate the enemy. Buzz. As Yang Huamao activated his innate skill, the forest dragon's immense form quivered, its terrifying aura surging as it entered a state of frenzy. Its slitted eyes locked onto Ali, its muscular legs coiling like a dragon before it charged forth. The hardened ground cracked beneath its weight, spreading like a spider's web in all directions. The colossal beast surged toward Ali. Buzz. In the face of this daunting assault, Ali merely observed with calm detachment. As the forest dragon was about to collide with her, she effortlessly sidestepped with a slight movement. Bang! The massive body of the forest dragon brushed past Ali's garment, its attack missing completely. The overwhelming inertia propelled it into a stone pillar at the edge of the arena, where it finally came to a halt. Crack! The pillar shattered upon impact. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence. The initial neutralization of the forest dragon's natural energy impact could be attributed to some technique. But this time it was a genuine physical assault, and Ali had avoided it. Everyone could see that Ali's movements were graceful, evading in a manner beyond ordinary comprehension, employing the slightest of actions. Such was the terrifying experience of combat she possessed. Roar! The enraged forest dragon lashed out, its thick tail whipping through the air like a whip. It opened its gaping maw, gathering vast amounts of natural energy to seal off Ali's escape. Should she attempt to evade, she would surely be struck. Yet, as the forest dragon launched its onslaught, Ali simultaneously deployed her skill. Ethereal energy tails manifested upon the ground, winding around the creature's limbs. The forest dragon paid no heed to these fragile fox tails, raising its forepaw to stomp down fiercely. Yet, the tails entwined with greater tenacity than it had anticipated, as if imbued with life, constricting suddenly. The forest dragon's massive form lost its balance and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. The dragon's tail veered off course, crashing heavily against the ground. Boom! The arena shook with the force of the impact. Spectators stared in disbelief at the somewhat comical scene before them. Had a level 4 tier 2 forest dragon been tripped during its attack? This was no battle. It was a mockery of the opponent. How outrageous. Yang Huamao, humiliated beyond measure, was driven to madness. Forest dragon, unleash your ultimate strike and eradicate them. The forest dragon rose from the ground, its eyes ablaze with fury, as it opened its mouth to condense a powerful beam of light, instantly shooting it toward Ali. The natural energy surged forth with explosive force. This is its most formidable attack skill. Faced with this beam of light, Ari did not evade. Instead, she raised her hand and summoned a blade of psychic energy. With a gentle flick, she waved it towards the incoming beam, as if shooing away an annoying insect. Buzz! The intense beam, upon striking the psychic blade, shattered like a fragile soap bubble, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The spectators were left in utter astonishment. What kind of bizarre technique was this? Yang Huamao stared blankly at the unfolding scene, his mind a blank canvas. The pride he held for the forest dragon now seemed laughable, as the opponent's strength vastly surpassed both his and that of the forest dragon. Ari, gripping her long blade, advanced step by step towards the wailing forest dragon. Clack! Her footsteps were slow, each echoing sound resonating like a heartbeat beneath the crowd's collective breath. The forest dragon felt a profound despair, as a terrifying aura emanated from Ari, overwhelming it. It wished to retreat, but alas, ensnared by her foxtail, it could no longer move. Approaching the forest dragon, Ari raised her weapon and gazed down at it with an almost indifferent expression. Just as everyone anticipated a lethal strike, Ari merely tapped the back of the blade against the dragon's forehead. Thud! The forest dragon rolled its eyes back and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The light of teleportation whisked the vanquished away. The entire martial arts arena erupted in unprecedented exclamations. Chapter 70. The Ancients Do Not Deceive Me. No way. Another victory. The first level of the second tier seemed to mock the fourth level of the second tier. Is there no justice in this world? What kind of companion spirit is that fox, to possess such power? The students of the capital university beamed with pride, cheering jubilantly. The previously boastful students from the National Defense University hung their heads, utterly dispirited. In the VIP section, this young man. Manhwaedit fixed his gaze on Xiao Changge, his expression filled with curiosity. Chun Beixian rose, and upon seeing Xiao Changge exit the arena and head towards the contestant passage, he tossed a porcelain vial over, which Xiao Changge caught effortlessly despite the hundreds of meters between them. A voice resonated in his ear. Accept this, view it later. Xiao Changge nodded in acknowledgement towards Chun Beixian, stowing the vial away as he exited the passage. The events of this battle reverberated in the minds of the onlookers. Due to Xiao Changge's performance, he had shattered countless preconceptions. Manhwaedit remained silent. The representatives from the tech conglomerate beside him and various factions began to mobilize. Investigate. What is the true origin of that Ari? I want all information on Xiao Changge. Go quickly. Not far off, Chun Beixian spoke calmly to his subordinate. And don't forget to stop by the National Defense University to prepare the 2 slots for the Dragon Transformation Pool. Under the awed gazes of the crowd, Xiao Changge exited the martial arts arena. His reputation as a dark horse grew ever more resounding. At the entrance, 4 individuals had followed him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as they regarded Xiao Changge. Tu Jinzhou hesitated, eager to witness Xiao Changge at full capacity. Sun Yin took a deep breath and inquired, what abilities does Ari truly possess? Xiao Changge's expression remained serene, as if the battle that had sparked such discourse had no bearing on him whatsoever. He smiled slightly, classified. These 2 words silenced both Lin Yu and Moron Wanner. Despite Xiao Changge's reluctance to elaborate, his enigmatic demeanor left the 4 feeling profoundly intrigued. Naturally, Xiao Changge refrained from discussing matters outside, sensing that eyes were watching him from the shadows, unabashedly. Frowning slightly, he chose to remain composed. At the capital university, upon returning to his dormitory, he activated the defensive shield. Entering the companion spirit space, an awkward atmosphere enveloped him. Ari appeared beside Xiao Changge, tightly clutching his arm, longing to merge fully into her master's embrace. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl observed from the side, unabashedly voicing her thoughts. It reeks in here. I want something delicious. As she spoke, she made her demands toward Xiao Changge. With a sigh, he acquiesced. When I have the time, I will find crystals infused with high-level energy for you. Upon saying this, he extended his hand to her head. The little dragon girl seemed to have anticipated this gesture, tilting her head away and lifting her chin proudly. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue. I am not your pet. Witnessing this scene, Ari broke into a playful smile, her form melting into Xiao Changge's embrace. Master. Ari is a bit tired. She provocatively glanced at the little dragon girl. Within the companion spirit space, a silent battle unfolded. Xiao Changge, at a loss for words, examined the little dragon girl's skills. Demon purification, utilizing purifying power to deal percentage damage, percentage debuffs, percentage healing, and purification effects. Water domain defense, a water-type shield that enhances various resistances by 200. Both skills were support-oriented, indicating that the little dragon girl was well-suited for such a role. The water domain defense could compensate for Ari's shortcomings, which was quite advantageous. Xiao Changge then focused on the last skill, Cloud and Rain Barrier. Within the barrier, enemies are affected by demon purification, while allies receive a boost from it. To his surprise, the effects of this skill were remarkably extensive. Xiao Changge was elated. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, his phone rang. Departing the companion spirit space, he checked his phone to find it was Chun Beixian calling. We have engaged in a wager, and as a reward for your performance, you have secured a slot for the Dragon Transformation Pool at the National Defense University. Xiao Changge examined his identity card and confirmed the slot was indeed there. The Dragon Transformation Pool was the most coveted resource at the National Defense University. Individuals from other institutions typically had to pay a hefty price to access it. He had not anticipated that defeating Yang Huamao would yield such unexpected fortune. Feigning weakness to lure the tiger, the ancients do not deceive me. He then retrieved the porcelain vial that Chun Beixian had previously tossed him. A second-tier psychic potion that could enhance psychic power. Chun Beixian elaborated. This is the military's acknowledgement of your performance. By the way, the blue light that emerged at Capital University yesterday attracted the attention of many veteran powerhouses. They may not know what transpired, but it will certainly pique their interest in you. His tone turned serious. Whether this is a good thing or not remains uncertain. But you must be cautious in the upcoming Top 32 competition. After finishing, Chun Beixian promptly hung up. Xiao Changge pocketed his phone, his expression turning grave. His performance had indeed been conspicuous, and the winds of envy would surely follow. The only path forward was to continue growing stronger. He poured out some potions and swallowed them in one gulp. A surge of pure energy washed over him like nectar, flooding into his sea of consciousness. The potency of the potion was overwhelming. Xiao Changge felt his psychic galaxy being meticulously refined by the pure medicinal power. elevating his already exceptional psychic strength to a new level of refinement. Though he had not broken through, his mastery over energy had reached an unparalleled zenith. If previously the energy surged like a tidal wave, now it flowed like a high-pressure water jet, still yet powerful, a roar like thunder upon motion. At this moment, a notification arrived on the phone, indicating that Xiao Changge had advanced through the elimination rounds, and the next stage would be the top 32 competition. He glanced at his matchup chart, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Battlefield number 1. Capital University Xiao Changge, Level 2, First Layer, vs Medical University Yi Fan, Level 2. Fourth Layer, Yi Fan. Xiao Changge frowned, sensing that the situation was far from simple. This name stirred memories from the depths of his soul. However, in this world, only he could comprehend its significance. Just then, a video call from Sunny Yin came through. Upon connecting, Xiao Changge noticed the gravity etched on his friend's face. Xiao Changge, have you seen your opponent's information? He is one of the 3 outstanding talents from Medical University, possessing formidable strength. Xiao Changge opened the document sent by Sunny Yin, which contained information about Yi Fan's companion spirit. Special type, split spores. Characteristic, capable of dividing into over 40 split bodies, each possessing a portion of the main body's strength. Any damage sustained by the main body is shared with the split bodies. He found this quite intriguing. If that were the case, failing to eliminate the opponent in a short span would result in the main body's fatal injuries being borne by the split bodies. And with over 40 split bodies, it was evident that a war of attrition was the strategy at play, relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Chapter 71. Yi Fan's Strength. His tactic was akin to a human sea strategy. In the previous round, an even more formidable genius had fallen victim to this approach. Sunny Yin's voice came through intermittently. So, your enemy is not just one individual, but an entire team. After reviewing the information, Xiao Changge felt no trepidation. Rather, he found it somewhat uninteresting. What he feared least was a group assault. He recalled how Ali's dark domain had lured a pack of wolves to attack the furious black mist. The scene vividly resurfacing in his mind. What a magnificent spectacle it would be when a multitude of split bodies clashed amongst themselves. All right. Xiao Changge closed the document and nodded towards Sunny Yin. Observing his indifference, Sun Yin held back his words. Since Xiao Changge appeared self-assured, it was all for the best. In any case, caution was paramount. Sun Yin ended the call. Meanwhile, the events at the Capital Martial Arts Academy had set off a fervent discussion across various schools. Once our Lord Yi Fan makes his move, the Dark Horse will be toppled. In the face of Fan Ji's army of split bodies, all else is but mere chatter. Fan Ge will bring an end to the Dark Horse. The students of Medical University clamored, vociferously declaring their intention to extinguish the glory of Capital University. The students of Capital University retaliated passionately, their arguments lacking in rationality, yet brimming with fervor. Nonsense. The Dark Horse is just toying with you. Let us not forget that the boastful Forest King Manhwaomao was ultimately defeated by Xiao Changge. This rivalry captured the attention of officials across various platforms. Soon, Yi Fan appeared before the public, delivering a speech. He smiled at the camera, his eyes brimming with arrogance and composure. Xiao Changge, I know you. The Dark Horse, right? I've seen your matches. They're merely clever tricks of combat. With that, he adopted a disdainful expression. In the face of overwhelming numbers, any technique is futile. He fixed his gaze on the camera, as though staring directly at Xiao Changge, displaying an expression of contempt. Just a level 2, first layer. It's time he learned what it means to be utterly powerless. Inside the room, Xiao Changge remained expressionless as he finished watching Yi Fan's address. When one is rendered speechless, laughter often comes unexpectedly. Heh, a bunch of uncouth fellows. One would think they're the rulers of the universe. The following day, at the Capital Martial Arts Academy, Battlefield number 1 was the center of attention. All media outlets were equipped with cameras, and drones hovered above for live broadcasts, creating a bustling atmosphere. The match between the Dark Horse and one of the 3 outstanding talents from Medical University had become a litmus test between Capital University and Medical University. Would the Dark Horse maintain its winning streak, or would the medical prodigy shatter the myth? Yi Fan, suppress all foes. In the presence of Yi Fan, none could stand. The Dark Horse must kneel. Amid the frenzied cheers, a young man clad in a white uniform made a dazzling entrance amidst brilliant beams of light. He smiled at the crowd, exuding an air of confidence. Yi Fan's gaze shifted to the viewing area of Capital University, where 4 SSS-grade individuals sat upright. He smirked slightly, giving a thumbs up, and then forcefully brought it down. 2-1, this is how you show off. Such arrogance. Instantly, the students of Capital University erupted with rage. Standing atop the viewing platform, pointing and jeering, a chorus of mockery erupted from the direction of Medical University, their momentum unyielding. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Changge made his way steadily to the entrance passage. He paid no heed to the gazes upon him, casually ascending the stage as if strolling in his own backyard. His calmness stood in stark contrast to Yi Fan's hubris. Begin the match. With that command, Yi Fan's smile turned dangerously sinister. He could hardly contain his eagerness to mercilessly trample this pretentious Dark Horse. Come forth. Split spores. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a blinding light flickered, and a mushroom the size of a door materialized with a resounding thud before the spectators. Its spores displayed a bizarre array of colors, and its massive stalk resembled muscular sinews, exuding a formidable aura. As soon as the split spores appeared, they began to writhe furiously. With a pop, pop, one by one, the spores descended, with numerous smaller split spores dividing from the main body. In less than 3 seconds, over 50 split bodies occupied half the stage. They seemed to be under the control of the main body, moving in perfect harmony, forming a formation that encircled Xiao Changge and Ali. The overwhelming presence of the 50 companion spirits felt as heavy as a mountain, causing the audience to tremble in awe. Xiao Changge, do you understand now? Yi Fan, positioned behind the split bodies, wore a smug grin. Before my army of companion spirits, you stand no chance. Admitting defeat now would be wise to avoid further trouble. His voice echoed throughout the venue, brimming with unwavering confidence. Xiao Changge, uninterested in engaging further with such a person, merely nodded slightly at Ali. Let us go. Seeing this, Yi Fan's patience had worn thin. He could no longer wait to deal with this ignorant fool. Try out our exhilarating combination technique, he shouted. Spore Legion. Unleash a barrage. Upon receiving the command, the 50 split spores began to gather energy simultaneously. The colorful spores erupted, along with black and white toxic rays, forming 2 distinct torrents of energy that surged toward the pair from all angles. In the air, a sizzling sound echoed. The entire stage was instantly enveloped in humidity, and everyone widened their eyes, seemingly envisioning the drenched forms of Ali and Xiao Changge. Faced with this unavoidable onslaught, Ali chose not to charge forward, instead activating her skill, pausing momentarily as the 2 attacks approached. Whoosh! A swirling mist of dark purple, imbued with both temptation and destruction, emanated from her being, spreading with astonishing rapidity, enveloping the entire arena in the blink of an eye. A realm of shadow. Within the confines of the purple-black fog, 2 fierce currents of energy abruptly halted, only to divert their course and collide violently, shattering into brilliant shards of light. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, an extraordinary scene unfolded, one that would shatter their very perceptions. The once orderly army of spores, upon being shrouded by the mist, seemed to lose all semblance of control. A purple-black aura erupted from them, plunging them into a frenzy. The 2 spores closest to each other suddenly transformed, turning their aggression toward their companions. Yet this was merely the beginning, akin to a lit fuse. The entire spore army descended into chaos, engaging in a tumultuous struggle. Their methods of attack were varied and ruthless, as fierce energies and lethal toxins were unleashed amongst them. Some spores even resorted to self-harm. As if ensnared in a waking nightmare, the arena bore witness to a surreal farce. What on earth is happening? Yi Fan's maniacal laughter was frozen upon his visage. He stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, unable to fathom the reason behind such an occurrence. Moreover, he sensed that the energy of the splitting spores was being consumed at an alarming rate. Chapter 72. Truly a dark horse. No, stop it all. Yi Fan jolted back to reality from his stupor, emitting a sharp, explosive cry. He strained to establish a connection with his accompanying spirit, striving to reclaim control. However, his mental prowess felt as though it were obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate. A force, laden with an eerie allure, thwarted his resistance and launched an incursion upon Yi Fan's psyche. Yi Fan clutched his head, emitting a pained wail, as he felt as if he were being torn apart. At that moment, the internal conflict upon the arena was nearing its conclusion. After half a minute, the once invincible spore army was reduced to a mere remnant due to their mutual assaults. The splitting spores quivered violently within the purple-black mist, their iridescent hues flickering erratically. Clearly suffering from immense disruption, they clung to their formidable realm only by the slimmest of margins, their hearts steeped in profound terror, devoid of any will to fight. As the black mist gradually dissipated, Ali emerged as if summoned from the depths of hell, materializing right before it, grasping a long blade of psychic energy. She appeared akin to a queen of the underworld. Judgment declared. The sharp blade of psychic energy erupted with a fierce brilliance. The splitting spore became rigid, as if ensnared by a binding spell, too terrified to move. Ali did not strike with malice. She merely placed the long blade atop the spore's cap. The referee glanced at Ali, then at the motionless Yi Fan, steadied himself, and boldly proclaimed, "At the capital university, Xiao Changge emerges victorious." A profound silence enveloped the venue. Moments later, a tumultuous wave of cheers erupted, akin to a crashing tide. "I can't believe it. She's won again." Ali had inadvertently unlocked a new skill, annihilating 50 accompanying spirits. "I am in awe. She truly is a dark horse." The viewing area of Capital University erupted into madness, with numerous students shouting in exhilaration, releasing their pent-up excitement. In stark contrast, the direction of the medical university was enveloped in silence, each individual appearing utterly despondent. Upon the arena, Yi Fan let out a heart-wrenching howl, collapsing to the ground. He fixated on the figure that had brought him such humiliation, the one now striding away into the distance. Everything Yi Fan had built crumbled. His trump card stood before him like a mere jester, as Ali had dispatched him with a single skill, never even acknowledging his presence. This was not a battle. It was a farcical performance. With a spurt of blood, he fell to the ground, unconscious. As Yi Fan's saga came to a close, the battle was unequivocally concluded. The atmosphere within the Capital Martial Arts Hall was reminiscent of New Year's fireworks, the echoes of cheers ringing incessantly. Dark Horse, you are truly formidable. Mother said it was the sun that baked me. The thunderous applause surged in waves, a cacophony of exhilaration. Xiao Changge was encircled in the center, his expression remaining composed. As though his prior actions were merely a warm-up, he could feel numerous potent mental forces surveying him from all directions, filled with curiosity, intrigue, and even a hint of greed. Xiao Changge shook his head and made his way towards the exit. Student Xiao, I represent the technology group, which cordially invites you to endorse our projects. Our contracts are at a minimum S rank. Xiao Changge, we are from the Wang family. The patriarch holds you in high regard. If you are willing to become a guest elder, our resources are at your disposal. I'm your little sister. A dozen beautiful men and women surrounded Xiao Changge, their faces alight with eager smiles, presenting business cards that could form 10 decks of playing cards. Behind this assembly loomed various major conglomerates, powerful clans, and formidable forces. Thank you all for your kindness, but alas, I have pressing matters to attend to. Xiao Changge offered a slight nod to the crowd. His tone was warm, yet distinctly distant. They all understood, parting a path for Xiao Changge, recognizing that a talent of his caliber would not make hasty decisions. They must appease him. Emerging from the throng, Morone Wanner and others awaited him ahead. I truly have nothing to say to you. Sunny Yen smiled helplessly, her expression complex. Tu Jinzhou regarded Xiao Changge with curiosity, unable to suppress his desire to engage, yet feeling uncertain, as Ali's skills were exceedingly formidable, leaving him to wonder if they would counter his own. The top 16 will be in 3 days. Be sure to rest well. Indeed. Xiao Changge nodded, indicating they would meet upon the arena in due time. With that, he hurriedly departed. Back at Capital University, upon returning to the villa, he promptly activated the defensive barrier to shield against external scrutiny. He then entered the realm of accompanying spirits. Where's my food? Are you trying to starve me? A melodious voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance, pierced through the air. A blue-haired little dragon girl lay sprawled on the ground, rubbing her chubby little belly. Master, you are so useless. You bring me out, and then neglect me. I'm only at level 1. If you don't feed me, I will starve. I've even resorted to eating my eggshell. The little dragon girl lamented, casting a sidelong glance at Ali. Ali, I truly cannot endure the scent emanating from you. Could you perhaps take a bath? Ali disregarded her attitude, moving beside Xiao Changge in a display of affection, asserting her claim, and gazing at the little dragon girl with a nonchalant demeanor. Little brat, you best mind your manners. What? I am of the dragon clan. You are the little brat. The little dragon girl stomped her foot, jumping 3 feet high in indignation. And so what if you are of the dragon clan? You haven't even grown your hair yet. What can you do? Ali's voice resonated with an air of superiority, as if she were the matron of this domain, echoing in the little dragon girl's ears. Humph. Witnessing the impending verbal clash between the two, Xiao Changge scratched his head in exasperation. Can you both quiet down for a moment? The moment Xiao Changge spoke, both fell silent, turning to face him in unison. Little dragon girl, I am aware of your situation. Xiao Changge gazed at the little girl, her cheeks puffed out, and could not help but say, your growth requires life energy. Ordinary energy is ineffective. I shall take you to a place particularly suited for you, to see if you can achieve a qualitative enhancement. Upon hearing this, the little dragon girl's face lit up with joy, though she still spoke with utmost seriousness. That would be best. I certainly do not wish to remain a hindrance. With that, she turned her head away, avoiding the gaze of the two rather unsightly individuals. Ali said nothing further, acknowledging her own fault in having consumed the little dragon girl's water, thus having no grounds for complaint in this matter. Xiao Changge nodded. With the competition merely 3 days away, it was indeed imperative for the little dragon girl to enhance her abilities. Possessing sufficient support capacity would allow him to employ many of his strategies. However, unexpected challenges often arise first. The following morning, Xiao Changge intended to visit some clubs for a genuine battle to assess the little dragon girl's support capabilities. Just then, a communication from Chunbeixian came through. Upon connecting, a stern visage appeared on the screen. Xiao Changge, he stated plainly, as he was known for his forthrightness. The dragon transformation pool at the National Defense University is ready, and someone will be there to meet you. Xiao Changge was taken aback. He had planned to inquire in the afternoon, not anticipating such swiftness. I will send someone over immediately. You may review the relevant materials in the car. Understood, replied Xiao Changge, nodding. Remember, this is your prize for victory. Do not harbor any notions of modesty. Chunbeixian seemed to perceive his concerns and added, with our military involved, the National Defense University is essentially akin to our own. After ending the communication, Xiao Changge fell into contemplation. Shun Beixian's insistence on not being courteous likely did not pertain to the dragon transformation pool. This trip would probably be fraught with difficulties. He tidied up his belongings and made his way towards the school gate. At the entrance, an off-road vehicle emblazoned with military insignia awaited, prompting him to approach. The door opened automatically, and he stepped inside. The interior, though not spacious, was equipped with simple apparatuses. The driver, a young man clad in military attire, bore a cold expression. Throughout the duration of Xiao Changge's entry, he uttered not a single word, nor did he cast a glance in his direction. The vehicle roared to life, navigating the bustling thoroughfare towards the National Defense University. "Take a look," the man said, producing a small notebook and handing it to Xiao Changge. Upon inspection, he found it to be an encrypted document, prominently inscribed with the words Dragon Transformation Pool. The document provided a detailed overview of the Dragon Transformation Pool, located within an A-class core of a small world governed by the National Defense University. Rumors circulated that this small world was once part of a larger realm, where an ancient, 5-level, 9-fold dragon had perished, its essence transformed into this sacred land. Within this small world, the inhabitants were primarily subdraconic beings possessing dragon blood, and within the core area, there existed true dragon species. This sacred site was none other than the Dragon Transformation Pool. According to the analysis, the existence of these draconic races was a result of the energy emanating from the Dragon Transformation Pool, which induced mutations in their bloodlines. The National Defense University had devoted many years to studying this small world, eventually devising a method to utilize the Dragon Transformation Pool. Though it could not directly elevate one's realm, it could, in the most domineering manner, temper the bodies and mental faculties of summoners below the 4th level, purifying impurities from their bloodlines and solidifying their foundations in preparation for ascending to greater heights. Depending on circumstances, the National Defense University would release a limited number of slots for elite students to enter. Each competition for these slots represented a fierce battle of utmost effort. At the document's conclusion, a warning was issued. The tempering of the dragon's essence demanded immense mental fortitude, as the associated pain was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Many prodigies, unable to endure such intense suffering, voluntarily withdrew, leaving behind permanent scars on their psyches. Xiao Changge silently contemplated this. To venture into the enemy's stronghold and seize what rightfully belonged to them, the most precious of slots, felt fraught with pitfalls. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the National Defense University. The off-road vehicle, marked with military insignia and reflecting sunlight, encountered no obstructions, as the military symbolized formidable power. The door swung open, and Xiao Changge disembarked with ease. Clad in casual attire, he stood out among the clusters of students dressed in military green uniforms. The moment he stepped out, all eyes turned towards him. "Oh, that person. Isn't he the dark horse from Jingqing University? What brings Xiao Changge here?" murmured the students. "Is he here to flaunt his prowess? The rookie competition isn't over yet. Does he not fear a beating?" The students' discussions erupted, their gazes rife with complex emotions, curiosity, astonishment, but predominantly a sense of exclusion rooted in honor. To them, the name Xiao Changge signified humiliation, as just yesterday, he had turned the medical university's prodigy, Yi Fan, into a comical figure. The day prior, he had ruthlessly toyed with their National Defense University's top student, Lin Wang, Yang Huamao. Confronted by the crowd's scrutiny, Xiao Changge remained unperturbed, simply observing them with a calm demeanor. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone. "Have you arrived? Though Principal Hao Igua will not target you, he is quite concerned with honor. Once you enter the Dragon Transformation small world, you may not encounter significant danger. However, they will not allow you to reap benefits for free." Shun Beixian's counsel was unmistakably urging Xiao Changge to seize the opportunity without hesitation. After reading the message, Xiao Changge maintained his composed facade, though his heart brimmed with vigilance. Responding with an acknowledgement, he stood patiently, awaiting the designated personnel from the other side to guide him. Shortly thereafter, 2 individuals approached from the school gate, a young man and woman, both around 20, exuding a model-like aura in their green uniforms. The girl in front sported a neat, short hairstyle, her delicate features framed by bright, expressive eyes that seemed to scrutinize him thoroughly. Beside her, the young man was tall and handsome, his expression devoid of hostility. Noticing the girl's unwavering gaze upon Xiao Changge, he scoffed slightly. His own eyes directed at Xiao Changge, filled with combativeness. "You must be the dark horse from Jingqing University," the girl exclaimed with a radiant smile, her tone cheerful. "I am Tong Fanyuan. Principal Hao has sent us to escort you to the Dragon Transformation Pool." "Indeed," Xiao Changge replied, meeting her gaze. "Thank you for your assistance." His calm response rendered the vivacious Tong Fanyuan momentarily speechless, as she had prepared a plethora of words that now seemed inadequate. The young man beside her stepped forward, regarding Xiao Changge with a cool demeanor. Shamixing, he introduced himself, facilitating their acquaintance. "Since you are here, let us proceed together." With that, Shamixing abruptly turned away and began walking into the campus, his demeanor hardly that of a guide, but rather one of condescension. Tong Fanyuan shrugged. gesturing for Xiao Changge to follow. Senior Shamiixing has this kind of temperament. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Changge nodded slightly and followed behind them. The trio traversed the pathways of the National Defense University. The appearance of Xiao Changge was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly creating ripples of commotion. More and more people began to take notice, whispering in hushed tones. It was Senior Xiao and Senior Sister Tong, the top students of their sophomore class. How audacious of Senior Xiao Yixing to personally lead the way. It was said that the quota for the Huolong pool had originally belonged to one of Senior Xiao's friends, only to be offered to Xiao Changge. Initially, 2 quotas were to be taken away, but it seemed that one of either Senior Sister Tong or Senior Xiao was set to graduate and join the military, resulting in a compromise. Goodness, why would Senior Xiao come to pick someone up who has caused such annoyance to him? Though the murmurs were low, they were still overheard by the 3 individuals. Xiao Yixing's gaze instantly transformed into something perilously dangerous, exuding an oppressive aura. Tong Fanyuan, slightly at a loss for words, quickened her pace, eager to distance herself from the crowd. Only Xiao Changge remained unfazed, unperturbed by the unfolding events. His demeanor was, in Xiao Yixing's eyes, strikingly irritating. Suddenly halting, he turned to glare at Xiao Changge, suppressing his fury. Xiao Changge, no matter how you may have played your cards right in the newcomer competition, this is the National Defense University, where every individual harbors aspirations of serving the nation. Do refrain from flaunting your authority here. His voice carried a weight of anger, silencing the students who had been speculating, redirecting their attention towards him. Xiao Changge raised his head with indifference and retorted, "Oh, playing my cards right? So defeating Yang Huamao and Yi Fan was merely a matter of luck?" His voice, though not loud, struck like a slap across Xiao Yixing's face. The surrounding students felt their dignity diminish. Xiao Yixing's face flushed a deep crimson. "What did you just say?" He seethed through clenched teeth, fixating his glare on Xiao Changge. Yang Huamao's forest dragon had been rendered unconscious and remained in a daze to this day. This battle had been a profound disgrace for the entire National Defense University. Yet here was the perpetrator, nonchalantly throwing dust in their eyes within their own institution. "I refuse to accept this. You merely exploited the special abilities of your accompanying spirit." Xiao Yixing shouted in fury. "Without that accompanying spirit, what are you? Just a level 1. His contempt for Xiao Changge's mere level 1 realm was palpable. "Senior Xiao." Tong Fanyuan interjected, furrowing her brow as she stepped between the two. "The principal has entrusted us with a task. We must not let it fall through." She turned to Xiao Changge, hesitating as she spoke. "Student Xiao, the Huolong pool is a resource highly valued by our National Defense University. The essence within is exceedingly domineering, placing a significant burden on both body and mind. Senior Xiao is merely concerned that you may not withstand it, and is deliberately provoking you." Though her words seemed to ease the tension between them, it was clear Tong Fanyuan herself did not hold high hopes for Xiao Changge's success. He did not respond to Tong Fanyuan, instead fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yixing. "From the perspective of a summoner, the accompanying spirit is my strength. You shall soon witness the extent of my capabilities." With that, Xiao Changge dismissed Xiao Yixing and strode past him. Xiao Yixing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. His gaze fixed on Xiao Changge's retreating figure, his anger becoming almost tangible. "Fine. Let me see how long you can endure. I hope it isn't less than 3 seconds." Xiao Yixing followed closely behind, and an icy atmosphere enveloped the 3 of them. After walking for a while, they arrived at the forbidden area of the National Defense University. The place was heavily guarded, elite instructors stationed at regular intervals, exuding an imposing presence. Within the forbidden zone stood a colossal structure. Before it, a massive entrance, almost 20 meters wide, flickered ominously. The entrance glowed a dark red, emanating a foul, bloody odor that sent shivers down one's spine. This was the gateway to the Huolong small world. Xiao Yixing halted, turning back to face Xiao Changge with a sinister smirk. "Xiao Changge, once you step inside, be sure to experience the hospitality of our National Defense University." With that, he stepped into the passage, vanishing from sight. Tong Fanyuan glanced at Xiao Changge. A flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but she said nothing further and followed suit. Observing the immense entrance before him, and sensing the unique aura of the dragon lineage, Xiao Changge smiled slightly. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Upon the transition of space, Xiao Changge found himself in the Huolong small world. A pungent stench mingling with the distinct scent of dragonkind filling his nostrils. Before him lay an expansive realm, the dark red earth resembling oxidized blood, desolate and scattered with the massive remains of skeletons that had silently narrated the despair of this place through countless ages. Xiao Changge extended his mental perception to scan the surroundings. Tong Fanyuan and Xiao Yixing had vanished, the 3 of them randomly teleported to different locations. This was rather fortunate, as it spared him from having to take action himself. He summoned 2 figures, a flash of light revealing Ali and the little dragon maiden simultaneously. Ali surveyed the surroundings, inhaling deeply, her alluring eyes sparkling with vitality amidst the deathly stillness of the desolate atmosphere, reminiscent of her return to the dark small world. In stark contrast, the little dragon maiden's expression was one of trepidation. The overwhelming pressure of dragon might was somewhat intimidating for her. A newly born member of the dragon clan, a suppression of realms. She furrowed her brows slightly, the deathly aura of the dragons instinctively tightening her form. Yet the pride stemming from her bloodline compelled her to stand firm, lifting her pale face to scrutinize the world around her. Xiao Changge made no move, instead scanning the surroundings through the system panel. Not far from a pile of bones, information about a beast appeared. Species, Destruction Dragon Frog. Qualification, C7. Realm, Level 1, 5th Stage. A horde of Level 1, 5th Stage beasts. Xiao Changge glanced at the little dragon maiden, who stood resolutely beside him, and smiled faintly. Little dragon maiden, why don't you practice a bit? Upon hearing this, the little dragon maiden trembled slightly, nodding earnestly. This was her master's first test of her abilities. She advanced a short distance, raising her delicate, fair hand, her innate combat instincts activated. A blue energy coalescing in her palm, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Demon-slaying magic. The little dragon maiden exclaimed, a blue sphere of light erupting from her hand, careening haphazardly towards the clustered destruction dragon frogs. Although her aim was not precise, she still managed to strike one of the frog's hind legs. Ribbit. The destruction dragon frog emitted a pained cry, smoke billowing from its hind leg, a purifying force causing a burning sensation after freezing. A direct hit. The little dragon maiden beamed with delight, but before she could voice her joy, a faint voice drifted from behind her. Aren't you supposed to have a bloodline inheritance? How could you miss like that? If you can't even control your own skills, how will you assist your master in grand endeavors? Ali observed leisurely from the side, a lazy smile gracing her features, delivering her unrelenting critique. What a little imp. What? The little dragon maiden's face flushed a deep crimson, a combination of furious indignation and overwhelming embarrassment. She turned her head sharply, casting a fiery glare at Ari, her blue eyes ablaze with wrath. This is my first battle. So what? Ari's nonchalant demeanor was more unbearable than any mockery, igniting her ire further. Open your eyes wide and pay attention, she shouted, disregarding Ari entirely. Her focus entirely on the horde of devastation dragon frogs. With her kin ambushed, the dozen or so frogs surveyed the area with their blood-red eyes, their cheeks puffing up as their powerful hind legs propelled them towards her. Confronted with this onslaught, the little dragon maiden remained unperturbed. Her agile form darted through the piles of bones, evading the beast's attacks with remarkable speed. Master, should I intervene? Ari's gaze betrayed a hint of concern. After all, the little dragon maiden was merely at level 1 and battling foes of level 5, which could lead to unforeseen mishaps. Trust in your companions, Xiao Changge replied, his expression grave. At that moment, the little dragon maiden had fully awakened her combat instincts, unleashing her prowess upon the battlefield. Demon-slaying magic, rise. A beam of azure light shot forth from her palm, her timing and the potency of her skill displaying newfound expertise. In an instant, she struck one of the devastation dragon frogs directly in its eye. Croak. The frog emitted a ghastly wail, black smoke erupting from its head as it succumbed to purification. Sensing her success, the little dragon maiden proudly lifted her petite blossom-like stature. With fervor, she unleashed a flurry of blue purification beams, each one striking at the beast's vulnerabilities. Within a minute, all the devastation dragon frogs lay vanquished at her feet. Standing amidst the carnage, her complexion paled from the exertion, her chest heaving. Yet her eyes sparkled with triumph. She glanced towards Xiao Changge, a look of self-congratulation adorning her features. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the heaps of bones, a surge of colossal energy crashing forth. Xiao Changge lifted his gaze. Species, Great Rock Serpent. Qualification, A4. Level 2, 3rd Stage. The unmistakable scent of blood had attracted an even more formidable predator. The Great Rock Serpent's icy slit pupils zeroed in on the little dragon maiden amidst the corpses. Drawn by an irresistible allure, consuming her would allow it to evolve. Its massive form transformed into a gray shadow, hurtling towards her with wild ferocity. The little dragon maiden's face drained of color and terror. Before a creature of the 2nd tier, 3rd Stage, escape felt impossible. Before Xiao Changge could utter a word, Ari became a blur, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, she reappeared directly above the Great Rock Serpent. As the serpent charged with reckless abandon, Ari merely extended her delicate fingers, gently tapping the creature's skull. This seemingly gentle gesture was imbued with an overwhelming aura of destruction. Bang! A resounding crack echoed as the serpent's skull, capable of shattering granite, along with its brain, was obliterated into a pulpy mass. The colossal body was sent flying, carving a long trench in the ground before finally coming to rest, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The space fell into an eerie silence. The little dragon maiden stared in astonishment at the Great Rock Serpent, now flung far away, and then at Ari, who descended gracefully from the air, her garments untouched by dust. Previously filled with pride after annihilating a horde of devastation dragon frogs, she now found herself overwhelmed by the realization that this fox, whom she regarded as her nemesis, had effortlessly dispatched a 2nd tier, 3rd Stage beast. The staggering disparity in their strengths shattered her dreams of dragon kings like an ice pop crushed underfoot, unaware of the psychological turmoil brewing between the two. Xiao Changge approached the serpent's carcass, retrieving a fist-sized core radiating a grayish hue. As his mental energy swept over it, he sensed that this core not only contained earth attribute energy, but also a trace of pure dragon blood essence. This item would significantly enhance physical prowess and concentration. Truly, it was a treasure from the dragon transformation small world. For some time thereafter, this vast expanse became the site for Xiao Changge and his companions to level up and battle. According to the system's information, even the most elusive beasts would be promptly detected. The first-tier creatures were left for the little dragon maiden to practice on, while the second-tier foes were dispatched to Ari. The results along the way were astonishing. With a steady influx of cores, the little dragon maiden's leveling speed rocketed as if propelled by a rocket, rapidly advancing from level 1, first stage, to level 1, 8th stage. In the span of half a day, she experienced a qualitative leap. Feeling the immense energy coursing through her small frame, the little dragon maiden puffed out her chest with pride. She placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed to Ari, "Did you see that? I can level up whenever I want." Ari cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "Come back to boast when you can take down a second-tier beast, you little rascal." "What did you say?" Just as it seemed another quarrel was about to ensue, Xiao Changge interjected, "Enough of your bickering." He looked towards the distant dark red mountains, the map indicating that the dragon transformation pool was not far from them. "We have serious business to attend to." Taking a deep breath, he led the two deeper into the small world. In the depths of the dragon transformation small world lay a colossal hill formed from countless skeletal remains, where a massive creature over 12 meters long lay slain. Its body was severed, crimson blood spraying forth like a fountain, staining the nearby bones a hue akin to the mountains themselves. Species, Linxiu terror bird. Level, 2. 7th stage. As the most formidable presence in this region, it and its legion of dozens of second-tier beasts were eradicated within mere minutes. Ari's mental energy blade dissipated as she returned to Xiao Changge's side, not a trace of disarray upon her. A torrent of energy surged through the bond they shared, flooding into both Ari and Xiao Changge. Boom! An intangible aura erupted from them, forming a small energy vortex in the vicinity. Xiao Changge savored the moment, feeling his mental power surge, becoming even more profound. Second tier, 6th stage. Both he and Ari had broken through simultaneously. At that moment, Xiao Changge's mental prowess detected two sinister gazes sweeping from a distance, prompting him to retract his expanded mental energy. Although those gazes were veiled, they brimmed with hostility. "Master, what's wrong?" Ari inquired, her brow furrowed. "It's nothing. After all, we are on someone else's territory. Encountering others is normal." Xiao Changge shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Nearby, the little dragon maiden watched this scene in wide-eyed astonishment, her mouth agape, her large eyes filled with profound shock. Is this the breakthrough to second tier? She witnessed the surge of energy from Xiao Changge and Ari, a momentary explosion of growth that represented a fundamental enhancement, far more intense than her own ascent from level 1, first stage to level 1, 8th stage. The earlier pride she felt from her rapid advancements was now overshadowed by the stark reality of their vast disparity in strength. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped her entire being. The pride stemming from her draconic lineage was, at that moment, subdued, transforming into a fierce resolve born of shame and determination. The young dragoness was determined to strengthen herself, to undoubtedly keep pace with her companions. At this juncture, Xiao Changge unveiled a map, preparing to ascertain the precise location of the dragon transformation pool. However, the moment the map appeared, a peculiar mark captured his attention. Here lies a high-energy concentration zone. This location was not where the dragon transformation pool was situated, but rather within another mountain range. And according to the map's annotations, it was not a lair of magical beasts. "Let us proceed and investigate," Xiao Changge resolved. Guided by the map, the trio traversed a stony forest and ultimately halted at the edge of a vine-laden cliff. Ali stepped forward, gently raising her hand, and a hole was struck into the hard cliff face, from which a pure essence of life energy began to waft forth. As they entered the aperture, they beheld the source of this life energy at the deepest recesses. There lay a dark red crystal, the size of a gas canister, embedded within the crimson earth. It bore the marks of time, exuding an aura of ancient endurance, yet pulsated with a specific rhythm. With each pulse, it emitted pure life energy. Core of the ancient dragon clan's energy. Chapter 76, 1 against 10. What is this? Upon sighting the core, the young dragoness trembled violently, relevant information flooding her mind. Her face radiated an uncontrollable excitement, and even her voice altered. "Master, this is the core of the ancient dragon clan's energy, the purest essence of life within the dragon race. I possess memories related to this. If I absorb this core, my demon-subduing magic will be profoundly enhanced, and my foundation will deepen immensely." Her eyes sparkled with fervent desire. Xiao Changge nodded slightly. Indeed, this was a fortuitous opportunity that was hard to come by. Yet, just as he was about to instruct Ali to extract the core, His expression shifted abruptly as he glanced toward the cave entrance. The earlier two fleeting gazes were now racing toward them at an alarming speed. Hide. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow. He swiftly retrieved some concealment tools from the companion spirit space and hastily set them up. With energy surging, the three of them, along with the core of the dragon clan's energy, instantly vanished from sight, merging with their surroundings. In the very moment they evaded detection, two figures emerged outside the cave. They were two young men clad in uniforms of the National Defense University, seemingly third-year students. One displayed an expression of impatience as he surveyed the shattered entrance. There had seemingly been some energy fluctuations here. He wondered what had transpired. The other, a bearded youth, glanced around with a wary demeanor. Is that Xiao Changge, the one Xiao Yixing mentioned? Did he not enter? Not necessarily, chuckled the third-year student, a hint of disdain crossing his features. I've reviewed his profile. He's a second-level, first-tier summoner who barely made it into the top 16 thanks to the unique skills of his companion spirit. If he's here, he must traverse a mandatory route, which is infested with level 2, 7-tier Linxiao terrifying birds. Thus, it must be that some magical beast barely defeated a Linxiao terrifying bird and inadvertently unleashed this energy fluctuation here. Makes sense, the bearded youth nodded, inquiring. But if we don't see Xiao Changge, have we come here for nothing? It matters not, scoffed the third-year student with a cold snort. After all, Xiao Yixing still has backup plans. Whether Xiao Changge survives or not, he will certainly face dire consequences. His voice was laced with a cruel sense of schadenfreude. At the location of the dragon transformation pool, he had set traps. If Xiao Changge ventured through the snares he had laid, he would be transported to the boss zone of this dragon transformation mini-world, the lair of the Bone Dragon King. What? The Bone Dragon King? The bearded youth gasped in disbelief. That SA second-level, 9-tier creature. That lad is as good as dead. Is what we're doing really appropriate? As I said, it's none of our concern, the third-year student replied with a cold smirk. Moreover, Xiao Shue's younger brother has a second contingency. He has infused the dragon blood poison into the dragon transformation pool. This substance is a toxic impurity within dragon blood, exceedingly lethal to summoners. Unless one possesses a companion spirit of dragon lineage, ordinary individuals attempting to evolve in the dragon transformation pool will only succumb to madness and perish, no matter the circumstances. Xiao Yixing was resolutely intent on dealing a severe blow. TSK. That Xiao Yixing clearly isn't a good person. I never expected him to be so ruthless. The bearded youth remarked in astonishment. What can we do? That lad has a penchant for making enemies and seizing others' opportunities. How could he not face any risks? The two believed that Xiao Changge could not possibly survive, and after exchanging a few words, they cast a glance at the cave, finding nothing amiss, and departed to hunt monsters for experience. Inside the cave, silence reigned. An hour later, Xiao Changge discreetly stowed away the concealment tools, revealing his figure. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his cold gaze sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Yixing, National Defense University. TSK. Is there always a shadow beneath the holy light? Not only had he discerned the adversary's plans, but Xiao Yixing's flawed information had also inadvertently created a fatal weakness. Xiao Changge turned, gazing at the core of the dragon clan's energy, then toward the direction of the dragon transformation pool, a playful smile unfurling across his face. So you've set traps, have you? This will save me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. He looked at the anxious yet eager young dragoness beside him and spoke softly. Go ahead and absorb it. Transform this dragon clan energy core into your strength. The young dragoness nodded resolutely, fully aware of the urgency of the moment and the significance of enhancing her power for the forthcoming endeavors. Taking a deep breath, she approached the ancient dragon clan energy core, extending her chubby little hand and gently placing it upon the crystal. Boom! A surge of potent life energy, akin to the rising tide of the sea, coursed through her small hand, flooding into her delicate body. Brilliant hues of red and blue illuminated her form, casting the cave in a blinding radiance. Xiao Changge and Ali stood guard at the entrance, keenly sensing the young dragoness's energy rapidly ascending. An energy storm quietly erupted within this ancient miniature world. Moments later, the dragon clan energy core had lost its luster. Once all energy had been forcibly absorbed by the young dragoness, it could no longer maintain its original form, disintegrating into dust. A dazzling blend of blue and red light rendered the cave unbearably bright. The overwhelming life energy catalyzed a qualitative transformation within the young dragoness. Her essence became more abundant, and her skills underwent evolution. The two observers noted that, at this moment, the demon-subduing magic had grown even more formidable. The function of the demon-subduing magic had enhanced not only its percentage-based damage reduction, recovery, and purification, but two additional capabilities had emerged. One was lifesteal, allowing her to siphon life energy from enemies to bolster her own. The other was forced immunity, rendering curses and toxic damage ineffective for a brief period. Xiao Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no mere skill enhancement. It resembled a skill awakening. Life steal indicated that the young dragoness possessed ample life energy for sustenance and healing. Forced immunity perfected her supportive abilities to an unparalleled extent. At this moment, a sudden surge of energy erupted within the cave, only to abruptly contract and entirely penetrate the body of the little dragon maiden. As the dust settled, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing azure pupils that seemed to flicker with the dragon's shadow, exuding an air of unmatched majesty. An ethereal aura radiated from her, signaling a breakthrough beyond the first level's 8th tier. Second level, first tier, second level, second tier. Her energy surged wildly, finally stabilizing at the second level, 4th tier. She was merely a step away from the 5th tier of the second level. Transitioning from the first to the second level represented a monumental chasm, one that many summoners could not traverse in their lifetime. Yet, the little dragon maiden, harnessing the core energy of the ancient dragon lineage, not only forcefully broke through, but also caught up with the so-called geniuses like Yang Huamao and Yi Fan. She gazed at Xiao Changge, her eyes devoid of the previous arrogance and playfulness. Instead, they brimmed with profound trust and gratitude, along with an almost palpable sense of dependence and heartfelt submission. "Yes, master," she softly uttered, her voice laced with an attachment she herself was unaware of. The dragon lineage's core was a gift from her master, and her newfound strength was a reward from him. In that moment, the glory and pride of the dragon lineage transformed into a steadfast belief in following this man. Xiao Changge glanced around, nodding slightly. "How do you feel?" "I feel absolutely magnificent," the little dragon maiden proclaimed, raising her small fist with bravado. "Right now, I could take on 10 opponents at once." Chapter 77, Schemes and Assassinations. "Is that so?" A smile curled at the corner of Xiao Changge's lips. He turned to gaze towards a distant spot, stating, "Then let us set forth and give them a surprise." Xiao Changge advanced forward, with his 2 accompanying spirits trailing behind him. Ali conveyed a message to him through their bond. "Master, there seems to be an issue with the teleportation array. Should we still proceed?" "Indeed," Xiao Changge nodded. "If there is a problem with the teleportation array, let them reap what they sow. Their troubles are no concern of ours." Meanwhile, in a concealed area not far from the Dragon Transformation Pool's teleportation array, the figures of Sheng and the bearded man emerged. Before them stood a real-time monitoring device, allowing them to observe all movements around the teleportation array. This was a special tool provided by Xiao Yixing. "I doubt that brat will show up. He might have met his end at the jaws of some beast," the bearded man expressed with impatience. Their original intent was to use the time ambushing Xiao Changge for cultivation. Sheng let out a cold laugh. "Don't be hasty. The Dragon Transformation mini-world is vast. How long do you think it would take for a second level, first tier to arrive? If he even survives, it would be a miracle. Let's wait a bit longer." "Indeed." The bearded man nodded, a mocking expression gracing his face. Someone who relies on their accompanying spirit skills to create a surprise truly thinks highly of themselves. And they even allowed us to reserve a spot at the National Defense University for him. Unbelievable. Just as he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged in the distance on the monitoring device. "He is here." Sheng's expression changed, rushing to the device and fixating on the display. The bearded man followed suit, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. I never expected this fool would actually come. This saves us quite a bit of trouble." A good show is about to unfold, as this Xiao Changge has entered the domain of the Bone Dragon King. On the monitoring device's screen, Xiao Changge arrived before the teleportation array. Vigilantly, he scanned his surroundings, a hint of suspicion and caution etched on his face. This careful demeanor, combined with the absence of alternative paths, presented him as a cautious individual with no other choice. Witnessing this scene, the 2 observers became even more eager. "Look at his cowardly appearance. He must sense something amiss, but unfortunately, he has no choice but to tread this path. Hurry up and activate the teleportation array. This time next year will be your death anniversary." Sheng gleefully rubbed his hands, unable to contain his anticipation for the sight of Xiao Changge being teleported into the lair of a second-level, 9th-tier beast. At the teleportation array, Xiao Changge stood with his back to the 2 observers, his expression tranquil as still water. Through their bond, he issued a command to Ali. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ali's amber eyes. An invisible wave of mental energy enveloped the entire teleportation array like a tidal wave. The manipulations made to the array appeared rudimentary to Ali, and she swiftly dissected the complex array through her scanning ability. She pinpointed the traps set by Xiao Yixing and the precise location altered to the Bone Dragon King's territory. "Let's proceed." Upon receiving Xiao Changge's directive, Ali nodded slightly. They had no intention of dismantling the teleportation array. Instead, they had devised a better plan. Her mental energy transformed into delicate threads, meticulously fine-tuning the array. The one-way teleportation was changed to a 2-way passage. The original destination leading to the Bone Dragon King was altered to another coordinate, one marked on the map as an area where students from the Science and Technology University had trained. After completing her task, Ali withdrew her mental energy as if nothing had transpired. Only then did Xiao Changge step onto the teleportation array. He did not activate it immediately. Instead, He retrieved a core from a second-level, 7th-tier beast, placing it in the energy slot of the array. This was the core of a beast known as the Lynxio Terror Bird, brimming with immense energy. Buzz. Upon absorbing this colossal energy, the teleportation array sprang to life with vigor. A dazzling light enveloped the surroundings, completely consuming Xiao Changge's figure. Not far away. Haha. He has been duped. He has been duped. Xiao Changge is definitely not going to survive this. The two spectators revealed expressions of schadenfreude, nearly bursting into song, filled with elation. However, the ensuing events caused their expressions to shift dramatically. The teleportation array did not expel Xiao Changge. Rather, a chilling aura of death erupted violently from the array. This aura was suffused with a sense of malevolence and decay, embodying a formidable hostility towards living beings, reminiscent of a tyrant from the underworld, instilling profound terror in the two observers not far away. Then, a colossal shadow of a dragon claw emerged from the radiant light. It was a massive claw composed of numerous pale bones, ignited with blue cold flames, exuding an overwhelming pressure at the second level, 9th tier. The skeletal claw manifested suddenly, not attacking Xiao Changge, but instead crashing down upon another location with tremendous force. What on earth is happening? De Sansheng's face was a mask of horror. It's the Bone Dragon King. How could it appear here? The bearded man trembled uncontrollably. The two were left bewildered by this unforeseen twist, grappling with the sudden anomaly. Bang! The monitoring device before them could not withstand the staggering energy fluctuations. Cracks appeared on the display screen, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered. Fragments mixed with errant energy lacerated their skin, leaving trails of blood. Yet, the two stood frozen, oblivious to the explosion of the monitoring device. Their eyes filled only with confusion and panic. What on earth is happening? Deep within the mini-world, in a circular valley, the dragon transformation pool lay enveloped in a tranquil mist. The liquid within resembled flowing gold, exhibiting a viscous consistency, occasionally forming bubbles that, upon bursting, released astonishing life energy. Surrounding the dragon transformation pool were dozens of figures, hesitating in their advance. This group hailed from various academies, each a prodigy, a coveted representative for whom their alma maters had expended considerable resources to secure a place in this realm of transformation. At this moment, they gazed greedily at the pool, their faces betraying a mix of trepidation and awe. I sense something amiss within the dragon transformation pool. We cannot proceed. One summoner exclaimed, furrowing his brow as beads of cold sweat trickled down his pale visage. Amiss is an understatement. I just probed with my mental energy, and upon mere contact with the pool, it felt as if a violent force was unleashed, nearly injuring my consciousness. Another voice echoed, trembling with lingering fear. The dragon transformation pool loomed before them like a poison cloaked in sugar, seemingly alluring yet perilous to approach. As the atmosphere grew tense with uncertainty, several powerful auras approached swiftly. Leading the charge was a figure clad in green school attire, strikingly handsome, with eyes that shimmered with an enigmatic shadow. His presence emanated an impressive aura, unmistakably at the 7th level of the 2nd tier. Xiao. Is everyone gathered? Xiao inquired, scanning the crowd with a few companions, seemingly in search of something. When his gaze fell upon a calm figure standing at a distance, his demeanor shifted, and darkness clouded his expression. Xiao Changge. He is alive? After being transported to the lair of the Bone Dragon King, he still appears unscathed? The incredulity within Xiao was palpable, yet as a representative of the National Defense University, he quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath to steady himself. It seems the teleportation array's mechanism has failed. But so what? I have contingencies, a trap from which Xiao Changge cannot escape. With this thought, Xiao's astonishment morphed into a cruel and calculating smile. He raised his voice, ensuring every ear present could hear. Is that not Xiao Changge from the capital university? At his words, the crowd turned their attention towards him. Xiao feigned admiration, stating, the dark horse of the newcomer competition, who triumphed over Yang Huamao and Yi Fan. His strength is beyond our imagination. Now that we are uncertain about the dragon transformation pool, why not lead by example and seize the opportunity yourself, Xiao Changge? This statement was laden with veiled flattery, prompting all eyes to turn towards Xiao Changge, some with mockery, others with intrigue, and many with eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. If this young man possessed such prowess, why not let him test the waters? Should he resolve the pool's mysteries, he would earn accolades. Should he falter, it would eliminate a competitor. Instantly, an invisible pressure descended upon Xiao Changge. Yet, faced with this scenario, Xiao Changge exhibited no signs of distress, remaining calm and even presenting a friendly smile in Xiao's direction. Senior Xiao makes a valid point, he replied coolly, leaving the crowd momentarily dumbfounded. Even Xiao felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that this young man was oblivious to the evident dangers lurking within the dragon transformation pool? Just as they anticipated Xiao Changge's imminent entry into the pool, he instead turned to the blue-haired little girl by his side. With a gentle demeanor that was difficult for them to comprehend, he said, go ahead. This dragon transformation pool is rather unpleasant. Please help clean it up for everyone. The room fell silent in shock. Was he truly sending the little girl to face the danger? Absurd. Was she a companion spirit? To send her down would be tantamount to inviting her demise. Was Xiao Changge deranged? A cacophony of skepticism and laughter erupted in response. Shamie Ixing's face twisted into a mask of disdain, his contempt laid bare in his gaze. At this juncture, it was clear Xiao Changge was out of options, attempting to evade responsibility through this absurd ploy. Amidst the astonished and questioning stares, the little dragon girl confidently approached the dragon transformation pool. Her diminutive form starkly contrasted with the vastness of the pool, ignoring the gazes of onlookers. She extended her small hand and began to weave an intricate, ancient gesture. With a resounding clang, an obscure wave of energy radiated from her, spreading outwards. Chanting an incantation in a language unfamiliar to those around her, the little dragon girl's voice resonated with ethereal clarity. As she intoned her spell, a colossal figure of a dragon, wreathed in blue flames, gradually emerged behind her. This dragon figure exuded an overwhelming authority, instilling fear the moment it materialized. What an imposing aura! Is that a companion spirit? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they beheld the dragon's emergence. The little dragon girl was nearing the culmination of her chant. Purge the demonic, she declared with a chilling clarity. As her voice echoed, the massive dragon behind her opened its eyes wide in fury. A colossal blue magic circle erupted around the little dragon girl, enveloping the dragon transformation pool entirely like an inverted golden bowl. Countless arcane runes swirled within the circle, channeling an unparalleled purifying power to its zenith. Demonic purification. In the next instant, chaos erupted. The once calm dark golden waters of the pool began to churn violently, as if brought to a boil. Wisps of visible black toxic gas erupted forth, as if an invisible hand were forcibly extracting it from every corner of the pool. The noxious fumes coalesced in the air, twisting and ultimately forming a menacing dragon shadow, stretching several meters in length, filled with malice and wrath. My heavens, the water truly harbors deadly poison. This is the very source of our peril. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld the fearsome toxic dragon. Had anyone rashly entered the water moments ago, they would surely have been reduced to a pool of congealed blood. Shamie Ixing's smile froze upon witnessing the apparition of the toxic dragon, leaving him utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. This cannot be happening. The dragon poison was his ultimate trump card, colorless and odorless, seamlessly blending with dragon blood energy. Apart from companion spirits born of dragonkind, it was undetectable, let alone separable. But who was this blue-haired girl? What power was she wielding? As Shamie Ixing's mind fractured under the weight of disbelief, the little dragon girl let out a disdainful snort. The dragon figure behind her, as if receiving a command, opened its massive jaws wide. Those jaws seemed to connect to a dimensional black hole, generating an irresistible force of suction. With a roar of defiance, the toxic dragon was helpless against the overwhelming pull, and its colossal form was drawn into the dragon figure's maw, swallowed whole. Without any alarming spectacle, the venomous dragon was utterly consumed, leaving no trace behind. As the last wisp of toxic gas was purified, the entire dragon transformation pool underwent a remarkable transformation. The negative influences that had been concealed within the life energy vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented purity and gentleness, reminiscent of an infant's innocent essence. Everyone could sense that the waters of the dragon transformation pool were extraordinarily safe, and their efficacy would be greatly enhanced. After a moment of silence, an eruption of awe-filled exclamations followed. Xiao Changge, splendid work. A robust man gave a thumbs up in Xiao Changge's direction, having been captivated by his formidable presence. With his endorsement, others hastily approached. Thank you, Xiao Changge. Brother Xiao's righteousness is commendable. Do visit our school sometime. The students expressed their gratitude towards Xiao Changge. Their gazes now devoid of previous disdain and indifference, replaced instead with profound respect and trepidation. This man's strength was terrifying, and his methods were extraordinary. In the crowd, Xiao Yixing seethed with anger upon hearing their praises for Xiao Changge. The elaborate trap he had painstakingly crafted had been effortlessly dismantled by the latter. Furthermore, Xiao Changge had utilized this maneuver to win the hearts of the people, turning all of Xiao Yixing's efforts into mere stepping stones for Xiao Changge's rise to fame. This humiliation was worse than slapping oneself in front of everyone. Chapter 79, The Unmasking of True Intentions. Damn it! Xiao Yixing clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood, yet he felt nothing. His darkened eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Xiao Changge with a murderous intent, wishing to devour him alive. Amid the crowd's admiration, Xiao Changge merely nodded, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. He, accompanied by Ali and the little dragon maiden, made his way towards the very center of the dragon transformation pool, the crowd parting before them without obstruction. Once the three entered the dragon transformation pool, a viscous life energy enveloped them instantaneously. An indescribable agony, infused with overwhelming vitality, surged through every pore and crashed within them, as if their cells were being reborn. Xiao Changge let out a soft hum, closing his eyes, diligently guiding the energy within him to strengthen his physical form. His bodily strength was increasing at an astonishing pace. As both his body and spirit were tempered, he could sense something deep within his consciousness, as if a long-slumbering entity had been awakened by the pure life force. A faint yet resounding dragon's roar, echoing with ancient authority, quietly reverberated in his ears. Crack! The sound of bones shattering and then rejoining resonated within Xiao Changge. Each bone was washed by the domineering energy, taking on a faint golden luster, becoming incredibly resilient. Muscles were torn apart, only to be forcibly repaired by the life energy. Each reconstruction brimming with explosive vitality. Pain. It was the only sensation coursing through his entire being, a feeling akin to being bitten by countless ants. As if he were being roasted at the mouth of a volcano, Xiao Changge steadfastly maintained his focus, aware that he was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Although his physical realm had not elevated, the strength of his body had escalated to the equivalent of a second-level 8th stage. In less than 10 minutes, his pure physical prowess reached astonishing heights, undoubtedly serving as a potent means of survival. At this moment, Ali and the little dragon maiden were also engaged in refining their life energy. Ali's perfect figure shimmered with a faint glow, her defensive capabilities bolstered. The little dragon maiden, through the essence of the dragon, solidified her own realm, her previously tenuous foundation now considerably more stable, on the verge of a breakthrough. As their physical enhancement reached its zenith, the pain abated significantly. Xiao Changge opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, as if he could effortlessly send Xiao Yixing flying with a single punch. Just then, the sensation from the depths of his consciousness resurfaced, as if something was beckoning to him. Frowning, he followed the call in his heart, swimming towards the bottom of the dragon transformation pool. At the bottom, devoid of impurities, layers of energy-depleted crystals lay scattered. He began to excavate through the layers and, at last, discovered what had been calling him deep within. It appeared to be an energy entity, roughly the size of a soccer ball, with an inexplicable aura interweaving upon its surface. Dragon's reverse scale. It floated at the pool's bottom, emanating ancient runes of law. This was the core of the dragon transformation pool, the essence of life within the dragon's miniature world, and contained fragments of the laws intrinsic to the dragon's origin. As Xiao Changge reached out to grasp it, the moment his fingertips brushed against the reverse scale, the essence transformed into a beam of light that surged into his mind. Buzz. Fragments of memories from ancient times flooded his consciousness. It was a depiction of an exceedingly brutal racial war, countless powerful beings falling like meteors upon the battlefield, the horrific clash manifesting in various forms, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all. The memories were chaotic, yet a cold, authoritative thought was imprinted deep within his spirit. This surge of memory arrived swiftly, and departed just as quickly. As the dust settled, Xiao Changge's innate skill suddenly revealed additional information. Passive talent, Dragon's Reverse Scale, enhances various defensive capabilities, inflicts bloodline suppression on dragonkind, negates negative effects that cause harm below the 3rd level, with efficacy increasing alongside the elevation of his realm. Once this essence was refined by Xiao Changge, the energy within the entire dragon transformation pool began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. The originally viscous waters transformed into a pale golden hue, ultimately leaving behind only a faint glow. Though other competitors also benefited, the effects paled in comparison to Xiao Changge's extraordinary gains. Emerging from the dragon transformation pool, Xiao Changge felt invigorated, each breath resonating with energy. Just as they prepared to depart, Xiao Yixing approached with a few companions, his expression grim. After the little dragon maiden had neutralized the dragon's poison, both he and his companion spirit had suffered a backlash. He glared fiercely at Xiao Changge, his shadowy eyes now a fiery red, resembling a cornered beast. Xiao Changge. Xiao Yixing's voice was laced with fury, sharp as a blade. Who on earth are you? Who is that little girl? I will not allow you to leave today. Having failed in 2 successive schemes, not only had he failed to eliminate Xiao Changge, but he had also allowed him to shine brilliantly. A wave of humiliation washed over him, transforming this prodigy of the National Defense University into a figure consumed by madness. His murderous intent erupted, energy surging forth instantaneously. Roar. A deafening roar reverberated through the space. Behind Xiao Yixing, a colossal creature over 30 meters in length emerged. The Gallon Flame Dragon. Its body was cloaked in red scales, resembling flames licking at its surface, exuding the aura of a second-level 7th stage. A tremendous pressure unleashed a storm that swept in all directions, the air thick with a dry scent. The onlookers recoiled in shock, their disbelief palpable. To summon the Gallon Flame Dragon, Xiao Yixing, are you truly prepared to tear off the mask of civility? We should make our escape. If he makes a move here, collateral damage is inevitable. This is a conflict between the National Defense University and Capital University. Brothers, retreat swiftly. They all understood that the National Defense University was serious, and an unavoidable battle to the death loomed. Yet, in the face of the enraged Xiao Yixing and the menacing aura of the Gallon Flame Dragon, Xiao Changge maintained an air of unflappable calm. His expression remained utterly unaffected, even tinged with a hint of disdain. Xiao Changge did not issue commands to Ali and the little dragon maiden, as if he believed their intervention was unnecessary in the face of it all. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised his hand and boldly extended a middle finger towards the roaring gallant flame dragon. It was a simple yet profoundly provocative gesture. In that fleeting moment, an imperceptible yet pure essence of primal dragon might flickered past Xiao Changge. The gallant flame dragon, which had been roaring in fury, suddenly fell silent. The massive energy it had gathered dissipated as if its source had been severed. The once furious and volatile eyes, akin to volcanic craters, rapidly transformed into expressions of trepidation and confusion that emanated from the depths of its bloodline. Its colossal body froze in place. As it lowered its massive head, resembling a wayward child awaiting reprimand from an elder, the entire space fell into a profound silence. Xiao Yixing's madness gradually crystallized into disbelief. He gazed incredulously at his ace spirit companion, utterly baffled. "TSK, it's nothing extraordinary," Xiao Changge remarked, glancing at the dazed gallant flame dragon and the bewildered Xiao Yixing, his voice resonating throughout the crowd. "Your spirit companion seems to harbor grievances against you." Chapter 80, Go Forth. Gallant flame dragon. The air within the entire area seemed to come to a standstill. The terrifying attack capable of piercing mountains vanished without a trace. Coinciding with the gallant flame dragon's cessation of its roar, time stretched unendingly as all eyes were fixed upon the immense gallant flame dragon and the diminutive human. One exuded an overwhelming terror yet bowed its head, while the other, though small, bore a serene countenance. The gallant flame dragon displayed no signs of aggression, appearing pitiable in this scene, leaving all the prodigies feeling utterly at a loss. Am I imagining things? Why does it seem like the gallant flame dragon is twitching? It had always been irascible, yet it ceased its assault. Was Xiao Yixing merely toying with us? It's about to go? Of course. I refer to the gallant flame dragon. Whispers spread like a torrent, crashing into Xiao Yixing's ears, and the madness on his face abruptly halted, replaced by a pallor as white as snow, shrouded in confusion. He had no inkling of what transpired. The gallant flame dragon was not only his loyal companion, but also his trump card. It was the result of his painstaking efforts, cultivated through soul and blood, sourced from perilous places. Through their profound bond, he sensed the state of the gallant flame dragon. It was one of fear, a fear that was not only insurmountable, but incomprehensible. It felt as though before him stood not a mere human, but a colossal being awakened from ancient times. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Yixing roared in madness, his expression contorted to its limits. "Go forth, gallant flame dragon. Don't be deceived. Turn him to ashes." Through their bond, Xiao Yixing attempted to transmit his unwavering will, seeking to compel his spirit companion into action. A reluctant growl escaped the gallant flame dragon, its body trembling. The command stemming from the bond inflicted a faint agony upon it, yet the pressure from its bloodline left it devoid of the courage to act. Two wills clashed within it, and its large eyes reflected both pleading and struggle. If it were to act, it would surely perish. "You worthless coward." Upon witnessing the gallant flame dragon's demeanor and the mocking gazes of those around, Xiao Yixing felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. All that he had prided himself on was utterly shattered today by Xiao Changge's inexplicable methods. First, it was his meticulously laid traps. And now the gallant flame dragon. Both had succumbed to this man. A profound humiliation. It was an affront that trampled upon his very dignity. "Not willing to fight, are we?" Xiao Changge's calm voice shattered the silence. "Then you may as well lie down in front. Good dogs do not obstruct the path." With that, he disregarded the gallant flame dragon and strode forward. The massive form of the gallant flame dragon froze in place. Instead of attacking, it instinctively recoiled from the approaching human. Its enormous claws carved deep grooves into the ground, genuinely attempting to make way. This scene became the final straw that broke Xiao Yixing's sanity. He let out a beast-like roar, his eyes blazing red, as reason was consumed by unending rage and humiliation. "Humph! What use are you? Take this." Xiao Yixing had already abandoned hope in the gallant flame dragon, unleashing a torrent of devastating power, all of his formidable energy coalescing into a fiery red spear. A gifted skill, spear projection. His figure transformed into a streak of light, launching a surprise attack from behind Xiao Changge. "This man has gone mad, openly committing murder. We must retreat." The cries echoed around them, as they were taken aback by the actions of a student from the National Defense University. If he were to fight with his spirit companion, there might still be a chance for plausible deniability, but now, he had nowhere left to retreat. A second level 7th-tier gifted skill could easily overpower even a spirit companion of the same level, let alone a mere second level 1st-tier summoner. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Xiao Changge did not even falter in his pace. Just as the fiery spear was about to pierce his back, he turned without looking and casually reached out. His gesture was as nonchalant as if he were playing with a child. Yet, this seemingly indifferent grab left everyone present utterly astounded. Crack! A muffled sound echoed. Xiao Changge grasped the blazing spear with precision, The fiery red flames were capable of melting metal, yet they burned against his palm without singeing a single inch of skin. The spear, formed of fire attribute energy, was gripped between 3 of his fingers, unable to advance an inch. Xiao Yixing's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks. He felt as though the object he struck was not a human, but a towering mountain. Impossible. He was a second-level 7th tier. And even if Xiao Changge had awakened in kindergarten, he could not possibly withstand his gifted skill. Before Xiao Yixing could regain his senses, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the spear, and Xiao Changge casually twisted his hand. Crack! The spear, forged from pure energy, shattered as if it were made of glass. Through Xiao Yixing's incredulous gaze, Xiao Changge slowly turned around, delivering an unremarkable fist upon him. This punch felt as trivial as a child's play, devoid of any force. Yet, the moment Xiao Yixing was struck, his protective barrier shattered like porcelain. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying like a disconnected kite, crashing into a stout stone pillar and landing atop a nearby hill, stirring up a cloud of dust. On the cliffside, a distinct human-shaped indentation was visible, with web-like cracks radiating from the pit in a frenzied manner. Xiao Yixing's body gradually slipped down the rugged rock face, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. His clothing was tattered at the chest, revealing a deep imprint of a fist, with broken bone fragments faintly discernible. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, staining the earth before him. The entire valley lay in a deathly silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the young man who slowly retracted his fist. Their minds blank. A single punch, merely one punch. A formidable adversary, ranked among the elite, had been reduced to a pitiful state by a newcomer, employing nothing but raw physical strength. This was not a battle. It was an obliteration, a ruthless display of the strong mercilessly crushing the weak. Garen the fire dragon let out a mournful wail, filled with trepidation. It sensed its master's vitality ebbing away, yet it dared not move. The man stood there, an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain, pressing down upon it, stifling any thought of approaching its master. This sense of helplessness was a tragedy Garen had never experienced in its lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yixing lifted his head, blood staining his visage. His once dark eyes now filled with profound confusion and horror. His hands bled, his internal energy channels thrown into disarray by that single blow. He had failed, reduced to this state by a mere first-level adversary. This was utterly nonsensical. Hey, weren't you quite arrogant? A melodious voice, reminiscent of silver bells and laced with mockery, broke the silence. The little dragon maiden, hands on her hips, emerged from behind Xiao Changge, casting a disdainful glance at the distant Xiao Yixing, her blue eyes brimming with contempt. TSK, even your companion spirit refuses to heed your commands. And you attempted a sneak attack, only to end up with your brains knocked out. Unbelievable, isn't it? She shook her head dismissively, mimicking Xiao Changge's tone. You're utterly useless. This declaration pierced Xiao Yixing's feeble heart like a dagger. His companion's spirit knelt, and he too fell to his knees, his traps rendered ineffective. Now being humiliated by the golden-haired girl beside Xiao Changge, such disgrace was unbearable. The overwhelming humiliation drove Xiao Yixing to the brink of despair. With a start, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his head lolling to the side as he fainted. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence. Everyone stared in shock at Xiao Changge, then at the little dragon maiden. How ruthless. After sending Xiao Yixing flying with a single punch, she had the audacity to send a female specter to deliver the final blow. What a seamless and practiced combination. Xiao Changge paid no heed to Xiao Yixing, nor did he care about the opinions of others. He examined his fist. Not a hint of red mark adorned it, and the buttons at his collar gleamed. From the moment Xiao Yixing had insidiously provoked him to the little dragon maiden's scornful taunts, the events had unfolded like a recorded tale. As for the poison he had introduced into the dragon transformation pool, which seemed to have caused issues in the dragon transformation microcosm, the National Defense University would undoubtedly pursue Xiao Yixing for answers. Nodding to himself, Xiao Changge dismissed further thoughts. He had more pressing matters to attend to. During this trial, both he and Ali had ascended to the 6th rank of the 2nd level, while his physical prowess rivaled that of an 8th-level warrior. Such terrifying speed, if disseminated, could send ripples across Huagua. Next came his innate skill, the dragon's reverse scale. It not only enhanced various defensive capabilities, but also rendered negative damage ineffective below the 3rd level, alongside the suppression of dragonkind. Garen the fire dragon's paralyzed state was a direct manifestation of this overwhelming power. Lastly, there was the little dragon maiden. This fledgling, having grown through battling monsters, absorbing the essence of dragon energy cores, and undergoing the refining process of the dragon transformation pool, had established an incredibly solid foundation. Her cultivation had surged from the 1st level to the 4th of the 2nd level. Her abilities were now fully capable of joining the fray. Reflecting on this, Xiao Changge nodded slightly. He glanced into the dragon transformation pool, now possessing an exceedingly thin layer of energy, indistinguishable from ordinary spring water. It was essentially rendered useless. Restoring it to its peak would be impossible in less than 20 years. There was no choice. After all, Xiao Yixing had poisoned it. If Xiao Changge did not neutralize the poison, the repercussions would be far more severe. Absorbing additional energy was not amiss, as it constituted the essence of the dragon transformation microcosm. The dragon's reverse scale would ensure that this realm would instinctively gather life energy, albeit at a reduced level. However, having so thoroughly incapacitated a genius from the National Defense University, he could not expect them to let this incident slide easily. Given the circumstances, it was best to make a swift exit. Xiao Changge surveyed the onlookers, then looked at Garen the fire dragon. "Let us go," he instructed his two companion spirits. Without hesitation, Ali followed closely by his side, while the little dragon maiden obediently nodded and took his hand. Amidst the complex gazes of admiration, fear, and intrigue from the surrounding crowd, Xiao Changge produced the map provided by the military and pointed at it. A wave of spatial energy surged forth. Whoosh! A radiant white light enveloped the three of them, distorting the space around them. Before departing, Xiao Changge cast one last glance at the prostrate Xiao Yixing, shaking his head slightly. "I warned you to lie down, but you refused. Now what are you crying about?" In a flash of brilliance, the trio vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of chaos and speechless students. After a considerable time, someone finally exhaled in relief. "Is this new student really that formidable? They've finally left. I nearly soiled myself with fear." Huh. A few were drenched in sweat. "Quickly, let us check on Xiao Yixing." Several students from the National Defense University regained their composure and rushed toward him. At that moment, two beams of light streaked across the sky. They were the two third-year students tasked with monitoring Xiao Changge, appearing quite disheveled after narrowly escaping from the White-Bone Dragon King's minions, only to be teleported to the student area of the Science and Technology University and subsequently running all the way here. Upon seeing the unconscious Xiao Yixing and Garen the fire dragon lying motionless beside him, their fury ignited. "Junior Xiao?" The third-year students trembled, quickly producing a healing potion and pouring it into his mouth. One of them, sporting a bushy beard, hoisted Xiao Yixing onto his back, drenched in sweat. They could not fathom how their foolproof plan had unraveled, leaving Xiao Yixing in such a state. What had transformed him into this? Who exactly was Xiao Changge from the capital university? Was this a manifestation of humanity's corruption or a moral decay? At that moment, Xiao Yixing's physical condition improved slightly. And without hesitation, the third-year students utilized a teleportation device, taking Garen the fire dragon along as they departed. At this juncture, Xiao Changge stood upon the solid tiled floor. This was no longer the dragon transformation microcosm, but the entrance to the restricted area of the National Defense University. It was now dusk. With the horizon illuminated by an orange glow, the air infused with a faint scent of grass, starkly contrasting with the bloodshed experienced in the dragon transformation microcosm. The crowd had thinned, and only a few teachers stood watch, for outside, 2 days had already passed. Xiao Changge surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted a familiar figure beneath a tree. It was Tong Fanyuan. She appeared to have been waiting for quite some time, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue and concern. Upon seeing Xiao Changge, her bright eyes revealed a flicker of relief, quickly followed by a complex array of emotions: surprise, curiosity, and a trace of distance. It seemed that she had gleaned some understanding of the events within the dragon transformation small world. Xiao Changge furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of guilt for encroaching on someone else's territory. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of embarrassment in front of Tong Fanyuan. It would be best to leave swiftly. "Sister Tong," he approached her with a smile. "Thank you for waiting for me here. I can manage on my own." Tong Fanyuan hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "There's no need to be so polite. I am your guide, representing the goodwill of the National Defense University. Allow me to escort you out." Her demeanor was courteous and responsible. Although Xiao Changge initially intended to decline, he ultimately acquiesced. "Thank you for your kindness." The two walked side by side toward the school gate. Several times, Tong Fanyuan seemed on the verge of speaking, but each time, she merely sighed in silence. Xiao Changge shrugged and continued walking. Just as they were about to leave and step onto the road leading out of the campus, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon them. This formidable aura, imbued with an oppressive terror, seemed capable of collapsing the very fabric of space. The air within a 100-mile radius appeared to freeze, and the vegetation stood still in a profound silence. Under this immense pressure, Tong Fanyuan faltered, her complexion paling, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. She felt her body tremble as if gripped by a giant hand, her breathing becoming rapid and shallow. In stark contrast, at the center of this pressure, Xiao Changge remained as steadfast as a rock, his clothing undisturbed, possessing the passive talent of the dragon's reverse scale. The overwhelming presence that could compel a second-level summoner to kneel had a markedly less potent effect on him. Xiao Changge raised an eyebrow, realizing he had indeed not escaped the consequences. He understood that news of the dragon transformation pool incident had spread, and the higher-ups of the National Defense University had come to confront him. He began to formulate a thorough explanation. At that moment, a domineering aura, imbued with ironclad resolve, surged toward the school gate. Chapter 82, an explanation. It was none other than Principal Hao, whose commanding presence remained undiminished despite the years apart. His aura dissipated the oppressive weight within the space. Xiao Changge felt a flash in his vision as a familiar tall figure materialized before him, shielding him protectively. It was Feng Dingbei, clad in military attire, standing tall and proud. He wore a smile, yet his gaze was sharp as he surveyed the distant skies. As the principal, there was no need for him to lose his temper with the student, otherwise it could tarnish his reputation. No sooner had he spoken than a figure descended from the air, a man dressed in a zhongshan suit, his posture straight, yet his expression was far from pleasant. He was none other than the principal of the National Defense University, Hao Aigua. Upon witnessing Feng Dingbei shielding Xiao Changge, Hao Aigua snorted coldly. A 5th-level summoner had no obligation to show courtesy to a 4th-level summoner. He directed his ire straight at Xiao Changge. Xiao Changge. His voice thundered, brimming with undisguised anger. You truly wield ruthless methods. In the dragon transformation small world, you dealt grave injuries to our exemplary student, Xiao Yixing. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not expect mercy from me. At this proclamation, Feng Dingbei was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Xiao Changge, casting a look of confusion. He could not believe that this young man would engage in wanton cruelty, for Xiao Changge was certainly not that kind of person. Xiao Changge exchanged a subtle glance with Feng Dingbei, neither affirming nor denying the accusation. Feng Dingbei then turned to Hao Aigua, his tone growing more rigid. Principal Hao, I wonder if you possess any evidence? Just because Xiao Yixing was injured, does that necessarily implicate Xiao Changge? Your actions seem to disregard the reputation of the capital university. Evidence. Hao Aigua's fierce protectiveness ignited a burning rage within him, and he responded with a sardonic smile, fixing his gaze on Xiao Changge. Of course, there are witnesses. I am keen to see what he has to say. At that moment, 2 disheveled figures rushed in, 2 third-year students who had been on lookout duty. Upon spotting Xiao Changge, they immediately began to accuse him angrily. Principal, it was this Xiao Changge. He gained numerous advantages in the dragon transformation pool. And when Xiao Shuadi sought to assist him during their sparring match, he suddenly launched a surprise attack, viciously assaulting Xiao Shuadi. The battle between summoned beings had caught Xiao Changge off guard, leading to Xiao Yixing suffering a grievous injury. Currently still in the emergency room and not yet out of danger, the 2 students elaborated on the incident, painting Xiao Yixing as an exceptional student and Xiao Changge as a despicable villain who acted without discernment. Their words ignited the crowd that had gathered, inciting outrage. No way. A summoner actually resorting to violence? After we provided him access to the dragon transformation pool, he shows such ingratitude. Trash. Unworthy of being a summoner. Get out. The 3 transformed into a tiger, and the rumors coalesced into a pressure that bore down on Xiao Changge. However, he remained unfazed, his expression as tranquil as still water. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke, undeterred by Hao Aigua's almost predatory gaze. Principal Hao, rather than calling it a spar, it would be more accurate to describe it as an assassination. Xiao Changge shook his head, unbuttoning his collar to retrieve a card from within, inserting it into his phone, which projected an image. He directed the projection toward Hao Aigua, where a video began to play. The footage opened with Xiao Yixing mocking Xiao Changge from a distance. Following this was the scene of the little dragon girl purifying the dragon transformation pool, leading to the emergence of a venomous dragon that startled all the students. Upon witnessing this, Hao Aigua furrowed his brow. The 2 third-year students behind him turned pale, trembling in fear. The projection continued, displaying Xiao Yixing summoning the Galen Flame Dragon, only to be suppressed by Xiao Changge. Then, Xiao Yixing lost all restraint and took matters into his own hands. The final scene depicted Xiao Changge crushing the energy spear and sending Xiao Yixing flying with a punch. All the slander, in the face of this visual evidence, became a mere joke. Silence enveloped the crowd. Those who had previously hurled insults at Xiao Changge now resembled individuals grasped by the throat, speechless. Their faces were etched with shock, shame, and disbelief. Tong Fangyuan covered her mouth, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with disappointment and disdain for Xiao Yixing's actions. A cold smirk of realization appeared on Feng Dingbei's face. All eyes turned to Hao Aigua, the principal of the National Defense University, whose face, once flushed with anger, was now visibly paling, transitioning from red to a sickly green. His gaze was fixed on the light screen, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak. Yet no words emerged. The footage unfolded like a resounding slap, striking not only his face but also the dignity of the National Defense University. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Each segment of the projection narrated an undeniable truth. The National Defense University had been brazenly arrogant. The students felt a wave of shame wash over them, while the teachers bowed their heads in dismay. The exemplary student they had lauded turned out to be nothing but a despicable character. Even worse, they had been used as pawns. A gasp broke the silence. Feng Dingbei cast a knowing smile at Hao Aigua and remarked coolly, "The National Defense University truly seems to be deteriorating year by year. Principal Hao, despite your concern for capable students, it is evident you overlook the importance of character assessment. Graduates of such ilk will only complicate matters for our military during the selection process, won't it?" Following this, he feigned a look of concern. positioning Xiao Changge protectively behind him, and declared loudly, "Rest assured, Xiao Changge, you are under my guidance at the capital university, and I shall ensure your safety. Moreover, Principal Hao is a man of reason and will undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." These words reached Hao Aigua's ears, revealing the underlying implications of Feng Dingbei's message. If no resolution was offered, it would surely reflect poorly on both the National Defense Army and the capital university. Today had indeed brought great disgrace to the National Defense University. Taking a deep breath to suppress his dissatisfaction, Hao Aigua, a level 5 summoner, inclined slightly toward Xiao Changge amidst the scrutinizing gazes. "Classmate Xiao," he croaked, "I personally apologize on behalf of our institution for the actions of a rogue element. Nevertheless, the National Defense University remains an undeniable talent hub for Huagua." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They were astounded. A level 5 summoner publicly apologizing to a mere freshman was a rarity in the annals of Huagua's history. Tong Fongyuan stood frozen, utterly astonished. As she gazed at Xiao Changge across from Hao Aigua, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. This man was simply extraordinary. After the apology, Hao Aigua's gaze flickered toward Xiao Changge. This incident stems from Xiao Yixing's misconduct, tarnishing the reputation of our National Defense University. "Classmate Xiao, how do you propose we exact retribution?" This delicate dilemma was thrust upon Xiao Changge. A harsh punishment would portray him as unyielding and meddlesome in the affairs of the university, while a lenient response would render him weak, possessing strength, yet lacking resilience. In response, Xiao Changge exhibited a look of bewilderment and stepped back repeatedly, shaking his head in alarm. "Principal Hao, absolutely not. You are a level 5 summoner, and every action you take is justified. You need not bow before me," he insisted, waving his hands emphatically. Gradually, his demeanor softened, and he spoke with poise. "Senior Xiao did not inflict harm upon me. His actions were driven by a momentary lapse in judgment. This matter pertains to your esteemed institution, and as a junior, I shall refrain from further comment. I trust that Principal Hao will handle it with due diligence." His words were impeccably crafted. As for how to resolve this situation, I leave that to your discretion. Should it be mismanaged, it would only serve to further tarnish the National Defense University's reputation. Hao Aigua's expression relaxed slightly as he regarded Xiao Changge, his gaze a complex mixture of surprise, dissatisfaction, and an unrecognized admiration. In terms of strategy, character, and capability, he was exceptional. Truly, the capital university had unearthed a gem. Observing the exchange, Feng Dingbei smiled subtly, sensing that the matter had reached a resolution. "If there are no further complications, I shall escort this young man back. Otherwise, Zheng Weiman might suspect we've abducted him." He grasped Xiao Changge's arm, exuding an air of camaraderie. Xiao Changge glanced towards Tong Fongyuan in the crowd, offering her a slight nod. A tremor ran through her as she instinctively nodded in return. In the next moment, Feng Dingbei and Xiao Changge transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. With their departure, the facade of authority that Hao Aigua had maintained crumbled, revealing an expression of fury. Suddenly, he turned to the two trembling third-year students. "Relay my orders." His voice was cold and merciless. "Send these disgraceful individuals, along with Xiao Yixing, to the northern front at Dasa Pass. They are not to return without my command." Dasa Pass. A collective gasp echoed among the faculty upon hearing this. That location was a border area of Huagua, crucial for resisting invasion from the outside world. Once dispatched there would be no turning back. With Xiao Yixing and the others being merely level 2 summoners, Hao Aigua's intentions were to subject them to grueling trials. Beep. Just then, Hao Aigua's communicator buzzed, connecting to the maintenance channel for the Dragon Transformation Small World. A furrow formed on his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. He answered the call, and a panicked voice erupted. "Principal, a grave situation has arisen. The essence within the dragon pool has inexplicably vanished. The concentration has drastically diminished. Natural restoration will take decades, and even with our utmost efforts, it may take 5 to 8 years to recover." The individual responsible for maintaining the Dragon Transformation Small World lamented under the weight of Hao Aigua's silence. "I suspect this is the doing of Xiao Yixing. Only someone from within could have tainted the dragon pool with impurities." The implications of this revelation struck Hao Aigua like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. His expression darkened into one of despair. The dragon pool was ruined? Discussion threads at the Capital University were abuzz. A week had elapsed since the incident at the National Defense University's dragon pool. Xiao Changge had a bye in the round of 16, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. In the quarterfinals, his opponent conceded voluntarily, further fueling the intrigue. Yet, discussions surrounding him continued to thrive. Final 4. The dark horse Xiao Changge faces off against the National Defense University's strongest prodigy, Wang Lin, in tomorrow's climactic battle. Unveiling the mystery. Does Xiao Changge have a second contracted companion spirit? Support. More on one are halted at the quarterfinals. While the other 3 SSS level students fell in the round of 16, our freshman elite class at Capital University rallies behind Xiao Changge. Countless headlines surged to trending status, accompanied by a myriad of responses. The dark horse is indeed impressive. His Ari is simply formidable. It's as if he crushes his opponents with sheer pressure. Stop deifying him. He is set to battle Wang Lin tomorrow, the strongest freshman from the National Defense University, a level 2 sixfold. His companion spirit is an S-tier wind spirit dragon. Indeed, Xiao Changge is only level 2 fivefold, facing a true dragon-blooded adversary. The outcome remains uncertain. The comments section buzzed with lively debate, sparking a flurry of diverse perspectives. Meanwhile, the subject of this fervor lay reclined in his room, quietly browsing the discussion threads. Ari nestled beside Xiao Changge, diligently massaging his perineum with precision. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl huddled nearby with a pillow. Her big blue eyes filled with curiosity as she observed the scene. What is going on? Xiao Changge inquired, rolling over. Humph. The little dragon girl turned her head away, delivering a playful thump to the back of his head. Xiao Changge chuckled. I asked you and Ari to practice together. Your control over your strength has significantly improved. Isn't that a good thing? It is better left unsaid, yet once mentioned, the little dragon girl's temper flares immediately. She turns her head away, fuming. I perceive no effort on her part to practice with me. Instead, she relentlessly unleashes her dark energy upon me, rendering me utterly incapable of utilizing my skills. And you dare claim that I have made progress? Over the past few days, in order to help little dragon girl acclimate to her sudden surge in power, Xiao Changge devised a plan for her enhancement. The outcome, however, is that the second level, fourfold little dragon girl is completely outmatched by the second level, sixfold Ari. There is hardly any need for combat. With mere energy manipulation, Ari effortlessly neutralizes her attacks, followed by an overwhelming display of dominance. I must convey to you that combat does not require a direct approach. While Ari provides Xiao Changge with some much-needed relaxation, she gently remarks, technique is of utmost importance. Did I ask you? Little dragon girl retorts defiantly, though her heart lacks conviction. Despite recognizing the validity of Ari's words, recollections of her own impotence ignite her frustration. What irks her further is that Xiao Changge, in a guise of benevolence, claims to help her identify her shortcomings while watching her falter. How utterly outrageous. Observing little dragon girl's vexed demeanor, Xiao Changge chuckles heartily. Suddenly, his phone rings. Upon seeing the caller ID, he pauses momentarily before answering. You little rascal. Quite the capable one. The melodious laughter of Mo Chinchio resonates from the other end. I am watching your match live. You are indeed growing stronger. She expresses her sentiments. Back in Hawaiian, Xiao Changge was merely a pitiful soul deprived of his companion spirit. Yet, in such a brief span, he has surged into the top 4 at the Capital University and is set to battle the strongest newcomer from the National Defense University. This rate of growth is nothing short of monstrous. You are too kind. Lord Mo. Xiao Changge scratches his head modestly. Do not feign humility. Such behavior may breed resentment. Mo Chinchio chuckles, then adopts a serious demeanor. Do you feel confident about tomorrow's battle? That Wang Lin is likely the hidden powerhouse of the National Defense University. Far more formidable than you fan. I'll give it my all. Xiao Changge replies nonchalantly. Such a mindset is commendable. Mo Chinchio admires his disposition. Now that you have resolved to act, pursue it wholeheartedly. As long as you carry the name of our Hawaiian city, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. After exchanging a few more words, Mo Chinchio concludes the call. Xiao Changge's expression remains placid. He has observed Wang Lin's battle. Indeed, Wang Lin is exceptionally strong. With the wind god Wyvern embodying the very essence of the wind, executing wind-based skills with remarkable finesse. Throughout the encounter, Wang Lin summoned no additional companion spirit, ending the battle with ease. Sensing Xiao Changge's contemplative mood, Ari quickens her movements, enveloping him in a gentle aura that alleviates his anxiety. Little dragon girl watches this scene with a subdued expression, clenching her small fist. You must put in the effort. Xiao Changge beams at the blushing little dragon girl. We shall all strive together. Chapter 84. 2 S-Class Entities. The martial arts arena of the capital city reverberates with astonishing cheers that threaten to shake the heavens. This is the semifinal of the freshman competition. No longer merely individual battles, but a contest of honor between premier universities. In the VIP section, Chun Beixian, clad in military attire, wears a smile. Beside him are several high-ranking officials from the capital university. Conversely, the atmosphere surrounding the National Defense University is markedly grave. An elderly man dressed in traditional attire, exuding an inherent authority, makes his presence felt. He is an elder of the Wang family, indifferent to the clamor surrounding him. Yet his occasional aura sends shivers down spines. He is none other than Wang Lin's grandfather, the steadfast pillar of the Wang family. Please welcome Wang Lin from the National Defense University. The host announces with booming enthusiasm. With a swish, students from the National Defense University erupt in thunderous applause. Under the gaze of the crowd, a tall figure strides out from the entrance. Wang Lin boasts an impressive physique, a radiant smile gracing his face. And his confidence emanates as if it were innate, unlike Xiao Yixing's demeanor. As he walks, he waves, eliciting screams from numerous girls. On the opposite side, Xiao Changge awaits patiently. He observes the flamboyant Wang Lin, his expression remaining impassive. To the astonishment of the crowd, Wang Lin does not halt upon reaching his designated spot. Instead, he approaches Xiao Changge. The audience falls silent. This is a blatant provocation. In their watchful gaze, Wang Lin stands before Xiao Changge, still adorned with that sunny smile. Xiao Changge, I've watched your matches. You possess considerable strength, and I'm eager to face you. His voice is imbued with sincerity. Xiao Changge merely regards Wang Lin, uncertain of his intentions. Just when the crowd believes this is a friendly exchange, Wang Lin unexpectedly leans closer and whispers, Xiao Changge, do you need a girlfriend? My sister is still single. Let me tell you, she is exceptionally beautiful and very gentle. If you come live with us in the Wang family, it's a guaranteed win. Xiao Changge is left speechless, astonished by the suggestion of becoming a son-in-law. Following a brief pause, laughter erupts among the spectators. Haha, welcome to the capital's matchmaking corner. I am your devoted matchmaker, Wang Deseo. The humor is infectious, as the absurdity of discussing his sister's marital prospects during a match leaves everyone in stitches. In the VIP section, Chun Beixian can hardly contain his amusement, while the elder from the Wang family shakes his head in resignation, seemingly oblivious to this child. Gazing at the expectant Wang Lin, Xiao Changge can only shake his head slightly. Brother, don't rush to decline. Let's connect later and consider this matter thoroughly. Wang Lin grows increasingly animated. Please, both contestants, take your positions. Upon hearing the referee's prompt, Wang Lin reluctantly returns to his spot. The previously light atmosphere suddenly thickening with tension. Wang Lin's smile vanishes, replaced by a fierce intensity in his gaze. Arise, wind god wyvern. A resounding roar pierces the air. Above, a massive dragon head emerges, followed by the summoning of a 20-meter-long azure dragon. It soars through the sky, its enormous golden eyes surveying the world below. As the wind element swells outward like a tidal wave. Second level, sixfold. An S-class companion spirit. It is the wind god wyvern. How impressive. This showcases the National Defense University's profound heritage. The onlookers are awestruck by the sheer magnitude of the winged dragon. Faced with this overwhelming presence, Xiao Changge remains as steadfast as a mountain, calmly observing the dragon in the sky, unflappable. Ari. He speaks softly, and a violet-black figure appears beside him. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, Ari's pink hair dances lightly in the air, and her beautiful visage is perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. She stands quietly, as if not preparing for battle, but attending a grand ball. In contrast to the colossal dragon above, Ari's figure seems diminutive. All the students are entranced by Ari's beauty. In the companion spirit realm, little dragon girl perceives all that unfolds. Upon realizing that Ari has been summoned while she remains behind, her small face falls, and she squats down to draw circles on the ground. Cursed master, all you do is take Ari out, never allowing me a moment to stretch my wings. I have already reached the second level of quadruple, and I am capable of battle. Within the confines of this space, her incessant murmurs echoed. In the arena, just as the crowd anticipated the onset of combat, Wang Lin suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. Haha, Xiao Changge, I knew you were formidable. For this battle, I am prepared to give my all. He raised his hand to the heavens once more, his countenance ablaze with fervor. Come forth, thunder god Alum. As his words fell, a more ferocious aura surged forth. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. Beside the wind god winged dragon, a blue thunder dragon was summoned. Bolts of lightning flickered, its form crackling with arcs of electricity, resembling a colossal dragon forged from thunder, roaring fiercely. The pressure of the second level's sixth stage of lightning elements melded with the wind elements of the wind god winged dragon, giving rise to a tempest of wind and thunder. The confluence of the two terrifying forces, one azure and the other verdant, enveloped the arena in an overwhelming sense of oppression. A profound silence fell over the venue, soon to be shattered by unrestrained exhilaration. Ah, splendid. 2 dragons, exclaimed the spectators. Unbelievable. 2 second-level 6th-stage S-rank companion spirits. Truly, the strongest prodigy of the National Defense University. What an astonishing comparison. It is utterly infuriating. Hang in there, dark horse. All predictions and discussions dissolved into fervor and excitement in the face of reality. Such a formidable lineup had never graced the history of the newcomer tournament. Wang Lin could only be said to be worthy of his name. Standing between the 2 dragons, he arrogantly pointed at Xiao Changge and proclaimed aloud, "Tremble amidst the tempest of wind and thunder." With a thunderous roar, the 2 dragons unleashed their might, sending powerful waves of energy crashing toward the diminutive figures of Xiao Changge and Ari. The spectators closest to the stage turned pale with fear, feeling as if they were ensnared in a nightmare, struggling to breathe beneath the oppressive dragon's might. What an overwhelming force. Is this what it feels like to face 2 dragons? How could a newcomer possess such power? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as everyone stood entranced by the spectacle before them. Yet, before the impending onslaught, Xiao Changge remained unfazed. Ari stood quietly, her deep-set eyes gazing lightly at the 2 dragons above, a hint of imperceptible indifference flickering across her expression. Beside her, an invisible barrier of energy shielded them from the violent onslaught. The tempest of wind and thunder split in two, passing by them. This calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the impending cataclysm of energy. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes fixed intently on the two figures in the arena. Had that formidable fusion skill truly been defended against? In the VIP section, Chun Beixian observed Xiao Changge with keen interest, a glimmer of curiosity sparking in his eyes. The members of the National Defense University grew solemn. The moment was upon them. Was Xiao Changge about to summon his second companion spirit?